Zhang had just returned from the forest and was emotionless as he saw his grandfather dead. His grandfather was cut in half. That's how he was brutally murdered. Looking at the body, tears won't come. He doesn't feel any sadness either. He was the only family I had. How terrible of a human am I? Back then, Zhang just returned home and proudly showing his grandfather that he got a spirit connection herb. You're back. Good work. I looked in the eastern parts, as you said, and that's where I found it. Zhang proudly said while showing off the herb. He then shares that he saw a fox den beside where he found the herb. The mother fox is not present, only the babies. Hearing this, the grandfather immediately asked, "So, did you kill the babies? Why would I?" The mother would be sad if she came back to see all her babies had been killed. Hearing this, the grandfather felt relieved. Let's put this away and have dinner. Then he immediately turned serious. Zhang, can you promise Grandpa something? Zhang then asks what promise. The true nature that you hide within yourself. Don't ever reveal it to anyone. I'm sorry, Grandpa. This time, he decided to fully unleash the evil within his heart. He immediately picked up a sickle. I don't think I can keep that promise. Zhangyang country. The sound of thick wooden bars on the carriage wheels could be heard. Prisoners with their hands and feet bound were seen in the wooden cages. A large crowd gathered in the marketplace, and a long procession was passing through the center of the village street. The villagers' mood was extremely grim as they watched the procession. The procession continued for a while. Die, you swines. A government official watched them from an second-floor window. He glanced at a certain cage. Unlike the other prisoners, there was one locked up alone. The prisoner's chest and abdomen were stained red. He's young and must be about the same age as the young master, he said while sipping his tea. The man who had been observing him spoke. We shouldn't underestimate him just because he's young. He's probably the worst out of all the prisoners. Well, I assume that's why he got a whole carriage to himself. You'll be surprised if I told you how many people he killed with the scythe. People call him the Scythe Killer Demon. Then, the man changed the subject. What kind of request did you have this time? I need to hire someone. Someone young. Someone no one would care about if he were to die. Thud. Before the government official could finish speaking, a stone flew and struck the head of the boy inside the wooden cage. The surroundings became noisy. However, the boy showed no signs of movement or groans of pain. That young boy is quite a unique one. Does he not feel pain? His head is like that. Yet how? This sight caught the government official's attention as well. As the flowing blood soaked his head, the government official was staring at the young prisoner with an extremely shocked expression. Just then, the boy tilted his head upward as if it was bothersome. This revealed his face that had been obscured by his hair. Instantly, exclamations of surprise escaped the nearby onlookers' mouths. The government official was the same. He's pretty enough to be mistaken as a woman, killing people with such a pretty face. Just then, the government official stood up from his seat. I don't have a request for you anymore. What? You call me here? Hey, the man called out as the government official walked down the stairs. As he walked out of the entrance of the inn, he glanced at the cage, found him. He thought, after looking at the prisoner, he's the perfect candidate. In the inner castle of Zhongyan Country Golden Jade Hall, most of the imprisoned criminals were asleep. Amidst them, there was only one person who wasn't asleep. Zhong was staring blankly at the wall. I was too rash. That bastard. He was reminded of the person whom he believed killed his grandfather. I was wondering who was following us, but to think it was some kid who no one knows of. He was a monster. I finally managed to find the one who killed my grandfather, but he was different from the others. He defeated me before I could even do anything. Even if I were to fight him again, the result would be the same. I cannot think of a way to kill him, as his consciousness gradually faded. Zhong thought he was going to die like this, but to think it was some kid no one knows of. Those words echo in his head. However, when he woke up again, he found himself back in the dungeon. Although he miraculously survived, he was unable to avenge his grandfather. From the man, he learned of the existence of martial arts. If I could master martial arts, maybe I could defeat him, but do I still have a chance? As he pondered his next move, thick fog reached his feet. Zhong's eyes narrowed. Smoke? Is there a fire? No, it's a different smell. Just then, a thick fog filled the cell. Familiar with medicinal herbs from childhood, he instantly identified the components. Purple parsnip, valerian root, and birth root, ingredients for sleeping incense. Moments later, he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a figure came straight to his cell. The man raised his hand and unlocked the shackles on his feet. Just as the person was about to take him away, Zhong suddenly opened his eyes and, seizing the moment of shock, kicked him hard, then frantically ran towards the outside of the cell. I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance. I was able to stay awake thanks to how badly the herbs were combined. However, in the next second, a strong numbness swept over his body. The man quickly pointed a few fingers at Zhong. I've gone for your pressure points. You won't be able to move anymore. Then, he was thrown back into the cell. A martial artist. Is it perhaps the one who killed my grandfather? When Zhong saw the newcomer's face, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. No, they're similar in appearance, but that bastard had several scars over his left eye. Suddenly, A man wearing a bamboo hat slowly walked up. Guard Cam, is it him? Young master, I told you to wait outside. Before Guard Cam could finish speaking, the man wearing a bamboo hat interrupted. Is it him? I'm going to sit down so that I can see his face. In a chair. Yes, young master. Zhong, who is immobilized by acupuncture, watches them silently. Just then, Guard Cam grabbed his hair and forced him to sit. You're right. He looks exactly like me. When the young master lifted the bamboo hat, Zhong showed a shocked expression. This person looked exactly like him. For someone who looks exactly like me to appear in this situation, could there be anything more fateful than this? Seems like you're just as surprised. Zhong was astounded to the point of disbelief at the resemblance, as if they were twins. I heard you were on death row, drawn and quartered in 2 days. Zhong remained still momentarily before replying. That's right. There really was such a strange coincidence in the world. We share the same face, but our fates are utterly different. I am a young master, and you are a death row inmate. Zhong looked at him directly, confused about what he meant. However, I will give you a very rare chance. A chance to become the third young master of the great Mock Sword Manor. A chance to become my double, Mock Jeyuan. Hearing this, Zhong felt a glimpse of hope. A chance. It won't be difficult. You just need to enjoy the delicacies and beauties in the villa. You'll be able to enjoy all the things you've never had the privilege of so far. And after it's done, you will be given endless wealth so that you can go wherever you want as a free man. If you want to do it, eat this. Mock Jeyuan said while Guard Cam showed Zhong the pill. Is it poison? Did you think that we'd just trust you blindly when you're a prisoner? If you manage to complete the job, I will give you the antidote. So what will you do? Seeing the pill placed to his mouth, Zhong knew his opportunity had arrived and opened his mouth without hesitation. Hearing Zhong swallow the poison, Mock Jeyuan's face revealed a sinister smile. Now will you really give me that chance? Hearing this, Mock Jeyuan smiled. A wise choice. He then ordered Guard Cam to release Zhong's acupoints and locks. Guard Cam did as ordered and undo Zhong's pressure point seal and unlock the wooden restraints binding Zhong's hands. Little did he know, he would soon pay with his life for this decision. Guard Cam approached the entrance of the prison and quietly said, I'll lead the way. You follow behind me. Young master, please follow behind him. All right. Since the boy had taken the poison pill, he wouldn't be able to escape, but it was a precautionary measure. If Guard Cam led the way and the young master watched from behind, how could the fellow escape? Even if he was a death row inmate, he was no different from a child compared to those who had learned martial arts. Just as Guard Cam was about to open the prison door and leave, he turned his head. We're clear. Please be careful following me. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. As they walked out of the cell, Zhong seized the moment of Mock Jeyuan's unpreparedness and directly snapped his neck 180 degrees, totally taken aback. Guard Cam is clenching his jaw. Zhong then dropped Mock Jeyuan on the floor with a shocked expression, his neck completely twisted and turned around. And it happened so suddenly that Guard Cam was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhong nonchalantly said, What now, Guard Cam? The fake's dead now. Right before the slaughtering scythe demon was arrested, cry for help can be heard from afar. Run. Help. Zhong is grabbing a decapitated head of a person. This is fun, he thought while chasing and killing people. I killed everyone that I thought might be related to the death of my grandfather. The emotion I felt while killing dozens of people was joy. He then remembered what his grandfather said. Don't ever reveal to anyone the true nature that you hide within yourself. My true nature. What kind of facial expression did I have while killing all these people? Am I smiling? Is this the true nature my grandfather was referring to? Slaughtering scythe demon. The man shouted as Zhong walked closer. Is my true nature evil? I don't know. I'm just going to kill for now, he thought while grinning and raising his scythe. His body was suddenly kicked away. He felt a strong impact from the kick. He then coughed from the pain, which caught the attention of the newcomer. You're alive? That's impressive. Zhong looked at the man and thought this bastard. He's dangerous. His instincts told him that this newcomer was the murderer of his grandfather. Yet, just from the formidable presence emanating from the man, he was rendered immobile. Looks like you haven't even learned martial arts. Before he could react, the man appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbed his neck. He's fast. He was standing far from me, but he closed the distance in just a second. Is he even human? Zhong thought as he is struggling to break free from the man's grip. Interesting. I was wondering who was following us, but to think it was some kid who's not even trained in martial arts. He then pierced his sword through Zhong's body. Zhong immediately coughs blood. He then pulled the sword. A kid that can survive my ultimate attack despite not being trained in martial arts. He then pierced Zhong with the sword again. It'd be best to kill you now. You shouldn't have gone around killing people. You ended up shortening your own lifespan. You should have just lived a quiet life. I was defeated so easily. After finally finding the person who killed my grandfather, as his consciousness gradually faded, Zhong thought he was going to die like this. I did not die, but I will soon be killed if I were given another chance. I would not. Let go of it. Looking at Mock Jeyuan's corpse on the ground, it was already too late. Zhong revealed an ominous smile. What now? Guard Cam. The imposter's dead now. Quickly regaining Guard Cam's senses, he grabbed Zhong by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Insane bastard. You actually killed the young master. Do you want to die? Zhong then revealed a sinister smile. He knew well that the double must bear all the dangers in place of the real person. If he went with them, his death was indeed inevitable. Guard Cam furrowed his brows. He was grabbing the boy's neck, but there were no signs of distress. Rather, the boy was speaking perfectly fine. Didn't you consider the possibility that I might kill you? Actually, you don't really want to kill me. Otherwise you would have done it already. Upon hearing Zhong's words, the guard, enraged and embarrassed, lifted his hand and violently threw him to the ground, his sword poised to stab Zhong. Do you think I really don't dare to kill you? Yet Zhong remained calm and composed, unconcerned, and instead said, Is that necessary? Why wouldn't it be? Guard Cam asked in a violent voice. I took the poison you gave me. I can't live without the antidote. That means I have no choice but to obey you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. The third young master of the Mock Sword Manor is now your loyal dog. So you mean to tell me I should betray the young master and use you as my puppet? Hearing this, Zhong smiled. The loyal guard was shaken by Zhong's words. He snorted coldly, raised its arm and thrust his sword into the ground. Barely missing, he then pulled his sword. From now on, you are the legitimate Mock Jaeyoung one, and thus began Zhong's plan for revenge. Not long after, inside the Mock Sword Manor, the guard warned Zhong, Stay in your room and don't leave without permission. Then it's not different from being a double, is it? You're in no position to be asking questions when you've chosen to be a puppet instead of a double. If you get caught, you will not receive the antidote. Then Guard Cam moved closer to him. If you disobey me or try any tricks, I will kill you immediately. Zhong then smiled. Saying this, Guard Cam casually threw an antidote to Zhong. Take one every 24 hours, or you will die from the poison. In the afternoon, Zhong took the antidote, feeling very fortunate to have survived being stabbed in the chest. Perhaps this is all Grandpa's doing to stop me from dying so early. Well, I don't intend on dying until I avenge you, so don't worry, Grandpa. Zhong thought while looking out the window. As for the person who wanted him dead, they probably thought he was already gone. Now he could legitimately impersonate Mock Jaeyoung, one in the Mock Sword Manor, learning martial arts to avenge his grandfather. I will then find the bastard who killed my grandfather and kill him the same way he killed my grandfather. The thought of this made Zhong happy. Morning arrives. Zhong is inside his room having his meal. I miraculously managed to avoid death, and I did get a chance to learn martial arts. Zhong thought to himself. He then glances at the door. To prevent Zhong from playing tricks, Guard Cam specifically sent his disciple, Go Chan, to monitor him. When Go Chan learned that Zhong had killed Mock Jaeyoung 1, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, but he had no choice but to follow his senior brother's arrangement and continue with the plan. Meanwhile, Guard Cam also felt a headache coming on. I'll come up with a different plan in the meantime, and we'll throw him out and side with someone else. Hearing this, Go Chan curiously asked, Didn't you say that you fed him poison? It'll be hard for him to disobey us. The reason we chose third young master in the first place because, before he could continue, Guard Cam interrupted. He's not the kind of person to be obedient. As a death row inmate, not only had Zhong killed Mock Jaeyoung when in such circumstances, but he also claimed to replace him. Being such a person even one more day was a risk. He's dangerous. Getting involved with him will do us no good. Guard Cam had it as he walked down the stairs. Go Chan was left there speechless. Go Chan, however, thought Guard Cam was getting cowardly. A kid who doesn't know martial arts isn't that scary. Zhong also spent the past few days reflecting on everything that had happened. Guard Cam hadn't told him the real reason they needed a double, just left Go Chan to watch and left. The Great Mock Sword Manor wasn't a place so dangerous as to require a double, so Zhong guessed they would only use him under specific circumstances, and with no action for so long. Perhaps Guard Cam was already considering changing masters secretly. Within moments, Zhong had mostly figured out Guard Cam's intentions. At that moment, Go Chan, who was guarding the door, was already dozing off. Zhong directly pushed open the room door. Zhong told him that he just wants some fresh air and invited him to come along since he have a question to ask Go Chan. Go Chan immediately warned, If you don't want to die, stay in the room. Zhong scoffed. As long as you don't tell, no one will know we went out. Seeing him openly challenging him, Go Chan pressed Zhong against the wall. You seem to have forgotten your place. Nothing good will come out of annoying me, so go the hell back inside. Zhong looked at him calmly. You're definitely weaker than Guard Cam. The next second, Zhong placed his hand on Go Chan's shoulder, mimicked Guard Cam's move, and threw Go Chan over his shoulder, pressing him on the floor, then sealed several of Go Chan's acupoints. My body won't move? Could it be seal my pressure points? Go Chan looked at Zhong in disbelief and thought to himself, This bastard, was he hiding the fact that he learned martial arts? Zhong showed surprised expression. He had pressed the acupoints just as Guard Cam had, yet Go-chan could still move. Immediately, he pressed several points on Go-chan's back again. At that moment, Go-chan finally realized this person had learned Guard Cam's martial arts just by witnessing it once. Guard Cam was right. This guy is dangerous. Seeing that he was no match for Zhong, Go-chan once again used poison as a threat. Aren't you afraid of bleeding from all orifices and dying in agony? But Zhong was unaffected, merely biting his finger and feeding the blood into Go-chan's mouth. He panicked completely, rolling back and forth on the ground trying to spit out the poisoned blood, but it was too late. At the same time, Zhong kicked him and spoke again. I've been picking herds with my grandfather since I was young and have tasted all kinds of poisons. Ordinary poisons are useless against me. Even my blood contains a strong poison, so I don't need the neutralizer. I said I wanted to ask you a question, right? Can you tell me about the mock sword manor? By the way, I'm the only one who can neutralize the poison of my blood. I'm sure you'll be a lot of help to me. Hearing this, Go-chan is visibly scared and thought he's a demon. At the Mock Sword Manor main hall, it turned out that the Lord of Mock Sword Manor, Mock-inden, had been seriously ill for a long time, and despite the doctor's best efforts, even the cause of the illness was undiagnosed. Since the Lord had not decided on an heir, the four sons were brewing a fratricidal storm. If the manor master dies, the brothers will spill blood trying to obtain the position. The eldest son, Mock Yango, not only indulged in debauchery, but also had a violent temperament, making him the most incompetent among the brothers. The second son, Mock Yunpian, was cunning and ruthless in achieving his goals. The first lady, favoring only her eldest son to ascend as the lord, who knows what she'll do to secure that position for him. Lady Suk, Manor Master's first wife, asked, "How's the Manor Master?" The doctor is unsure what to answer. Thus Lady Suk repeats her question. "I asked how he is. I apologize. My knowledge is lacking. I cannot figure out a treatment for him. I can only call it very strange." Hearing this, Lady Suk is disappointed, as I expected. She mentioned that there is no option other than shamanistic arts, ostensibly to exorcise demons for the Manor Master. Hearing this, the doctor immediately disagrees. Shamanism is nothing more than a false belief. How could you resort to such a? Lady Suk then interrupted. Then should I just do nothing until my husband dies? Despite the doctor's strong objections, it was to no avail. I don't want to hear it any longer. I've already called a shaman who deals with such unidentified illness, so you are excused. Later, the First Lady even ordered that the Lord's room be sealed off, allowing no one to approach. I will have the shaman deal with the Manor Master's illness, so don't let anyone into the main hall. Not a single soul. That is the current situation of the Mock Sword Manor. After learning of these circumstances, Zhang called on Go-chan, planning to meet the Manor Master. At the same time, the entire plan of the third young master, Mock Jae-young, was fully exposed to him. The real Mock Jae-young wanted the double to appear, letting the brothers kill each other, and then he would reap the benefits. As long as the brothers died, he could emerge quietly and take control, also known as a winning by default plan. This way, regardless of who lives, it becomes such that the two brothers tried to kill each other, and they would be eliminated as heirs. Then, after Mock Jae-young appears perfectly fine, he would easily gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Zhang's arrival became the biggest variable in this plan. But young master, why are you trying to go to the Manor Master? Go-chang asked curiously. From what I heard, the life and death of the Manor Master is related to my life. That's why I'm trying to visit. Zhang answered while tearing the paper with a written plan. He then threw the paper into the air. But if Guard Cam finds out that you're moving. Before Go-chang finished, Zhang interrupted with an ominous smile. You'll keep it a secret from him? Thanks, Guard Go-chang. Just then, Lady Suk is waiting for someone. Walking figure can be seen from afar. So, can I see the Manor Master now? This is Shaman Mio Shin, the shaman hired by Lady Suk. I've heard that Shaman Mio is miraculous, so I will trust you once. Shaman Mio then told Lady Suk to ask everyone within 30 paces of the main building to leave. Otherwise, it'll be bad luck. I have already taken those steps. Other than the guard who protects the entrance, they will all leave. The shaman then looks at Lady Suk. You also need to take your leave, madam. You haven't forgotten what I've asked, right? Of course, Shaman Mio answered immediately. The Manor Master's seal and secret manual. Hearing this, Lady Suk is satisfied. If you find those, I will give you 300 silver coins immediately. Thank you, madam. Lady Suk then ordered all the servants. All of you, leave until I say otherwise. Then, she also prepared to leave the main hall. On her way out, someone training caught her attention. Displeased can be seen all over her face. It turns out that the one training is the fourth son, Makyu-chun, the child of a geisha. She immediately turned around and thought to herself, even if I can understand fooling around with a geisha, giving the Manor Master position to that lowly blood is something I can't forgive. Then she exited the hall. Meanwhile, on their way to the Lord's room, they passed the training ground and happened to see the fourth son, Makyu-chun, practicing martial arts. Although he was born to the Lord and a geisha, he was diligent, skilled in martial arts, and deeply favored by the Lord. However, this was something the First Lady absolutely could not tolerate. Seeing Mak Yu-chun's way of practicing, Zhong became very interested in him. He casually asked Go-chan, "If I learn martial arts, could I kill Guard Cam?" Receiving no response, Zhong repeated the question. Hearing this question, Go-chan trembled inwardly, thinking, has he realized that we're planning to abandon him? This guy is not only smart, but practically a schemer. He swallowed and explained to Zhong, "The foundation of learning martial arts is the cultivation of internal strength." Zhong became more interested and asked Go-chan to elaborate more. Internal strength means allowing the energy of nature to circulate within the body through breathing techniques, eventually forming inner chi. The more inner chi accumulated, the stronger the martial power. However, inner chi cannot be developed overnight. A first-rate expert like Guard Cam has at least half a cycle of chi accumulation, so it's very difficult for you to surpass him in the short term. So it'll be difficult to do in a short period of time, Zhong said after listening to Go-chan's explanation. At this point, Go-chan hadn't fully explained because there is also an optimal period for cultivating internal strength. After the age of 7 or 8, the body accumulates too much impure energy, making it impossible to gather internal strength even with practice. That is to say, Zhong would never be able to surpass Guard Cam in his lifetime. Seeing Go-chan looking smug, Zhong had already guessed his thoughts and turned to touch his cheek, softly saying, "Your eyes sure do look greedy. It makes me want to gouge them out." However, Zhong did not pursue this further and instead asked cheerfully, "How about you become my man from now on?" Out of fear, Go-chan agrees. Since Zhong couldn't kill Guard Cam or persuade him to switch sides, he had no better strategy at the moment. Thinking this, he turned his head and asked again, "Is there any bad blood between Ma Ji-yuan and the fourth young master?" He learned that 2 years ago, Ma Ji-yuan called the fourth young master's mother a whore and got beaten up pretty badly for it. Zhong couldn't help but laugh loudly. The fourth young master is quite decent. At least he didn't crush Ma Ji-yuan's limbs. Saying this, he then turned and walked towards the Lord's room. At that moment, back in the Manor Master's room, Xiaoman Miao was wrapping the entire room with red threads and copper coins while the Manor Master lay on the bed unresponsive, with strange black lines spreading outward from his heart. Although it looked like poisoning, it was actually the result of being consumed by evil energy. Fortunately, the Lord had practiced martial arts for many years, which kept him alive until now. Having been afflicted by evil for too long, even if Xiaoman Miao had great powers, he only had a 50% chance of saving him. However, Xiaoman Miao's goal was not to save the Lord, but to complete the task given by the lady. The Lord's life or death was of no concern to him. He held a pen in one hand and drew a ghostly talisman, then chanted loudly a spell while commanding the talisman, and the talisman stuck directly to the Manor Master's chest. A burst of energy surged wildly from the talisman, accompanied by Xiaoman Miao chanting spells and slapping seals, scattering the evil energy on the Lord's body. Gradually, Manor Master's eyes turned blood red, as if he was about to be possessed by something, and even Xiaoman Miao was blown away, with the situation nearly spiraling out of control. Just then, Zhang pushed open the door and said with a smile, "I've come to pay my respects. I give you my greetings, father." The sudden intrusion interrupted Xiaoman Miao's casting, and before he could identify the intruder, he cried out, "Get out now, or the Lord will be in mortal danger." But Zhang ignored him, busying himself with checking on the Lord. Xiaoman Miao desperately begged, "Please get out, if things go wrong." At this moment, the evil energy on the Lord's body surged, and the strange power possessing him grew stronger, completely losing control. The Lord's body twisted and floated in the air. In desperation, Xiaoman Miao quickly asked Zhang and Gokun to help hold down the Lord. Looking at the Manor Master, Gokun and Zhang are unsure of what to do. "Hurry, hold him down," Xiaoman Miao instructed. The shaman placed another talisman on the Lord's forehead, continuously muttering under his breath. The evil energy on the Lord grew stronger, and the small talisman could not suppress it. The eerie aura began to travel along the Lord's arm toward Gokun. At this critical moment, Zhang made a decisive move and chopped off the Manor Master's hand. This action stunned everyone present. Seeing the eerie aura returning to the Manor Master, Zhang showed an ominous smile, then proceeding to attack again, decapitating the Manor Master's arm. Seeing this, Gokun thought, "This crazy bastard just cut off the Manor Master's arm." Xiaoman Miao quickly raised his hand, sticking another talisman on the severed limb, barely stabilizing the situation. But by then, Xiaoman Miao was already thinking of escaping. Just as he was preparing to pack up and flee, a long sword was already placed at his neck. Zhang had seen through his little scheme from the start. Gokun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhang. Is this the reason the Lord has been bedridden? Zhang asked indifferently. The shaman, now terrified by Zhang's actions, could only stammer out excuses. The Lord is possessed by something strange, and the situation is far from over. If we waste more time, he could die at any moment. However, Zhang's face remained indifferent. The shaman shivered and tentatively asked, "Do you also wish for the Lord to die?" When Zhang heard the word also, he instantly understood everything. Was it the lady who instructed you to do this? Knowing he could no longer hide the truth, the shaman confessed everything. After hearing the truth, Gokun wiped a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if the eldest son takes the Lord's position, one can only imagine what will become of him. To secure his own future, Gokun hurriedly explained to Zhang, "We must save the Lord. If the Lord dies, the lady will surely pin the blame on you." The shaman also chimed in, saying he had a way to save the Lord. However, at this moment, Zhang fell into deep thought. Soon, Zhang revealed a smile. He did not ask the shaman to save the Lord, but instead instructed him to continue inquiring about the whereabouts of the official seal and the secret manual. Everyone was terrified by his decision, but Zhang offered no explanation. Out of options, the shaman took out a puppet, saying, "If the evil spirit continues to erode the Lord, he will truly die. This puppet can take the Lord's place." After saying this, the shaman tied the puppet and the severed arm together, then slapped a seal and chanted a spell. The evil spirit attached to the severed arm materialized into a hand that tightly grasped the puppet. Meanwhile, the Lord let out a painful scream. Knowing that the evil energy emitted by the evil spirit was too strong, the shaman realized that if he continued, the seal would be broken and the third young master would definitely not spare him. Thinking this, the shaman made a decisive decision to kill two birds with one stone. He used the excuse that outsiders should not stay here to send Gokun away first, then murmured a few more words, and under his control, the Lord slowly revealed the hiding place of the secret manual and the official seal, past the front stone door in an underground chamber under the medicinal hall. As soon as the words were spoken, the puppet shattered under the erosion of the evil energy. The shaman quickly shouted to Zhang, "Cut the red thread quickly. The evil spirit is trying to take over the manor master's body." However, as the red thread was severed, the evil spirit rapidly crawled along the ground and climbed toward Zhang. Zhang glanced at the shaman. At this moment, the shaman revealed a sinister smile. As the ghostly hand enveloped Zhang's body, he pressed a talisman on Zhang's forehead. In this way, he completed the lady's mission and could also pin the blame on Zhang. However, what the shaman did not know was that this action completely unleashed the purest evil thoughts hidden deep within Zhang. The deceived evil spirit, venting all its anger on Zhang, tried to completely take over his body. At the same time, Zhang fell into an illusion. He was in a familiar place, the watering hole he always visits. A peaceful mountain. He knows this place well, since it's a place he always visits. He wouldn't be able to forget even if he wanted to. He fetches water like he used to. However, while walking, he felt a strange feeling, a feeling as if he is forgetting something. Just then, he noticed a fire blazing in the forest, and he was shocked when he realized it was the direction of the house. In a rush, he drops the pail of water and runs hysterically, muttering to himself, "Grandfather, please, please." He runs as fast as he can. When he reached the house, he shouted, calling out to his grandfather. When he saw his grandfather, he was utterly shocked. The scene of his grandfather's tragic death replayed before his eyes. "Wake up, grandfather," he called out while holding the corpse. No, who could have done this? And this time, he cried, his tears heart-wrenching. He finally understood how important his grandfather was to him. After sensing Zhang's inner desire, the evil spirit created a world without regrets for him. Seeing his deceased grandfather standing before him again, Zhang could no longer contain his excitement and hugged his grandfather tightly. "Hey, this old man is going to fall over. Why are you being like this all of a sudden? I won't lose my grandfather ever again since he is the reason that someone who should have died, is still alive," Zhang thought to himself. Just when the evil spirit thought that Zhang would forever bask in this false happiness, Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he turned and grabbed towards the evil spirit's head. "You made me angry, daring to mock me with my grandfather's death." The evil spirit wore an incredulous look, unable to understand why Zhang could see through its illusion. "And you seem to have misunderstood something." Zhang sneered. "Did you think my happiness is to revive my grandfather? You should have let me rip apart the bastard that killed my grandfather." Before it could continue to ponder, a bone-chilling cold swept over its body. This was a purity of evil that even spirits would not approach. At that moment, feeling Zhang's overwhelming intent to kill, it was terrified in its heart. Can a living person really possess such emotions? Meanwhile, the grandfather's voice rang in Zhang's mind. "Do you know why I named you Zhang? You are a child that's different from others, but I wished for you to grow up to be kind and righteous. So, I pray that you will continue to grow as a righteous person." Feeling the overwhelming intent to kill, the evil spirit actually detached its arm and turned to flee. By this time, the evil spirit had no idea how long it had been running. Finally, the evil spirit reached the deepest part of Zhang's heart. On a vast meadow, there was only one sealed door. A field? This is the place deep within his consciousness. Then the evil spirit noticed the door. Although it did not know what was behind the door, the evil spirit decided to open it and completely devour Zhang's heart. However, before the evil spirit can open the door, everything around was gradually enveloped by black mist. Then the body of the evil spirit was bit by bit consumed by the black mist. It struggled desperately, trying to escape, but it was too late. Amidst its desperate screams, the evil spirit was completely dragged into an endless abyss. Meanwhile, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, and the evil energy instantly filled the room. Xiao and Miao turned around and immediately showed a look of terror. Zhang nonchalantly tore off the talisman from his forehead, and clouds of black mist continuously surged from his palms. Zhang quietly uttered one word, "Demon Monk." The black mist slowly condensed, eventually forming a human figure. Xiao and Miao looked on in horror, realizing this was not a mere resentful spirit, but a high-class evil spirit. Before he could react, at Zhang's command, Demon Monk violently attacked him. Although Xiao and Miao barely blocked the attack, he was completely terrified by Zhang's action. Zhang was actually able to command an evil spirit. For humans, evil spirits are nothing short of a disaster. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the evil spirit's hand reached for him again. He was blasted from the demon monk's energy. In a panic, Xiao and Miao quickly grabbed a precious sword beside him. But against a demon from hell, his figure seemed so insignificant. How could a mere mortal object withstand it? Countless tendrils reached for his body, and Xiao and Miao continuously cried out for mercy. But Zhang did not waver, watching everything coldly, devoid of any compassion. Xiao and Miao reached out to Zhang, crying out, "If it's because I tricked you," before he could finish. Zhang interrupted, "No, that's not why. Since you've heard about the official seal and the secret manual, I can't let you live." Just like that, Xiao and Miao was dragged into the abyss of endless fear. Only at the last moment did he realize that from the beginning, he was merely Zhang's prey. Moments later, Zhang called out to Go Chang. When he returned to the room, he was utterly shocked, and seeing the terrifying state of Xiao and Miao's death, he shivered. Just then, Zhang nonchalantly said, "You can ask questions later. Can you carry the corpse?" Under Zhang's arrangement, Zhang staged the room to look like Xiao and Miao went crazy and cut off the Lord's arm, and then attempted to kill him. We stumbled upon the scene and put a stop to it. Hearing this, Go Chang was a bit confused, and then asked, "Is that your plan on hiding the truth?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" But Go Chang worried that such tricks wouldn't deceive the lady. "Young master, a half-hearted attempt to concealment will only draw suspicion to you. Was it that obvious? Even if the Xiaoman somehow went crazy, and we ended up subduing him, the man or mistress that hired him won't easily accept it." Zhang thinks of a way to make it a bit more believable. Without hesitation, Zhang lifted the sword and plunged it into his own thigh. This act made Go Chang's spine chill. Then Zhang looked at him directly. "Is it a bit more believable now?" Seeing this, Go Chang hadn't expected Zhang to be so ruthless even to himself. His fear intensified, realizing this was not someone he could afford to provoke. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Zhang Meiyan-jin from the inner hall of Mocksword Manor. Originally, he and the Lord Mokindon were brothers in arms, and had sworn loyalty to the Lord 19 years ago. But now, for the future of Mocksword Manor, he had eerily agreed to the lady's request. Stepping away for a while shouldn't cause any problems. He hadn't expected to return to this scene. He angrily demanded to know what they had done to the Lord. Go Chang hurriedly explained that it was a misunderstanding, while Zhang feigned weakness, about to say something, but then collapsed on the floor. Confused, Zhang Meiyan-jin grabbed Go Chang and interrogated him. Go Chang initially wanted to say something, but, seeing the sinister smile on Zhang's face, immediately abandoned all thoughts. He understood that Zhang was definitely acting. In the end, he could only explain things according to Zhang's arrangement. Soon after, Zhang lay in the pharmacy of Mocksword Manor, with a scent of medicinal herbs around him, feeling immensely familiar. Thinking he would soon have the secret manual and the official seal, he felt much relieved. Even though these items were just beneath the pharmacy, with the place crowded during the day, Zhang decided to search for the official seal and the secret manual at night. At that moment, Go Chang, his hand bandaged, entered the room and, following Zhang's instructions, retrieved 2 books from Shaman Miao's corpse. One was Master Chu's Summary, original book of the Yin Yang School, and the other was First Tome of Anomaly. Since the lady had ordered all Shaman Miao's belongings to be burned to destroy evidence, These books were secretly taken by Go Chang before they were destroyed. Go Chang didn't understand why Zhang wanted these 2 books, but Zhang didn't explain, merely pointing out the window. Can you see anything out there? Go Chang looked out the window for a long time, but couldn't spot anything. Unbeknownst to him, a ghostly shadow was floating outside the window, visible only to Zhang. That's why I want to figure it out. Just then, both of them heard noises from the outside. When Zhang thought everything was going smoothly, the lady suddenly visited the pharmacy. Seeing her appear, both Go Chang and Zhang were startled. Go Chang quickly greeted her immediately. Zhang looked at her carefully. The lady, born into a martial Suk clan, was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also more cunning and dangerous than the eldest son, Ma Qiango. Even Guard Cam reminded Zhang to be extra cautious around her. Just then, Zhang greeted her. He's still sitting on the bed, indicated he was unable to stand due to his leg injury. Go Chang sweated coldly at his actions. He greeted her better than I expected. I'm not here to hear your greeting, which made Zhang confused. Then Lady Suk suddenly punched Zhang in the leg. Zhang and Go Chang were utterly shocked. The intense pain made Zhang involuntarily grunt. Go Chang wanted to intervene, but a sword was suddenly placed at his neck. Don't move, Lady Suk guard said seriously. Lady Suk then looked at Zhang with a smile, instantly realizing that his wound was self-inflicted. She hadn't expected Zhang to go so far as to harm himself to conceal the truth. Although you fooled the inner hall master, you can't fool me. You should know a powerful shaman would never be backfired by his own spells. Are you trying to fool me with such tricks? With that, Lady Suk slapped Zhang across the face. Zhang's frail body was instantly flung away. Lady Suk shook her hand and continued to press. What exactly did you hear in the room? Zhang was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. The lady thought he had gone mad, but the next second, Zhang's expression turned cold, and he simply said, "Demonic monk." A ghostly shadow suddenly appeared behind him and lunged at the lady. The lady felt something pass over her, while a maid beside her was grabbed by the neck by demonic monk, her whole body floating in the air, desperately struggling. Seeing this, the lady remembered Shaman Miao's terrifying death. Before she could ponder further, Zhang's voice came from behind her, the secret manual and the seal. Aren't those what you need? Then you should be negotiating terms with me, instead of trying to threaten me. At this moment, the lady clearly panicked. She wanted to say something, but Zhang didn't give her a chance. Actually, I don't want the Lord's position, but since you're pressing me so hard, I might just have to tell the second or fourth brother the information about the secret manual and the seal. After all, the fourth brother has a good foundation in martial arts. It would make a nice peace offering to him. These words infuriated the lady so much that her face turned green, but she was helpless against Zhang and could only leave in a fit of rage. Back at her residence, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She repeatedly muttered, "How dare he? How dare he?" And her guard tried to calm her down. Calm down. Does it look like I can calm down right now? The usually weak boy had dared to snatch her things right in front of her today. She suspected that Zhang had always been hiding his true nature. Now that I think about it, others have always praised him for being smart. But after his mother died, the family on his mother's side began to lose influence. Perhaps he changed in order to protect himself. Thinking this, she immediately regretted letting her guard down. At that moment, a maid suggested, "Should we kill the third young master before he can try anything?" The lady didn't agree. She feared the secret manual and the seal might end up in someone else's hands. But she didn't want to be led by the nose forever. Thus, she instructed the maid to inform the Phoenix Pavilion that Shaman Miao was dead, and soon this little devil would also not have it easy. At night, in the pharmacy, Zhang sat on the floor reading the books left by Shaman Miao. According to the book, a person turns into a vengeful spirit or even an evil spirit after death due to their unresolved resentment. Depending on various factors, evil spirits are classified into different ranks. The first type is called Red Spirit, a spirit bound to a certain location. Its power are limited to causing chills or goosebumps in a person. The second type is Orange Spirit. This rank of evil spirit can possess humans and cause physical discomfort. The third type is Yellow Spirit. These are dangerous spirits that should be exorcised. It is so powerful it can use evil energy to kill. Just then demonic monks show itself. Zhang thought to himself, I guess the demonic monk belongs to Yellow Spirit. It is useful for finding doorways to the underground and for scouting. But as seen before, demonic monk could not take action against a lady. It seems whether it can be a threat depends on the target's strength. Zhang had tested demonic monk's power on Gokun and the results were good, but it was still not enough to deal with the lady and guard cam. Therefore, he must find a more powerful evil spirit soon. The fourth type, Green Spirit, a spirit that has lived for decades, can induce chaos, cause hallucinations, and is an extremely dangerous existence. Just then, demonic monk found the entrance to the basement. It seemed like the right time to retrieve the secret manual and the seal. After what felt like a long walk, Zhang finally reached the end of the ladder, facing 4 stone doors. The 4th stone door was his target. As he opened the door, he was dumbfounded. It seems like he needs to go even farther in. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he triggered a trap. A huge rock fell from above, but luckily he was able to dodge it. I didn't expect there to be traps. Just then, arrows crazily shot towards him. With his agile skills, Zhang easily dodged the attack. An arrow was about to pierce his chest, but fortunately, the lamp was pierced instead. But the traps did not stop, and a massive pillar smashed down. Zhang leaped up, narrowly avoiding it. The continuous traps made Zhang realize that besides the secret manual and seal, there must be something even more important stored here. After navigating countless traps, Zhang finally reached the deepest part of the stone chamber. The room was extremely symmetrical, and from the signs of life above, it seemed someone often practiced here. Zhang didn't dwell on it. He smoothly found a wooden box on the table, inside which were the sword techniques and mental methods of mock sword manner. Go-chan once informed him that the secret manual was divided into 2, sword techniques and cultivation techniques. He pocketed them without hesitation, but then he thought there might be something else here. At that moment, a strange box caught his attention. It looks unnecessarily heavy and not functional. From the drag marks on the floor, it seemed the box had been deliberately dragged there. When he pushed the box aside, he noticed something on the floor. A floorboard sealed with a yellow talisman was revealed. Without a second thought, he flipped open the floorboard and found another small box underneath. It was sealed with a yellow talisman. After pondering for a moment, Zhang decided to tear off the yellow talisman. An ominous aura rushed towards him, and even the lantern beside him went out without any wind. Inside the box, there was a book made of human skin. Although it was wrapped with prayer beads, the eerie aura emanating from the book was distinctly palpable. It seems I found a treasure, Zhang thought to himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in Mock Sword Manor, there was the beating of drums and joyful music. Standing in the center was the second young master, Mok Yun Pion, who was celebrating because today he had moved one step closer to becoming the lord of the villa, all thanks to the help of one person. That person was the long-missing guard Cam. At that moment, inside Mock Sword Manor, the second young master, to win over guard Cam, had specially organized a grand banquet for him. Guard Cam wore a flattering expression, but he had already guessed the second young master's intentions. After a show of reluctance, he gladly accepted the second young master's overture. After the banquet, the second young master again confirmed with Guard Cam. Is it true that Mok Ji-Yuan has lost his martial arts? To this, Guard Cam affirmed. The real Mok Ji-Yuan is dead, and the imposter indeed does not know martial arts. This wasn't really a lie. Besides, if people knew he had failed to protect his master, leading to his master's death, he would not end well. Thus, he decided to pledge his loyalty to the second young master with the life of the imposter Mok Ji-Yuan. However, the second young master did not easily let down his guard. Although that boy was originally useless, now that he has lost his martial arts, he is indeed less of an opponent. Well, I guess I should be grateful, since I have someone as talented as you working for me now. But I am still curious, how exactly did he lose his martial arts? Faced with the second young master's skepticism, Guard Cam was startled, pondering how to respond when the second young master spoke again. You don't have to worry. Even if this was your negligence, I won't hold you accountable. He tried to alleviate Guard Cam's concerns. But after all, both were cunning old foxes. How could they easily leave a handle for others? Guard Cam bowed again. I am sorry. I cannot disclose it yet, but I assure you it will implicate the second young master. Although the second young master verbally expressed his trust, he secretly pondered Guard Cam must be an assassin from that infamous place, right? Hearing that place, Guard Cam's body jolted. He had thought the second young master was just a green kid, but it turned out he had thoroughly investigated him. Instantly, the situation became more delicate. However, the second young master did not let go, instead pressing further. Are these also unspeakable secrets? Frightened, Guard Cam hurriedly denied, seeing that he was completely under control. The second young master chuckled inwardly. The second young master then decisively ended the conversation, saying no more, just letting Guard Cam leave first. But the matter was not over. The second young master still had great doubts about the information provided by Guard Cam, and immediately ordered his subordinates to clarify Guard Cam's intentions and the real situation of Mok Jiangwan. The subordinates were puzzled. Was it just to confirm whether Mok Jiangwan had lost his martial arts? The second young master smiled coldly. No, that's no fun. Break an ankle or something while you're at it. The subordinate immediately agrees. Meanwhile, in the basement of the pharmacy, Zhang was holding the human skin ancient book for a long time. His fingertips could clearly feel the pulsation coming from it, as if some powerful energy was churning inside. Although it was not a living thing, Zhang knew this ancient book was extraordinary. He couldn't wait to undo the prayer beads sealing it. Just then, a black mist rose behind Jiang, and the figure of demonic monk gradually appeared. Just as Jiang was about to ask what had happened, demonic monk's expression suddenly changed. Just a glance at the human-skinned ancient book in Jiang's hands made demonic monk break into a cold sweat, trembling all over. Seeing this, Jiang's face showed excitement. Even demonic monk fears the existence of this book. It seems I really have obtained something incredible. However, he quickly put away this excitement, because he had sent demonic monk and Gachuan to keep watch, and now demonic monk had come back to find him, indicating that certainly someone was coming. He wanted to see which troublemakers were actually coming. At this moment, outside the pharmacy, the assassin sent by the second young master was hiding in the trees. Noticing that Gachuan, who should be protecting his master closely, was instead keeping watch outside. The assassin speculated that the third young master must be hiding something, and took the opportunity to sneak into the room while Jiang was asleep. Just as he was about to check whether the third young master really had lost his martial arts, the assassin was surprised to see the secret manuals of mocked sword manner laid out on the table, immediately drawn to them. After a quick look, realizing they were genuine, his hands began to tremble. If he could bring these to the second young master, the lordship would undoubtedly belong to him. However, just then, Jiang's figure quietly appeared behind him, grabbing his head and fiercely smashing it into the table, once, twice, 3 times. Jiang's expression was cold. "What brings you to my bedroom? Are you also here to sleep?" The assassin was shocked, not expecting to have been outmaneuvered by a kid. But before he could say anything, Jiang's movements grew more violent, and soon the assassin lost consciousness. When the assassin opened his eyes again, he found himself hanging upside down from the ceiling beam. Jiang smirked coldly, his hand fiercely stabbing into the floor. "Should we have a proper talk now?" After subduing the assassin, hearing some noise, Go-chan quickly pushed open the door and saw the man lying on the floor. He recognized him at once as Cho Il-sang, a close aide of the second young master. The second son? Why would he be here? I'm not sure, but considering he's wearing a mask, he couldn't have any good intentions. Go-chan advised, "The second young master always values talent. I would advise you best not to act rashly." But Jiang didn't care. He simply carried Cho Il-sang on his back and turned to leave. Seeing Jiang not listening to Go-chan, he lay on the floor and shouted, "Damn it, I don't care anymore. He won't kill him though, right? Even if he's reckless, he's smart." Go-chan talked to himself, but the thought of what Jiang did with the manor master made him nervous. He won't kill him, right? When Cho Il-sang woke up, he found himself hanging upside down from the beam. Facing Jiang's sharp gaze, he still spoke arrogantly, "I belong to the second young master. If he finds out how you've treated me, he will make sure you pay dearly." After saying this, he arrogantly demanded Jiang hand over the secret manual. "In return, I might speak well of you in front of the second young master, perhaps even sparing your life." Jiang merely smiled slightly and pulled out a dagger from his pocket. It seems the second brother really cherishes his subordinates. You're in such a state, yet you can still boast about his authority. Saying this, Jiang untied Cho Il-sang. Seeing this, Cho Il-sang thought the other party had compromised. Just as he felt a stroke of luck, Jiang's face showed a cold smile, and he asked coldly, "Whose fingers are these?" Cho Il-sang's face filled with terror and confusion. It was clearly his own fingers, yet he felt no pain at all. It turned out that Jiang had already used a paralysis poison on him. The affected would feel nothing in their body for 2 hours. Hearing this, Cho Il-sang panicked. Jiang sneered, "All right, from now on, for every question I ask, if you don't answer, I'll cut off one of your fingers every second. First, what was the purpose of the second brother sending you here?" Cho Il-sang was so frightened that he couldn't react in time. As he hesitated, Jiang's dagger easily sliced off his fingers. In an instant, Cho Il-sang was left with almost no fingers. When Jiang was about to chop off the last thumb, Cho Il-sang finally came to his senses from the fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. Cho Il-sang quickly explained that he was ordered to investigate whether Jiang had really lost his martial arts. Hearing this, Jiang fell into thought, surmising that Guard Cam had already sided with the second young master. He then asked again, "Was it Guard Cam who told you?" Cho Il-sang affirmed. Seeing the calculating young man in front of him, Cho Il-sang did not expect that just a few words would reveal Guard Cam's betrayal. This made him wonder if he had fallen into their scheme from the start. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford to think so much. As he sensed a strong murderous intent from Jiang, he desperately shouted, begging Jiang to spare him and swearing loyalty to the third young master, willing to do anything for his life. Just then, Jiang suddenly changed his previously vicious demeanor and showed a friendly smile. "I happen to have a favor to ask of you. Can you help me now?" Hearing this, Cho Il-sang, like grasping at a lifeline, eagerly thanked Jiang for sparing his life. "As long as it's an order from the third young master, I will accomplish it." As soon as the words left his mouth, A dagger pierced straight through his neck. You said you were willing to risk your life. Jiang cut his neck, his blood splattering. Jiang then looked at Cho Il-seng coldly and said, "Then I'll borrow your blood for a bit." The reason Jiang did this was to remove the prayer beads sealed on the magic book. He learned from the ancient book Inyang family that righteous objects could seal evil ones, meaning that the blood of a wrongfully killed person might break the seal. Thus, he dripped Cho Il-seng's blood on the magic book. In just a moment, the prayer beads on the book began to shatter bit by bit. As Jiang pondered what was sealed within the book, the blood in the box began to churn violently. The blood spread all around, and above the magic book, a cocoon formed by countless vapors of blood coalesced. When the entity within the cocoon hatched, the entire space was engulfed by a sea of blood. Just then, a slender jade leg stepped out from the sea of blood, and a beautiful woman dressed in red slowly walked towards Jiang. The aura she emitted far surpassed that of a green spirit. According to the records of the Inyang family ancient book, there is a 5th level of ghost spirit, blue spirit. At this moment, Jiang was unsure whether he was lucky or unfortunate. The woman issued a cold command from her lips, "Kneel." A mysterious pressure swept over, and Jiang's body was forcibly pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Foolish human, hand over your soul to me." As a vengeful spirit dead for over a century, a blue spirit of this kind usually requires a minimum of 10 Taoist masters to subdue. At that moment, Jiang slowly rose, finally experiencing the danger described in the book. He scoffed, saying, "It seems the book wasn't wrong. Indeed, a very dangerous entity." Seeing Jiang manage to stand, the woman in red couldn't help but take an interest in him. Jiang did not give up resisting, and even provocatively said, "Just a ghost spirit without a body. You can't really do anything." Hearing this, the woman in red smirked, "If you want my body, you'll have to take it by force." As soon as the words fell, the woman in red gently lifted her hand, and blood immediately gushed from the ground, forming sharp blades that pierced directly through Jiang's abdomen, leaving a deep gash. Jiang fell to the ground with a thud, but the woman in red did not stop there. A second blood spear rushed out mercilessly, destroying half of Jiang's face. The woman in red sneered, "Do you realize now? There's nothing you can do." Jiang spat out blood, the intense pain causing his body to tremble involuntarily, yet he never yielded. Seeing this, the woman in red was shocked. "Such a fragile human. Why not just hand over your soul willingly?" However, Jiang before her remained resolute, clearly no ordinary person. Thus, the woman in red waved her hand again, flinging Jiang harshly against the beam on the roof. "Mortal, I offer you a proposal. If you agree to give up your soul, I will grant you one wish." Faced with the woman in red's proposal, Jiang hesitated. Clearly, she had the upper hand. Why would she make such an offer? The woman in red explained, "Continuing to fight might harm your soul, which would be of no benefit to me. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I will show no mercy and kill you. Then find another suitable soul." Jiang sneered, indicating he indeed had one wish. The woman in red immediately became excited, eagerly asking, "Has someone betrayed you? Or has someone killed a loved one? Whoever it is, I can obliterate them. So tell me now, your desire." However, Jiang scoffed, "My wish is for you to shut up and then obediently become my familiar." This response completely infuriated the woman in red. She decided to let this foolish mortal taste the agony of having his bones sliced and flesh shredded. The woman in red waved her hand again, and countless blood-colored spikes shot out like arrows, instantly tearing Jiang's body into pieces. At the same time, Jiang's soul seemed to plunge into an endless sea of blood, his body sinking deeper and deeper. Jiang felt that the blood sea around him was different from any blood he had encountered before. Previously, the lively blood was full of vitality, warmth, and the breath of life. But now, all he felt was the cold of death. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, easily shattering the illusion. Countless cracks appeared, and the barrier instantly shattered, the terrifying shock wave also flinging the woman in red away. Jiang emerged from the illusion unharmed. The woman in red's face was full of shock, unable to accept that Jiang could so easily break through her illusions. But she was not willing to give up, waving her hand to again materialize a blood-colored butterfly that slowly flew towards Jiang. As the blood-colored butterfly approached, it sliced a wound across his face. Yet, Jiang did not even blink, continuing to stand there composedly. The woman in red was once again shocked. Her illusions, which even a top Taoist master might not be able to break, had been easily shattered by Jiang. Could this be a natural talent he was born with? Just then, Jiang suddenly burst into laughter, which made the woman in red grit her teeth in anger. She coldly said, "Even if you have broken the illusion, do you think you can change the situation at hand?" Jiang responded with a sneer, "I just remembered something amusing." The woman in red appeared somewhat flustered, especially when she looked at the human skin magic book that sealed her, realizing that the other party had discovered her weakness. Indeed, the more ancient a spirit, the more it requires a medium to inhabit, and this book was precisely her medium. In that instant, Jiang opened his mouth wide and began frantically tearing at the book cover. Simultaneously, lines of blood emerged on the woman in red's body. She stood aghast as her power began to overflow. She couldn't believe that Jiang had actually torn the book cover. That book was filled with demonic energy, and even a top shaman couldn't destroy it. They could only seal it temporarily, but now this brat had damaged it. The woman in red, frenzied, lunged at Jiang, grasping his neck tightly, with only one thought in mind: to end Jiang's life as quickly as possible. However, Jiang continued to chew on the book cover, asking the woman perplexedly, "Why didn't you simply take this human skin book?" In reality, he had already deduced the truth. The woman in red couldn't touch this eerie book at all. The woman in red, teeth clenched in anger, threatened Jiang to spit out the book immediately. At the same time, the blood energy within him began to surge, his body feeling as if it would burst apart like the first time he ingested poison. "Spit it out." However, what Jiang felt at this moment was not only the physical pain, but also the profound anger from the depths of the ghost spirit's heart. This rage far surpassed the physical pain. It was a burning desire for revenge. The woman in red cursed Jiang as a madman, her hands tightly clutching his throat, causing him to spit out fresh blood. At this moment, as their gazes met, the memories of the woman in red flooded into Jiang's mind like a torrent. The next second, Jiang found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by corpses and rivers of blood. Just then, Jiang found the woman in red. The severely wounded woman in red was struggling desperately. She tore off the cloth from her body, tightly wrapping her hands and sword together, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the man on the throne. Although Jiang couldn't hear what they were saying, he could feel the deep hatred and despair. Jiang clearly felt the towering rage in the woman in red's heart. The man on the throne looked down on her from above, which only fueled her anger further. She exerted all her strength and charged at the man. However, in just one round, the man's palm pierced through the woman in red's chest, even ripping her heart out directly. The woman in red fell at the foot of the stairs. As she fell, numerous figures gathered around her, pointing their weapon directly at her. Her eyes filled with despair as she helplessly watched numerous figures stabbing into her body with weapons. Jiang witnessed all these events unfolding. The woman in red couldn't even leave behind a complete body. She was ultimately made into this eerie human skin magic book. Meanwhile, Jiang suddenly awoke from the memory, surprised to find a red thread on his chest, connecting him tightly to the woman in red. Suddenly, the woman burst into tears, her tears flowing like water breaking through a dam. She had become Jiang's familiar. Jiang sighed in relief, thinking, "I got myself a blue ghost. This has to be a dream." The woman in red called out to Jiang. Anger swiftly consumed her rationality, and she frantically slapped Jiang's neck, demanding he immediately release the contract. However, the next second, a deep handprint shockingly appeared on her own neck. A sudden feeling of suffocation overwhelmed the woman in red. She was both furious and frustrated, yet helpless. Eventually, she angrily turned away, sulking in a corner alone. This scene, observed by Jiang, led him to an epiphany. Apparently, a familiar shares the pain with its master. This made him think of demonic monk, having endured so much pain before. What was it going through now? At this moment, demonic monk was standing pitifully outside, all its previous suffering reflected upon it. Yet, without Jiang's command, it could only silently endure the pain. Meanwhile, the woman in red gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere briefly became awkward. Seeing that she was not planning to engage with him, Jiang took the initiative to speak up. "Since we're going to be together from now on, shouldn't we get to know each other's names? My name is Mok Jun." However, the woman in red remained icy. Seeing this, Jiang decided to use his last resort. "Well then, from now on, I'll just call you Red Dung Beetle." The woman in red was both panicked and furious, furiously scolding Jiang. "Are you out of your mind? How dare you mock me?" Hearing this, Jiang laughed heartily, thinking to himself that his strategy had worked successfully, provoking a reaction from her. "It seems you're not too happy about it." The woman in red, rendered speechless by Jiang's antics, and still unwilling to reveal her identity due to her pride, declared, "You ants are not worthy of knowing my name." Jiang chuckled at her stubbornness and casually gave her a name, giving her level as a blue spirit. "Then from now on, I shall call you Blue Spirit," Jiang said offhandedly. The woman in red huffed and turned her head away, disdainfully ignoring him. Jiang sighed lightly, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this woman to have such strong pride. It's really troublesome since I can't defeat her by force." It looks like I'll have to slowly persuade her to like me. Moments later, Jiang turned his attention back to the human skin magic book and asked, Blue Spirit, do you know what's inside this? The woman in red still acted uninterested, waving her hand to indicate she was busy and didn't want to talk. Left with no choice, Jiang began to read the contents of the magic book himself. Although it was disorganized, he found it quite intriguing. His serious demeanor gradually caught the woman in red's attention. She thought he was just casually browsing, but the next second, Jiang accurately recited the incantation written on it. As soon as the incantation was recited, a strange power flowed into Jiang's body, and his hand holding the magic book stuck to the human skin pages. The woman in red was shocked, unable to believe what she saw. How did you do? Jiang, puzzled, didn't understand what had happened. Just as he was feeling confused, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared and began to corrode his body. The woman in red, sensing danger, urgently exclaimed, Little devil, hold your breath immediately. Empty your mind. Think of nothing. Following her instructions, Jiang held his breath and focused, and gradually, the sinister black energy stabilized. At the same time, with a thud, the magic book that had stuck to his hand fell to the ground. The woman in red was profoundly shaken, not expecting Jiang to so easily unravel the ritual of attachment. A person without martial arts skills possessing such an ability was unexpected. At this moment, the woman in red unprecedentedly showed a hint of a smile. She had not witnessed such a miracle during her life, and never expected to see such a thing after death. This young man truly was a prodigy. After escaping the danger, Jiang collapsed onto the ground, his face full of confusion. What exactly happened just now? The woman in red explained. It's because you couldn't control the ritual of attachment properly, and there was a problem with your breathing during the process. Jiang didn't miss a chance to tease her. So you're finally willing to talk to me seriously? The woman hurriedly explained. I was just afraid you would mess things up and get me involved. So what exactly is this ritual of attachment? Jiang continued to inquire. It's a technique that can generate a pulling force through the energy in the body. The woman in red answered. Jiang became even more puzzled. Then why do I feel a stomach ache and tightness in my veins? This is because you were pulling at nothing, leading to the reversal of the energy inside your body and causing your breath to become utterly chaotic. After explaining, the woman in red instructed Jiang to try it on Cho Il-sing's body. She then directed Jiang to position Cho Il-sing's body properly. Now, repeat the same method on this person. Jiang chanted the incantation, and a strong suction force appeared on his palm again. At this time, he felt a warm breath flowing through his veins and converging towards his energy core. It seems you have grasped the essence of it. This is the ritual of attachment, which can absorb the energy of all things, including qi. That is how the ritual of attachment works. Jiang was quite astonished. A warm energy is wrapping around my torso. Is this what Gochan referred to as qi? According to Gochan, qi takes a long time to cultivate. However, this method allows me to absorb someone else's qi. In other words, I can get stronger in a shorter period of time. Just when Jiang thought he was about to become invincible, the qi he had just absorbed suddenly dissipated. It just scattered away. Jiang confusedly said, It turns out that the cultivation of qi requires a special breathing technique so that the energy core can firmly hold on to it. Due to the specificity of this condensed qi, it is not easy to mix with someone else's qi. This means attempting to condense and maintain qi through the ritual of attachment is not feasible. Jiang felt deeply disappointed, but the woman in red encouraged him not to be discouraged. The ritual of attachment has its uses as is. After all, this is just the basics of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Even mastering just one of these techniques can reveal endless possibilities. Although the qi you absorb will quickly dissipate, qi is still qi. Try to concentrate the qi into your hand by circulating it. This left Jiang thoroughly confused. Qi circulation involves guiding the images in the mind to channel the energy, and as long as this is achieved, qi can be condensed into the palms. The woman in red did not believe Jiang could achieve this because, for a novice, without a breathing mantra, even exceptional talent is useless. However, things developed unexpectedly. Without any warning, the qi that had just dissipated now slowly started to condense into Jiang's palms. He threw a punch, and a thick beam was easily snapped into 2. This completely astonished the woman in red. Having seen many prodigies in her lifetime, it was the first time she had witnessed such an exceptional child. A complete novice in martial arts had executed a technique for qi circulation as a complete beginner. That's great. Jiang is astonished at what he can do. Just who is he? The woman in red became more curious. Looking at Jiang, the woman in red can't help but think, I've seen countless talented individuals in my lifetime, but I've never met someone like him before. At this moment, Jiang was reveling in the power of his punch, remarking, No wonder everyone wants to learn martial arts. Just mastering this makes it much easier to kill, Jiang casually stated. This comment once again astounded the woman in red. This boy was not only incredibly talented, but he had also perceived the essence of martial arts, how to effectively kill an opponent. Just then, Jiang called out to the woman in red and eagerly asked what the second technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques was. The woman was about to answer, when suddenly, thinking of something, she turned her head away haughtily. Almost tricked by you again. I absolutely will not help you. I just slipped up earlier. Now she finally understood why those old masters were always shouting about taking disciples. Seeing the woman revert to her uninterested demeanor, Jiang felt somewhat disappointed. He had intended to ask about the origin of the black energy on his hands, but given the current situation, he presumed she would not answer. Perhaps it was better to explore on his own. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lady Suk guard Ho Wang arrived at the Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as she entered the room, she was greeted by an assortment of eerie wooden sculptures, which made her spine chill. Just as she was about to speak, a nearby candlestick spontaneously ignited, filling the surroundings with a strange atmosphere. She quickly relayed the message that Shaman Miao had been killed by the third young master. This is Lady Suk's expression of grief, 300 silver nyang, and she stated that if the other party was willing to take on the commission to kill the third young master, the lady would add an extra 400 silver nyang as a reward. However, after she finished speaking, the room remained eerily silent. Only the candlestick extinguished by itself. It seemed the deal was done. Ho Wang immediately turned to leave. Although the room was empty, she felt as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at her back, sending shivers down her spine. After Ho Wang left, several figures suddenly appeared in the previously empty room, holding staffs and wearing veils. They all gathered around the corpse of Shaman Miao. Based on Ho Wang's description, they quickly confirmed that the third young master had employed a ghost spirit, and moreover, one of the yellow spirit level. However, they were puzzled, as normally a vengeful spirit could not become a familiar, meaning this third young master was quite dangerous. The leader of the pavilion softly instructed, "One of you, go immediately and kill this third young master." In the morning, Zhang got up and ordered Gokun to bring a brazier. Just as Gokun wondered what he intended to do, Zhang took out 2 martial arts secret manuals from his bosom. Those were the peerless techniques everyone dreamed of. Gokun was instantly shocked, and before he could recover, Zhang nonchalantly tore the manuals to shreds and threw them into the brazier. Gokun exclaimed in disbelief, unable to process what was happening. This insane bastard just burned the secret manual, unable to understand the reason behind this. Gokun questions Zhang, "What are you doing? Such a waste of heaven-sent treasures. You're crazy." Third young master, "Although I know you do not know martial arts, everyone wants these manuals. You could have used them properly." Zhang, unconcerned, casually threw a new manual at Gokun's face, scoffing, "That's exactly why I burned them. The real techniques have all been preserved here." He pointed at his head. "So now, only I can utilize them." Hearing this, Gokun suddenly understood. But Zhang's next statement shocked him even more. "Before the sun rises, make sure to deliver this manual to Lady Suk and the second young master." Gokun was both surprised and puzzled. "Didn't you say everyone wants it?" Zhang smirked in response. "Ironically, I am a person who loves peace. So isn't it a beautiful thing if I can share it with my family?" Looking at the sinister smile on Zhang's face, Gokun could not fathom the depths of his schemes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guard Cam got up in the morning and started tidying his room, then carefully checked what needed to be done today. This was a habit he developed while working as an assassin, living strictly according to a planned schedule. However, soon he wouldn't need to live this way because if he could successfully help the second young master ascend to the position of family head, he would become an elder of Mock Sword Manor. Thinking of the wonderful life beckoning to him, Guard Cam felt extremely relaxed. However, reality often deviates from expectations. At that moment, a servant came to inform him that the second young master needed him. Moments later, outside Mok Yunpyong's room, Guard Cam stood there, his head bleeding. Just a while ago, it turned out that Cho Il-sang's disappearance had infuriated Mok Yunpyong, who blamed everything on Guard Cam. Guard Cam was at a loss, but still firmly promised that he had not deceived the second young master. However, by this point, the second young master had already lost trust in him and picked up an inkstone from the desk and smashed it at Guard Cam's head. Then why hasn't Escort Cho returned yet? With Guard Cam's skills, he could have easily dodged, but he chose not to, knowing that if he continued to act against the second young master now, his plans for a change of masters would be ruined. He had invested too much to give up now. Having come so far, Guard Cam would not allow such an incident to occur. Enduring the pain on his head, he swore with his right arm, "Please give me some time. I will find out the truth and explain everything to you." Seeing Guard Cam's demeanor did not seem deceptive, Mok Yunpyong pondered for a moment, then said, "Good, then prove it to me." If you can find Cho Il-sang within 2 hours, I will believe you. But if you fail, you will lose not just your arm, but your life. I'll keep that in mind, Guard Cam answered immediately. Moments later, Guard Cam left the room furiously, his mind racing. Ever since that imposter appeared, everything had deviated from his plan. Although he thought Zhang was unlikely to be involved, if that boy had used some trick, Guard Cam would not let him off easily. Thinking this, he headed straight for Zhang's room. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly ran into Go Chang, and seeing Go Chang looking disheveled, Guard Cam, furious, abruptly grabbed his neck. Didn't I tell you not to take your eyes off that boy for even a moment? Do you think I was joking? Go Chang was already guilty and faltered under Guard Cam's tirade. But just as he tried to argue, Guard Cam suddenly noticed the manual in Go Chang's arms. Guard Cam snatched the manual. Go Chang immediately felt something was wrong, but it was already too late. When Guard Cam saw the name on the cover, even he showed a look of disbelief. He then called out to Go Chang, which made Go Chang shiver. What have you been doing this whole time? At this moment, rage completely took over Guard Cam. Go Chang gritted his teeth while sweating profusely. Soon after, Guard Cam, dragging an injured Go Chang, headed towards Zhang's room, pushed open the door, and violently threw Go Chang's body inside. Seeing Go Chang lying on the ground, barely alive, Zhang revealed a meaningful smile. Welcome. I've been waiting for you, Guard Cam. Explain yourself. Zhang's composed demeanor infuriated Guard Cam, who grabbed Zhang's neck and demanded, if you try anything funny, I'll kill you. Zhang smiled and responded, did you say that? I can't recall. What exactly did you do to the second young master's guard? Zhang feigned innocence and calmly replied, what could someone who doesn't know martial arts possibly do to him? Guard Cam knew Zhang was right, but still felt uneasy. Zhang, before him, had killed the real third young master without hesitation. With such cunning, how could he be expected to obey? Suddenly, Guard Cam realized, it must be this guy who killed Cho Il-sang. Thinking this, Guard Cam immediately drew a dagger, determined, a person like this must not be allowed to live. Seeing Guard Cam pull out a weapon, Zhang showed an excited smile. What will you do now, Guard Cam? You switched sides, but the damn fake killed the second sun guard. Guard Cam was extremely furious, as a sword slash crossed, blood splattered. However, Zhang did not die. With eyes full of reluctance, Guard Cam growled, for 3 years. Do you know how I survived these 3 years? To get into Mock Sword Manor, I spent all the money and time I had. Every day, I had to do various chores, and it was hard enough to make it till now. But now you've ruined everything. So I must kill you, or I too will die here. Guard Cam roared in anger. I'm going to kill you and leave. I have no other option. At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed into his mind. No, Guard Cam shouted, which startled Zhang. Cho Il-sang's already dead. There's nothing that can be done about that, but there is something that can replace him. At that moment, Guard Cam pulled out a manual from his bosom. But now, you still have one chance. Tell me where the rest of the manuals are. Maybe then, I'll spare your life. You have it, right? Answer me. Seeing Guard Cam finally showing his true colors, Zhang smirked coldly, but still maintained an innocent appearance. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that soft tactics were ineffective, Guard Cam once again pointed the dagger at Zhang's neck, threatening, if things go wrong for me, I can just kill you and leave. But who knows? It might change my mind if you give me the rest of the secret manual. But if you keep lying that you don't know, you're going to die a terrible and slow death filled with suffering. So you better give it up while I still have my patience. Zhang sighed lightly. All right, I'll give them to you now. Hearing this, Guard Cam instantly became excited, hastily reaching for the manuals from Zhang. But the next second, Zhang placed his own hand on Guard Cam's, smirking coldly. Now, I've given them to you. The manuals are all in my mind. Guard Cam flew into a rage instantly, ready to punish Zhang, but Zhang suddenly gripped his hand tightly. A strange power suddenly emerges, and Guard Cam is utterly shocked. Thought-shattering 8 techniques. First technique, attachment, and Guard Cam's chi began to flow continuously into Zhang's body. Zhang stated coldly, I was considering who to use this trick on, but you've come to me voluntarily. I'm so grateful for that. Guard Cam was shocked, trying to withdraw his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. In panic, Guard Cam raised his dagger and stabbed towards Zhang. Fortunately, Zhang dodged in time, avoiding the lethal strike, but in that instant, their hands separated. Then, Guard Cam kicked Zhang flying, but by then, he had lost sensation in his hand. Although he didn't understand how the other party did it, he knew that if he delayed any longer, his life would be at risk, as expected of a first-rate martial artist. That wasn't enough. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Zhang realized that the tricks he used before were not enough to confront a top-level master. I'll have to find a different way to kill you. At this moment, filled with murderous intent, Guard Cam had no hesitation, raising the dagger to completely eradicate Zhang. Zhang decisively summoned Demon Monk. With a low chant, Guard Cam's hand was weirdly suspended in midair. Just as he wondered what was happening, Zhang quickly grabbed the fallen dagger. "You, what have you done this time?" Zhang looked at him fiercely. "Well, another dirt little trick. I'll show you in more detail." At this time, Demon Monk is grabbing Guard Cam's arm fiercely, then pulling him immediately. Zhang sneered, "I'll give this back to you. Both your inner energy and this dagger." Zhang fiercely stabbed the dagger into Guard Cam's body. The intense pain made Guard Cam involuntarily grunt. "They were both yours." After all, the sudden turn of events made Guard Cam's dagger back. "That was bad. The location he stabbed me in is dangerous. If I take this incorrectly, the bleeding is going to be fatal." At this moment, Guard Cam already regretted bringing such a calamity back, but he still had a trick up his sleeve. He sneered, "Third young master, you haven't forgotten about the poison pill, right?" Hearing this, Zhang smirked. "Go on, let's negotiate. If we continue fighting, it's likely to end with both of us hurt. How about this? I give you the antidote and money. Isn't your goal to get out of here anyway?" Right now, Guard Cam thought that if he could just bow his head temporarily, he could always find another opportunity to eliminate Zhang later. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out blood and fell to his knees. Zhang just stared at him blankly. Guard Cam was full of confusion, as the damage from just before was clearly not fatal. What was going on? Why am I so severely injured now? Guard Cam wondered in his heart. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. "This is poison," he then exclaimed in shock. "When did you poison me?" Zhang replied indifferently. "Your dagger got my blood on it." "What are you talking about?" Guard Cam asked in confusion. Zhang sneered. "My blood is extremely poisonous. I've eaten a lot of poisonous plants since I was young, so my blood turned poisonous." Hearing this, Guard Cam sweats profusely. "As for the poison pill you gave me, it doesn't affect me at all. I don't need the antidote." This revelation hit Guard Cam like a thunderclap, and he immediately felt the fear of death. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, but now his whole body shook uncontrollably. He didn't want to die and pleaded desperately. "Have mercy. I'll swear my loyalty to you. I'll become your dog. I'll lick your feet if you wish. Just please spare my life." Yet Zhang's expression remained cold. "I like your attitude." Zhang then gives him a smile. "How nice is this? With that kind of attitude, we'll work great together." Hearing this, Guard Cam smiled, feeling relieved. But the next second, Zhang gave him an ominous smile. "We would have if that was how you had acted from the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang forcefully drove the dagger deep into Guard Cam's chest. "How could a dog that switches masters so easily ever be loyal?" Zhang said coldly, showing no intention of mercy. "Loyalty, my ass. Or do you disagree?" Zhang twisted the dagger harder, which made Guard Cam scream from pain. "You're better off dead." Gradually, Guard Cam lost consciousness amid endless regret and reluctance. Having done all this, Zhang stood up and stretched lazily. Although it had taken some effort, he felt quite fortunate to have dealt with this major problem so quickly. Then, his gaze turned to Go Chang, who was pretending to be dead nearby. "Should I kill Go Chang too?" And then he thought to himself, Guard Cam didn't know about the manual being burned, so this guy is quite tight-lipped. He's still useful to me too. Thinking this, he woke Go Chang. "Get up quickly. I saw you moving around during the fight." Go Chang, exposed by Zhang, was slightly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "By the way, you know how to keep secrets. I'm liking you more and more," Zhang said with a smile. Shortly after, Zhang instructed Go Chang to dismiss everyone around while he stayed behind to deal with Guard Cam's body. He placed his hand on Guard Cam's body again, and just like before, a warm energy continuously flowed into Zhang's body. But this time, Zhang wasn't absorbing Guard Cam's chi. He wanted to confirm something else. As Guard Cam's chi was completely absorbed, a dense black energy surged up instantly. This was the death energy emitted after a person dies. Unlike chi, this cold chi did not dissipate after entering Zhang's core, making him feel as though he was back to his days as the side demon. This entire scene was witnessed by Blue Spirit. Now she finally understood why that demon monk obeyed Zhang. That's a monster. Zhang's demonic powers were likely about to break through. At the same time, inside the room of the second young master, Zhang Yangpiang, as Mok Yunpiang's chief guard, thought that Guard Cam would not dare to lie. However, the second young master did not think so. He believed that if Guard Cam were to lie, it would be a lie that could not be easily exposed because he knew that people like Guard Cam, who are bullies yet fearful at heart if treated too leniently at the beginning, would definitely become overbearing later. Thus, the second young master knew well how to handle such people to make them clearly understand who the real master is. Therefore, until the truth was fully uncovered, the second young master decided to appear magnanimous. Only then would Guard Cam bow down before him submissively. Hearing this, deeply admired the second young master Mok Yunpiang's mastery of manipulating people. People with low loyalty like Guard Cam indeed needed to be tested. However, just then, the door burst open. "There's a problem." Guard Han Sang suddenly came to report. Guard Cam attempted to kill the third young master, and the third young master claimed during the investigation in the outer hall that the person who instigated him was none other than young Master Mok Yunpyeong. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. Regardless of why Guard Cam had suddenly acted this way, the mere accusation by the third young master was enough to infuriate Mok Yunpyeong to the point of rage. He loudly demanded, "Where on earth did Guard Cam go?" Yet, no one knew the whereabouts of Guard Cam, as if he had vanished into thin air. Mok Yunpyeong felt something was seriously wrong and immediately grabbed a weapon, ready to confront the third young master himself. Seeing this, everyone quickly stepped forward to stop him. If you attack the third young master now, it would only confirm his accusations. Fuming, Mok Yunpyeong shouted, "Am I supposed to just sit back and let that bastard mock me?" Suddenly, John Yangpyeong thought of a solution. "Perhaps we can contact that place." That statement made Mok Yunpyeong stop in his tracks and then listen carefully. If what the third young master says is true, letting them handle it should be simpler than we expected. After all, the organization Guard Cam belongs to is reputed to be very confident in their assassination skills. According to their ironclad rules, failure is absolutely not allowed. Even those who leave the organization are no exception, so they will spare no effort to complete the task. I'll contact them later. John Yangpyeong refers to one of the 3 assassination organizations of the Central Plains known as the Flying Death School. After hearing John Yangpyeong's suggestion, Mok Yunpyeong's anger gradually subsided, and his attitude changed. "The Flying Death School, you say? Good." At this moment, Zhang was practicing internal strength according to the methods described in the manual, but no matter how he tried, the true qi would mysteriously dissipate as soon as it reached near his core. Unable to detect what went wrong, he called over Go Chan and asked if he knew the reason. After hearing Zhang's dilemma, Go Chan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The guy who didn't even know martial arts yesterday now wanted to feel true qi overnight? This guy must be insane. At this moment, he really wanted to scold Zhang. But remembering that he was still just a kid who didn't know any better, and that doing so would likely lead to his own punishment later, he resisted. Go-chan offered, "Let me test it for you. I'll channel some true qi into your body to see what the problem is." As they sat cross-legged and began the exercise, true qi slowly gathered around Zhang. Go-chan was shocked. He really could manipulate true qi. Moreover, from the flow of the true qi, Zhang's acupoints appeared completely unblocked, a state not even a master of internal strength could easily achieve daily. Could this guy truly be a one-of-a-kind genius? As Go Chan's true qi moved further into Zhang's core, an eerily cold energy suddenly forcefully pushing Go Chan's hands away, and, as expected, Zhang's accumulated true qi dissipated. Seeing Go Chan's hesitant expression, Zhang encouraged him to speak openly and honestly. Go Chan said with a wry smile, "Actually, I'm not sure what that strange energy is, but from what we've seen, you really can accumulate internal strength in your core." Disappointed, Zhang wondered if this was as far as he could go. Then, Go Chan added, "Think about it. The energy in your core doesn't seem to be generated by normal breath control. Rather, it feels completely opposite." An idea immediately pops into Zhang's mind. Seeing this, Go Chan immediately regretted it, quickly explaining it was just his guess and urged Zhang not to take it seriously. However, Zhang fell into thought, "Maybe you're right. I should try circulating my qi in reverse." Hearing this, Go Chan was alarmed. Reversing breath control could easily lead to deviating from the path, and he quickly tried to dissuade him. But just then, a mist of blood trapped him firmly. Blue Spirit appeared like a specter, hushing him with a gesture, signaling Go Chan to stay quiet. Harming their contractor would backfire, but if the contractor died by his own actions, the spirit could be freed. She had long awaited this moment. "Once you become a spirit, I will personally tear you to shreds." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the villa, Lady Suk was meeting someone. It was a Taoist master from Phoenix Pavilion. "You may call me Shua." However, she was uneasy. How could they send only one person when even a formidable man like Shaman Miao was killed, and from the sound of it, a young woman? Furthermore, why was Shaman Miao's body brought back? Shaman Miao's body was brought back as a clue to track the killer. Shua slowly said, "Until I find the murderer of disciple Miao, I will not leave." Hearing the word disciple, Lady Suk is a bit shocked, thinking Shua is higher in status than Shaman Miao. But first, there's one thing I must make clear. The third son, he's going to die. Hearing this, Lady Suk was initially surprised. "Truth be told, I didn't have the highest expectations of you." Then she smiled contentedly, "But now I'm starting to like you." After receiving Lady Suk's confirmation, Shua formed hand seals and chanted a spell. The next second, Shaman Miao's corpse eerily opened its eyes and mouth wide. Simultaneously, Shua struck several more hand seals and plunged a peachwood dagger fiercely into Shaman Miao's corpse. As streams of eerie energy emerged, grotesque lumps bubbled up on Shaman Miao's body and soon transformed into tentacles that writhed out from his orifices, ultimately forming a giant hand that surged towards the direction of Zhang. At this moment, unaware of the looming danger, Zhang was in the room, but Blue Spirit sensed something amiss first. By the time she reacted, the giant hand had already grabbed towards Zhang's head. Fortunately, Demon Monk reacted first, intercepting the ghost hand, but as a mere yellow spirit, he could not withstand the ghost hand and was easily knocked away. Seeing this, Blue Spirit felt an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Shua's spell casting continued. The Peachwood dagger wildly stabbing Shaman Miao's corpse, and with each thrust, Shaman Miao's agony was transmitted unabated to whoever touched the ghost hand. This scene, viewed by Lady Sook, thrilled her immensely. Yes, that's it. Let that little brat taste what pain is, she thought. At this time, Blue Spirit also took action. She exhaled a puff of smoke, gently raised her hand, and the blood on the ground instantly turned into countless blades, slicing all the ghost hands apart. Blue Spirit smiled coldly, curious to see who was so bold as to disrupt her plans. With a piercing gaze, Blue Spirit instantly recognized the spellcaster behind the scenes. How dare they try to mess with my prey? She then swung her hand, uttering the word annihilation, and a terrifying energy followed the ghost hand to strike Shua. Blowing her away along with Shaman Miao's corpse, Lady Sook immediately ran to her. Master Shua, are you okay? Shua spat blood, her body sweating profusely from shock. She couldn't believe someone could use the ghost hand to cast spells in reverse. This opponent's level was far beyond that of a yellow spirit. She sighed and said to Lady Sook, "My lady, it seems our deal needs to be renegotiated." Hearing Shua wanting to change the terms of the deal on the spot, everyone present was perplexed. Shua continued, "As you've seen, if my life is to be the stake, then the compensation for this mission must be raised to 1,000 silver coins." Hearing this, Lady Sook frowned. Has that guy really become that dangerous? Typically, a ghost spirit of the yellow spirit level could pose a life threat to humans, but the one you speak of far exceeds this level. A slight mistake could be disastrous. However, rest assured, although most shaman cannot handle a spirit of that level, I am different. Hearing this, Lady Sook thinks carefully, then agrees to Shua's terms, which shocked her guard. However, Lady Sook looks at Shua with piercing eyes. You'd better have a sure method of eliminating Mok Jiyuan. Just as there are ranks among spirit, there are among Taoist masters, and my level is 2 ranks higher than Shaman Miao's. Shua straightened her posture and removed her cloak, revealing a graceful face. Lady Sook was stunned upon learning that Shua was a lot younger than she imagined. Furthermore, I am one of the only 3 Taoist masters in Phoenix Pavilion. Meanwhile, as Shua walked towards the door, an eerie shadow transformed on her body under the light. I assure you, the 3rd young master will definitely not be safe. Her voice echoed coldly through the air. The scene shifted to Blue Spirit, who was furiously upset over the recent events. If Zhang died during the circulation of qi, he couldn't be ruled as a suicide, and thus, the opportunity Blue Spirit had long awaited would be wasted. Therefore, she had to protect Zhang at all costs to prevent any disturbances. However, the situation developed unexpectedly. At that moment, streaks of black qi began to emanate from Zhang. Blue Spirit was horrified, barely believing a living person could absorb the qi of death. Not a single day with him is ordinary, she thought to herself. Not only did he understand the principle behind attachment all by himself, he even immediately accomplished circulating his qi when he had no clue about it, despite her reluctance to admit it. Zhang's astonishing talent increasingly intrigued her. Zhang opened his eyes, observing the gathering black qi in his hands, and chuckled. As I suspected, this method prevents the qi from dispersing. It's just a pity that this black qi is still too sparse to condense into qi at the core. However, this statement left Blue Spirit utterly speechless. Mortal, are you truly a living human? Hearing this, Zhang was confused. What sort of perfectly alive human being is able to drag in the death qi? Blue Spirit pointed out in confusion. Just then, Zhang noticed the room had become a complete mess. At this moment, Demon Monk sat nearby, looking as if he had been through a battle, while Go-chan lay on the ground, sound asleep. Blue Spirit's face turned awkward, about to make an excuse. But Demon Monk sternly interjected and reported everything to Zhang. You backstabbing baldy, you were part of it just now too. Blue Spirit turned her head away haughtily. You little devil, I saved you from reverse murder, and not even a thank you. Zhang was about to ask what reverse murder is when suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded. Blue Spirit frowned. You really do attract a lot of annoying things. Just then, Zhang notices something on the floor. Shadows began to pour into the room from the doorway. What sort of lunatic thought to control something like this as their familiar? Blue Spirit said in disgust. Zhang's first time seeing it, asked what it was. It turns out these are dakibis, native to Mount Yuya, the armor-clad insects. As shadows surged into the room, Zhang shockingly discovered that these shadows were comprised of a vast army of poisonous insects. The ones that reside in the mountain are referred to as chimi or mountain spirits, and the ones in the sea as morio or sea spirits. For a long time, the people have called these spirits, which cause disaster and trouble, kamamorio. Among them was a beast called the mountain-piercing shelled beast, which had the appearance of a bird, but possesses the tail of a snake. It could summon insects to attack humans. It is a very dangerous and lethal being. At this moment, however, this formidable army of insects had become Shua's familiar. For Shua, Shaman Miao's life or death was of no concern to her. However, she was very annoyed to see a familiar face ruined by an evil spirit and killed like that. Thus, the third young master, Mak Jieyun, must die. With an order from Shua, the beast spread its wings and flew toward Zhang's room. At the same time, the insect army began their attack. Seeing this, Zhang is a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Gochan still slept soundly on the bed, until Zhang slapped his face to wake him. He was shocked to see bugs swarming them. Whoa, what's all this? Just then, Gochan felt intense pain in his hand. In just moments, his palms were bitten into swollen wounds by the poisonous insects. Zhang urgently instructed Gochan to circulate his qi to protect himself, but he knew this was only a temporary delay. With so many poisonous insects, they would eventually be devoured if a solution was not found soon. At this time, Blue Spirit stood by. What will you do? You're going to become insect food at this rate. Her detached attitude mildly infuriating Zhang. Blue Spirit, can you help us? Blue Spirit still appeared indifferent after hearing this. Are you referring to me? Why? What reason do I have to help you? She deliberately responded coldly. You're supposed to be my familiar spirit. Are you going to keep being uncooperative? Blue Spirit smirked. I'll consider it if you'll give me your body. Hearing this, Zhang turned his head back. Never mind. We'll all just die together then. Out of options, Zhang continued to fight off the insects with a pillow. As the situation became increasingly desperate, Blue Spirit finally spoke up slowly. How about we make a bet? Hearing this, Zhang pauses. If you're truly on the brink of death, it means you've lost. And at that time, you'll have to willingly offer your soul. Conversely, if you can resolve this crisis on your own, I'll support you wholeheartedly in the future. Hearing this, Zhang instantly revealed a smile that suggested his plan had worked. Deal. I hope you keep your word, Zhang said solemnly. Hearing Zhang speak nonchalantly, Blue Spirit is shocked. Young master, there are even more bugs now. What should we do? Gochan shouted in panic. Gochan, help me find something to burn. We're going to start a fire in this place. Gochan was shocked. Starting a fire here was akin to digging their own graves. What on earth was Zhang thinking? But with no other option, Gochan looked toward a nearby lantern. However, the swarm had already heavily surrounded them, making it difficult to reach the lantern. Just then, Zhang lightly lifted his hand, smoothly executing the ritual of attachment, and a pulling force immediately drew the lantern into his grasp. Gochan was frightened, but there was no time for explanations. Zhang quickly lit a strip of cloth. He intended to use this method to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, from the beginning, Zhang had seen through everything. Such a multitude of poisonous insects must have someone casting spells from behind. Normally, ordinary people would not have access to a priest, but Lady Suk was an exception. That is to say, there must be a master of spells beside her, and Zhang's purpose in making a large fire was precisely to draw out the mastermind. However, just as the cloth was ignited, suddenly a black fog appeared and instantly extinguished the flame. At the same time, footsteps could be heard from outside. How foolish to think such trivial tricks could deceive me. The voice of Shua came coldly as she nonchalantly walked through the swarm of insects, her right eye emitting a white light, a natural ability of hers that allowed her to see another world made of qi. Whatever you may be doing beyond the walls, you cannot hide from me, Shua stated coldly as she focused her eyes on the wall. At this moment, in Shua's eyes, Zhang was enveloped in a red qi, and he was also connected by two red lines. I finally found you. Then, with a loud bang, the entire wall was blown away by a palm strike from Shua. Seeing the mastermind finally appear, Zhang gave a cold smile. Nice to meet you. The next second, Demon Monk's figure stealthily appeared above Shua's head. However, Shua remained unfazed. Simply uttering a word, and an enormous hand materialized out of thin air, immediately pressing Demon Monk to the ground. No matter what you do, it's futile. Seeing the situation growing dire, Gokun pulled out a dart, hoping to sneak attack. But Shua was prepared. She threw a thunder talisman, and the dart in Gokun's hand was blasted away before he could even throw it. Zhang caught the falling dart, ready to counterattack, but Shua's familiar wings flapped violently, sending a tornado of insects furiously towards Zhang. Untrained in martial arts, Zhang was immediately swept away by the swarm. Yet, Shua had no intention of stopping. Countless poisonous insects, like a tornado, tightly wrapped around Zhang. At this moment, demon monk was pinned down by tentacles and couldn't move, the situation easily controlled by Shua. She thought she might have misjudged. Perhaps the opponent's spirit was not at the level of a green spirit. She gently stroked her familiar chin, complimenting its fine work. Let's go now. The swarm of bugs will eat him up if we just leave him be. But just when she thought everything was under control, she suddenly stopped feeling a strange black chi rose from Zhang's body. Shua turned back and was stunned. At the same time, Zhang, like a ghostly figure, stood up again without hesitation. He quickly slashed across his own body with the sword in his hand, and blood immediately spurted out. Shua is utterly shocked by the situation. The surrounding poisonous insects, upon contact with the blood, fell like meteors to the ground. Even so, Zhang did not stop. He raised his sword again, piercing his own palm, and blood dripped all over his body. Seeing this scene, even the battle-hardened Shua showed a look of terror, unable to believe what she was seeing. In a moment of distraction, Zhang charged furiously at her. My blood is a deadly poison, so it's a great way to exterminate bugs too, Zhang said coldly. With that, Zhang's sword fiercely stabbed towards Shua's body. Fortunately, Shua reacted in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. She then commanded the mountain-piercing shelled beast to attack. The beast faces head-on with Zhang. This time, Shua realized that the insects could no longer harm Zhang, so she needed to buy more time. Immediately, Shua began forming seals with her fingers, chanting a spell spirit commanding method. An energy began to gather in her palms. However, Zhang clearly wasn't going to give her a chance to complete her spell. Thought-shattering 8 techniques. First technique, Ritual of Attachment. A terrifying suction force erupted from Zhang's palm, pulling Shua's familiar towards him, leaving her no chance to resist. It was sucked right next to Zhang's hand. Seeing this, Shua was shocked, though she didn't know how Zhang had managed it. Finally, it's quiet, Zhang said while fiercely grabbing Shua's familiar by its neck. She stopped her spell casting and lunged at Zhang, preparing for a final counterattack. But it was too late. Zhang exerted a little pressure with his palm, and Shua immediately felt excruciating pain. What shocked her even more was that Zhang in front of her was unabashedly absorbing the death chi she controlled. This scene was beyond her comprehension. Even the most senior elders of the Phoenix Pavilion had never seen a living person who could absorb death chi and survive. Yet, Zhang not only succeeded in absorbing it, but also turned it into his own power. Zhang had originally only intended to capture the bird controlling the poisonous insects. But to his surprise, the bird gave him an unexpected gift. Its vast death chi far exceeded his expectations, even more than what he had gained from personally killing a lot of people. If he could absorb all this death chi, he was confident that he could successfully condense chi within his core. Shua seemed to realize Zhang's intentions, her hands trembling as she begged him to stop. If you keep doing that, it will die? However, Zhang just showed a devilish smile, with no intention of stopping at all. Meanwhile, somewhere in Blessing Flower Hall, Lady Suk's residence, Lady Suk anxiously awaited news from Shua. Although she was confident in this commission, after disposing of the third young master, she had to ensure to get her hands on the secret manual. If not, she will make sure that these secrets did not fall into others' hands. Just then, Shua finally appeared in the distance. The lady almost laughed out loud, thinking she had succeeded. Imagining her son soon taking the position of the manor master, her heart was already overjoyed, even starting to envision a future where she was above 10,000 people. However, at that moment, Shua suddenly stopped, and before the crowd could react, she shouted, "Great First Madam, we, the Phoenix Pavilion, can no longer accept the order to kill Mac Jiangwen." With that statement, the entire place erupted into chaos. With a buzz, Lady Suk's mind went blank. Cunning bastard, he's the devil himself. To make me do something like this, Shua thought while gritting her teeth. Just now, Zhang had used Shua's familiar life as leverage to force her to expose Lady Suk publicly because he knew that even if Shua was defeated now, the Phoenix Pavilion would continue to send people. Thus, he decided to use this method to turn Lady Suk and the Phoenix Pavilion into enemies. Shua understood that this action was akin to betraying the Phoenix Pavilion, but she had no choice. She continued to shout, "Lady Suk, you claimed that young Master Mac Jiangwen was possessed by a demon and ordered us to exorcise the evil and take his life. However, upon my confirmation, young Master Mac Jiangwen has not been possessed by anything. Therefore, please retract your commission to the Phoenix Pavilion." Instantly, Shua's voice spread throughout the entire villa, turning the once quiet, Blessing Flower Hall into a scene of uproar. Hearing that Lady Suk wanted Mac Jiangwen's life, many people lit lamps and got up to check, and there were even calls to capture this sinister and vicious lady. At the same time, guards from the outer hall rushed over at the sound. At this moment, Lady Suk was sweating profusely and utterly panicked. When Shua returned to Zhang's room, The entire villa was already in chaos. She looked up the window and Zhang, still holding Shua's familiar by the neck, merely smirked. Is everything taken care of? Just as you wished. The lady has been captured as a criminal and the Phoenix Pavilion has become hostile to her. Shua said this, gritting her teeth with irritation to fulfill Zhang's demands. She had completely betrayed the Phoenix Pavilion and her life might be hunted by them from now on. Give me back my familiar spirit as promised. But he just smirked ghostly and said, before that, I have some questions to ask you. Moments later, inside the room, Shua looked puzzled. You want to know about spirit and goblins? Yes, including Demon Monk by my side and those who can control them, especially you from the Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang answered. However, upon hearing Zhang's question, Shua didn't know how to respond. Although she confirmed that Zhang wasn't possessed by an evil spirit, she still couldn't understand how he managed to turn an evil spirit into a familiar, and on top of that, she could see another one. Seeing that Shua didn't respond, Zhang slightly increased the pressure on his hand. Frightened, Shua hurriedly began to speak. There are 6 levels to the Kai Memorial: ominous beasts, strange beasts, mythical beasts, demonic beasts, sacred beasts, and divine beasts. Even the lowest level, the ominous beast, can bring significant disaster to humans, and as their level increases, they become even more dangerous. As for the Phoenix Pavilion, only 3 people can control such beasts as their familiar spirits. One of them is Go, who has long aided the Hall Master. He handles the strange beast of Luwu Mountain known as Gujiao. Although I don't know its abilities, it's said that its mere presence is a major disaster. The second one is the Master of the Phoenix Pavilion, although no one knows what monster he controls, but its level is certainly very high. Zhang curiously asked, could he be controlling a sacred beast or a divine beast? Shua denied his speculation. No, those only exist in legends, let alone becoming a human familiar. Therefore, it's most likely that the Pavilion Master's familiar is either a mythical beast or a demonic beast. Having said that, Shua pulled out a copy of the Classic of Mountains and seized from her pocket. The details about these monsters are all recorded in this book. If there's anything unclear, you can look it up carefully. Zhang took the book, flipping through it casually as if finding a treasure. Even these lowest level monsters contain such immense energy. He began to look forward to encountering higher level monsters. Then, he casually threw the familiar spirit back to Shua. Watching her critically injured familiar in her arms, Shua trembled with anger, but still had to forcibly thank him. Even Go-chan thought Zhang was being a bit excessive. Moments later, watching Shua's indignant departure, Zhang felt great joy in his heart. Now, the Lady Sook could no longer pose a threat to him, and he had absorbed huge amounts of energy from Shua's familiar, enough to form inner power in his core. This meant that no one could stop him from learning martial arts anymore. But at that moment, Go-chan asked in confusion, are you really just going to let her go? Now that you two have such a deep grudge, she will surely not let you go in the future. To this, Zhang was unconcerned, since I promised to let her go. Moreover, she won't be able to pose a threat to me anymore. Hearing this, Go-chan is confused. Just then, Zhang smiled as if talking to someone. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your part of the promise. Not long after, outside the Blessing Flower Hall, holding the dying familiar in her arms, she vowed that one day she would return for revenge. However, the next second, a tremendous force hit her, causing her to stagger backward, followed by instinctive trembling as she felt an impending death, the horror and evil too great. At the same time, her right eye began bleeding, and a pair of hands quietly appeared behind her head. A second later, her right eye burst open, and the crimson moonlight enveloped everything around. Just then, Blue Spirit appeared like a specter before Shua, coldly smiling, even without eyes. You still look so lovely. At that moment, Shua was numb all over from the Yuriora. Simultaneously, a strange scene occurred. The blood from the corner of her eye didn't drip down, but gathered and surged crazily into her mouth. Back in the outer hall of Blessing Flower Hall, the First Lady was desperately defending herself. How could I possibly harm the third young master? It must be him and that priestess conspiring against me. But her words were soon interrupted. She immediately stopped speaking. This person was Sang-won Bik, the outer hall master. Unlike the chief of the inner hall, Sang-won Bik was utterly loyal to the manor master, thus being the most influential figure among the household servants, unreachable by the First Lady. Sang-won Bik interrogated the Great Lady. I heard there was a conflict between you and the third young master. What exactly happened? Lady Sook claimed because he disobeyed orders. But these words merely questioned in passing. How could Sang-won Bik possibly believe them? Isn't it because you plan to kill the manor master? Sang-won Bik asked coldly. The lady was shocked. She intended to explain something, but upon seeing Sang-won Bik's grim expression, she quieted down immediately. Sang-won Bik continued. I will not ignore the attempt on the third young master's life, so I hope you will cooperate fully. However, you needn't worry. Everyone will undergo a fair investigation. We will look very thoroughly into you and the second son, as well as the third son." After the lady left, Sang-won Bik fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand why. Even though the third young master neither had martial arts skills nor powerful marriage alliances, both the second young master and the lady saw him as a thorn in their side. Could it be that this guy has some unspeakable secret? Sang-won Bik mused to himself. Now thinking back to the time when Mak Jae-young was being interrogated in the outer hall, he indeed seemed different than usual. At first, Sang-won Bik thought he was just scared, hence the temporary strange behavior. But up to now, Mak Jae-young's actions gave him an odd feeling. It seems this third young master requires my personal attention, he thought to himself. After Blue Spirit dealt with Shuhua, she slipped back into the room through the walls silently. Demon Monk quickly greeted her with a respectful fist salute. Seeing Mak Jae-young focusing on his breathing and energy, she was again surprised. Unexpectedly, this guy could not only control ghost spirits, but also absorb death energy from them. From the current situation, it seemed he was about to condense the absorbed death energy into his energy core, known to be denser than the death energy emitted by the deceased. Not just humans, but even ghost spirits would suffer backlash if they absorbed it. Yet, Zhang seemed perfectly fine. Blue Spirit pouted, brought her face close to Zhang's, and carefully examined his features. His fair and tender appearance completely met the standards of a handsome young man. And for a moment, Blue Spirit found herself quite entranced. Just then, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. This startled Blue Spirit, but she quickly recovered. If she now admitted she was admiring his handsome features, it would be quite embarrassing. So, she immediately backed off and turned her head away, starting to divert the topic. Zhang looked at Blue Spirit, seemingly realizing something. When Blue Spirit looked back, Zhang suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing his expression, Blue Spirit unexpectedly blushed. She arched an eyebrow and quickly told Zhang to stop talking nonsense and continue focusing on his breathing and energy cultivation. At this moment, Blue Spirit also felt regret for making that bet with such a young kid. It was all because of that damn girl's incompetence. Just then, Zhang slowly spoke, indicating he needed Blue Spirit's help to confirm whether he had successfully condensed the energy core. Blue Spirit smirked and non-committally responded, expecting to condense an energy core within a single day. Before she could finish, Zhang interrupted. "Is that even possible? Then what's this little bump below my navel?" Hearing this, Blue Spirit's eyebrows furrowed, and she looked at Mak Jae-won incredulously. She was utterly shocked. Such rapid success was hard for Blue Spirit to accept. "It looks like I need to check it myself." With that, Blue Spirit reached out towards Zhang's core. However, when her palm touched his body, a tremendous force repelled her hand away. This was the first time Blue Spirit had encountered such a situation. Curious, she quickly called Demon Monk to try as well. But no matter how hard they tried, their hands couldn't touch Zhang's body. "Is it because I'm a familiar spirit now?" Blue Spirit thought to himself. Then, Blue Spirit turned her gaze to Go Chang, who was soundly asleep beside them. She reached into his belly without obstruction. Go Chang immediately woke up in pain, and then fainted from the shock. "He's being so dramatic," Blue Spirit muttered to herself. It turns out, Blue Spirit forgot that from the moment inner power begins to condense in the core, the body becomes extremely sensitive, and even a slight touch can cause intense pain. However, she didn't care whether Go Chang would faint or not. "Anyway, it doesn't seem like a problem on my end." Zhang asked again. "Isn't there any other way to confirm?" Blue Spirit thought for a moment. There is another method. But before she could finish, they heard a knock at the door. Sang-won Beek, the hall master of the outer hall, had come for a late-night visit. Zhang, also curious, prepared to greet this unexpected visitor. Having met Sang-won Beek once during the interrogation in the outer hall, Zhang remembered him well. As a servant who had served 2 generations of manor masters, his beliefs are very firm, and the elders trust him. Because of that, even Lady Suk can't do anything to him. Zhang knew well the influence Sang-won Beek had in Mok Sword Manor. At this moment, seeing Mak Jae-young-woon sitting on the bed, Sang-won Beek's expression seemed a bit gloomy. But the next second, he suddenly knelt down, bowing his head. "It's all due to my negligence that the third young master was attacked." Zhang shook his hand after hearing this, indicating, "It's not your fault. I don't mind, so you don't need to blame yourself. I'm completely fine." Sang-won Beek, looking at Mak Jae-young-woon like this, flashed a strange look in his eyes. He pretended to check Zhang's injuries, but he stopped midway when he raised his hand. Although Zhang found it odd, he was quickly distracted by Sang-won Beek's next move. Sang-won Beek smiled and patted Zhang's shoulder, saying, "I truly appreciate that the third young master can think this way." Then, Sang-won Beek looked around cautiously and asked Zhang, "The dagger I sent you last time, I don't see it." Since the manor master has been ill, I've given each young master a weapon for self-defense. Did you lose it? Realizing his mistake, Mok Jae-young-woon quickly found an excuse, saying, I put it in the drawer of the closet. Hearing this, Sang-woon Beek burst into laughter. I would have been sad had you lost it. But Jong's face suddenly changed. But I don't remember ever receiving a dagger. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sang-woon Beek's expression darkened instantly. That's because I never sent you guys that thing. With that, he suddenly punched towards Jong. Fortunately, Jong reacted in time, dodging the blow with a swift movement. However, in the next second, Sang-woon Beek struck out with lightning speed, pointing several fingers while loudly demanding, Who exactly are you? You made two mistakes, Sang-woon Beek explained. Firstly, the third young master gets very arrogant when someone submits to him. Secondly, since he is often bullied by the fourth young master, he instinctively dodges whenever someone reaches out to him. But just now, your expression was completely calm, and you showed no fear at all. Now that I have locked all your acupoints, you won't be able to move. You might as well confess. Where's the real third young master? However, after hearing Sang-woon Beek's words, Jong gave a mysterious smile. The next second, his body, which should have been immobilized, suddenly moved. Sang-woon Beek was shocked, not understanding how Jong managed it. But by then it was too late. Just as he heard the word blue spirit from Jong's mouth, an unusual palm pierced through Sang-woon Beek's body. In an instant, Sang-woon Beek felt a strange power gripping his heart tightly, frightening him into immobility. Seeing this, Jong praised Blue Spirit. You're just as skilled as I expected. Blue Spirit slowly understood the situation. Since life chi and death chi are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, the innate energy he uses to Pinder Meridian would naturally scatter. With this, she confirmed that Jong definitely formed an energy core. Realizing this, she can't help but be amazed. A body resistant to acupuncture without needing an immense amount of chi. How interesting. Jong did manage to create an energy core, but someone caught his identity, so he can't stay any longer. Thinking this, Jong had a new idea, and he lightly uttered the word demon monk. Possess him. Hearing this, Blue Spirit smirked. You're basically a demon yourself. At that moment, Sang-woon Beek could no longer keep calm. Although he did not know who Jong was talking to, he felt a deathly fear from hell as his body was already tightly bound by numerous tendrils. Jong's showdown with Sang-woon Beek, the outer hall master, finally came to an end at the appearance of the demon monk. From then on, there was one less person in Mock Sword Manor who could threaten Jong, which delighted him greatly. The next morning, Go Chang woke up from a coma and was immediately summoned to Jong's room. On the way to the room, Go Chang saw the guards of the outer hall standing solemnly and a lot more polite. At Jong's door, a guard greeted him. Welcome. The young master is waiting. This situation made him very curious. Just what is going on? Before Go Chang could recover from his confusion, the moment he pushed open the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. Sang-woon Beek, the outer hall master, was respectfully standing in front of Jong. You're excused, outer hall master. Yes, I'll be going, Sang-woon Beek said with a bow, and when he left, he even nodded respectfully at Go Chang. Go Chang couldn't believe what he was seeing and didn't understand what had changed in the world after last night. At that moment, Jong finally spoke, casually inviting Go Chang to join him for breakfast, which scared Go Chang quite a bit as Jong seemed so unperturbed at the moment. Just as Go Chang was about to ask what had happened, Jong spoke first. Can you teach me the basic techniques of Mock Sword Manor's martial arts? Hearing this, Go Chang was so startled that the food he was about to eat fell from his chopsticks. Jong had begun trying to practice martial arts based on the descriptions in the secret manual of Mock Sword Manor. However, he found that no matter how he practiced, he couldn't perform the movements coherently. Later, he learned from Blue Spirit that these actions were mainly to lay a foundation for practitioners. The so-called martial arts secrets were based on extending and evolving these basic movements to a higher level. This meant that without understanding the basic techniques, no matter how much he practiced, he wouldn't grasp their significance. For someone like Jong, who knew nothing about martial arts, mastering the sword techniques of Mock Sword Manor required first learning the Mock Sword Manor basic techniques. However, after hearing Jong's words, Go Chang stood up excitedly. Does that mean you also want to become the master of Mock Sword Manor? Obviously, he had misunderstood Jong's intention. I just thought it'd be useful. Upon hearing this, Go Chang finally realized, but he still declined Jong's request. Because the basic techniques of Mock Sword Manor, I've only ever glimpsed them from a distance, so I don't know what they are really like. For a renowned family like Mock Sword Manor, even the basic techniques are only allowed to be practiced by family members. Jong looked at him directly. Then the people who know these techniques are the manor master and the other young masters. Upon hearing this, Jong put his chopsticks on the bowl and stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had thought that the warriors of Mock Sword Manor would all know the basic techniques, but he didn't expect such a result. But how could the other young masters possibly teach him the basic techniques? And if anything went wrong in the process, his identity might also be exposed. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do, he said, and decisively got up, asking Go Chang to follow him. When Go Chang learned that Zhang was planning to find someone who could teach him the basic techniques, he quickly tried to intervene. But no matter what he said, Zhang still walked out without looking back, following Zhang to the destination. Go Chang was once again shocked by Zhang's bold decision, because the person Zhang was seeking was Mak Yuchen, the fourth young master who had beaten him half to death 2 years ago. Zhang went to the training ground to ask Mak Yuchen, and they saw him training as usual. Zhang was about to approach Mak Yuchen, seeing Mak Yuchen's muscular physique. Go Chang was so frightened, he could hardly speak. I told you there was an incident. Zhang remembers what Go Chang said the other day, but that doesn't stop him from going. The scene of Mak Jae-young being beaten is still vivid in my mind. Go Chang couldn't help but say, the third young master's legs and ribs were broken in multiple places. He was sobbing and crying. It was a whole mess. The fourth young master's resentment towards the third young master has reached an irreconcilable point. And most importantly, despite being only 16 years old, his martial arts skills have reached a peak. Blue Spirit also spoke up. I too have sensed the extraordinary power in the fourth young master. There aren't many with an aura like this at this age. It's not an exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-generation genius. If I were still alive, I would definitely take him as my disciple. After speaking, Blue Spirit urged Zhang to be cautious, as she could not exert her full strength during the day. To this, Zhang just smirked devilishly and casually walked towards the fourth young master. On the other side, Mak Yuchun suddenly saw Mak Jae-young appear before him, first startled. Then his expression darkened. Zhang greeted him, but he just turned his head. If you don't want to be beaten again, you'd better scram. But before he could finish speaking, Mak Yuchun's expression turned to shock. Zhang pulled out the Mak Sword Manners Supreme Secret Manual from his bosom and asked with a smile, "Do you want this?" He then tossed it unhesitatingly to Mak Yuchun, who caught it swiftly. Seeing this, Mak Yuchun's eyes widened, initially skeptical of the authenticity of the manual. But after taking it and examining it closely, he was astonished to find that it indeed contained many profound principles. It truly was Mak Sword Manners Heart Method Manual. But soon, Mak Yuchun noticed that several pages were missing from the manual. Mak Yuchun asked Zhang where are the ripped pages, and Zhang nodded slowly. They have all been memorized in my mind. At this point, Mak Yuchun had no idea what Zhang was planning. He knew the Manor Master would never pass the manual to Mak Jae-young. So he asked again, "How did you get it?" Zhang did not respond, his expression unchanged. However, this infuriated Mak Yuchun, who shouted, "If you came here to boast that the position of Manor Master is yours, then get lost before I beat you up again." After speaking, he angrily threw the manual at Zhang. But Zhang simply picked it up nonchalantly and said, "It seems you've misunderstood something. I'm just here to negotiate with you. I'm not interested in the position of Manor Master." Hearing this, Mak Yuchun laughed. He punched Zhang in the face without hesitation, not believing a word and thinking that Zhang was clearly plotting something. With a bang, the tremendous force sent Zhang flying backward. "If you've forgotten what happened 2 years ago, I don't mind helping you recall. So you can never try anything with me ever again." Blood streaming from Zhang's nose. Yet at that moment, Zhang laughed. "Indeed different. Besides that guy with the black sword, you were the first to hit me so hard." This was his first time experiencing such a stark disparity between masters. He finally understood why Go Chang called Mak Yuchun a monster. Facing such an opponent, Zhang was very clear that this was not someone he could defeat just by luck. However, this made him even more eager. If he learned martial arts, could he also become so powerful? He wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled slightly. "Your fist is indeed very hard." Seeing Mak Jong-un stand up again, still scoffing at himself, Mak Yuchun's face was full of surprise. He issued another warning to Zhang. "If you want to taste more punches, I don't mind giving you a refresher." But then Zhang laughed and said, "I know you still have your doubts." "No, this is not doubt, but certainty, because I will not believe a single word you say." Mak Yuchun clenched his fists, realizing that since things had come to this, he should teach this guy a harsh lesson, just like he had done 2 years ago. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, Zhang smiled and said, "Then there's no helping it. I'll just have to pass the secret manual to the lady or our second brother." Hearing this, Mak Yuchun's face changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you threaten me?" Yet Zhang remained unmoved. "Believing it or not is your choice. But if you choose so, after I give them the manual, I will still get what I want. But you might not." Mak Yuchun was stunned by this remark, for he fully understood its implications. At this moment, Mak Yuchun looked at the fearless gaze of Zhang, and his body involuntarily trembled. "Who are you? Are you really Mak Jae-young?" Mak Yuchun questioned. Hearing this, Go Chan behind him was shocked, secretly thinking, could it be that Zhang's identity had been exposed? However, Zhang's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly, looking straight at Mak Yuchun. Who else would I be? You speak as if you know me well. Mak Yuchun's gaze faltered. Of course, I know you. You're the one I beat up like a dog 2 years ago. A coward who would even run away from looking at me because of fear. Zhang responded calmly. You're right about that. But besides that incident and the fact that we are half-brothers, what else do you know about me? Including what I like, what I dislike, and even why I am willing to give up the position of master. You know nothing about me. Hearing this, Mak Yuchun was taken aback. The huge change in this brother over the past 2 years surprised him. Despite Zhang's justified stance, he still shouted loudly, Why do you question me? You people despise me for my lowly background. Alienate me. Ignore me. No one has ever acknowledged me. Why are you seeking me out now instead of dealing with those who think they are nobler? Zhang answered nonchalantly, Because you are the best among them. Instantly, Mak Yuchun fell silent. He stared incredulously into Zhang's eyes. Suffering from his lowly origins, he had endured torment from a young age, spending his childhood in loneliness. Yet today, he heard someone acknowledge him, and it was the person he least expected. Did this mean he needed to change as well? Mak Yuchun let down his guard and said bluntly, Very well. Then tell me what you want. Hearing this, Zhang is very pleased. Moments later, on the way back to his room, Go Chan looked up to Zhang with utmost admiration. It must be said, in terms of strategy, Zhang did an exceptionally good job. He had been worried that his request to Mak Yuchun to learn basic techniques would arouse suspicion, but Zhang had managed to get his agreement so naturally. Just now, Zhang had made 3 demands to Mak Yuchun. First and foremost, the most important thing, if you become the master in the future, you absolutely must not lay a hand on me. As for the second thing, you must provide me with sufficient financial support. Mak Yuchun's expression was serious as he promised Zhang that as long as Zhang didn't provoke him first, he would not lay a hand on him. After receiving a positive response, Zhang casually made his final request, which was for Mak Yuchun to teach him the basic martial arts techniques of Moxer manner. As expected, when Mak Yuchun heard this request, he agreed without any hesitation, and even mocked Zhang for forgetting something so simple. This, of course, was Zhang's plan. From the moment they first met, Zhang had been subtly directing Mak Yuchun's attention to the first 2 demands. After gaining Mak Yuchun's trust, the request to learn the basic techniques seemed trivial. Mak Yuchun didn't doubt him one bit, and just laughed at him for forgetting the basics and agrees to teach him. So, Mak Yuchun revealed the secret formulas of the basic techniques to Zhang, and Zhang thought the missing pages of the manual to Mak Yuchun. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, Go Chan once again looked at Zhang with admiration. However, what made him feel regretful was how easily Mak Yuchun obtained the manual. However, Zhang didn't care, because he had altered the contents of the manual, changing one word in every 13 or 14 characters. At first, he worried it might be discovered, but to his surprise, the process went smoothly. Upon hearing this, Go Chan broke into a cold sweat. No wonder Zhang had been so open about revealing the manual's contents to Mak Yuchun. Wasn't he afraid that Mak Yuchun would practice the wrong techniques and mess up his vital energy, leading to a dangerous outcome? Zhang coldly replied, What about it? At that moment, Go Chan felt a chill run down his spine. This guy didn't care at all whether Mak Yuchun would be harmed. He was truly a devil. Before the previous storm had even subsided, another one had begun. Due to the betrayal of Shua, the relationship between the Phoenix Pavilion and the Suk clan had completely broken down. In order to uncover the truth, the Pavilion Master ordered that Shua must be found. However, even with all the disciples of the Pavilion searching, there was still no trace of him. Eventually, in order to salvage the reputation of the organization, the eldest elder had to personally take action. At this moment, in a secluded forest, as the talisman in the hands of Master Gu burned out completely, he looked at the crimson stain on the ground and fell into deep thought. As one of the 3 most powerful spellcasters of the Phoenix Pavilion, what kind of force could have been strong enough to kill her so ruthlessly? Thinking of this, he immediately began forming hand seals, muttering a few incantations. In an instant, the surrounding winds began to howl. The next moment, a red light flashed in Master Gu's eyes, and everything Shua had experienced before her death seemed to play like a revolving lantern in front of his eyes. But before he could fully process the information, a chilling coldness descended upon him. At this moment, he felt the bone-deep fear Shua had felt before her death, as if his body had fallen into an endless inferno. Instantly, he snapped back to reality, frozen in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. After a while, he sighed deeply. I didn't expect this thing could already reach into the spiritual realm. I had underestimated the situation before. Then, he looked up at the sky and murmured, It seems we need to prepare again. At the same time, a shadow in the shape of an eagle flapped its wings in response. The scene shifted, and at Mock Sword Manor, Zhong began practicing the basic martial arts formulas provided by Makyu-chan. Every movement he made was seamless, flowing without any hesitation, completely unlike a beginner learning martial arts for the first time. Even Blue Spirit, who was nearby, stared blankly, completely mesmerized. Normally, when an ordinary person begins learning martial arts, they start with basic movements, practicing them over many years, linking each movement together to eventually form a full set of martial arts techniques. However, Zhong directly skipped this most important step. Thanks to his incredible memory and comprehension ability, he didn't need to practice each movement separately. For him, all that was left was to continuously train his muscles. Seeing Zhong's astonishing martial arts talent, Blue Spirit felt deeply frustrated. She had originally thought Zhong would rely on her for guidance. Not that I was going to, of course. Well, if he begged, maybe I could. This sense of defeat made her feel quite uncomfortable. Zhong, noticing this, was curious about what she was thinking. Just then, Go-chan appeared. Zhong smiled. You're just in time. I need you to help me with something. Hearing this, Go-chan looked completely confused. Not long after, Go-chan stared at the strange symbol in his hand. Deep in thought, the symbol was very simple, yet he had never seen it before. Zhong had asked him to contact an intelligence agency to gather information about it. So, he went to the Eternal Orchid Pavilion. This place was considered to be at the bottom of the intelligence network, but it was the only one nearby. As for whether he would get any useful information, Go-chan had little hope. Thinking about his pitiful life, which had now been reduced to running errands, Go-chan sighed deeply. However, he wasn't particularly bothered by it since he had never had any real goals in life. His parents had abandoned him when he was very young, and he had become an assassin. But due to a lack of talent, he was soon kicked out of the organization. At first, he had followed his senior, Guard Cam, just because they had both been cast out by the organization. He knew Guard Cam was never a good person and had always treated him as a tool, though it was still the same now. Go-chan had come to enjoy this drifting feeling. At least, he felt like he was still alive. Well, I guess life right now is better than before. I am working less, that's for sure, Go-chan said with a smile. The only thing that worried him was Zhong's elaborate plans, which were always unpredictable. While Go-chan was lost in his thoughts, a fat man with a woman in tow walked in. He was the owner of the Eternal Orchid Pavilion. Quack, his face flushed with drunkenness. He asked Go-chan, "She's new here. What do you think of her? Isn't she pretty, right?" Go-chan was very angry. Although the woman was indeed dazzlingly beautiful, now was not the time to consider such things. Send her out. However, Quack's mind was not on work at all, still fixed on the woman's graceful figure, unable to look away. Seeing how angry Go-chan was, Quack reluctantly let the woman leave first. But as the woman got up to leave, he still tried to grope her behind. This completely enraged Go-chan. But before he could react, a slap landed on Quack's face with a smack. The woman muttered a few words. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. And then she took off the wig on her head. At this moment, both Go-chan and Quack were still dumbfounded. However, the next second, with a strange movement, the woman grabbed Quack's head, and with a crack, his body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Startled by this scene, Go-chan hurriedly tried to draw his sword, but the woman took the opportunity to kick over the table. Go-chan was utterly shocked. Several wooden spikes appeared in her hands out of thin air, and before he could react, they were thrust into Go-chan's acupoints. At this time, the woman shed her disguise, revealing a delicate figure. I'm disappointed that you didn't recognize me, number 86, or rather Mr. Go-chan. Hearing this voice, Go-chan was utterly panicked, stammering, Madam, accomplish 100 murders. This is the ritual you must go through in order to become the Flying Death School sect leader. Once you become the Flying Death School sect leader, you will also receive a secret poisonous weapon. The Keen Benevolence Needle, a symbol of the head of the Flying Death School, was now in the hands of a brothel woman. An impossible scenario. The fact that she has this means she's now the sect leader. No way, Go-chan thought in disbelief. Hachiran is the only variable successor of the Flying Death School sect leader. As the only family he had, he pinned all his hopes on Hachiran. Everyone understood this. However, the problem was Hachiran's damn personality. All the assassins of the Flying Death School believed it was impossible for Hachiran to kill 100 of people because of that personality of hers. Go-chan still can remember how much of an arrogant little troublemaker Hachiran was. Now, at 19, Go-chan only needed to look at her thrilling figure to know she had developed very well. Plus, with that charming face, many people would be deceived by her appearance. Just then, Hachiran finally reached out to Go-chan and pulled the Keen Benevolence Needle out of his body. Go-chan can finally move his body. Just then, Hachiran spoke. I didn't expect us to see each other again like this. Yes, I agree. It's been a while, madam. Before Go-chan could finish, Hachiran interrupted its sect leader, which made Go-chan confused. I'm the sect leader now. Seeing her performance now, Go-chan began to wonder, Had she really changed for the better? If so, perhaps she indeed qualified to be the sect leader. However, seeing that Go-chan still appeared doubtful, Ha-Chiron's gaze instantly turned icy. Don't think that just because you left the organization, you can disrespect a sect leader. After confirming his suspicion, Go-chan felt a wave of unease. Based on past experiences, the fate of assassins who left the organization was invariably death. Fearing that Ha-Chiron was here to take his life, he immediately knelt down, hastily exclaiming, "Greetings, sect leader." Seeing Go-chan's reaction, Ha-Chiron couldn't help but curse. Ha-Chiron smiled at Go-chan, saying softly, "Don't be nervous. My purpose here is to get close to the eldest son of the Mock Sword Manor." She had heard that the first son was lecherous and liked to drink, so she planned to enter Mock Sword Manor through him. But now it seemed unnecessary. "I just need to go in with you." Go-chan furrowed his brow, not understanding the meaning of Ha-Chiron's words. Why did she want to enter Mock Sword Manor with him? To this question, Ha-Chiron looked Go-chan seriously, her voice filled with a murderous tone. "Assassin number 29, Guard Cam, the bodyguard." Hearing Guard Cam's name, Go-chan felt extremely nervous. "I heard his assassination mission failed." Ha-Chiron continues, "According to the golden rule of the Flying Death School, an assassination mission must be completed. So, my purpose here is to take the head of the third son of Mock Sword Manor." Hearing this, Go-chan is extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Jong continued to practice the basic techniques of Mock Sword Manor. Just 3 hours had passed, and he already looked as if he had been practicing for years. The sun was almost completely set, and Blue Spirit finally approached to speak. "How long are you going to practice like this?" Jong, still not fully satisfied, came back from his practice, looked up at the sky, and, seeing it was indeed late, said, "Right. Then let's go eat." At this, Blue Spirit seemed to have been waiting a long time, her lips immediately curling into an excited smile. Back to Jong's room, a maid was focused on eating, while Jong sat opposite her with a book, appearing nonchalant. After the maid cleared the food from the table, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Seeing her like this, Jong couldn't help but be curious, asking, "Are you really that happy?" The maid picked up a jug of wine, still not having enough, and said, "The greatest pleasure in life is eating. One day you'll understand." And this maid was actually Blue Spirit, possessed. For days ago, Jong had Blue Spirit try possessing the maid who brought her food, and Blue Spirit seemed to really enjoy it. But just then, bulging veins suddenly appeared on the maid's body, and her veins seemed to darken as if dyed with ink. Blue Spirit exclaimed in surprise, "She can't even endure 15 minutes. Seeing this, Jong thought, "It seems an ordinary body can't handle a spirit of such a high level." Having had her fill, Blue Spirit looked at Jong and wondered, "Why are you too interested in Jaimanism?" The book in Jong's hands, which Blue Spirit had obtained from Schwa, was titled Six-Person Spirit Summoning Technique. Having witnessed Schwa's use of familiar, Jong naturally became very interested in these methods. Just as Jong was ready to continue studying, a sinister presence suddenly approached. He furrowed his brow and turned his head. Seeing his reaction, Blue Spirit's eyes brightened, saying, "It seems your intuition has indeed become very sharp." Moments later, in Go-chan's room, he brought Ha-Chiron and a set of maid's clothes, but Ha-Chiron merely glanced at them casually and turned her head away. "So tacky, I'd rather wear clothes from a brothel." Go-chan couldn't help but swallow. The situation was becoming more and more critical. Since encountering Ha-Chiron, she had been keeping a firm eye on him. Now, taking advantage of the moment, she changed clothes to slip away. How could Go-chan miss this chance? He put down the clothes and turned to leave. But just then, Ha-Chiron playfully asked, "Why don't you stay? Opportunities to see a figure like mine aren't common." Saying this, she deliberately revealed her impressive legs. Go-chan, who had never seen such a scene, blushed intensely. Just as he was about to turn back for a look, he heard Ha-Chiron's hearty laughter. "I'm just joking with you. I can't believe you took it seriously." Go-chan was speechless, but Ha-Chiron's voice came again. "Thanks to you, I could enter this place so easily." Hearing this, Go-chan felt bitter inside. It was not his intention. Although he was reluctant, he still had to keep agreeing. "I've been wanting to avenge my senior brother too. It's like I've got a whole army by my side now that you're here." Upon hearing this, Ha-Chiron showed a satisfied expression. "I knew it. As long as one is a member of the Flying Death School, even if they leave the organization, they are still very trustworthy." However, as soon as the words fell, a chill flashed in Ha-Chiron's eyes. "I trusted you." Just then, puff-puff sounds rang out as the keen benevolence needles once again accurately pierced into Go-chan's acupoints. Go-chan looked at her, puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Ha-Chiron giggled as she retrieved the needle on her right hand. "Let's stop here. Did you really think I would believe those foolish excuses?" Ha-Chiron coldly walked towards Go-chan. "Your predecessor is dead, but you remain so low-key. It seems you've changed whom you are loyal to." It's funny to watch you act like you've been waiting for a chance to kill that bastard when you're basically forced into retirement because of your uselessness. Go-chan is stunned, realizing that she had never believed him from the start. As she spoke, Hotshire and pulled out the short sword and said contemptuously, "To avenge your predecessor. You killed the third son you served, and now you've chosen to commit suicide. That's your ending." As soon as the words were spoken, Hotshire and sword stabbed viciously towards Go-chan's throat. However, just at the critical moment, with a snap, a hand reached in through the window. A powerful suction suddenly emerged, and Hotshire and short sword flew out of her hand. This ability to retrieve objects through the air astonished Hotshire, leaving her wide-eyed and flabbergasted. Just as she was taken aback, the door was kicked open, and the third son, Mak Jae-young, appeared at the doorway. Seeing this, Go-chan's tears immediately started flowing down his cheeks. This was the first time he thought this devilish man looked so cool. Jong gave him a smile. "Go-chan, were you in danger just now?" Hotshire, and sensing that the situation was turning dire, she suddenly grabbed Go-chan by the collar, pulling him in front of her. The panicked Go-chan tried to break free, but given the disparity in strength, his resistance was futile. Meanwhile, Hotshire and pressed the short sword against Go-chan's neck, threatening Mak Jae-young. "If you don't want to see your guard die, you better not make any sudden moves." Hearing Hotshire's words, Go-chan broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew Hotshire and had previously investigated Mak Jae-young, the Mak Jae-young of now was no longer the old third son. She definitely didn't know that Jong before her never valued others' lives. He was thoroughly a devil. On his part, Jong indeed raised the weapon. Just when Go-chan thought Jong was going to charge at Hotshire, the weapon was harshly thrust into the floor. Go-chan felt confused. "Alright, now let Go-chan go." Hearing this, Go-chan was completely stunned. Then, Jong's voice rang out again. "If you let go of Go-chan, I will let you leave." Hearing Mak Jae-young's words, Hotshire's eyebrows lifted. His attitude, as if giving alms, annoyed her, but it also indirectly proved that he cared about Go-chan. "It seems you really cherish your guard. I just think it would be a pity to lose him, so you better leave before I change my mind." Hearing this, Go-chan thought to himself, "That demon is trying to save me." However, Hotshire and escalated the situation. "If you kneel and beg me, maybe I will agree." Upon these words, the atmosphere immediately tensed. Jong sighed resignedly and slowly began to bend down. Seeing this, not only Go-chan, but even Hotshire was immensely shocked. For the sake of a mere guard, he was actually preparing to kneel. However, things did not develop as they imagined. The next second, a cold glint flashed in Jong's eyes. He suddenly turned swiftly, pulling up the weapon from the ground and charged toward Hotshire. This action provoked wild laughter from Hotshire. "I knew you couldn't possibly kneel and beg for his sake." However, as she spoke, she was surprised to find that Jong's gaze was not on her. He glanced sideways slightly. At the same time, a creepy scene unfolded. Hotshire felt a terrifying chill surge through her, as if her entire body had plunged into a pool of blood. Countless tentacles, like the claws of demons from hell, reached towards Hotshire's body, and clearly, something was approaching her from behind. Sensing this ominous presence, Hotshire instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Blue Spirit's strike. In that instant, she quickly pulled on Go-chan's collar to retreat, while positioning her short sword in front of her, confused since there is nothing in front of her. Blue Spirit had actually anticipated this outcome. After all, a top expert could sense the slightest aura of a ghost spirit, so she would instinctively dodge as soon as Blue Spirit approached. However, Jong was no pushover. During the moment Hotshire was distracted, he swiftly threw his weapon, accurately knocking the short sword from her hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Hotshire released Go-chan. Jong quickly moved, smoothly pulling out keen benevolence needles from Go-chan's body. Everything happened so fast, Hotshire hadn't anticipated it. Although she didn't know what technique the opponent had just used, she had sharply felt that strange energy. So, facing Jong's rapidly approaching figure, she was not afraid. In her eyes, the person before her was too weak, and she only needed to interrupt him before he could cast another spell to easily resolve the fight. Moreover, aside from these, Hotshire and still had her last ace up her sleeve. Her figure moved swiftly, her hand quietly reaching towards the weapon at her waist. Seeing this, Go-chan immediately felt uneasy. That was the Flying Death School's most formidable hidden weapon, the Extreme Execution Needle. At this moment, Jong was completely unaware of the looming danger. Although it could only be used once each time, it had a unique function that could seal the target's chi. He had planned to perform the ritual of attachment again, drawing the weapon back to his hand, but suddenly found he couldn't muster any chi. Nearby, Blue Spirit also sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't intervene in time. Jong is frozen in place. Blue Spirit cried out in alarm as the Extreme Execution Needle darted towards Jong's heart. "Hey, Shire," and shouted, "Die!" Just then, a figure startlingly blocked in front of Zhang. Go-chan came forward. He shielded Zhang with his body. Instantly, everyone showed a shocked expression. The extreme execution needle inevitably pierced into Go-chan, and seeing this, Zhang was utterly enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted. A creepy shadow swiftly approached Hot Iron. Sensing the danger, quickly shot 3 flying needles at Zhang's head. However, Zhang made no move to dodge. Instead, a suction force appeared in his palm, and the flying needles were forcefully embedded in his hand. Seeing this, Hot Iron was shocked. King Benevolent's needles had unexpectedly changed their flight path. However, just as she was utterly astonished, dozens of tentacles stretched out, tightly entwining her body. Hot Iron was instantly thrown into panic. She wanted to escape, but no matter how she struggled, it was futile. Then a creepy voice resounded. "You should have died when I was being nice." Meanwhile, a nauseating scent of blood emerged, and everything around turned into a sea of blood. Faced with the strangest situation she had ever encountered, Hot Iron fell into complete despair. Watching the young girl's pain and fear before him, Zhang looked at her coldly. Zhang shook his head. "I clearly gave you a chance, but you chose to give it up." As soon as the words fell, Hot Iron's consciousness was completely engulfed by endless fear. Seeing this, Zhang's face remained impassive. He slowly walked over to Go-chan. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. At that moment, Go-chan slowly spoke. "It's a pity. I won't be able to serve the young master anymore." To this, Zhang asked in confusion, "Why would you do this?" "Protecting the young master is my duty. I just did what I had to do. Moreover, the young master has already sacrificed so much to save me. I couldn't just betray you." Hearing this, Zhang fell silent. However, Go-chan continued to mutter laboriously, "You are the only person who has cared about me in my life, so I have no regrets." After saying this, Go-chan slowly closed his eyes. But just then, a woman's voice arose. "Is he really dead?" The speaker was Hot Iron, who was supposed to be dead. But Zhang knew that this Hot Iron was not the real her. "It seems you have completely consumed her," Zhang said coldly. Hearing this, the woman gave a slight smile. "Yes, a young body is indeed delightful. It wasn't a waste of my effort." However, no sooner had she spoken than Hot Iron's body began to show bulging veins. Blue Spirit was instantly enraged. "Damn, it looks like this body won't last much longer." But quickly, Blue Spirit's tone shifted, and she glanced at Go-chan on the ground with a sly smile. Didn't expect him to die just like that, but he seems to have no regrets, so it looks like he won't become a vengeful spirit. Hearing this, Zhang kept his gaze fixed on Go-chan, his mouth twitching as he murmured. According to the 6-person spirit summoning technique, vengeful spirits are born from strong resentment. But if a person dies in a place filled with malice and death chi, they can also be influenced to arise. Blue Spirit was shocked by this statement, seeming to guess what was coming. At that moment, Zhang's hand movements changed continuously. The death chi around him began to spread, and then flowed into Go-chan's body through his palms. Gradually, Go-chan's soul emerged as streaks of light from his body, eventually condensing into a faint orb of light. At that moment, a red line swiftly connected to the orb. This scene made Blue Spirit's eyes wide. He had actually used the death chi to extract Go-chan's soul and establish a connection with it. However, Go-chan's soul is still too weak. If we don't find a vessel quickly, it will dissipate completely. But where can we find a body in such a short time? Blue Spirit said anxiously. Zhang did not respond, just looked coldly at Blue Spirit. Seeing Zhang's expression, Blue Spirit felt uneasy, realizing that something bad was about to happen. At this moment, Go-chan's soul felt as if it had plunged into a vast ocean. He could feel his consciousness gradually fading. But he had no complaints, he had no regrets in his life, and it was time for everything to end. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out near his ear. When he violently opened his eyes, his consciousness was still intact. Sure enough, he saw that familiar figure again. He didn't understand what was happening, why he was still alive. Zhang's expression remained neutral, signaling Go-chan to calm down, then slowly explained, "In order to preserve your soul, I transferred the death chi to your body, so you have now become my familiar. However, your soul energy is very weak and could dissipate at any moment. I had no other choice." Go-chan was still confused, wanting to ask when his own voice startled him. Zhang continued, "There's only one usable body here, so I put you into that assassin's body." Hearing this, Go-chan completely lost his composure. He looked down at his chest that kept rising and falling. What on earth was going on? In the end, he had turned into a woman. Seeing his current appearance, Go-chan let out a cry of shock and kept pleading with Zhang to change him back, complaining that this woman's figure was simply too much. To this, Zhang just coldly continued to fix the door, completely ignoring him. "If I pull you out, you would disappear immediately. Moreover, even if I did that, This female assassin's body has already become an empty shell. Go Chan's mind was in total disarray, unsure of what to do. Putting aside the fact that he had turned into a woman, if the Flying Death School found out their master had died here, there would indeed be no good days ahead. Just as he was feeling utterly distressed, a ghostly voice came from behind. "You should be thankful to have received this body. I can't even possess it yet." Hearing the voice, Go Chan turned his head and was so startled by Blue Spirit's figure that he shouted out loud. Although Go Chan didn't know who the other was, even now that he had become a spirit, he could clearly feel the huge gap between them. Just one look gave him the illusion of being in a sea of blood. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Zhang beside him, wondering if he had always been in the company of such beings. Go Chan was becoming increasingly puzzled by this young man. Seeing Go Chan's ghostly expression, Blue Spirit comforted him. "Don't be sad. After all, you still have a body to use." However, Go Chan looked utterly dejected. "But I am a man." This really annoyed Blue Spirit. "Really? You get a bargain and still complain. Why are you still thinking like a mortal? Shouldn't you be happy that you've gone from being second-rate to master level?" As soon as these words fell, Zhang's voice came. "Why not give it a try?" With that, he harshly kicked at Go Chan's head. Without thinking, purely on instinct, Go Chan bent down and dodged it, feeling the robust internal force within him. Go Chan only then realized, this is what it feels like to be at a master level. "Are you satisfied now?" Blue Spirit asked. Go Chan still looked aggrieved. "But I'm still a man." Blue Spirit listened and chuckled meaningfully. "Isn't that just perfect? When no one is around, you can touch all you want." Go Chan's face turned bright red. He was a gentleman. How could he possibly do such a thing? Seeing Go Chan's righteous indignation, Zhang assured him, "If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely find you a suitable body again." Just then, urgent knocking suddenly came from outside the door. The inner chamber's guard came panting. "The Hall Master has awakened." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The scene shifts to the outside of Mock Sword Manor, where a man in a blue toast robe stands, not far away. He pointed towards a certain direction in the sky, then closed his eyes and muttered. Soon, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "Just now, through a secret method, I discovered that the entire villa seems to be enveloped in a red haze of blood chi. It's a kind of ghost realm barrier that immediately captures anyone who approaches." Thinking of this, Go turned his head to look at the villa entrance. At this time, a drunken young man was being helped into the villa by two courtesans. He was Mok Young-go, the eldest son of Mock Sword Manor. Seeing the newcomer, the guard hurriedly approached to report, "Eldest young master, the master has awakened." The other sons had already been notified to go to the master's room. Not far away, hearing this news, Go's expression tightened. This was his chance to act, thinking he'll have to go to the Hall Master. "So if I separate that azure ghost spirit from him using my familiar, Gujiao, I can kill him when he's all alone." Meanwhile, hearing that the master has awakened, Zhang is momentarily stunned, but he still puts on a relieved expression. "That's great. Father has finally woken up," inside. However, Zhang breaks out in a cold sweat. He has always felt that competing for the position of heir would be troublesome, so he had planned to leave here after learning the basic techniques. But unexpectedly, the master woke up at this time, which now complicates his ability to leave smoothly. The guard tells him that the master has summoned everyone to the bedroom to make an announcement. Zhang knows that there's no way to delay meeting the master any longer. Thus, he follows the guard to head towards the bedroom, with Go Chang subconsciously following behind. Fortunately, Zhang turns to him and says, "Guard Go Shrin, I'll leave you to clean the mess." Hearing this name, Go Chang shudders. He suddenly remembers that his own body hasn't been dealt with yet, and he can only nod silently. Blue Spirit naturally follows Zhang. After they leave, Go Chang becomes troubled again, not expecting that in the end, he would have to deal with his own body. However, his face soon turns red. He looks down at his heaving chest. Having never experienced this weight as a man, his feelings strangely begin to shift. Thinking about Ha Chai Rin's enchanting figure, Go Chang falls into complex emotions. She is indeed beautiful, and suddenly Go Chang's mood becomes somewhat heavy. He starts looking around to make sure no one is nearby. He has died and come back to life, and is now a woman. So he stealthily closes the door, thinking about checking his body while no one is around. But just as he is about to take off his clothes, Blue Spirit's figure silently passes through the window. Instantly, Go Chang freezes like an ice sculpture, but Blue Spirit just mutters something and then disappears again. Seeing this, Go Chang wishes he could just bury himself. "I was just trying to change into something more comfortable to move in," he says helplessly to himself. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit has already returned to Zhang's side. On their way to the hall, Zhang unexpectedly encounters Ma Hyukin. Compared to 4 days ago, Ma Hyukin's complexion appears somewhat darkened. Although he hasn't gone mad from disrupted chi, the darkening of his complexion indicates he hasn't been having a good time. Upon seeing Zhang, Ma Hyukin walks over angrily, quietly demanding if Zhang had tried the contents of the secret manual. Zhang feigns ignorance, deliberately raising his voice. Are you talking about the secret manual? He purposely raises his voice, startling Ma Kyukin so much that his anger is immediately halved. Don't speak so loudly. Just answer my question. Was there any problem? Zhang answered, faking innocent. Hearing this, Ma Kyukin narrows his eyes, staring intensely at Zhang. He thinks to himself, it's impossible he hasn't practiced in advance. Even if not for the sake of competing for the master's position, any martial artist, out of curiosity, would surely practice such peerless martial arts. Why are you in harm then? Ma Kyukin finally can't help but ask. If this guy had recited the correct secret manual, then the problem must be with himself. Ma Kyukin has to admit that perhaps he hasn't fully grasped the true essence of the secret manual. This left Blue Spirit speechless. Indeed, this guy was as wicked as ever. However, just then, Blue Spirit suddenly sensed something. She looked up towards a certain direction, showing a curious expression. Zhang looked at her in surprise, and Blue Spirit whispered, "Seems like a bug has sneaked in. I wonder who gave him the guts to step into my territory without any hesitation. Looks like I need to entertain him properly." Hearing this, Zhang immediately understood that someone from the Phoenix Pavilion had arrived. "I'll be leaving," Blue Spirit announces as she passes through the wall. Then Zhang and Ma Kyukin proceed to go to the master's room. The scene switches to the master's room, where Ma Qiango and Ma Hyunpyong had already arrived ahead of time, and now the family's lineage was all gathered here. Seeing Zhang and Ma Kyukin arrive together, Ma Hyunpyong felt quite puzzled. What had their relationship become so good? At this moment, although Ma Qiango had used his chi to push back some of the drunkenness, his body still reeked of alcohol. Lady Suk was busy wiping him down, but her heart was already filled with unease. This old man waking up and gathering his sons around, and was surely to announce the issue of the heir. This is bad, thought the lady anxiously. Her own son, Ma Qiango, who only knew indulgence and pleasures, had the least chance of becoming the heir. So, no matter whom the master chose as his successor, the situation would be very unfavorable for her and Ma Qiango. A moment later, the four stood side by side in front of the master's bedroom. Although each displayed a nervous demeanor, each harbored their own schemes. All four together greeted their father. "Father, congratulations on your recovery. I offer my respectful greetings," they said simultaneously. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of chi burst from Makinden. Zhang had heard from Guard Cam that his martial arts had reached the pinnacle, but he had not felt it strongly until now. Standing before Makinden, he truly felt the intimidating power of this level. However, Zhang also harbored a doubt. How could such a formidable master like Makinden have been cursed? Just as he pondered this for a moment, Zhang's gaze was fixed on Makinden. Then, carefully thought, just what sort of being was able to send death to such a figure? The scene shifts to a residence of the outer guards near Moxord Manor, where the house was already strewn with corpses. In the darkness, two figures casually scanned the surroundings. A tall man pulled out an object the size of a finger from his pocket, on which was clearly written Makinden. This old man actually escaped from the curse. How did he manage it? The tall man asked in a low voice. The mysterious person beside him slowly spoke. "I heard the cry of a Gujiao earlier. It is a familiar of the witch doctors from Mount Lu." Hearing this, the burly man laughed heartily. "I thought so. Since a Taoist master intervened, it must be that person who saved Makinden from death." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the barely alive guard on the ground, sneering. "It seems I need to meet this master of Moxord Manor myself." With a flash of cold light, the guard also followed the fate of the others. Meanwhile, several figures appeared outside the house and quickly headed towards Moxord Manor. Back to the hallmaster's room, compared to his brothers, Zhang appeared exceptionally relaxed, showing no sign of tension. Makinden slowly began. "Do you know why I called you all here?" Everyone knew the answer but kept silent, afraid to respond. Only Zhang casually said, "Isn't it to decide the matter of the successor?" As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a look of surprise. They had not expected him to speak so directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Everyone's feelings became complex. Makinden was also a bit surprised. Upon waking, he had learned of the events that had transpired during his illness from the head of the inner hall, especially hearing that the third son had saved him. At first, he thought this was either a coincidence or a setup by the third son. But from the performance just now, it seemed that the third son might have truly changed. Zhang wasn't thinking much about it. He had no interest in the position of the master. He was relaxed merely to go along with the atmosphere of the scene. However, Makinden smiled meaningfully and then announced that the successor would be decided through a test. As the room fell into a brief silence, Zhang suddenly spoke up. "I do not plan to participate in the test." His words exploded like a bomb in the room, shocking everyone present. Everyone's expressions became incredibly animated. Mak Yunpyeong and Mak Yongo looked at him with disbelief. Even the master asked in surprise, "Why do you not plan to participate in the test?" "It's because compared to my brothers, I have many shortcomings, so I don't think I qualify to be the heir." At this, Mak Yunpyeong smirked. Although he didn't know what the third son was plotting, if he was willing to step aside, it would not be a bad thing for him. Then, Makindin asked again, "Why do you think you are not qualified?" Faced with the master's repeated questioning, Zhang also felt surprised. As far as he knew, the master had always been very disappointed with the eldest and the third sons, so their failure in the test should not have been significant. Now the master's interest in his withdrawal seemed to suggest that an excuse was needed. Thinking this, Zhang immediately responded, "As the future master of Mocksword Manor, one must possess outstanding abilities in both martial arts and wisdom. I lack in both aspects, so I give up my eligibility to become the master." Upon hearing this, Makindin burst out laughing, but as he laughed, his gaze gradually became sharp. Looking at Zhang, thinking, "It seems he really has changed. He indeed didn't save me for the position of the master." Seeing a third son who has no desire for recognition start to reflect on himself and give up the position of the master for the prosperity of Mocksword Manor is indeed gratifying. Makindin felt very reassured. "You are fully qualified to be the heir." As he spoke, the master slowly removed his clothes. However, when everyone saw the master's severed right arm, all were shocked, and Zhang's complexion changed drastically. At this moment inside Mocksword Manor, Makindin was telling his sons about how Mok Jaewon had saved him. Everyone was uneasy, having heard about an accident a few days ago, but unaware that the master's arm had been chopped off, and they broke out in cold sweat. Different from them, at this moment, Zhang was plunged into deep memories. Scenes of his grandfather's death surfaced in his mind, and he vividly remembered the scar-like mark on his grandfather's body. After he was captured, he too was marked with the same symbol. This was the mark he had desperately sought, and now it appeared on Makindin. "I finally found you." To find the murderer of his grandfather, Zhang transformed into the murderous Scythe Ghost. However, after being captured, a scar-like mark was carved on his body. Fortunately surviving, he changed his identity and became the third son of Mocksword Manor. Now, seeing the same mark on Makindin's waist, he smiled. He had not expected to find the very thing he had been searching for all this time here. As he pondered his next move, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the door. Makindin, seeing this, felt surprised and was about to ask what was happening when his gaze also sharpened, and he abruptly stood up from his seat, startling the others. At that moment, faint noises came from outside, and a guard burst through the door. "Not good. Master, we're under attack." The scene shifts to numerous assassins battling with the guards of Mocksword Manor. Faced with powerful enemies, they could only struggle desperately, placing all their hopes on the master arriving in time. However, under the leadership of the leading man, wherever they went, corpses were left in their wake. At this time, he walked unhurriedly to the front gate of Mocksword Manor, his formidable chi bursting forth from him. With the swing of his sword, the great gate was instantly blasted into dust. This sight chilled the guards on sight, but they had no time for surprise as the attackers had already begun their assault. Elsewhere, a figure was hidden in a corner watching all this. The previously infiltrating Grandmaster Gu. He was nervously chanting an invisibility spell. During the chant, no one could detect his presence, but the downside was he couldn't move and had to keep chanting. He avoided the assassin's sight with his invisibility spell, but this put him in an awkward position. His body was soaked with sweat as he continuously surveyed his surroundings, staying alert. His Gu Jiao was being used to divert Blue Spirit's attention, and in this situation, there was no way he could kill Mok Jae-yuan. At this moment, he began to regret his actions. However, as long as he could hold out until these people left, at least he wouldn't be caught. However, just then, the appearance of a mysterious figure filled him with dread. This person emitted an unusual aura. Grandmaster Gu could tell at a glance that this was a characteristic of someone who had long practiced sorcery. But what terrified him more was that the mysterious person kept forming various seals with his hands, apparently some sort of tracking spell. Someone capable of casting such a spell must be at least a master-level sorcerer. Just as Grandmaster Gu felt the situation was dire, he heard the mysterious person utter the word release, and the space around him began to distort, and his invisibility spell was forcefully broken. In the next second, the mysterious person appeared before him, grabbing his throat. "You are the one who lifted the curse from Makindin, aren't you?" Hearing this, Grandmaster Gu panicked. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding, but the mysterious person wasn't interested in listening to explanations. Daring to interfere with the actions of the Underworld Assassin Pavilion, you should be prepared to die. With that, he tightened his grip, and blood blisters surged on Grandmaster Gu's head, which burst in the next second. Seeing the situation, the leading man quickly guessed his intentions. It seems the master of that Gu Jiao has been dealt with by you. We need to hurry and find that item. Hearing this, the mysterious person pulled out another tracking charm. It's time to retrieve our treasure from Mok Inden. At this moment, the sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout Mok Sword Manor, turning what was just a tranquil courtyard into a battlefield. Mok Inden, not adept with his left hand, drew his long sword and shouted, "Who dares to breach Mok Sword Manor? It seems you are prepared to die." Seeing the master who had been bettered in for a long time suddenly appear, the warriors cheered, boosting their morale instantly. Mok Inden bellowed, "Follow me." The warriors echoed his command, and Mok's brothers followed him closely. Not everyone was so motivated. However, at that moment, Zhang was merely following behind superficially, taking advantage of the chaos as everyone fought the attackers. He quietly turned away, hiding in a less crowded area. Although unclear about what was happening, the lives and deaths here had nothing to do with him. He saw no reason to defend this place. He was only concerned about one thing, the scar-like mark. He had planned to leave after figuring things out, but the sudden crisis forced him to leave earlier. After all, in such turmoil, the disappearance of one or two people wouldn't be strange. However, just as he turned around, a strange feeling surged through him. At that moment, streams of dark energy began gathering into his palms. Just as he was distracted, an assassin launched a surprise attack on him. Yet, Zhang merely raised his hand lightly to block the attack, his palms swiftly rotating, and the next second it seamlessly entered the assassin's body. As the assassin's life faded, a dark energy emanated from his body. Just as I thought, this dark energy is indeed the death cheat of a deceased person. Subsequently, Zhang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly felt the death cheat around him increase rapidly. Apparently, many had died in a short time. Such an opportunity was rare, so he couldn't afford to waste it. However, with masked individuals everywhere, trying to absorb death cheat here could be dangerous. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Go Chan, occupying the body of Hachiran. Just now, he had been attacked by a group while changing clothes, and after dealing with them, he hurriedly found Zhang. Zhang said with a smile, "You've come at the right time. I need you to protect me for a while." Saying this, he sat down cross-legged and began using a breathing technique to absorb the swirling death chi. Seeing this, Go Chan was speechless. This guy's got some nerve, trying to cultivate chi on a battlefield. Isn't that akin to courting death? But quickly, he seemed to understand Zhang's intention. Zhang wasn't cultivating chi, but absorbing death chi. Although Go Chan was a ghost spirit occupying Hachiran's body, he could clearly see the death chi from all around being absorbed into Zhang's body. At this moment, Zhang felt the death chi continuously filling him, produced by dozens of deceased individuals. Not only was it dense, but it was also extremely pure, containing the dark emotions of everyone's moment of death. Compared to the death cheat absorbed before, the quantity this time was at least 3 times more, far exceeding Zhang's expectations. However, unbeknownst to him, as he focused on his breathing technique, Go Chan was under immense stress, with more and more masked individuals converging. Even he, with his peak-level strength, was caught in a tough fight. At that moment, Go Chan suddenly wished that the terrifying ghost woman would come to support him. Just then, a figure appeared. It was the head of the outer hall, Sang Won Bic. Seeing the figure, Go Chan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had learned from Zhang that Sang Won Bic also had a ghost spirit within him. He excitedly called out Demon Monk, but after shouting for a while, Sang Won Bic remained unresponsive. Just when Go Chan was puzzled, a blood shadow flashed, and Sang Won Bic's body was brutally split in half. At the same time, a scarred man slowly emerged, turning his gaze toward the cultivating Mak Jian with interest. What an interesting kid, daring to cultivate right under the enemy's nose. Seeing the man at that moment, Go Chan knew trouble was brewing. The man's strength was beyond his imagination, and even he, at peak level, couldn't help but tremble. The scarred man turned his gaze to Zhang, intrigued. The outside is already a river of blood, yet this kid is still engrossed in his cultivation. How interesting. Saying that, he strode towards Zhang, closing the distance with each step he took. Seeing this scene, Go Chan was so frightened that he hurriedly called Zhang's name. But at this moment, Zhang was already lost in a state of self-forgetfulness. The death chi around him surged into his body like a tidal wave, making it nearly impossible to wake him at this time. Moreover, forcibly interrupting him could likely cause him to go into a frenzy. Realizing this, Go Chan trembled inwardly, but quickly gathered his spirits. Faced with the monster before him, he felt somewhat helpless. Yet he could not just sit by and wait for death. Go Chan steeled his heart, knowing he couldn't stop the opponent. But even if it meant his flesh was destroyed, he would fight to buy more time for the young master. The next second, he leapt up, instantly appearing above the man's head, moving with the speed of lightning. At that moment, the unique martial skill, Flying Assassin Technique Third Form, Silent Defeat, instinctively unfolded in him. However, the man remained unmoved, not even assuming a defensive posture, and said lightly, "You are indeed fast, but still too slow." Before the words fell, a sharp sword shadow appeared out of thin air, swiftly slashing towards him. Go-chan reacted in time, swiftly flipping his body, and his severed hair flew about. A moment later, and his body would have been split in two. The battle was not over yet. Go-chan took advantage of the man's momentary recovery to shoot 3 spirit knife flying needles at him. In an instant, his figure appeared in front of Go-chan, casually flicking, sending Go-chan flying backward like a cannonball. This was the difference in strength. That man was too powerful, with just one strike, putting Go-chan on the verge of death. He shakily stood up, trying to prevent the man from getting closer to Mak Ji-yuan, but his body could no longer exert any strength properly. At that moment, the man ominously warned, "If you interfere with me again, you're dead." With that, he raised his hand toward Zhang's head. However, as his hand was about to touch Zhang, the man clenched his teeth, swung his massive blade, and slashed towards Zhang. Just then, with a clang, a figure blocked the man's sword. It was the master of Mok's sword manner, Mok Inden. Immediately afterward, a fierce battle between the two erupted, the sound of sword and knife colliding resonating in the air. A battle between two masters caused a violent wind around them, but there was still a huge gap between them. After a fierce strike, Mok Inden was sent flying back several meters, and a stream of black blood flowed from his mouth. He had just awoken from his sickbed, and with his right hand gone, his strength was not even half of what it was at its peak. However, he still glanced at Mok Jin, who was meditating nearby, and seeing that he was unharmed, he turned his attention back to the man. Mok Inden questioned why the man attacked Mok's sword manner. Hearing this, the man laughed heartily, and then reached out his hand. "Manor Master Mok, I'll just say this once. If you don't want Mok's sword manor to turn into ruins, you'd better hand over what you stole willingly." Hearing this, Mok Inden's expression instantly stiffened. "The treasure you stole from us." The scene shifts outside Mok's sword manor, where Blue Spirit is lost in thought. She had thought the Gu Jiao had entered her territory to lure her out, but it unexpectedly died. This means that its master has lost his life at this moment. But no ordinary person could kill a master of sorcery that quickly, which means a very dangerous presence must have emerged in the villa. Soon after, inside Mok's sword manor, where the fire had already died down, everyone gathered in the central square. At that moment, Zhang finally opened his eyes, saw the wreckage around him, and was confused. He turned his head to the central square. The villa's guards knelt on the ground, already without the power to resist, while the master, Mok Inden, was facing off against that burly man, with very different expressions on their faces. To this, Zhang seemed indifferent. No wonder the death chi is thinning. It seems the fight is over. What a pity. Thinking this, he slowly walked over to Go-chan and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Seeing that Zhang had finally awakened, Go-chan looked embarrassed and unsure of how to explain, so he recounted what had happened. Originally, when Mok Inden confronted the man at the first moment, he guessed the man's identity. "It seems you are from the Heaven-Earth Association, right?" Hearing this, the man just chuckled. Mok Inden sighed deeply and then announced his surrender to the man, letting all the guards give up resistance. "I will return that thing to you, but as a condition, I hope you can spare Mok's sword manor." Hearing this, the man showed a hint of regret. "It seems I spoke too soon. It would have been good to see you struggle a bit more." With that, the man laughed heartily and then spoke. "I swear on my honor as one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, the king of brilliant Sun Yun, your request is granted." Go-chan, hearing the names Heaven-Earth Association and Sun Yun, widened his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang asked Go-chan to explain further what the Heaven-Earth Association is. "It is a very dangerous organization." Go-chan continued. "The Heaven-Earth Association, one of the 3 major powers currently dividing the martial arts world in Zhongyuan's Murim, venerates strength and aims to unify the martial arts world. They had once caused rivers of blood in the martial world. Thus, the name Heaven-Earth Association strikes fear in the martial arts community. Regarding Mok's sword manor, although it is definitely a large clan, compared to Heaven-Earth Association, it is merely a minor player. And that man over there is one of the 5 great kings of the Heaven-Earth Association, the king of brilliance, Sun Yun. His strength and the power he wielded were enough to terrify countless people. If a real fight were to break out, Mok's sword manor would likely face annihilation. In the end, the manor master, Mok Inden, had no choice but to hand over the treasure. However, the treasure they are after is stored in the secret chamber beneath the medicinal hall. Indeed, they were searching for that very book of human skin. When hearing that the item Heaven-Earth Association was looking for what was in the secret chamber beneath the medicinal hall, Zhang quickly guessed what they wanted. They were indeed looking for the Book of Human Skin. At this time, although Go Chan was unclear about the specific item they were after, he suspected it was likely on Zhang. Therefore, once Zhang awoke, he continuously warned him to be cautious of Heaven-Earth Association and to avoid stirring up trouble. However, in the next second, he saw Zhang walking straight towards Mok Inden, merely causing Go Chan's soul to fly out of fright. At this moment, Mok Inden also noticed that Zhang had awoken. Mok Inden first asked Zhang if he was injured and admonished him not to take such risks again, then asked him to rest aside. However, Zhang directly asked, "How did you get the scar on your body?" Mok Inden initially thought that the third son was concerned about him, but after thinking it over, he realized Zhang hadn't sustained any external injuries, which puzzled him. Zhang continued to press, "Who caused that scar on your waist?" Hearing Mok Jiyuan's question, Mok Inden frowned. Given the current situation, why would Zhang suddenly ask about this? Just then, the masked men who had gone to retrieve the treasure from the medicinal hall's basement returned. They knelt before Sun Yun, respectfully presenting the wooden box that originally contained the Book of Human Skin. Although the seal charms on the surface of the box were gone, it appeared intact. Sun Yun was overjoyed at the sight, and Mok Inden seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. I will tell you later." However, Zhang insisted, "You must tell me now." Mok Inden didn't answer, just silently watched as Sun Yun slowly opened the treasure box. At this moment, Sun Yun was immersed in the joy of having recovered the treasure, unaware of the mischievous smile that had appeared on Zhang's face. "If you don't speak up, there could be big trouble," Zhang whispered quietly. Mok Inden looked at Zhang puzzledly, but what Zhang said next made him visibly shocked. What they want isn't underneath the medicinal hall. At this moment, as Sun Yun saw the contents of the box, his face suddenly changed. A tremendous internal force burst from him, causing the air around to buzz. He then looked at Mok Inden with a murderous gaze, a moment that struck fear into the hearts of the Mok family. However, at this moment, Lady Suk sneered. She thought, "It seems they didn't find what they were looking for, and since Mok Jaehyun has obtained a secret manual of Mok Sword Manor, that thing is probably on him." She quietly calculated that if she could expose this, she could use these people to eliminate Mok Jaehyun. However, the next developments shattered her illusions. At this moment, Sun Yun pulled a pair of earrings from the box. These earrings, made of gold, silver, and jade, were clearly valuable and could only be worn by someone of high status. Indeed, they were the very earrings that Mok Inden had personally given to his wife on their anniversary. The lady felt a sense of doom and turned her fierce gaze towards Mok Jaehyun. "You dare?" Before she could finish, Zhang smirked devilishly and loudly said, "Aren't these earrings the lady's most cherished items?" As soon as these words came out, Mok Inden was shocked and the lady was utterly flustered. Mok Inden, seeing this, tried to stop Zhang from continuing, but Zhang kept shouting, "Why are you playing dumb, madam? Madam, under these circumstances, are you still going to pretend you don't know? I know for sure that those are yours." Sun Yun sneered coldly and crushed the earrings in his hand. "You have chosen to bring on your own downfall." Sun Yun then glared at the trembling lady. At this moment, Lady Suk was panicked and staggered back a few steps, quickly explaining, "Sir, this must be a misunderstanding. Think about it. If I had stolen something, why would I put my own jewelry in there? This must be someone else's setup." But Sun Yun didn't listen to her explanation, lifting his huge sword and swinging it towards Lady Suk's head. Just then, Mok Inden used all his strength to block the sword with his own, only to hear a clang as his treasured sword was bent and deformed by the strike, and he himself was flung away by the immense force. At this moment, looking at Mok Inden lying on the ground, Sun Yun coldly said, "Since none of you know where that item is, it means I won't lose anything from killing you." Saying this, Sun Yun approached the kneeling Mok guards and scoffed. "Not only did you steal the treasure of the Heaven-Earth Association, but you also dared to mock us." With that, he smashed the kneeling guard in front with his sword. "This is absolutely intolerable." Seeing this, Zhang whispered to Mok Inden, "Can you tell me now?" Mok Inden responded, "Didn't I say I would definitely tell you later?" Zhang coldly smiled, "That's not how you negotiate." At this moment, Sun Yun had started a killing spree, cutting down the guards one by one. "Do you intend to let everyone here die?" Mok Inden shouted. Zhang coldly said, "You're making me repeat myself. I guess you'll tell me once the situation is worse." However, just then, a voice suddenly said, "Sir, I have something to report." The speaker was Lady Suk's personal guard, Ho Won. She pointed towards Mok Yun Pyong and Mok Yu Chun, slowly saying, "As the lady of the master, if something happens to her, it would jeopardize the position of her eldest son, and these people could benefit from it. Even taking over the master's position, they must be the culprits." Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Mok Yun Pyong and others. However, Ho Wang's next words shocked them even more. The place where the treasure was stored also contained the secret manual of Moxer Manor. They must have taken the scriptures and then stolen the treasure. Hearing this, Zhang secretly smiled, as all this was part of his plan. Previously, he had given the scriptures to Mok Yun Pyong and Mok Yu Chun precisely for this moment. Ho Wang's accusation was also part of his arrangement. As the demon monk had long possessed Ho Wang, Mok Yun Pyong panicked, shouted, "What are you talking about?" Mok Yu Chun also vehemently denied it, claiming he would never do such a thing. However, Zhang remained silently on the side. Their panic successfully caught Sun Yun's attention, and he coldly said, "The ones who just shouted in protest, drag them away and skin them." Hearing this, Mok Yun finally realized the severity of the situation, turning to look at Zhang, who seemed just to be enjoying the show, shaking all over. He hysterically said, "The person who put that scar on me is Phantom Sword from the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Are you satisfied now?" Hearing this name, Zhang smiled faintly, finally having a lead on that person. But just then, Zhang's expression changed abruptly as a bell rang through the entire villa, and the demon monk possessing Ho Wang let out a painful scream. At the same time, the mysterious sorcerer slowly appeared. Seeing his figure, Zhang had only one thought. This person is extremely dangerous. Zhang's secret was about to be revealed. As the bell continued to ring, a sorcerer wearing a hat and holding a staff slowly appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Sun Yun softly called out, "Shaman Cho." Seeing this figure, Zhang also deeply felt the danger. However, before he could react, Shaman Cho murmured, "Who is causing trouble here? I shall exorcise you." He then waved his staff rapidly, formed a seal with his left hand, and chanted, sending an invisible energy spreading around. As the energy touched Ho Wang, she clutched her head in agony, her neck veins bulging out, emitting a ghastly black air. Seeing this, everyone stepped back in fear. At that moment, although Go Chan did not suffer as Ho Wang did, his chest also felt uncomfortable. As the energy wave reached him, he quickly circulated his chi, barely preventing his soul from being stripped from his body. As the demon monk was forcibly extracted, Shaman Cho accelerated his movements, determined to completely destroy the demon monk. Just then, a flying sword shot towards Shaman Cho, interrupting his spellcasting. Simultaneously, a masked person appeared rapidly, blocking the deadly strike for Shaman Cho. The person who threw the sword was Zhang, despicable and shameless. "How dare you attack by surprise?" The masked person shouted angrily, then prepared to attack Zhang. However, Shaman Cho stopped him, frowning deeply and staring at Zhang, asking, "Can you also see spirits?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people became restless. At this moment, Zhang tensed up. At the moment he threw the flying sword, he hadn't thought much, just feeling that losing the demon monk was too regrettable. Now coming to his senses, he realized his actions had been somewhat reckless. "I don't know what you're talking about." However, this expression did not escape Shaman Cho's eyes. Shaman Cho muttered to himself, "You don't know? Then I guess I can get rid of this ominous thing." Demon monk screamed from pain. "The people here won't have any idea what we're doing." Zhang stayed silent. In this world, few can become martial arts geniuses, but even fewer can become shaman, because these individuals are born with talents that are extraordinary. The best quality a shaman can be born with is the eyes. You can just train the other qualities, but you cannot train to see. In other words, if Zhang could indeed see spirits, it would mean he was naturally gifted to be a shaman. After hearing Shaman Cho's words, Zhang was secretly astonished, but chose to remain silent. Seeing that Zhang was unwilling to admit it, Shaman Cho's expression changed. "Then let me ask you differently. Why did you try to stop me from destroying the spirit?" Shaman Cho then formed a hand seal and summoned the 4 peaks interlocking technique. For streams of light trapped the demon monk tightly, and the space within the formation began to shrink gradually. The demon monk looked around, unable to hide the panic on its face. Shaman Cho said, "Normally, spirits do not obey human commands, but it seems this spirit is following your will. So if you tell me the reason, I will let it go." Knowing he could no longer feign ignorance, Zhang also began to form hand seals, and the seals he made were exactly the same as those of Shaman Cho. Simultaneously, 4 streams of light also appeared around the demon monk, effectively blocking the shrinking column of light. This scene completely astonished Shaman Cho, even making him suspect Zhang was playing dumb. He was shocked and asked, "How do you know this spell?" Zhang countered, "Must one learn it to use it?" At that moment, Shaman Cho finally confirmed that Zhang was a true genius. To know the 4 peaks interlocking technique required one to be at least a master of the monthly phase to perform, but this young man had mimicked it after just a glance, even adjusting the spell's usage to function within another's formation. Even Shaman Cho himself could not achieve this. "It seems that eyes are not your only talent." Thinking this, Shaman Cho laughed heartily, then pointed with one hand, and uttered a release word. The light around the demon monk instantly scattered. Then, Shaman Cho turned to King of Brilliance Sun Yun and said, "I don't care about the others, but I want this kit." Instantly, everyone's eyes widened, not understanding why the Heaven-Earth Association suddenly decided to spare Mak Jae-young. At this moment, Sun Yun coldly said, "What kind of nonsense is this now?" But in the end, he agreed to Shaman Cho's request. "Well, alright, but I'm killing everyone else," Sun Yun nonchalantly said. Upon hearing this, Mak Inden was the first to become unsettled, looking at Mak Jae-young nervously, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to begin. Zhang sighed helplessly. Since he had already promised Mak Inden, he could only keep his word now. He walked up to Sun Yun and interrupted, "What you want is with me." Hearing this, Sun Yun stared furiously at Mak Jae-young. "If you deceive me again, no matter what Shaman Cho requests, I will definitely chop you into pieces." Facing Sun Yun's threat, Zhang was unafraid, simply pointing at his own head. "I'm sorry, but what you want has already been burned by me. However, I've memorized it all in my mind." Next to him, Mak Inden was even more terrified, originally thinking that if Mak Jae-young handed over the book, Mak Sword Manor could escape disaster. Unexpectedly, he mocked Sun Yun right to his face. After hearing this, Sun Yun did not get angry, but laughed heartily. "Are all the so-called righteous sects a bunch of liars?" Zhang coldly retorted, "Why do you think I am lying?" Sun Yun's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Zhang. "Because what you said is impossible. That book cannot be burned, nor destroyed, as if something is protecting it. You haven't even seen what the treasure book looks like and dare to waste my time here. Since that's the case, I will grant your wish." Saying this, Sun Yun picked up a great sword and coldly said, "Remember not to lie in your next life." A fierce sword aura slashed towards Zhang's neck. However, the next second, a statement from Zhang abruptly stopped the sword in its tracks. The cover did not burn, but the content written in blood inside burns quite easily. Instantly, Sun Yun's face turned pale, unable to believe what Zhang said. This guy had actually seen the book. It's known within the inner circles of the Heaven-Earth Association that the Human Skin book is written in blood. Sun Yun's body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, at this moment, Sun Yun was still unwilling to believe what Zhang said. Because he had witnessed countless masters being devoured bit by the Human Skin book, no one could survive after seeing the book. Therefore, he suspected, if the other party was not lying, then it must be good luck, having fortuitously survived. Sun Yun, his voice trembling, asked, "Did you really see that book?" Zhang calmly replied, "In this situation, why would I lie to you?" Sun Yun stared at Mak Jae-young, sweat soaking through his clothes. He couldn't detect any panic in Zhang's eyes. If Zhang was telling the truth, then he could finally report back to that person. But cautiously, he said, "Since you claim to have memorized the content in your mind, prove it to me, whether it's the mantras or techniques." Hearing Sun Yun's words, everyone at Mak Sword Manor looked at Mak Jae-young with nervous eyes. Knowing he had taken the treasure, everyone felt a strong sense of betrayal. But under the current circumstances, only Mak Jae-young could save them. At that moment, they all hoped he was telling the truth. At the same time, Zhang also frowned deeply, although he could deceive Mak Yuchun by altering some of the content as before. After all, the other party was the true owner of the book. If they knew the contents were incorrect, he might be killed because of it. If that's the case, then I'll pick out few sentences to see how he reacts, Zhang thought to himself. However, the next second, a surge of dark red blood rushed towards him. Looking up, he saw the blood spread like a tide across the entire plaza. Just then, a figure stood on the roof. It was Blue Spirit. Simultaneously, her voice echoed in his mind. "If you dare to reveal a single sentence from inside, you will die." The moment he saw Blue Spirit, Zhang felt something was off. At this moment, she was completely different from usual, radiating towering rage, even giving Zhang the illusion of being in a blood-soaked abyss, capable of devouring everything. This rage turned into a sea of blood, enveloping the entire Moxer Manor. In an instant, the entire world seemed frozen by the sea of blood, with Blue Spirit standing under the moonlight, glaring fiercely at the people of the Heaven-Earth Association. This was the first time Zhang felt Blue Spirit's purest rage. Although he did not know why she hated these people so much, since Blue Spirit stopped him, she definitely did not want these people to know the contents of the book. Yet, if he didn't speak, he might be killed by Sun Yun. At that moment, Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Before he had avenged his grandfather, he did not want to die so easily. But what should he do now? Just then, he heard Blue Spirit's ethereal voice in his ear. Blue Spirit seemed to sense Zhang's dilemma and whispered, "Just do as I told you." This made Zhang even more puzzled. "Do you mean to tell them the wrong content? Sun Yun and the others should know the contents of the book. If I recite the wrong mantra, I will surely die." Blue Spirit responded indifferently after hearing this. You just need to trust me. If you die, I won't be spared either. Hearing this, Zhang could only sigh softly. On the other side, seeing that Zhang had not spoken for a long time, Sun Yun was getting impatient. However, just then, Zhang silently walked over to a masked man and snatched the long sword from his hand. The masked man was shocked, thinking Zhang was planning to resist to the death, but instead, he just stood there silently, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit removed the hairpin from her head and started demonstrating techniques with the pin as a sword. Her red garment fluttered like falling petals under the moonlight. Zhang followed her movements, wielding the long sword and perfectly reproducing the techniques. As a mantra slipped from his lips, a sharp sword sheath spread outward along the blade. The sword techniques demonstrated by Zhang had no superfluous movements, and it was evident at a glance that it was a lunar vein sword technique. Not only the people of Mock Sword Manor, but even Sun Yun were stunned on the spot. Who would have thought that a third-rate warrior could execute such perfect sword moves? This not only proved the finesse of the sword techniques, but also showcased Zhang's unparalleled martial arts talent. Sun Yun was overjoyed. According to his knowledge, that mantra was part of the lunar vein sword technique, lost for 100 years. However, just as he was about to burst into laughter, the masked people around started stirring. Because Zhang began reciting the second move's mantra, Sun Yun felt alarmed and quickly intervened. He knew that if the lunar vein sword technique were made public in this manner, it would cause great trouble. Seeing Sun Yun's tense expression, Zhang slowly stopped his movements and smirked, confident that he had won his bet. In his heart, he knew the Human Skin ancient book contained no such mantras. Yet, Sun Yun's tense expression seemed to indicate that these were indeed the contents of the Human Skin ancient book. For a moment, he wasn't sure which it was, so he asked Sun Yun for confirmation. Sun Yun snapped out of it, realizing he had unconsciously shown a tense expression just now. This made things complicated. This sword technique should absolutely not be known to others under normal circumstances. Therefore, the principle was that he should get the complete manual first, then eliminate the opposition. However, just as Sun Yun was contemplating killing him, Shaman Cho called out to him. Sun Yun understood Shaman Cho was interested in Zhang, but he was interested as well. After all, Zhang had achieved something that no one in the Heaven-Earth Association could, and with his unmatched martial arts talent, he was bound to reach the pinnacle of the martial world. Unfortunately, anyone who knew the contents of the Human Skin book had to die. As he pondered how to handle the situation, Zhang looked at him and then smirked without hesitation, drew the long sword across his own neck. Are you mad? This action shocked everyone present. Sun Yun quickly intervened, knocking the sword from Zhang's hand in the nick of time. At that moment, only he knew that if he hadn't acted in time, the other would have surely ended his own life. Zhang, clutching his profusely bleeding wound, scoffed. It seems this technique is indeed very precious. Now I know how valuable this is. I wasn't planning on speaking so easily, so feel free to take me with you. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone at Mock Sword Manor was stunned, unable to believe that Mock Jianwen was actually offering to go with the enemy. Wasn't that akin to seeking death? But it seemed to be the best solution under the circumstances. Sun Yun surprised to hear Zhang voluntarily offer to return with him to the Heaven-Earth Association. Initially paused, but then reasoned it was indeed the best approach. This young fellow could not be coerced or threatened into speaking. He had to be taken back to the Heaven-Earth Association for further action. What Sun Yun did not know was that Zhang's bold decision was precisely to use these people to escape from Mock Sword Manor. Soon after, the Heaven-Earth Association's forces left Mock Sword Manor in a grand procession. Inside the carriage, Zhang was bound hand and foot and transported to the Heaven-Earth Association's headquarters, along with another person who was also bound and taken away from Mock Sword Manor. Zhang was bound in the carriage with Mok Yuchun. Mok Yuchun sighed deeply, puzzled as the Yi-2 was taken hostage. This all began 2 hours earlier. After Mok Jianwen volunteered to leave with the Heaven-Earth Association, Sun Yun struck him, knocking him unconscious. However, Sun Yun didn't leave immediately, but made 2 demands to Mok Inden. After all, since Mock Sword Manor had stolen from the Heaven-Earth Association, the matter couldn't be settled lightly. Sun Yun raised his hand and said, "If you refuse my demands, I can destroy Mock Sword Manor right now." The 2 conditions Sun Yun proposed were, first, Mock Sword Manor must close its doors for 10 years and not set foot in the martial world. Second, your heir will be taken as a hostage. Upon hearing this, the second condition made the Mok brothers nervous, especially Mok Yuchun, who was stunned as everyone pointed fingers at him. He didn't expect to be acknowledged as the successor this way. Thus, Mok Yuchun became the hostage. Now, though he wasn't knocked unconscious, he was bound tightly, unable to move, and even had his acupoint sealed to prevent him from using his internal strength. Compared to Mok Jiuan beside him, his situation was slightly better. At this moment, Ma Qiuchun was filled with regret. He had thought he would have a chance to shine once his father awoke. But now he found himself in such a tragic situation, uncertain of what would happen next. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a slight noise. However, other than him, there was only Ma Jiyuan in the carriage, and with Ma Jiyuan's acupoint sealed, he couldn't be the source of the noise. Who made it? Just as he was puzzled, the blindfold over his eyes was suddenly pulled off, and Ma Qiuchun's eyes widened. It was Ma Jiyuan. How did you? Before he could finish, Zhang made a shush gesture. He calmly checked the outside of the carriage and said, "If you answer one thing for me, I'll help you untie these ropes." Ma Qiuchun was curious about what he wanted to ask. Zhang looked at him expressionlessly and asked, "Who is the phantom sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars?" Zhang's expression grew serious. "So, phantom sword might be in that place. It's just a rumor, but it's probably true," Ma Qiuchun replied. Zhang fell silent. From Ma Qiuchun's words, he learned about phantom sword, but the situation was complicated by the existence of that place. As he contemplated his next move, Blue Spirit's voice came to his ear. "Mortal, it's all taken care of outside." Hearing this, Zhang immediately knelt to untie Ma Qiuchun. However, this action startled Ma Qiuchun. "Are you planning to escape? If we do this, Mock Sword Manor will face retaliation again." Zhang looked indifferent. "What does that have to do with me? If you don't want to come with me, then stay here." Saying that, he struck Ma Qiuchun's neck, knocking him unconscious. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been so easy to knock him out, but it was possible because Ma Qiuchun's internal strength was sealed. Thinking this, Zhang walked out of the carriage without looking back. Outside, the scene was a mess, with Blue Spirit impatiently urging him to leave quickly. However, just as Zhang stepped out of the carriage, a strange feeling suddenly washed over him, lasting only a moment, but leaving him stunned for a long time. At that moment, Blue Spirit's urging voice came again. Zhang stopped hesitating and jumped out of the carriage. He then moved his body and began to circulate death chi. The death chi flowed from his core throughout his body, and in the next second, he sped away like an arrow. In just an instant, he was hundreds of meters away, a speed that could not be compared to ordinary running. Thus, under the moonlight, a shadow swiftly moved through the forest. However, as he ran, Zhang noticed something odd. Though it had been only half an hour, he had seen the same scenery multiple times. He stopped and began to observe carefully, which also piqued Blue Spirit's curiosity. Zhang pointed at a withered tree nearby. "I've seen this tree 4 times now. It seems we've been going in circles." Hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit frowned slightly. "Could you be mistaken? If we were caught in some kind of spell, I would have noticed." She waved her hand dismissively. "Maybe you're just too tense. We need to keep moving." She continued forward without looking back, but Zhang suddenly called her to stop, suggesting that he might have twisted his ankle due to unfamiliarity with the technique. He proposed taking a break right there. Hearing this, Blue Spirit visibly became annoyed. "At your pace, when will we ever get out? Let me check it for you first." Saying so, she reached out towards Zhang's ankle. As Blue Spirit bent down, Zhang suddenly grasped her neck tightly. "Who exactly are you?" Blue Spirit struggled, shouting, "Mortal, have you lost your mind? Let go of me." Zhang coldly said, "If you were really Blue Spirit, you would have pushed me away by now." As he tightened his grip, Blue Spirit's body began to crumble bit by bit. Zhang scoffed, "If you want to impersonate someone, you should at least make it believable." As he spoke, a crackling sound was heard, and Blue Spirit's body turned into a puppet. Seeing this, Zhang brought his hands together and closed his eyes, chanting a spell. A wave of invisible death chi spread around him. Suddenly, the entire space began to shatter with a crisp sound. Shaman Cho appeared before Zhang. This sudden turn of events startled Shaman Cho. Knowing that the Willow Spirit training technique was a high-level spell that could turn a willow doll into a trusted figure, he was astonished that it had been uncovered by this young man in less than half an hour. Such a talented individual was truly once in a lifetime. Shaman Cho's lips curled up slightly, and he directly said, "Become my disciple." Hearing Shaman Cho's offer to take him as a disciple, Zhang's gaze sharpened, yet he remained cautious and surveyed his surroundings, though he saw no one else. Shaman Cho was only 10 steps away from him, a distance Zhang was confident he could easily manage. Just as he was about to make a move, he sensed something unusual, the same feeling he had when he first stepped down from the carriage. At that moment, a strange bloodstain appeared on Zhang's cheek, and runes emerged around him. Shaman Cho smiled coldly. "Did you think you could attack me because there's no one around? I have set up barriers around us. If you try to escape, your body might be torn to pieces." Shaman Cho said coldly, "To survive in such a brutal world, you must be fully prepared. That's the first lesson I intend to teach you." Hearing this, Zhang was momentarily stunned. "I haven't agreed to be your disciple yet." Shaman Cho was unconcerned, but pulled out a puppet and threw it to Zhang. The puppet had a seal on it, and was connected to Zhang by a red thread. It was a puppet sealed with Demon Monk, But Zhang could not feel any of Demon Monk's energy from the puppet and wondered how Shaman Cho had managed it. Then, Shaman Cho spoke again. I'll give you a piece of advice. Since you hold the secrets of the Heaven-Earth Association, your fate now entirely depends on the moods of the high ranks of the association. But if you become my disciple, you will at least have a chance to live. Shaman Cho knew that even with a sword to his neck, Zhang would still haggle, so he hoped to break him this way. However, Zhang remained composed, staring intently at the puppet in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively agreed. All right, but I have one condition in return. You must tell me how you sealed Demon Monk. Hearing this, Shaman Cho burst into laughter. Had I known this, I wouldn't have needed to threaten you. He then pulled another object from his belt. This is not difficult for me, as I was planning to teach you anyway. But first, you must take an oath. Zhang took the object Shaman Cho threw to him, furrowing his brows in silence. Zhang looked puzzled. In his hands was a string of black prayer beads. You just need to wear it on your wrist and say, I, Mak Jaeun, the son of Makinden, will become the disciple of Cho Yugong. Zhang asked doubtfully, what will happen after I say it? Cho Yugong smiled. Once you've taken the oath, you can no longer harm me. After all, I cannot trust someone who has tried to kill me and attempted to escape. Hearing this, Zhang did not hesitate, tucked the puppet into his bosom, and immediately began to take the oath. As soon as the oath was completed, the prayer beads made a crisp sound, and the curse words appeared. This was the legendary curse retracting bead. Anyone who wears it and takes an oath can neither remove it nor ever disobey the commands of the person they swore to. This was Cho Yugong's scheme. He was someone who needed to control everything. At that moment, Cho Yugong wore a satisfied expression and threw Zhang a book made of cowhide. This is a manual I wrote myself. It contains what you wish to learn. Memorize it all, then return it to me. Saying this, Cho Yugong turned to leave. However, Zhang stopped him just a few steps away. Aren't you going to release me from this spell? Cho Yugong chuckled. That book also contains the method to undo the spell. I'll give you an hour. If you can't figure it out by then, you're really in trouble. With that, he disappeared into the woods without looking back. Zhang snorted softly, smirking to himself. This is indeed interesting. It seems he was planning to teach me these things all along. Just then, a figure lightly descended from the sky, the long-missing blue spirit. She had waited until Cho Yugong was far enough away before daring to reappear. However, Zhang looked at her skeptically and, catching her off guard, made a grab at her body, but Blue Spirit easily dodged. Blue Spirit, visibly annoyed, demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Zhang, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Just a little test." In the next second, Blue Spirit burst out laughing, recalling Zhang's comical jumping around in the illusion. But in a blink, she became serious again, curiously asking, "Why did you take such an oath? That string of beads contains a very strong curse-retracting power. Only this way could I get this," he said, looking again at the manual in his hand. Blue Spirit was speechless. "Are you really just after this thing? That's not like you at all." The next second, Zhang effortlessly removed the prayer beads from his wrist, surprising Blue Spirit. She frowned and asked, "How did you do that? An oath must be taken in one's own name, right? But my real name isn't Mok Jang-won, and my father isn't Maken Din either, so the oath could never take effect." Hearing this, Blue Spirit realized, "So are you planning to run away now?" At that moment, Zhang smiled faintly. "I've changed my mind now. I want to become his disciple." When Blue Spirit heard Zhang say he wanted to become Cho Yugong's disciple, she was completely unsettled. She couldn't understand why Zhang would make such a decision. "Do you really want to become a disciple of the Heaven-Earth Association?" Zhang did not answer, but a firm look appeared on his face. Instead, he shared what he had learned earlier in the carriage. It turned out that Mok Yu-chun told him that as one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars represents the pinnacle of martial arts power today, it is said that 6 of them have transcended human limits, and the remaining 8 possess the strongest combat power among humans. Phantom Sword is one of those 8 stars. Phantom Sword was most famous 17 years ago. Rumors claim that his targets are all highly reputable masters in the martial arts world. People speculate that he must be either a royal family member or a top figure in the Heaven-Earth Association. Therefore, he is very likely to be in the Heaven-Earth Association. That is to say, as long as he goes to the Heaven-Earth Association, he might be able to find the other party. Thus, when Cho Yugong offered to take Zhang as his disciple, he began to plan how to infiltrate the inner workings of the Heaven-Earth Association. After all, being dark under the light would facilitate his search for Phantom Sword. After hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit was silent for a long time, then slowly exhaled a puff of green smoke. "That's quite coincidental. It seems that from the moment we met, our destinies were already destined." Hearing this, Zhang curiously looked at Blue Spirit, wondering why she suddenly brought this up. However, Blue Spirit looked at him with a determined gaze. "Become my disciple, take on my karma, and avenge me." At this moment, Blue Spirit's tone was completely different from usual. Every word she uttered was filled with intense murderous intent. Zhang carefully thought about it. It seemed her anger was always directed at the Heaven-Earth Association. Indeed, she wanted to take revenge on the Heaven-Earth Association. But what puzzled Zhang was why she was so fixated on revenge. Considering your age, shouldn't the object of your revenge have died long ago? Can't such a long time dilute your hatred? Zhang asked. Puzzled, Blue Spirit's lips trembled slightly. If it were you, would your hatred diminish over time? At that moment, Zhang fell silent, because in his heart, he harbored thoughts similar to Blue Spirit's. I absolutely cannot forgive that bastard and his descendants living in this world. Nor can I forget the humiliation after the truth was concealed. Even if 1,000 years pass, and the object of my vengeance has decayed, the anger in my heart will never be erased. Therefore, I must annihilate them, even if it means drenching everything in blood. At this moment, Zhang once again felt the purest anger in Blue Spirit's heart, as if it were transforming into a blood sea that slowly engulfed him, sinking deeper and deeper. Although Zhang understood that this was an illusion of Blue Spirit's anger, he still saw the hatred in the depths of her heart, cold and dark, even after more than 700 years, just like himself, who struggled to live to avenge his grandfather. At that moment, Zhang's thoughts solidified. I understand. I am willing to become your disciple. Blue Spirit was stunned. She did not expect Zhang to agree so quickly, and was at a loss for words for a moment. She just silently watched him, and after a long while, she turned her head away pretentiously and muttered, "You should have done so in the first place," before she could finish her sentence. Zhang spoke again. However, as a condition, you must tell me the reason for your revenge. I don't want to get involved in something I don't understand. Blue Spirit frowned slightly, exhaled a puff of green smoke slowly, and said with a dim expression, "Since that's the case, I will tell you one of the reasons. Originally, the Heaven-Earth Association was formed by 3 divisions, one of which was the Moon Division." Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Zhang seemed to guess something. "It seems that you are a member of the Moon Division." At this moment, Blue Spirit did not deny it. "That's all I can tell you now. What you need to do is inherit the karma of the Moon Division." Hearing this, Zhang silently gazed at Blue Spirit, trying to discern her thoughts from her eyes. However, despite looking for a long time, he was never able to see through her. He was curious about what exactly had happened back, and that made Blue Spirit keep silent about it all this time. Finally, Zhang bowed with both hands clasped together and sincerely revealed his own name to Blue Spirit. "My name is Zhang." At this moment, the moonlight shone on Blue Spirit's face, as if time had come to a standstill. The breeze fluttered through her sleeves, and Zhang's voice came again. "I will accept my fate and inherit all the karma of the Moon Division and voluntarily become Blue Spirit's disciple." Hearing Zhang's vow, Blue Spirit smiled, a smile so radiant. Perhaps at this moment, she saw a glimpse of hope for her revenge. As fate intertwined, under the moonlight, Zhang made his vow to voluntarily become Blue Spirit's disciple. Seeing Zhang's sincere eyes, Blue Spirit's eyebrows slightly raised, and her heart filled with satisfaction, she slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Very well. From now on, you should call me Master." However, this request was quickly rejected by Zhang. He calmly said, "This is my second condition. Let's omit formal titles like Master and Disciple." Blue Spirit was infuriated. "How can you say that? You just called that Taoist Master. So why can't you call me that?" Zhang disdainfully pulled out the wooden doll containing Demon Monk from his chest. "As a spirit, Demon Monk always calls me Master, yet I don't see you calling me Master." At this, Blue Spirit was rendered speechless and could only silently turn her head away, mentally cursing Demon Monk. Seeing this, Zhang just smiled faintly. In fact, if he was to go to the Heaven-Earth Association, he would need to learn the rest of the magic spells from Blue Spirit, so it was only right to call her Master. But regardless, now that his plot had succeeded, he would just leave it at that. Thinking this, he opened the secret book in his hand and began trying to lift the surrounding prohibitions. An hour later, the masked men who had been attracted away started to return one by one. Cho Yugong looked disappointedly towards the northwest forest. He had expected Zhang to lift the prohibitions quickly, but as it was nearing an hour, he inevitably began to doubt whether his demands were too harsh. In reality, an hour was not very long, especially considering the difficulty of mastering specified techniques in such a short time. Moreover, he was still in such a perilous situation. However, Cho Yugong decided to personally go and lift the prohibitions. Just then, Zhang's figure slowly walked out of the forest. The masked men were startled and prepared to subdue him, but Cho Yugong stopped them. Then, Zhang called Cho Yugong Master. Although the masked men were puzzled, they dared not say anything. At this moment, Cho Yugong looked at Zhang in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise, but he kept scolding Zhang for being later than expected. In fact, Zhang's speed was entirely beyond his expectations. Among all the talents Cho Yugong valued, Zhang had the most potential. However, now that Mak Jiun had become his disciple, he also decided to refrain from praising him too much, simply agreeing with a brief remark, then letting Zhang return to the cart to rest. As the carriage slowly moved forward, the large troop set off again towards the distance. Back in the carriage, Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Mak Yuchun was still lying in the carriage, fast asleep. Zhang's lips curled up slightly, whispering softly, "It seems we haven't been discovered yet." Speaking, a thumb-sized wooden doll emerged from his embrace. The wooden doll spoke, "I never thought I'd have to hide in such a wooden doll." The speaker was Blue Spirit. Unfortunately, due to Blue Spirit's high level, even a slight movement from her would cause the doll to crack. Fortunately, Zhang's masterful control of the technique allowed the doll to remain intact. However, it was indeed uncomfortable for Blue Spirit to be trapped inside. Zhang could only comfort her, promising to find her a suitable body as soon as possible. Originally, to help Blue Spirit conceal her presence, Zhang not only quickly learned the art of prohibition, but also mastered the technique of infusing spirits into dolls with the remaining time. If Cho Yugong knew, he would probably be scared silly with laughter. Zhang then started his long journey to the Heaven-Earth Association. 2 weeks later, various troops gradually converged. At this moment, not far from the forest, a figure watched the direction of the caravan's progress. This person was Ha Chai Rin, possessed by Go Chan. At this moment, he was incredibly conflicted on one hand, lamenting the predicament of becoming a woman, and on the other, regretting making such a decision. Originally, after Mak Jiun was taken away by Sun Yun, Go Chan had been following behind the carriage. He had formed a connection with Zhang, and thus instinctively knew where Mak Jiun was. In fact, if it weren't for becoming a spirit, this would have been an excellent opportunity to escape from Mak Jiun. However, the farther he got away, the more anxious he felt in his heart, perhaps because he knew that if Mak Jiun died, he would disappear too. So, no matter what, if he wanted to remain in this world, he had to help Mak Jiun survive. But the thought of rescuing someone from the hands of the Heaven-Earth Association immediately made him balk. "I can't keep going like this. I have to think of a plan first." As Ha Chai Rin was a top assassin of the Flying Assassin School, she definitely had experience in infiltration. Go Chan thought that if he could trace her memories, he might discover some infiltration techniques he had never tried before. Just then, an idea popped into Go Chan's mind, and he felt somewhat helpless. "It's over. I have to resort to using my beauty." When this thought emerged, a wave of embarrassment swept over him, and it took quite some effort for Go Chan to overcome his rationality and maintain the last bit of his dignity. However, along the way, there was something that greatly puzzled Go Chan. Since the people of the Heaven-Earth Association had already achieved their objective, why didn't they return directly to the Heaven-Earth Association, instead taking detours? Moreover, every 2 days, they would see groups of kids under the age of 20 joining the troops. This situation gave them a vague premonition of something ominous. Zhang had also noticed this early on. He had inquired several times with Cho Yugong, but the responses he received were to mind his own business. Therefore, in the following time, he could only stay in the carriage, focusing on studying secret techniques. Until this day, the massive troop of over 300 people, led by Sun Yun, suddenly stopped. Sun Yun, visibly excited, shouted toward the front, "This place is still as spectacular as ever." Hearing this, Zhang also emerged from the carriage. What entered his sight was a huge city, standing amidst numerous towering peaks, separated by a tall wall. Just passing through the grand entrance in front of him would allow entry. Just then, the voice of Blue Spirit came from the wooden doll in Zhang's hand. "Are you nervous?" Zhang didn't respond, and Blue Spirit reminded him, "You'd better start getting nervous. Given your current strength, if you encounter a real expert, you probably won't last half a round." In fact, Zhang's growth had been incredibly fast. In just a month, he had leaped from a third-rate level to a first-class master, thanks largely to the death chi he had absorbed at the Mocksword Manor, giving him the equivalent of half a century's worth of chi. However, Blue Spirit appeared calm on the surface, but was still filled with deep worries. After all, places filled with death chi like the Mocksword Manor were not commonly found. Moreover, once Zhang stepped into the Pinnacle Realm, he could no longer rely solely on absorbing death chi for cultivation. He would need to comprehend on his own to further improve. Otherwise, he might remain stagnant for the rest of his life. If Zhang wants to undertake the legacy of the Moon Division, not only do they need to become stronger faster, but they also need some luck. While Blue Spirit analyzed the current situation, Zhang suddenly noticed something unusual as the convoy did not enter the city through the main gate, but moved along the wall towards another direction. Zhang, puzzled, suddenly had the carriage door pushed open by Cho Yugong, who appeared panicked and said, there's a problem. Before Zhang could even ask, Cho Yugong pulled an item from his clothes and, without hesitation, handed it to Zhang. No time to explain. Put this on quickly. It was an ancient ring, engraved with tiny spell characters. As long as you wear this, even without talismans, you can use magic. Zhang was curious why Cho Yugong would give him this, but Cho Yugong did not explain and just muttered to himself, such an absurd thing to happen. I thought they wouldn't do this since you were a hostage, but I didn't expect you to be sent there. Cho Yugong sighed. It turned out that just then, the leader of the Heaven-Earth Association had personally ordered that the Mock brothers be sent to Corpse Blood Valley. As a testing ground for the Heaven-Earth Association, countless youths are sent there each year, but less than 10% survive. There is no mercy or kindness there, only endless slaughter and corpses everywhere. Zhang had not yet entered the valley, but from Cho Yugong's words, he could already deeply feel the terror and bloodiness of the Corpse Blood Valley. Cho Yugong clenched his fists, unwilling in his heart. His brilliant disciple, whom he had found with great difficulty, was about to be thrown into such a place to die. I will report to the chief immediately and get you out, he said excitedly to Zhang. During this time, you must find a way to survive. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the carriage. This is as far as it goes. From now on, no one but the testers is allowed to enter. A group of people wearing red scarves and masks stopped the carriage, staring intently at Zhang with their eerie eyes. Welcome to the Corpse Blood Valley. Before Zhang could truly enter the inner parts of the Heaven-Earth Association, he was sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. As a testing ground for the Heaven-Earth Association, anyone who enters must go through a life or death ordeal, and less than 1 in 10 survive. At this time, Mak Yuchun was also moving into the valley with the crowd. Over the past month, except for meal times, he had been almost continuously unconscious and knew nothing about the place he was going to. However, he spotted Mak Jae-won in the crowd, shouted out, and prepared to push through the crowd to ask Mak Jae-won for clarity. But the next second, he was hit on the back by a warrior's club. Though his acupoints had been released, his inner power was sealed, and he could only obediently follow orders, moving forward quietly like a captive. Unlike Mak Yuchun's panic, Zhang appeared unusually calm. He had already sensed the problem through Cho Yugong's warning. Now, the only thing that puzzled him was why everyone here had their inner power sealed with silver needles, including himself and Mak Yuchun. He asked Blue Spirit for the reason, but she was also clueless. She only knew that such a situation had never happened before in the Heaven-Earth Association, and reminded Zhang to be careful, as this place was very sinister. Thus, after about 3 hours of marching, the crowd finally reached a wide, shallow valley. By now, many youths had gathered, including the teen with Mak Jae-won, totaling at least 800 people. As they arrived, a deafening voice rang out, "Welcome to the Corpse Blood Valley." Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the figure standing on the platform ahead. Wearing a demon mask and hands behind his back, he stood proudly. He said, "From now on, you will undertake the first task." As he spoke, he pulled out a fingertip-sized iron ball from his pocket. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the demon-masked man continued, "In the waters of this valley, there are many iron balls like this. You need to find them within a specified time, or you will face the penalty of death." Upon this proclamation, the crowd instantly became agitated. Now deep into the night, although there were warriors holding torches, finding these tiny iron balls in the darkness was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, a youth raised his hand and said, "We are all elites selected from our own sex, yet now we are to lose our lives over a small iron ball. Isn't this too excessive?" Before he could finish, a plop sound was heard as the iron ball in the hand of the demon-masked man pierced through his head. Everyone around immediately showed shocked expressions and began to panic. The demon-masked man spoke loudly again. "Here, strength, status, and all other identities will lose their meaning. The only thing you must do is obey commands unconditionally. Those who question or resist will lose their lives." Instantly, the area fell dead silent. The previously noisy valley suddenly quieted down and faced with the threat of death. Everyone was terrified. Even Zhang is quiet in the crowd. The scene shifts to a room somewhere, where Cho Yugong paces back and forth anxiously, with Sun Young by his side, equally anxious. Cho Yugong, full of indignation, asked, "Why didn't you tell the leader that I had already taken him as a disciple?" To this, Sun Young responded with disdain, "It would have been useless. When have you ever seen the leader retract an order?" Cho Yugong fell silent. As Sun Young said, once the leader issued an order, it was never retracted, and sometimes those who failed to execute the order were even severely punished. Thinking of this, Cho Yugong knew that persuading the leader was almost impossible, but having finally found such a usable disciple, how could he bear to lose him? In fact, Sun Young also felt the same regret. Zhang was the first person who could recite the content of the human skin book, which many had died trying to read without understanding it. Not to mention that he had also learned the long-lost lunar vein sword technique. Now, without even meeting the leader, Zhang was sent to the Corpse Blood Valley, a decision that Sun Yung found hard to understand. Suddenly, Sun Yung's gaze sharpened. Could it be that the leader sent that boy to the Corpse Blood Valley to test him? Just then, the demon-masked man lit a long incense stick and coldly reminded, "Let me also tell you, the number of iron balls in the valley is far less than the number of people present. You better start moving quickly." The trial in the Corpse Blood Valley finally began. At the command of the demon-masked man, the youth who had been hesitating rushed into the valley. 500 people running at the same time made the ground seem to shake. Seeing this scene, Mak Yuchen cursed silently in his heart, feeling he had really bad luck. At this point, he had no choice. Even though Mak Jiangwan was his half-brother from the same father, he had to find an iron ball first, or else he would die. Just as everyone jumped into the water and frantically searched for iron balls, Mak Yuchen accidentally noticed that Mak Jiangwan was standing still, seemingly aloof. What is this guy doing? Does he really not fear death? Mak Yuchen wondered in his heart, but he had no time to ponder further. Finding a small iron ball in such darkness was no easy task. The area was filled with the anxious voices of youths groping in the water, with their fingers inevitably getting injured. Soon, much time had passed. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out across the valley. "I found one." A youth held up the iron ball he had just picked up and shouted excitedly. At that moment, his hand holding the iron ball was mangled, but he still smiled broadly. On one hand, he was relieved that he wouldn't have to die, and on the other, he was thrilled to have distinguished himself. However, this scene also aroused jealousy and hostility among the onlookers. As the boy holding the iron ball walked toward the stands, a burly youth madly rushed toward him. At this moment, although the boy with the iron ball was already exhausted, he still desperately ran forward. However, his pursuer clearly had no intention of giving up, shouting as he chased, "Kid, if I catch you, I'll smash you into a pancake." Fortunately, there was a significant difference in their speeds, and it wasn't long before a considerable distance was created. The boy with the iron ball showed a smug expression, but before he could enjoy his triumph for long, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Mak Jaeon stood there with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. The boy with the iron ball was stunned, thinking to himself, "When did this guy get ahead of me?" He soon realized that Mak Jaeon had never entered the valley. At the same time, the demon-masked man had witnessed the entire scene, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he took interest in watching this group of youths perform. Faced with such a dilemma, the boy with the iron ball made a startling move. "Since you all want to steal my iron ball, then no one shall have it." Saying this, he swallowed the iron ball without hesitation. Seeing this, the burly youth cursed loudly, "To think I've been busy for nothing in the end." However, before he could finish, Mak Jaeon moved swiftly forward, instantly grabbing the throat of the boy with the iron ball. At that moment, Mak Jaeon's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You've really made things complicated." Saying this, his fingers inadvertently pressed hard against the other's throat. Before the boy with the iron ball could react, a puffed sound was heard as Mak Jaeon's palm went straight through his neck. As they watched the throat being brutally torn open, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Not just the youth participating in the trial. Even the surrounding guards felt a chill run down their spines. The burly youth, who had been shouting moments ago, now collapsed on the ground in terror, especially after making eye contact with Mak Jaeon's demonic gaze, feeling as though his heart was about to burst. As the saying goes, once your momentum is suppressed, no matter how strong you are, you will lose the courage to confront your opponent. Faced with the ruthlessly brutal Mak Jaeon, no one dared to step forward to stop him, and everyone was marked with a deep imprint of fear, only able to watch helplessly as Mak Jaeon handed over the iron ball. At that moment, Blue Spirit also showed a hint of excitement, for Zhang's actions seemed to trigger some changes here, a perfect start for her plan of revenge against the Heaven-Earth Association. On the other side, the demon-masked man, looking at the blood-stained iron ball in Mak Jaeon's hand, became even more interested in Zhang. He softly said, "Congratulations on passing the first trial." To get the iron ball without entering the water was something that had never happened before in previous trials. It seems this kid had planned it all from the start. Thinking this, he pulled out an item from his pocket, flipped his fingers, and tossed it to Mak Jaeon. It was a round silver medal engraved with the character 1. "This is your proof of passing the first trial," said the demon-masked man. "Keep it and the iron ball well." He then instructed the guards to take Mak Jaeon aside to rest. Mak Jaeon did not linger. After securing the items, he followed the guards to one side. At this moment, watching Zhang's unruffled back, the demon-masked man fell into thought. Until now, he had been puzzled why the leader would let a child from a reputable family participate in the trial, perhaps intending to torture him before killing him. But now it seemed not so. Indeed, the leader would not send them here without reason. If the leader had seen Mak Jaeon's performance just now, he would also be surprised. Compared to his reputable family background, Mak Jaeon's nature seemed more akin to those from the demonic path. This made the demon-masked man even more interested in Zhang's upcoming trials. Meanwhile, Zhang sat on a stone nearby, studying the silver medal in his hand. From the demon-masked man's words, he had guessed the true nature of the Corpse Blood Valley trial. The reason the survival rate here was less than 10% was that the Heaven-Earth Association wanted to filter out useful talents through competition. It looked like the upcoming trials would be even more intense. Indeed, the melee in the shallow valley became more intense. To fight for the iron balls, youths participating in the trial killed each other, and whenever someone found an iron ball, it would attract others' attacks. Gradually, they learned to keep silent after picking up an iron ball, but as soon as they prepared to leave the water surface, they would be spotted and attacked. During this, one youth seized the chance to leave, but was suddenly sent flying with a slap from a bald youth covered in strange tattoos. Seeing these tattoos, youths who had intended to snatch the ball immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces showing terror because the tattoos indicated that this person came from Scarlet Death Valley. Scarlet Death Valley is one of the 3 most infamous organizations under the Heaven-Earth Association. Although only having over 30 disciples, its notoriety was enough to terrify anyone in the martial world. Each one was a master. After handing over the iron ball, the bald youth walked disappointedly towards Mak Jaeon, snorting disdainfully a bunch of useless trash. Then he quietly threatened Mak Jaeon, "Don't think you can surpass me in the next round, because I will kill you with my own hands." During this blatant threat, Mak Jaeon just gave a cold smile, unwilling to waste energy on such unnecessary matters. Meanwhile, the slaughter in the valley continued, featuring a few particularly conspicuous figures. Among them, a short-haired girl with a pale face, but wherever she went, youth rushing towards her invariably fell to the ground. Even without using internal power, she mercilessly killed people with just a stone in her hand. She was an assassin from the Moa House. The once Moa House was one of the 4 major assassin organizations, which later withdrew from the assassination business and joined the Heaven-Earth Association. The second notable figure was a youth as sturdy as a calf, from the sect known in the martial world for its external skills, Big Young Sect. They primarily focused on physical training, and even with their internal power sealed, they could still demonstrate extraordinary strength here. Besides them, some other youths also displayed exceptional talent, easily passing the first trial. As time went on, the remaining time also grew shorter. At this moment, Mak Jaeon was still searching in the water, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never find a trace of the iron ball. His heart was filled with confusion and anger. Why did he, just a hostage, have to participate in this damned trial? At that time, Mak Jaeon started to have thoughts of retreating, wondering if perhaps he could just plead with the demon-masked man for forgiveness. However, just then, a youth holding an iron ball next to him was suddenly beheaded. The guard wiped the blood off his blade and coldly said, "Didn't I say not to ask questions at random?" This seemed completely stunned Mak Jaeon. At that moment, he finally understood that here, no matter who you are, if you don't follow the rules, the only outcome is death. What he didn't know was that the boy was killed because the iron ball he was holding was the one initially thrown out by the demon-masked man, which had no number engraved on it. Mak Jaeon sensed something odd. The death chi was spreading through the valley and silently converging towards him. So, to test if he can absorb the death chi, he extended his hand into the air, following the flow of the death chi, and began to chant a spell. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke the spell, the surrounding death chi seemed to be summoned, rapidly gathering into his palm. This scene excited him greatly, as he had suspected. Even with his internal power sealed, he was still able to smoothly operate his techniques. It seemed the techniques from the Human Skin book were indeed marvelous. With this realization, he no longer hesitated and began greedily absorbing the surrounding death chi. As the death chi continuously flowed into his body, he felt as if he had returned to Mak's sword manner. Only the death chi here was much denser than before. Watching youths still fiercely fighting, Mak Jaeon's eyes turned even redder. Yes, keep killing each other. The more they kill, the more death chi he could absorb. As time ticked away, only 1 minute remained in the first trial, yet many youths were still killing each other over the iron balls. At this time, Mak Jaeon had pinned a youth down, punching him repeatedly in the face. At that moment, the intense desire to survive seemed to awaken the demon inside Mak Jaeon. After he had beaten the youth beneath him to a bloody pulp, Mak Jaeon finally stopped his fists, trembling as he picked up the blood-stained iron ball, collapsing into the water. His gaze vacant. He couldn't remember how many he had killed to get that iron ball. feeling as though he had turned into a beast. Where? To survive. There was no other way but to kill. Just then, the long incense burned down to its last flicker. At the same time, the voice of the demon-masked man rang out again. The trial is over. All those who did not get an iron ball will be killed without mercy. Instantly, the valley was filled with wails of agony. As the youth's internal powers were sealed, they had no way to resist against the armed guards. Watching the bodies fall around him, Mak Jian was stunned. He had just obtained an iron ball and hadn't had the chance to hand it over. Was he also destined to die like the others? Just then, an armed guard approached him. Mak Jian, in a daze, slowly raised the iron ball in his hand. At that moment, fear completely overwhelmed him. However, to his surprise, the guard patted him on the shoulder and said, "Passed," then turned and walked away. Instantly, all the tension and fear vanished. He collapsed to the ground, and the first thought that came to his mind was, "I survived." However, when he saw his hands covered in blood, a wave of guilt overwhelmed him. What have I done? He knew he had fought desperately to survive. He still couldn't accept this version of himself. Thus, from the original 800-plus participants, only 468 remain. When the demon-masked man heard the final number, he burst out laughing. It turned out that 60% had survived. He seemed very pleased with this result. However, he showed no concern for those who had died. He congratulated the youths below. "Congratulations on passing the first trial." The youths just listened quietly. In the 2 hours of the trial, they had fought with all their might to survive. Though they were exhausted now, they were secretly relieved to have lived. Watching them, the demon-masked man continued, "You should know by now, each iron ball is engraved with a different number. Please remember them well, as they will serve as your only identifier here. Let's begin the second trial immediately." Hearing the demon-masked man's words, those youths who hadn't had time to catch their breath immediately stirred, especially those who had barely passed as the candle was about to burn out. Their faces showed pain. They had thought they could rest well after the first trial, but instead, they were thrown right into the next one. Maku-chan looked the same. He hadn't recovered his strength yet, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. The demon-masked man ignored their reactions, clapped his hands, and gently pointed to the mountain across. "From now until dawn, you just need to survive on that mountain." Hearing this, the youths breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was deep into the night, there were still about 3 hours until dawn. If that was all, they just needed to find a good place to hide, which would allow them to rest well and easily pass the trial. However, how could things be that simple? The demon-masked man spoke coldly. "The second trial also has restrictions. There are 40 flags planted on the mountain across. When dawn breaks, you need to be near one of the flags, but only 8 people can stand around each flag. If there are more than 8 people or fewer than 8, it will be considered a trial failure, and those who fail will be executed." As soon as this was announced, the scene was in uproar again. Maku-chan also showed a look of shock. At least 500 people had survived the first trial, but there were only 40 flags on the mountain. This meant that only 320 people could survive, signaling that another round of bloody trials was about to begin. The place fell silent, as if everyone was pondering the difference in this trial. However, they quickly realized the key was teamwork. Once someone found a flag, to hold it, 8 people must cooperate for the remainder of the time. This was full of variables, as the method of cooperation would directly determine whether the team could effectively hold on. At this moment, everyone naturally turned their eyes to each other. They didn't rush to blindly search for flags, but began to communicate and form teams. Among them, the bald youth who had passed the first trial early quickly caught everyone's attention. Being able to join his team or recruit him to their own would surely be an advantage in this trial. However, faced with their invitations, the bald youth directly chose to reject. Now, both in terms of physical strength and ability, he held the upper hand, so he planned to make good use of this by teaming up with someone of equal strength. Only in this way could he conserve energy before the start of the third round. Thus, he approached the youth who was strong as an ox and straightforwardly invited him. "Since our strengths are comparable, why don't we team up? That way, we'll have a better chance of getting through the second round." Hearing the bald youth's words, the burly youth pondered for a moment, and indeed thought it was a good strategy. But he still immediately declined the invitation. "I'll think about teaming up after I find a flag." He said this, and, without turning back, walked away. He did this to conceal his own strength, because eventually, they would compete against each other, and he didn't want his abilities to be understood so soon. The bald youth, furious, blurted out, "You'll regret this," and then turned to invite the girl from the Moa house. However, before he could speak, he was ruthlessly rejected. With no other choice, the bald youth could only shut his mouth in frustration. It seemed from the start, cooperating with these people was unlikely. As he seethed with anger, Zhang approached him proactively, asking, "Do you want to team up with me?" The bald youth was startled, not expecting anyone to approach him voluntarily. Could it be that the other had the same idea? Although teaming up with Zhang didn't seem too bad, the sight of Zhang enjoying himself gave him a chilling feeling. Out of instinct, he chose to decline. Watching the bald youths retreating back, Blue's spirit couldn't help but laugh. You got rejected. It seems the scene of you tearing someone's throat open had quite an impact on them. Zhang sighed. Then his face twisted into a sinister smile. I was actually planning on killing him first, but according to Blue's spirit, finding teammates was now very difficult for him. Perhaps he should listen to Blue's spirit's advice and try a different way to pass the trials. As he pondered his next move, a short-haired youth cautiously approached him, asking, "Do you need a teammate?" Surprised that someone was inviting him to join their team, Zhang was taken aback. Before he could respond, the short-haired youth continued, "Our team just needs one more person. Would you like to join us?" Zhang turned to look in the direction the short-haired youth was pointing. There were 6 youths there. Among them, a beautiful girl sat in the center, with 5 other youths circled around her like guards, clearly indicating that the team was centered around her. The girl also waved at Zhang to signal him. Zhang smiled slightly and immediately agreed. Meanwhile, seeing that Mak Jaeyoung had already formed a team, Mak Yuchun also sighed. Although he and Mak Jaeyoung were brothers, he had considered joining forces, but ultimately gave up. After all, he had also found a team. The most important thing now was to ensure his own survival. Thus, Mak Yuchun convinced himself internally. Just then, the drumbeat signaling the start of the second trial rang out. The youths all rushed towards the mountain. As before, moving early was advantageous. However, the warriors watching them couldn't help but sneer. Knowing this round would be much harder than the youths imagined, the scene shifted and Zhang's small team had already entered the woods, with Zhang following quietly behind. At this point, a youth whispered to the girl in the center of the team, "Is it really okay to have this guy in our team?" The others had similar doubts, as everyone else avoided Zhang if they could. To this, the girl chuckled lightly and said, "Are you scared? Don't worry. Trust me, having him with us is beneficial. At least those who are afraid of him won't dare to attack us. Besides, he can tear people's throats out with his bare hands. We need to make good use of someone with such strength." In fact, from the beginning, they had planned to use Zhang and then dispose of him. Although he was strong, they believed that 7 people could surely subdue him. They had even arranged for someone to follow at the back of the team to maintain a certain distance from the others. As soon as Zhang died, their companion would appear to fill the gap. The girls smugly ridiculed those fools, who had easily given up such a good card. As they delved deeper into the woods, the girl was surprised to find that Zhang was actually quite handsome. She thought it a waste to not use such a good-looking face, so she quietly moved closer to Zhang, starting to make small talk and inquire about his name and background. The girl confidently believed that men were easily seduced by women, especially younger boys who were the easiest to attract. She showed a bit of interest, thinking he would take the bait. However, faced with the girl's advances, Zhang remained expressionless. Seeing him unresponsive, the girl leaned in and whispered, "Do you know? You've caught my attention." Zhang glanced at her and said with a smile, "I feel the same." Seeing this, the surrounding boys immediately became envious, sending looks of jealousy her way. After speaking, he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. At this moment, the girl was secretly pleased with herself, as she had anticipated. Just a little initiative on her part, and the other party couldn't resist. Next, she only needed to exploit the fool's jealousy, and they would become even more loyal to her, just as she was smug about her perfect plan. With a snap, Zhang unhesitatingly broke her neck. The air fell instantly silent, and the girl didn't even have time to scream before she died on the spot. The others were stunned. They had thought Zhang would be manipulated by the girl, but instead, he was ruthlessly decisive, ending her life in an instant. They stood by, too shocked to speak. Nobody expected such a thing to happen. At that moment, a youth shouted, "What on earth have you done, you maniac?" However, faced with the youth's accusation, the corners of Zhang's mouth slightly lifted, as if everything around him was engulfed in a crimson light. He laughed and said, "Well then, it's dinner time now." Hearing this, the youths were extremely shocked. Just then, Zhang gave an ominous smile. "Thank you for the meal." The long-awaited killing officially began when they saw the girl's neck being twisted off. All the team members showed expressions of horror. The girl, who was the core of their team, had died so easily. At this moment, a boy reacted first, shouting loudly at Zhang, "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." However, the boy beside him quickly stopped him. "Stop, calm down." Zhang is puzzled by this. The boy continued, "If we lose our rationality now, we'll truly fall into his trap. Soa is already dead, but we still have 6 people left. The situation is still in our favor." Hearing these words, the boys finally calmed down. "You're right, I almost fell for it. Thanks." The boy gritted his teeth. "Let's work together to kill him, and let's make him pay for killing Soa." After speaking, they exchanged glances, then immediately surrounded Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang tilted his head slightly and let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect you to be much calmer than I imagined. I thought you'd be as panicked as bees losing their queen. Hearing Zhang's words, the boy's expressions became even uglier. Zhang had described them as fools obsessed with women. The boy who previously yelled was instantly enraged again. I'd like to see if you can still speak arrogantly before your death. But just as his words fell, Zhang sneered, and in the next second, his palm appeared right in front of the boy, with a crack and blood splashing everywhere. That boy died on the spot. This move instantly broke their encirclement, and the boys began to panic. Damn it, get him! They charged simultaneously toward Zhang in a frenzy, but facing their siege, Zhang remained completely at ease. He grabbed one boy's ankle with one hand, and suddenly yanked it. Seeing Zhang easily pick up the boy, everyone's expressions became shocked once again. Although they knew Zhang was strong, this scene far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Zhang used the boy's body as a weapon, smashing him toward another boy, and in a minute, the boy had no chance to dodge. With two loud cracks, two heads collided violently. However, just as Zhang adjusted his stance, the short-haired boy seized the opportunity to punch fiercely. Although the punch was easily blocked, the boy Zhang held was safe. At this point, the short-haired boy shouted again, an opening, let's attack together. Three boys rushed toward Zhang again, relentlessly attacking Zhang. Facing the three-person siege, Zhang started blocking with his hands. The situation seemed to reverse. Just when they thought they could defeat Zhang, his eyes suddenly sharpened. You're just too weak. Then he punched out, so fast it was unavoidable. With a cracking sound, Zhang took another one down with just a single punch, but his attacks weren't over yet. With a scream of agony, Zhang kicked the short-haired boy's leg. The short-haired boy's lower leg bent at a bizarre 70-degree angle. Seeing this scene, the remaining boy froze. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily. He knew he couldn't win. This guy's combat skills alone reached a second-tier level. To him, he was simply a monster. At this moment, fear completely took over his body. He began frantically escaping backward. The boy with the broken leg watched his teammate flee madly. Though he cursed him internally, he could understand. Running away was indeed the correct choice. But how could Zhang let him escape easily? He raised one hand, and a strange black mist spread from his palm. In the next second, the escaping boy was gravely shocked. He felt as if something had grabbed him by the ankle. Then falling down with a thud, he screamed hysterically, "Help me, I don't want to die yet." He tried grabbing the ground, but only left long scratch marks. His body was gradually pulled back toward Zhang. This was telekinesis. Only masters with deep internal strength could use this technique. Yet this boy had done it even with his internal energy sealed. This strange scene made the boy with the broken leg incredulous. At this moment, fear and shock could not fully describe his feelings. With a cracking sound, the escaping boy died just like that. The feast, belonging to Zhang alone, was finally about to begin. Now, after witnessing everything that just happened, the boy with the broken leg became deathly pale. He regretted ever listening to Soa, recruiting this guy into the team. This monster before him was someone they should never have provoked. He knew even if his internal energy weren't sealed, he wouldn't be his match at all. Instinctive fear made his body tremble violently. Facing the approaching demon, he could only sit helplessly on the ground. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind, begging for mercy. Yet Zhang showed no intention of stopping, his face still expressionless, as if sentencing the boy to death. But at this time, Zhang suddenly turned toward the woods behind him and chuckled lightly. So there's another little rat. Hearing this, the boy with the broken leg immediately remembered the person arranged by Soa. The person had been following the team, ready to replace Zhang once he died. Had he been discovered as well? But Zhang showed no intention of chasing after him. He reached into his clothes. The boy with the broken leg was confused, but thought inwardly, better this way. Hurry up and escape. Tell everyone about everything that happened here. Let them know that as long as this guy is alive, this trial will be nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Just then, Zhang calmly pulled out a puppet and began chanting a spell as he uttered the word release. A wave of black mist spread outward around him. The boy with the broken leg was completely stunned. Although he didn't know what Zhang had just done, he clearly felt something terrifying had been unleashed. Everything around was tinted blood red, as Zhang turned into a true demon, approaching the boy with the broken leg step by step. What were you saying just now? The boy with the broken leg wanted to beg again, but with another cracking sound, his neck was twisted off too. The scene changed. The boy following behind fled frantically out of the woods. Having just witnessed his teammates' brutal killings, he had lost all feeling in his body from fear. Especially seeing Zhang's telekinesis, he was completely trapped in endless horror. Only one thought remained. A demon. He's literally a demon. I must tell everyone about everything I saw. I need to get as many people as possible together to take that guy down. But suddenly, he felt an ominous sensation. He turned around, but saw nothing suspicious. Until the next second, Rustling came from the woods, and countless arms lunged crazily toward him. At the same time, a figure wearing skull beads appeared in his view. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. His heart nearly stopped beating. His terrified body could no longer support him fleeing, and as the hands grabbed him, the boy let out a despairing scream. Meanwhile, Zhang greedily absorbed the death energy emanating from the boys' bodies. Beside him, Blue Spirit sighed helplessly. So that's why you did all this. You had it planned out from the very beginning, didn't you? Zhang smiled slightly. How could I pass up such a good opportunity? But as soon as his words fell, a figure emerged from the woods. It was the boy who had just fled. Yet now, his eyes gave off a familiar aura. Seeing him, Blue Spirit let out a puff of smoke. What's the point? Why didn't you kill him sooner? He even went out of his way to possess him and bring him back. Demonic Monk didn't respond, but Zhang understood his intention. Did you do it to make it easier for me to absorb death energy? As soon as he spoke, the boy's body collapsed onto the ground, revealing Demonic Monk's shadowy figure. Zhang praised Demonic Monk with satisfaction. Well done. I'm grateful. You know exactly what I want. Hearing his master praise him as a clever, familiar spirit, Demonic Monk instantly showed a smug expression. Seeing this, Blue Spirit was infuriated and promptly began beating Demonic Monk. What are you laughing at? Meanwhile, after absorbing the death energy from the boy's corpse, Zhang revealed a satisfied smile. I like this feeling. The feeling of a full energy core. Just as he prepared to rest for a moment, another team suddenly appeared before him. Zhang simply smiled slightly upon seeing them and thought to himself, it's like I'm having a feast. This mountain looks like one giant dinner table to me. Zhang took a long, deep breath. I will eat them all, leaving leftovers behind as bad manners. A moment later, he sat atop the pile of corpses. After all, according to the rules, I only need to leave 7 behind. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, in front of a dark cave, 2 warriors holding torches followed behind the man with the demon mask. Upon entering the cave, the warriors instantly tensed up. They felt a strange aura, an eerie and terrifying energy that made goosebumps rise all over their bodies. Yet the demon-masked man strode forward as if accustomed to it. At this moment, a voice echoed from inside the cave. An elderly man suddenly appeared, leaning on a cane with white, glazed eyes. Corpse Blood Valley Master, you finally arrived. He gestured for the demon-masked man to enter alone. The masked man waved off the 2 warriors. Wait here, and walked deeper into the cave. They arrived at the deepest part of the cavern, where a hairy monster was locked inside an iron cage, making bizarre noises resembling the grunts of a pig. The demon-masked man asked softly, I heard this time is even more dangerous than before. Is everything ready? As he spoke, he moved toward the cage, but the old man quickly stopped him, indicating he shouldn't get too close. It's best that you don't get too close. It may be restrained, but it's still dangerous. Even those that are not yet fully matured are ominous beasts. Upon hearing ominous beast, the masked man's expression grew serious. Ominous beasts were far more terrifying than ordinary wild animals, often extraordinarily savage and cruel, and the old man spoke. The beast before them was the hunter of the week. It's a Camorio captured from the northern sea, with the body of a wolf and the voice of a pig. Just hearing its name was intimidating. Thinking about this, the masked man stopped lingering, turned, and said, Very well. As soon as you see the signal, release it immediately. At this moment, Zhang placed his hand upon the dead youth's bodies, and black energy continuously flowed out from them. Then Blue Spirit asked what he planned to do next. Zhang walked to the flag beside him, preparing to take it. However, the flag was connected to a large iron block at its base, so heavy that even a master of external martial arts would struggle to move it. To carry it, he would need to break it. Zhang fell into deep thought. If he broke the flag, he might fail the trial for presenting an incomplete flag. He faced a dilemma. Blue Spirit suggested, just destroy it. Wasn't your original plan to eliminate all other teams? Eventually, you just need one intact flag. Zhang agreed. But just as he reached out again, he suddenly noticed something strange. There were several lines of text carved onto the flagpole. 3 forms of a sword, competition of distinguished friends at sword dance, unbound Zen not all under the sword, liberation through enlightenment. Hearing Zhang recite these words, Blue Spirit immediately guessed it was a sword mantra. Yet when she urged him to continue, Zhang said, That's all there is. Blue Spirit grew puzzled. It seems the mantra is incomplete. If practiced based only on these moves, there would be vulnerabilities at the Chu Chi, Xian Zhu, Kunlun, and Weizhong acupoints. But why carve such an incomplete mantra onto the flagpole? Zhang nodded in agreement. It appeared this flag, similar to the numbered iron ball before, was part of this stage's hidden mission. Zhang stared at the mantra on the flagpole and said, The content on this flag is incomplete. Other flags probably contain the remaining moves. It seems collecting the complete sword moves is the true task. Blue Spirit also found this reasoning logical. If each flag contained different parts of the mantra, anyone discovering one would inevitably seek out the others. Zhang touched the carvings on the pole and thought to himself, in this way, different teams would be forced to confront each other. From the very start, the organizers had intended for the participants to slaughter one another, and protecting the flag was merely a surface-level task. Therefore, for Zhang now, aside from locating another flag, he also needed to find another 7 teammates. However, now that he understood the situation, things had become much more interesting. With that, Zhang waved his hand, breaking the flagpole, but right then, Zhang furrowed his brow. Since learning the forbidden techniques of reverse energy flow and absorbing death energy, Zhang had become highly sensitive to various auras. Thus, the moment he broke the flagpole, he immediately felt the curse energy attached to it. Blue Spirit, confined inside the puppet, couldn't detect his power. She asked, "Is this a trap?" But Zhang quickly dismissed her concern. If it were a trap, the curse energy would have remained. It's more like the curse is undone rather than activated the moment I broke it. Just then, a horn-like sound echoed throughout the mountain. It sounded like some kind of signal. Zhang gazed solemnly into the distance, muttering under his breath, "It seems there is something else involved in this trial." Meanwhile, on a nearby ridge, 2 squads were fiercely fighting over a flag. Among them, the defending squad of 8 was led by the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. At this moment, a boy had been kicked by the bald youth and lost his combat ability instantly. He fell to the ground, terrified. Initially, he had thought that since everyone's internal power was sealed, he might still have a fighting chance, even against Scarlet Death Valley. But now, it was clear their strength wasn't on the same level. The bald youth also seemed to notice the difference in strength between the 2 teams, making a dismissive gesture. "If you want to take the flak, you'd better put up a better fight." The boy fighting for the flak was furious, yet completely helpless. 2 members had already died in the fight. If they continued to suffer losses, their squad would be utterly destroyed. Realizing this, they exchanged glances, then shouted in unison and quickly fled together. However, the bald youth wasn't merciful at all. He sneered, "Who said I'm letting you guys run away? I gotta kill you all and put your heads on display so that the others know not to mess with me. So just die? Sacrifice yourselves." With that, he charged toward the fleeing boys. At the same time, the serpent tattoo on his body seemed to come alive, writhing rapidly over his skin. Just as one boy was about to be caught, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the bushes. With a scream, the boy vanished instantly. Everyone froze in place, the air becoming dead silent. Both pursuers and those fleeing stared doubtfully at the spot where the shadow had appeared. Right then, terrifying chewing sounds came from the bushes. Suddenly, a pig-like squeal rang out. Through the bushes a beast appeared, half wolf, half pig. Its claws were like those of a wolf, but it was twice the size. Its eyes were blood red like a rat's, yet its mouth was filled with boar-like fangs. Seeing this, the boys' expressions turned grim, especially upon seeing it gnawing on a human head. Their faces turned pale with terror. Even the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley was no exception. Facing this monster, even someone as physically strong as him would surely die without internal power. This beast was far beyond everyone's ability to handle. Knowing that getting targeted meant death, the bald youth gestured for his teammates to cautiously retreat. Now the flag was irrelevant. Survival was the priority. But as they cautiously stepped back, a clear snap suddenly sounded. A boy had stepped on a dry branch. Everyone froze again, barely breathing. Yet, this noise had alerted the beast. Just as the bald youth turned his eyes back, he saw the beast lunging at him, jaws wide open. He shouted, "Run!" and sprinted away. Unexpectedly, after only a short distance, the beast suddenly halted, howled toward the boys, then turned and fled in panic, as if having encountered something terrifying. This left everyone bewildered. What just happened? The bald youth muttered, staring at the direction the beast fled. How the hell would I know? I couldn't understand why the beast behaved this way. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I feel like it looked at something behind us and ran off. He turned his gaze behind him, toward the flag. Could it be? Afraid of this? He never imagined his first encounter with the beast would make him feel such unprecedented crisis. At this crucial moment of the second trial, 2 boys were frantically fleeing from the beast. One failed to escape in time and quickly became its prey. Fear overwhelmed the other boy fleeing, his heart nearly bursting. He helplessly shouted, "Damn it!" Because his internal power was sealed, he couldn't use Qigong. Thus, his speed was only slightly faster than ordinary people. Just as he fell into despair, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Although he didn't know who it was, as long as he could survive, it didn't matter. He cried for help and rushed toward Zhang. "Help me! There's a wolf-like monster behind me." Zhang looked in his direction, puzzled. A monster? But before the boy could answer, Zhang casually grabbed his neck. With a quick snap, the boy's neck was broken. At that moment, the bushes shook violently and the beast appeared, covered in blood, claws extended. Zhang frowned slightly. What is this? A few steps from the beast. Yet the beast seemed weary, slowly approaching step by step instead of attacking directly. Zhang wondered aloud. What is this thing? Blue Spirit was speechless. Though it was her first time seeing this creature, she quickly guessed its identity. Judging from its looks and sound, it should be a hunter of the weak. It's a Chimorio. They supposedly live near the northern sea and enjoy feeding on human heads. Zhang was stunned. Just then, the hunter of the weak lunged towards Zhang. However, he dodged it effortlessly, his hands forming rapid seals while uttering a mantra. For golden beams descended, forming the four peaks interlocking technique around the hunter of the weak. The hunter of the weak tried breaking through, but was repelled each time. Then, Zhang tightened his fist, and the four beams compressed rapidly. The hunter of the weak panicked, thrashing around. Seeing this, Zhang tightened his grip further. Moments later, the hunter of the weak was nearly immobilized, but suddenly, the hunter of the weak clawed fiercely at the barrier, shattering it instantly. Breaking free, it roared loudly, knocking Zhang back. Zhang quickly steadied himself, alert. Instead of attacking again, the hunter of the weak stared straight at him. Its bloodshot eyes blazed like coals pulled from the pit of hell, staring straight into Zhang's soul. A snarl curled across its mangled face, revealing jagged, rotting fangs slick with blood. However, Zhang stared back. He didn't blink. He didn't tremble. He stood tall, and not a trace of fear touched his face. Only resolve. Cold, quiet, immovable. After a tense stalemate, the hunter of the weak turned and fled into the bushes. Zhang was puzzled. Why did it just leave? Blue Spirit explained. It probably sensed danger and retreated. But Zhang disagreed. I didn't think the sorcery would break this easily. I could have taken it down had it been an ominous beast or weaker. Blue Spirit replied. Adult hunter of the weak are vicious beast level. This one isn't fully grown, but still stronger than ordinary Chimorio. Thus, your formation only delayed it briefly. Hearing this, Zhang felt troubled. Well, that's a bit difficult. Blue Spirit asked curiously. Worried you can't handle it. You have me. So why worry? Clearly, that wasn't Zhang's concern. He looked at the corpses behind him. I feel like he's going to be stealing all my prey. He sighed. I should hurry before there's nothing left for me to eat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, the bald youth's team advanced cautiously. Two teammates carrying a flagpole complained. I get that we have to find the other flags, but can't we just break off the flag part? The bald youth snapped sharply. Stop whining. Just follow orders. You'll thank me later. Before they finished complaining, the hunter of the weak jumped out ahead, terrified. The boys almost dropped the flag to flee, but the bald youth commanded firmly. Stay still. Don't move. Facing the monster's terrifying growls, they barely breathed. Yet, seeing the flag, the hunter of the weak quickly retreated again. Realizing the flag had saved them, the bald youth proudly declared, See, my judgment was correct. I think there is something about this flag that wards off that thing. Deciding few knew the flag's protective secret, he declared, We need to hurry. I don't know how many people already know, but a few must have noticed the technique writing. With this, he led his team toward the mountaintop. Unbeknownst to him, other teams had also discovered the sword techniques hidden on the flags. The scene shifted back at the canyon of the first trial stage. Carriages filled the area completely. The warriors loaded the bodies of the deceased youths onto carts one by one. After confirming that all the corpses had been loaded, the carts slowly began moving forward, one after another. Half an hour later, all the carts stopped at the edge of a cliff. At this time, an old man dressed in Taoist robes approached the carts. He took out a talisman with the character seal and skillfully pasted it onto each corpse. Then he instructed the warriors, throw these bodies marked with talismans off the cliff. Remember, don't look down when you throw them. The warriors nonchalantly replied in acknowledgement, then began tossing bodies off the cliff one after another. Seeing this, a newly arrived warrior looked puzzled. He asked a veteran soldier moving bodies next to him, Why don't we just burn these bodies directly? Wouldn't that save a lot of effort instead of transporting them here? Hearing the newcomer's question, the veteran quickly scolded him for being nosy. Just do as you're told. The new warrior lowered his head in embarrassment, quickly apologizing. Seeing his reaction, the veteran sighed. I'm not sure why either, but this is how we've done it every time. Apparently, this is where all the flow collects. This only confused the newcomer further. What's the deal with disposing of corpses? The veteran soldier shook his head, uncertain. I heard it has something to do with turning them into nutrients or something like that. After saying this, the veteran soldier warned him again. Don't ask more questions. Questioning the higher-ups will just cause us trouble. The new warrior said understood, but his heart was still full of confusion. He couldn't grasp the meaning of flow and enrich the soil at all. If every trial resulted in corpses being thrown down the cliff, and over 100 had already been thrown just this time, then how many bodies had accumulated down there by now? Without thinking, he couldn't resist glancing downward. Instantly, a chilling sensation swept over him. His whole body felt as if it were being pulled into endless darkness, as though something sinister was silently invading him. Fortunately, Someone grabbed his shoulder at that moment. It was the old man who had placed the talismans earlier. The warrior snapped back to reality, realizing he had unconsciously approached the cliff's edge. The old man looked at him, speaking softly. "Didn't I tell you earlier not to look down the cliff?" The warrior was still shaken, so the old man solemnly warned him again. "Keep this in mind. Don't ever look down there again." The old man slowly looked back and added, "Otherwise, you will be possessed." Zhang never imagined the emergence of the Hunter of the Week would dramatically alter the second trial, because the Hunter of the Week enjoyed eating human heads. Whenever it caught prey, it would only devour their heads. Consequently, headless corpses could be seen everywhere in the forest. Right now, Mak Yuchin's squad was searching the forest for the second flag, but at this moment, a horrific sight froze them in their tracks. A ferocious beast was gnawing on a boy's head. This was their first encounter with a Hunter of the Week, so nobody dared to make any reckless moves. Just then, the Hunter of the Week suddenly turned toward them. Just when everyone thought the beast was about to attack, it instead fled into the bushes. Mak Yuchin collapsed weakly onto the ground after regaining his senses. Although he couldn't understand why the beast suddenly retreated, the pressure of the trial was already suffocating him. Two of his team members had already sacrificed themselves defending the flag, and now they had to deal with such a monster. He grew increasingly anxious, wondering whether he could really survive this place. However, he quickly noticed something strange. While searching for another flag, he had seen at least 20 corpses. Logically, whether killed by beasts or through infighting, each body should bear clear injuries. But some corpses only had twisted necks, appearing to have been killed without resistance. This gave Mak Yuchin an uneasy feeling, as if some unknown entity was hunting these youths. He can't help but question just what is happening on this mountain. His suspicion was correct. At this moment, halfway up a nearby mountain, Zhang was absorbing death energy from a headless wearing a displeased expression, muttering softly, "This isn't nearly enough." Blue Spirit comforted him. "It's normal. After all, the Hunter of the Week is active too." Corpses killed by the Hunter of the Week lose most of their death energy rapidly, making it hard to gain much from them. Zhang sighed quietly. He initially believed allowing the Hunter of the Week to cause chaos would benefit him, but now it had become an obstacle. He felt like he was scavenging someone else's leftovers. Thinking of this made him irritated. "If that beast keeps eating like this, my share will significantly decrease." Zhang immediately decided to change his strategy. "It seems I must kill that beast first." He asked Blue Spirit, "Can you help me?" Blue Spirit chuckled. "It seems even you struggle against that beast without using internal power. Fine, leave it to me. But first, you must release me from this cramped place." As she spoke, Zhang took out the human-shaped puppet from his pocket, formed a hand seal, and uttered the word release. A surge of blood-red energy burst forth, covering the ground beneath his feet in a sea of blood again. Immediately afterward, Blue Spirit's elegant figure slowly emerged from the puppet. Stretching lazily, she sighed contentedly. "This is much better than being trapped." Seeing her enjoyment, Zhang quickly interrupted, "You'll return immediately, right?" Blue Spirit wasn't annoyed, responding cheerfully, "No need to rush me. I'll be back soon enough. Just wait and see." With that, Blue Spirit floated gently into the sky. Unlike Demon Monk, Blue Spirit was far stronger, able to freely move over vast areas without needing a physical host. She hovered midair, slowly scanning the mountain with blood-red eyes. However, after surveying the area, she frowned slightly. She had expected to quickly locate the beast, yet surprisingly, she found no trace of it at all. Normally, a vicious beast should radiate strong demonic energy. Oddly, she sensed no such energy anywhere in the mountain. Where did that creature run off to? Just as she began to think the Hunter of the Week wasn't nearby, she suddenly saw something that made her involuntarily gasp. Below a cliff not far away, an air-splitting scream resounded. Previously sealed in the puppet, she couldn't sense external energies, but now, even she was shocked by what she saw. Although uncertain who was responsible, whoever it was had to be insane. Realizing this, Blue Spirit quickly returned to Zhang's side. Seeing her swift return, Zhang asked curiously, "You found it already?" Yet Blue Spirit replied excitedly, "I found something even more interesting than the Hunter of the Week." Seeing Blue Spirit's excitement, Zhang was genuinely confused. Although unsure exactly what she discovered, he still followed her. Thus, under Blue Spirit's guidance, they arrived at a suspension bridge, beneath which flowed a bottomless river, emitting a cold and eerie aura. Crossing the bridge, Zhang noticed deep carriage tracks on the road, as if something heavy had been hauled uphill. Did they load something and move up there? Just as he began wondering, an intense aura from ahead instantly halted him. Since absorbing death energy, he had become extremely sensitive to various energies, yet he'd never sensed anything like this before. Glancing around, puzzled, he saw numerous talismans stuck between cliffs and trees, each bearing the character's seal. seemingly placed to contain and prevent the energy from leaking out. Yet despite these talismans everywhere, he could still clearly sense the menace of this aura upon approaching. What exactly is down there? Hearing Zhang's question, Blue Spirit countered. Have you heard of cursed poison? Zhang was startled. Of course, he knew cursed poison. He had learned extensively about herbs and poisons from his grandfather, and was thoroughly familiar with them. Dozens, hundreds of venomous creatures are put into a single pot, and it is left alone until only one emerges. And so, the surviving entity becomes the venomous of them all, which is then referred to as the cursed poison. Blue Spirit curled her lips. That very cursed poison lays down there. Zhang gazed deeply into the seemingly bottomless cliff. He could hear anguished wails echoing upward, the pain cries of countless trapped souls. They reached upward as if yearning for freedom, yet their limbs were bound by iron chains. Zhang was puzzled. Is this a spell that binds souls? Blue Spirit nodded. Yes, it's the same spell that you used on that brat, Gawkin. Zhang couldn't help sighing. So many souls trapped within this narrow cliff. It's as if a huge container was created, forcing them to devour each other and grow stronger. This was the cursed poison that Blue Spirit spoke of. It was truly a magnificent sight. Zhang glanced briefly at Blue Spirit, silently thinking to himself, perhaps a vengeful spirit of Blue Spirit's caliber might indeed be born from such a place. Thinking this, Zhang couldn't help but become excited. At this moment, Blue Spirit reminded him, this is an opportunity. Though I don't know how terrifying the final cursed poison will become, if you absorb some of this energy now, even just a little, it'll be far more potent than absorbing ordinary death energy. This was exactly why Blue Spirit brought Zhang here. However, upon hearing this, Zhang decisively crossed the barrier in front of him, rather than scavenging leftovers from above. Why not dive below and enjoy the feast itself? Doesn't that sound much better? His sudden action startled Blue Spirit greatly. She cursed loudly. Do you have a death wish? Those souls below are tearing each other apart. If you, as a living person, jump down, you'll be ripped to shreds. Zhang, however, paid no heed. Didn't you say that with my current strength? I couldn't accomplish anything in the Heaven and Earth Association. Don't you think it's worth risking my life for it? If I can increase the chances of revenge even by 1/10 of a chance. Blue Spirit fell silent at these words. But recalling she and Zhang were essentially one being, she still wanted to persuade him to reconsider carefully. Zhang remained calm. Besides, how could I possibly pass up such an enticing opportunity? Having said that, he jumped down without hesitation. Blue Spirit tried to stop him, but it was too late. Zhang slid rapidly along the cliff wall. Around him, the cries of vengeful souls grew increasingly horrific as they rushed toward him, greedily longing for his fresh flesh. Yet Zhang showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Before participating in the trial at Corpse Blood Valley, Zhou Yugong had given him a ring that allowed him to cast spells even without internal energy. According to the Blue Spirit, this ring contains Curse Key. Now is precisely the moment to use it. Zhang clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals, chanting, Behold, soldiers, fight, warriors, all shall form, tear, search, and forward. A barrier expanded swiftly from his body, forming a spherical shield around him. The souls trying to attack him were forcibly blocked by this barrier. Zhang sneered coldly. Then, let's continue on with the meal, shall we? Due to gravity, his body continued plunging downward rapidly. Meanwhile, countless ghosts rushed at him furiously, but all were repelled by the shimmering barrier. Quickly, Zhang reached the valley's bottom, where a vast pool of water lay. From above, the pool didn't appear particularly deep, so Zhang dove straight into it without hesitation. However, the moment he entered the pool, he saw countless tentacles lunging madly toward him. He recognized these as water ghosts, vengeful spirits far more dangerous than ordinary ones. Even with a protective barrier, they would attack relentlessly. They're very determined to try to drown him. Zhang knew he had to act quickly, returning to the surface immediately, swiftly changing his hand seals. A brilliant golden light flashed outward, repelling all the spirits around him. Taking advantage of the powerful push, he rose rapidly to the surface. But just as he reached the shore, his body suddenly jolted, unnoticed. A tentacle from a water ghost had grabbed his leg. Just as he thought he'd be dragged back underwater, Blue's spirit coldly shouted, How dare you? With a wave of her hand, she sliced the tentacle cleanly in half. Blue's spirit gracefully flipped through the air, landing steadily. You fools dare to snatch what's mine. Saying this, she glared upward at the attacking water ghosts. This one's mine. Then she yelled furiously, Begone. A crimson light shot out, instantly pulverizing the writhing tentacles into pieces. Afterward, she glared coldly at Zhang. You damned brat. Jumping down without considering the consequences. Zhang immediately answered, You came right on time. Hearing Blue's spirit scolding, Zhang laughed playfully, Because I knew you'd definitely help me. Seeing his arrogant expression, Blue's spirit became even more furious, tempted to punch him hard in the head. "You damn mortal." But she restrained herself. After all, they shared the same body. At that moment, the spirits in the valley started gathering around them again. Zhang concluded that the situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. The spirits seemed hesitant, wary of Blue's spirit's powerful presence, and dared not approach recklessly. Zhang was somewhat astonished. Is this the difference in power? To intimidate spirits with mere aura alone, Blue's spirit was indeed formidable. Yet Blue's spirit replied irritably, "You think the danger I spoke of earlier was referring to these worthless trash? Take a good look at the spirits around you. They're devouring each other endlessly, devoid of any fear. If you truly confront them, even I can't guarantee your safety under such conditions. Especially." Her expression turned grave as she stared at a black vortex, shrouded in dense mist. Merely looking at it gave an intense sense of danger, especially in the center of that dark hurricane. Once you enter there, turning back will be nearly impossible. Blue's spirit warned him again seriously. "If you want to quit, now's your last chance." But Zhang showed only excitement. "This place looks quite appealing." Saying that, he casually began removing his clothes. Blue's spirit was puzzled by this, but soon became captivated by Zhang's fit physique. Pretending indifference, she asked, "What are you doing?" Though inwardly, she was delighted. At this point, Zhang stripped off his clothing and started feeling along his spine. "Although unsure if it'll work, I've wanted to do this for a long time." Without changing expression, he executed the ritual of attachment. Instantly, under a strange suction force, a golden needle slowly emerged from his body. Witnessing this startled Blue's spirit greatly. "Did you just remove the forbidden pack lock from your spine?" For this golden needle was the very item used to seal his internal energy pathways. Extracting these needles barehanded was not only incredibly painful, but extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could shatter his meridians completely, yet Zhang removed them one by one without blinking even once. Even Blue's spirit felt that this was utterly insane. She never imagined that someone could utilize the ritual of attachment in such a manner. The moment Zhang extracted the last needle, the restriction upon his body immediately vanished. The accumulated murderous energy began to circulate along his meridians. At the same time, Zhang's aura grew increasingly abundant. Seeing this scene, Blue's spirit's eyes instantly sharpened. Previously, when his chi points were sealed, she couldn't determine just how much murderous energy he'd stored up, but now it seemed far beyond her expectations. If he could fully absorb this energy, he could reach the pinnacle of martial arts by internal power alone. This guy was simply inhuman. Blue's spirit glanced around and laughed softly. The intense aura emanating from Zhang even frightened the surrounding vengeful spirits. Under current circumstances, perhaps he truly could achieve it. At this moment, Zhang was extremely excited. He felt much better after removing the golden needles. Blue's spirit asked curiously, "Have you been holding back all along?" "Yes. Didn't you say masters could sense others' auras?" "Out of caution, I didn't act until now. But here, they shouldn't detect it." Hearing this, Blue's spirit praised once more. "It seems you did have a plan after all, but it's still dangerous here. Let's clear out the surrounding troubles first." But Zhang quickly rejected Blue's spirit's idea. He stared at the giant vortex. "Don't people say the fish head is the most delicious part? So I'd better start with the head first." Blue's spirit looked helpless. "You crazy bastard. Does that look like a fish to you? So will you help me?" Blue's spirit snorted again. "You brat really must be tired of living." But thinking carefully, this was indeed a good opportunity. If he could consume it, he would basically be skipping a decade's worth of training. So Blue's spirit finally replied, "I'll attract their attention. You just charge straight ahead. Try your best." She took a deep breath, exhaling smoke. "Now, let the feast begin." As Blue's spirit's voice fell, a blood-red aura surged from her body, with blood continuously dripping from the corners of her eyes. Blue's spirit murmured softly, "Blood barrier." Then the blood began dropping. The falling blood instantly transformed into a crimson mist, enveloping the entire area. Then, chains emerged from the blood mist, stretching inward toward the vortex. Blue's spirit shouted, "Go!" Zhang leaped forward, charging toward the vortex's center. He followed the chains forward, with countless vengeful spirits lunging at him along the way, intent on devouring him. Unlike ordinary spirits, these weren't deterred by Blue's spirit's presence, single-mindedly attacking the boy. Fortunately, he released his murderous energy in time, barely holding them at bay. After a long journey, a bright glow finally appeared ahead. Zhang unleashed his murderous aura fully, breaking free from the layers of spirits. However, when he reached the vortex's core, the foul stench of decomposing corpses assaulted his senses, followed by the sound of chewing. Steadying himself, he saw countless corpses piled up densely ahead. At this moment, a gigantic ghost-headed doll was gnawing on those corpses continuously. Now, Zhang stood at the center of the vortex. He saw numerous souls bound by chains, and on the other side, the enormous ghost-headed doll continuously grabbed and devoured them. Looking at it, he thought, it's eating the resentful spirits. Is this what was in the center of that torrent? At this moment, it noticed John's presence. It curiously observed this human before it, trapped here for over a decade. This was its first time seeing a living intruder. A surge of uncontrollable excitement overwhelmed it, and it opened its enormous mouth, preparing to devour this tender body. Unlike a human mouth, it was filled with sharp spikes, accompanied by swirling purple smoke. But seeing this, Zhang remained unfazed. Yet the next moment, the chains previously binding souls suddenly attacked him, caught off guard. His body was securely bound. It lunged at Zhang with no hesitation. Then, with a loud crack, Zhang was swallowed whole by the giant-headed doll. Then it laughed loudly. Foolish human, daring to enter alone. I'll devour you until nothing remains. But Zhang calmly removed the ring from his finger. It seems we had the same idea. The giant-headed doll was puzzled. Zhang's mouth curled up. I am here to eat you too. Then, clasping his hands, he began chanting a spell. He was casting the divine imperial ink curse. This technique summoned divine power into a ring engraved with sacred incantations, thus releasing immense energy. The doll felt searing pain inside. With a roar, a blinding light burst from its body. At this moment, Zhang seized the opportunity, grabbing the doll's giant mouth and forcing it open. What a shame, he then sneered. Unfortunately for you, swallowing me was your biggest mistake. He raised his hand, aiming at the doll's insides. The best way to absorb spirit energy was to start from within. But just as he prepared to unleash the ritual of attachment, the doll roared fiercely. Do you really think I'll let you do as you please? At the same time, countless black threads formed tentacles, violently grasping Zhang's. How dare you speak to me in such a manner when you're just a mere mortal? I will make you suffer. I will swallow you whole. Saying this, the dark hand slowly pulled Zhang deeper into its mouth. At this moment, Zhang struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free. Just then, his body fell pulled into an endless abyss. However, after a few moments, a beam of light shone upon him from above. Then eventually, it enveloped his whole body. As he wondered about what was happening, three figures suddenly appeared before his eyes. An older man spoke to two young boys beside him. The descendants of the other 5 kings have agreed to participate. It's for the great purpose of our clan, so I am expecting you all to follow suit too. The 2 boys responded in unison. We understand. Then, the blue-clothed boy spoke loudly to the red-clothed one. Brother, I'll always stay by your side, supporting you to lead our family forward. The red-clothed boy simply smiled at his younger brother's excitement. Seeing this scene, Zhang quickly understood. These were the lingering memories of the spirit. The scene changed, returning to a familiar place. This was the first trial at Corpse Blood Valley, where hundreds of youths fought wildly in a valley for iron balls. The red-clothed boy handed his iron ball to his younger brother, urging him to go first. Confused, the blue-clothed boy asked, "What about you if you give me this?" The elder brother smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll quickly find another." Thus, the younger brother safely passed the first trial, while the elder continued searching in the dark valley. Seeing this familial affection, Zhang fell silent. But in the second trial, everything changed completely. Now, the scene shifted to a flag battle, covered in blood. The red-clothed boy lay trembling on the ground, questioning his brother. Why would you do this? Standing beside him, the younger brother raised a large stone, his face twisted with greed. You damned bastard, everything will work out for me if you're gone. You kept pitying me because you had everything you wanted. The only thing that you had going for you was that you were born before me. Hearing this, the older brother stared in disbelief. He wanted to speak, but the stone in his brother's hand smashed into his skull relentlessly. Not until the older brother breathed his last did the younger boy finally grin in excitement. Then the younger boy left his older brother, never looking back. Watching this, Zhang understood that the elder brother never realized his younger sibling's jealousy. So, he ended up being killed by his own brother. Afterward, the older boy's body was thrown down the cliff. In this endless abyss, he was alone, forever tormented by vengeful spirits. He couldn't understand why even after death, he had to endure this pain. He just wanted to live. Getting closer, Zhang can hear his voice. Why do I have to suffer like this even after dying? Why do I have to be eaten even after death? Gradually, resentment filled him completely, finally exploding. If being devoured is my fate even after death, I refuse to be eaten. If my fate is to be eaten even after my death, I shall reject my fate. Instead, I'll be the one to devour all others. Roaring, the older boy released immense resentment, devouring everything around him, including Zhang. As his resentment grew, he transformed into the ghost-headed doll. No one will be able to eat me. Seeing this, Zhang quickly released his death energy in defense, but ultimately was swallowed by overwhelming resentment. At that moment, countless emotions flooded his mind. Resentments accumulated for over a decade, resonating deeply with his desire for revenge. At that moment, Zhang slowly closed his eyes, gently raising his hand, allowing these emotions to flood into his consciousness. Simultaneously, the thought-shattering 8 technique activated. He recited the mantra, without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothingness, there must have been a form. As dazzling lights swept through the valley, everything around him was devoured. Outside the vortex, Blue Spirit suddenly felt something was wrong. The red thread connecting her, and the boy was trembling slightly. She quickly turned towards the vortex's center, a strong unease rising in her heart. Mortal, did you ultimately fail after all? Blue Spirit never imagined that the familiar bond connecting her to the boy would now show signs of instability. Once the familiar bond began to flicker, it meant its master was on the verge of death. If the red thread completely snapped, the familiar would vanish as well. Blue Spirit frowned deeply, her anxiety growing. Staring at the vortex's core, she shouted fiercely, quite the arrogance for someone so young. If you don't want your soul destroyed, release that boy immediately. But as soon as her voice fell, countless iron chains surged forth from the vortex's center, indiscriminately restraining all the surrounding wandering spirits. The strength was so immense that even green-level spirits couldn't escape. Seeing this, Blue Spirit immediately realized what was happening. It seems the cursed poison is almost complete. The bound spirits let out endless wails, struggling desperately to break free. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, their efforts were futile. Eventually, all were dragged toward the vortex's center and swallowed by a figure. At this moment, that figure was surrounded by a terrifying aura, radiating despair and evil. Upon first sight, even Blue Spirit showed shock. This newly born cursed poison had reached Blue Spirit's own level. Normally, a spirit at Blue Spirit's level required centuries of accumulated resentment to form. Yet now, through mere mutual devouring, this level had been easily attained. Blue Spirit was deeply astonished. She slowly descended to the ground, gazing solemnly at the figure within the vortex. Soon, the surrounding resentment was entirely absorbed by the figure. At that moment, the figure gradually revealed itself. Instantly, Blue Spirit's gaze turned sharp. It was Zhang walking slowly with no damage in sight. From Zhang, she sensed an unfamiliar aura, completely different from before. Could it be his body had been taken over by the newly formed cursed poison? With slight anger, Blue Spirit asked coldly, "You fool, did you truly get devoured?" Zhang immediately denied it. At these words, Blue Spirit's expression froze instantly. Then Zhang's lips moved slightly. "I wasn't eaten," he said, voice low, edged with something cold and unshakable. He turned his gaze to the Blue Spirit, flicking his wrist as sparks of burning energy crackled between his fingers. "I was the one doing the eating." Actually, just from his familiar tone, she knew Zhang hadn't been possessed. He truly was Zhang himself. Blue Spirit asked doubtfully, "You really ate them all?" In response, Zhang just shrugged. As you can see, Blue Spirit couldn't help feeling amazed. It was simply unbelievable. Could a mere human really absorb a Blue Spirit level vengeful spirit completely? But judging from the powerful aura emanating from him, he truly had accomplished his feat. At this moment, Zhang rubbed his stomach inside softly. "Maybe I absorbed too much. My stomach feels like it might burst." At first, Blue Spirit was puzzled by his words, but then she suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. She instantly realized this guy was still human after all. She quickly warned him urgently, "Hurry, release the absorbed energy now." Confused, Zhang asked, "Why are you suddenly so nervous?" Because a human's body was like a vessel, with limits on how much spiritual energy it could hold. Only through continuous practice and comprehension could its capacity gradually increase. But Zhang hadn't currently mastered top-tier energy manipulation. Absorbing too much energy now could cause severe backlash, harming himself. Blue Spirit spoke gravely, "You must immediately expel the energy your body cannot bear." Yet Zhang simply replied calmly, "In that case, it's better to channel the excess energy elsewhere." Saying this, he leapt forward, diving into the pile of bones, and began searching. Just as Blue Spirit wondered what he was doing, Zhang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Found it." He raised a broken skull. Strangely, an old talisman was stuck on the skull. Though it looked ancient, it remained completely intact. Seeing it, Blue Spirit had a rough idea. That is, Zhang didn't answer. He gently brushed the dust off, then began channeling death energy into the skull. As Blue Spirit wondered what he was doing, the skull suddenly floated midair, emitting low, guttural growls as if it had come alive. As more death energy flowed in, flesh began to regrow from the skull downward. Looking at this, Blue Spirit finally understood but still confirmed to Zhang, "Is this the skull of that creature at the vortex center?" To which Zhang agreed, until eventually, it formed the shape of a young girl, her body wrapped in chains. Her hair was white, giving her a cold aura. Blue Spirit frowned at the sight. "What? It was a little girl? Zhang was also puzzled. It was clearly a child before. Hearing them, the girl suddenly shouted, "Who says I'm a little girl? I'm a guy. You can clearly see it with your eyes." Everyone fell silent instantly. Blue Spirit furrowed her brows, muttering with confusion, "You're joking, right? You look exactly like a girl." The girl shouted furiously in protest, "I'm a guy." Blue Spirit, exasperated, turned to Zhang. "Mortal, why bother reviving him? He looks like a lunatic. Just kill him." Zhang began to regret it too. "I thought he might be useful. It wasn't like this earlier." Meanwhile, as they completely ignored him, the girl bellowed, "You people dare act like I'm not even here." But before he could finish speaking, Blue Spirit grabbed his throat, her icy voice ringing out, "Dare? How dare you raise your voice? Do you want to die right now?" Under her intense pressure, the girl was too frightened to speak. It seemed spirits could sense each other's strength. She clearly felt Blue Spirit's power, and her expression froze, muttering timidly, "No." Then Zhang spoke. "You asked why I revived him, right? This is the reason." He lifted the skull in his hand. Then he crushed it. A sharp crack rang out, and the girl let out a blood-curdling scream. Blue Spirit watched with interest, a faint smirk on her lips. That skull is her core. It's probably feeling immense pain. "Did you revive it just to torture it like this?" Zhang said nothing, face calm. But what he did next made Blue Spirit's eyes widen in shock. He grabbed the shattered skull and shoved it into his mouth without hesitation. He then slowly swallowed it. In that instant, the girl convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably, as a red thread slowly emerged from her body, its other end connecting to Zhang. The girl was in disbelief. "No way." Seeing this, Blue Spirit was speechless. This guy actually devoured the soul's core and forcibly turned it into a familiar spirit. It was a simple act, yet the outcome was beyond comprehension. Even witnessing it firsthand was hard to believe. So, it wasn't a coincidence that she became his familiar spirit. Zhang saw that his attempt had worked, brushed the dust off his hands, and smiled slightly, "Just as I thought. Done." Meanwhile, the girl stared at the red thread, her face filled with fear. She had spent countless years as a vengeful spirit. Even without being told, the moment she saw that red thread, she understood. She had become this boy's servant. She whispered helplessly, "How could this happen?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the Heaven-Earth Association, an old white-haired man sat cross-legged in a room filled with talismans. His eyes closed, expression serene. This was the underworld assassin Pavilion Sunray. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his calm face showed deep confusion. A sense of dread surged in his heart. He quickly stood and rushed down the corridor. Just moments earlier, he had sensed a destructive disturbance in a spell he had placed. He wasted no time, but it was already too late. When he opened the inner chamber door, what he saw left him frozen. Shattered fragments of a jar lay across the floor. The chains connecting to it had lost all power, though the array beneath still glowed faintly. In-suk knew full well that it was over. He stared in disbelief, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He roared, "My divine spirit insect and poison art has been broken." At this moment, outside the original underworld assassin pavilion, Cho Yugong was anxiously waiting for his master to appear. Just then, a white-haired elder with a grim expression emerged. It was Cho Yugong's master, In-suk. Seeing him, Cho Yugong hurried after and pleaded urgently, "Master, could you please ask to halt the trial? Zhang is the most talented person I've ever seen. I can't let him die just like this." But In-suk didn't stop. His expression was grim as he shook his head and said seriously, "This isn't the time to talk about that." Cho Yugong was puzzled, but In-suk continued, "My divine spirit insect and poison art has been broken." Hearing that, Cho Yugong was completely stunned. The spirit goo curse was a technique his master had spent 15 full years developing. He couldn't believe anyone could break a formation set by his master. In-suk continued, "I suspect it was done by a Chai Morio passing by, and based on the reaction, it's at least a mythical beast." Cho Yugong froze on the spot. That meant a spirit above both regional and monster level. Even a practitioner of Famua rank might not be able to handle it under certain conditions. In-suk sighed, then ordered decisively, "So prepare whatever equipment you need and come with me. We need to go to the Corpse Blood Valley." Hearing this, Cho Yugong thought, the cliff where the cursed poison was placed was directly connected to Corpse Blood Valley. Even if the formation hadn't been fully destroyed, if a mythical beast had appeared there, In-suk would never sit idly by. But hearing this command, Cho Yugong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because this could serve as a legitimate excuse to halt the trial. That skull discarded for a century in the abyss, once deemed a mere bone by all and ignored, was swallowed by Cho Yugong without hesitation. Only he knew that once the skull was fully absorbed, the sealed spirit within would become his slave. Now, the girl collapsed to the ground, unable to believe she had actually become a familiar spirit to a human. As anger surged in her, Cho Yugong walked over and asked, "What's your name?" Fuming, the girl shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you?" But right after yelling, She looked up at Cho Yugong's friendly smile. She was about to yell more, but in an instant, her knees gave way. She dropped to the ground and begged, "My name's Gyu Soha." Master, Zhang and Blue Spirit were speechless. Seeing the drastic change, Zhang asked again, "Soha, can you be my loyal dog?" Gyu Soha prostrated himself, nodding frantically. "I'm willing." Blue Spirit was beyond speech. This guy's even more ridiculous than Demon Monk. But more than disbelief, she was stunned. This spirit, near Blue Spirit's level, gave up his true name after just one look from Zhang. Could it be the aura the boy gave off? Normally, even if a spirit becomes a familiar spirit, they wouldn't reveal their true name easily, because once touched by the divine domain, a true name becomes a shackle, forever barring them from godhood. Thinking this, Blue Spirit turned to Zhang. Through her vision, she was shocked to see that despite spending so much energy restoring Gyu Soha's body, Zhang still radiated a powerful aura with an oddly layered quality. It felt like two energies overlapping. So she asked, "Something strange, mortal, what's with the two auras coming from your body?" Zhang looked slightly surprised. "So you noticed too?" Blue Spirit was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He smiled faintly. "I actually recalled a new technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques." This stunned Blue Spirit, and she shouted on the spot. "What did you say?" She couldn't believe that in such a situation, Zhang had developed a new chant. Zhang didn't delay, immediately reciting the spell. A purple energy radiated from his body, completely different from his usual death energy. Blue Spirit was frozen in place. She had never heard this chant before. Even with her exceptional martial talent, she had only mastered 4 of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. She held her excitement and kept watching. At that moment, Zhang guided the gathered inner power into both his dantian and near his heart. "I am now able to divide up the energy between my central dantian and my lower dantian." This left Blue Spirit utterly stunned. Normally, a martial artist needs to break through a new martial realm to break free from the constraint of a single dantian. But Zhang used the thought-shattering 8 techniques to break that rule, successfully opening a second dantian. Now, even Blue Spirit couldn't tell his true strength anymore, because, by merging the strength of 2 dantians, his inner power was already more than twice that of peers in his realm. In other words, Zhang's true combat power was far beyond conventional logic. At that moment, Zhang looked at the mountains. He sighed, "What a shame. Time's almost up. I only plan to leave 7 people alive. I guess I have no choice. I'll just kill anyone I come across from now on." Meanwhile, midway up the mountain, 2 teams stood locked in a standoff, all members clearly exhausted. But oddly, this standoff was different from the usual flag defense battles, because both sides had flags. On the defending side was a team led by Mo Hurong from Moa House and Ma Tsuchuan. The short-haired girl who had originally been looking for flags had for some reason joined Ma Tsuchuan's group. The attacking side was led by the bald youth of Scarlet Death Valley. The moment they met, they immediately went to seize the flags. Ma Tsuchuan was deeply confused. The other team already had 2 flags, so why were they still trying to steal another? The bald youth called out to the girl, "Hey Mo Hurong, you rejected me when I offered to be teammates, and decided to stick with these losers instead?" Mo Hurong didn't answer. Instead, she told him to shut up. At the moment, Ma Tsuchuan is deep in thought. Damn it. Is he trying to get rid of competition? I don't get it. Why would he do this despite the risk? The sun will rise soon. Ma Tsuchuan quietly whispered to his teammates, "Hold on a little longer. As long as we make it till dawn, this standoff will lose all meaning." But the bald youth scoffed at such delay tactics. "You think this will get you through? That's impossible. We've got a guaranteed win strategy, and we've already used it to take out 3 teams. With that, the bald youth raised his left hand. Immediately, one of his teammates raised his voice and shouted loudly. The shout echoed through the entire mountain valley. The defending group had no idea why they did this. Why are they screaming? Ma Tsuchuan fell into deep thought. That guy raised his hand. Then they all started acting. There must be a hidden plan. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He immediately yelled at them, asking them to stop. Running footsteps can be heard far away. Mo Hurong was puzzled. What is that? A huge shadow suddenly emerged from the bushes. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. At the sight of the Hunter of the Weak, Ma Tsuchuan broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen this monster in the mountains before, but now it was even bigger than it had been back then. He couldn't understand what had happened during this time. When everyone saw the shape of that shadow, their faces instantly froze. It's that monster from before. Shit, run. At that moment, Mo Hurong saw the bald youth charging toward their flag and immediately realized his intention. In this situation, shouldn't they be fleeing? But instead of staying alert, they're moving closer to the flag. So she suddenly shouted, "It's the flag. Stick to the flag, everyone." Hearing her call, the teammates all ran toward their team's flag. However, the Hunter of the Weak charged over at an astonishing speed. Because Mo Hurong was closest to the Hunter of the Weak, she had no time to dodge. In the next second, The Hunter of the Week's sharp claws slashed toward her back. Blood splattered everywhere. Mo Harang's body rolled across the ground several times before stopping. She struggled to get up. The bald youth looked at her laughing. "Don't be too upset at me, you bitch. This is just what a competition is like." Hearing this, she was speechless, but with her inner power sealed, her body couldn't withstand such injury, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Mak Yechin turned and rushed toward her. Mo Harang was his teammate. Therefore, he couldn't just abandon her and flee. Mak Yechin picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it hard at the Hunter of the Week's face. That strike had completely enraged the Hunter of the Week. It bared its fangs and suddenly lunged at Mo Harang. At that moment, Mo Harang felt the fear of death. Dawn was almost here, yet she was about to die now. Mak Yechin dashed over desperately, trying to stop the Hunter of the Week's attack. But it was already too late. Yet, just as Mo Harang was on the brink of death, clang, 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 countless iron chains appear out of thin air, grabbing the Hunter of the Week, and the charging suddenly froze midair. In Mo Harang's blurred vision, she saw the chains. Those chains rising from the ground were binding the Hunter of the Week's limbs and body tightly. At that moment, a deep voice came from the bushes. "How lucky! Everything I needed is finally in place." Because of his exceptional performance in the Iron Ball battle, everyone recognized him immediately. Mak Yechin was gravely shocked. Mo Harang jerked her head around, only to see Zhang walking toward them with a faint smile, and beside him stood a white-haired girl wrapped in chains, transparent and blurry, as if from another world. The Hunter of the Week roared and struggled to break free, but the chains only tightened, rendering it completely immobile. Zhang added, "Everything I need is gathered together." What a relief. None of the trial participants could believe that this beast, which had devoured countless others, was subdued in an instant. But at that moment, the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley suddenly shouted, "What the hell is that stupid wolf doing? Kill her already." The bald youth didn't seem to care about Zhang's appearance. He only wanted the beast to quickly eliminate these nuisances. However, things didn't go as he wished. The monster continued roaring, but it stayed rooted to the spot, completely motionless, as if something had it tightly bound. At this moment, even Mak Yechin couldn't help but ask himself why the monster wasn't moving. Yet now clearly wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Although he didn't understand why the monster suddenly stopped, this was the best chance to save Mo Harang. So he immediately rushed toward her. He had already reached Mo Harang and helped her up, but Mo Harang looked dazed and muttered the same sentence over and over. "It's tied up with iron chains." A girl. Mak Yechin instantly frowned. He could only guess she was hallucinating from blood loss. He spoke quickly to her, "Stay awake. If you collapse here, it's a death sentence." As he spoke, he carried Mo Harang on his back and began to leave the scene. Gyu Soha saw Mo Harang looked at her, so she mouthed the words, "Master, it seems like that woman can see me." Meanwhile, Zhang also showed an intrigued expression and muttered softly, "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a loud roar echoed like a wave. At the same time, the Hunter of the Week's feet slammed into the ground. With a booming crash that shook the earth, the iron chains that had restrained it began to creak, as if about to break. Seeing this, the bald youth shouted in excitement, "That's it. Start moving. Kill all those people for me." Unfortunately, things did not go as he hoped. The next second, Zhang dropped from the sky. He stomped hard on the Hunter of the Week's head, and the nearly breaking chains suddenly tightened again, pinning the Hunter of the Week firmly to the ground. The force of the chains was astonishing, holding the Hunter of the Week completely immobile, with no room to struggle. Zhang stepped on its gaping mouth and grabbed the Hunter of the Week's upper jaw, saying coldly, "You'll need to pay for trying to steal what's mine, don't you think?" Then, with both hands, he pulled its upper jaw violently. Crack! A pain howl burst from the Hunter of the Week's mouth. Then, along with a tearing sound, its mouth was ripped into two halves. At this moment, the Hunter of the Week lay on the ground struggling in pain, but due to the overpowering chains, it couldn't move at all. Zhang wasn't finished, as the Hunter of the Week's howls abruptly stopped. He followed through by tearing off its entire head. Splurt, blood sprayed, blood spattered all over Zhang's body, making him look like a demon emerging from hell. This scene left all the youth speechless in shock, and the most shocked of all was the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. He never imagined that the beast which had devoured so many trial participants would be torn apart in an instant. But soon, he realized the situation was dire. With a trembling voice, he said to his teammates, "We need to get out of here." Looking at Zhang curled up his mouth, the bald youth added, "Otherwise, we'll all die here." With that, he suddenly turned around, shouting, "Run." His teammates understood instantly, grabbed their flag, and prepared to retreat. But before they could even take a step, Zhang sneered, "Tie them all down." The moment his words fell, clang, 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 countless iron chains shot up from the ground, firmly binding everyone on the scene. In that instant, not just the bald youth, Even Mak Yu-chun and the others were utterly stunned. They felt as if an invisible force had nailed their bodies to the ground, so stiff they couldn't even move a finger. The bald youth thrashed madly, trying to break free, but with his inner power sealed, it was all in vain. At that moment, Zhang slowly walked toward him, a slight smile on his lips, and said calmly, "All right, it's time to take a look at your flag." At this point, the bald youth and the others struggled with all their might to escape the chains. But even a beast like the Hunter of the Weak couldn't break free, let alone trial participants with their power sealed. The bald youth's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cursed relentlessly. Damn it, what the hell did this guy do to us?" Faced with the angry roars, Zhang didn't respond. He simply walked toward Mak Yuchun's team's flag, picked up the pole, and carefully examined it. Everyone instantly realized his intention. He's trying to steal the flag? Mak Yuchun shouted. No, trying to stop Zhang. But Zhang only let out a small sigh. It's the same. Then, without hesitation, he snapped the flagpole. Crack. It broke in two. No. Everyone on the scene screamed in despair, because without a flag, they were officially eliminated. Mak Yuchun was so angry he wanted to rush up and slap him. But his body was pinned by an invisible force, and he couldn't move at all. He could only curse in frustration. You bastard. After inspecting this flag, Zhang walked over to the bald youth's side. Seeing this, the bald youth shouted in anger, You plan to break ours too? At that moment, the bald youth seemed to notice his hesitation and asked, You're looking for a different kind of flag, aren't you? If so, you don't need to look anymore. Our flag is the same as theirs, but I know the incantation on another flag. Hearing that, Zhang was slightly stunned, then a gleam flashed in his eyes. The bald youth continued, I can tell you the contents. But in exchange, the bald youth stared at Zhang and spoke slowly. You have to join my team. I have a complete flag and enough team members. As long as you join us, we'll definitely pass this round. These words shocked not Zhang, but the bald youth's own teammates. Are you insane? We already have enough people. The team instantly erupted in protest, but the bald youth snapped angrily. Shut it. Do you want us all to die? Then he forced a flattering smile, looked at Zhang, and said, I'll kick someone out. How about it? Join us. However, Zhang didn't respond at all. Instead, he slowly walked toward one of the boys. At the boy's waist, there was a broken flagpole hanging conspicuously, so the incantation was here all along. Zhang muttered softly. The bald youth's expression instantly became extremely awkward. He didn't expect that this idiot not only failed to memorize the incantation, but even dangled the flagpole with it engraved around like a toy. But at this point, the bald youth had no choice but to put on a calm face and say, Yeah, that's right. That's the one. I'll give it to you now, so you'll join my team, right? However, after receiving the flagpole, Zhang said as if nothing had happened. This thing was already mine. What? The bald youth's face turned livid with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Before he could even start cursing, Zhang added, And this flag is also mine. I don't even understand what you're talking about. The bald youth at the scene stared wide-eyed, as if he were witnessing the most shameless person in history. He had already cursed Zhang 800 times in his heart, but with his inner power sealed, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. Just then, Mak Yuchun suddenly shouted, Don't believe that despicable bastard. He'll stab you in the back the first chance he gets. We also have a flag that M.O. Herring brought. Join our team instead. Normally, out of pride, Mak Yuchun wouldn't ask Zhang for help, but with the situation this dire, he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. The bald youth, of course, understood that and immediately countered. That flag in his hand is originally ours. You guys didn't do anything. Why should he join you? Mak Yuchun retorted without backing down. All you do is use monsters like a coward. What right do you have to speak here? Then he turned again to persuade Zhang. Don't trust a word that guy says. Seeing the situation turning against him, the bald youth quickly changed tactics and tried bribery. Your name's Mak Jiahuan, right? If you help me this time, I promise I'll repay the favor. And having someone from Scarlet Death Valley owe you, that's not a bad thing, is it? Don't listen to him. Mak Yuchun immediately interrupted. Even if we're half-brothers, are you really going to betray me? Shut up. The two shouted back and forth, quarreling nonstop. At that moment, Zhang clapped his hands softly. The entire place fell silent. All eyes instantly focused on him. He smiled and said, I'm so touched. Didn't expect everyone wants to team up with me so badly. I would love to be with you all, but the rules don't allow it. You see? Hearing this, the youth couldn't help but gulp. Zhang smiled and said, If I choose one group directly, wouldn't that be too unfair to the other? As he spoke, he signaled Gyu Soha beside him. So how about this? In the next moment, the boys who had been bound suddenly regained their freedom. Zhang smiled faintly. All of you, start killing each other. The last 7 survivors will become my teammates. As Zhang's voice fell, the crowd of youth instantly fell into utter confusion. They had struggled all night, thinking they were just one step away from passing the trial. But as dawn approached, this guy actually wanted them to kill each other. In this desperate moment, the first to act was the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley. He suddenly twisted the neck of a nearby boy. The youth who had followed the bald youth were shocked by this sudden betrayal, but they couldn't protest. After all, if they wanted to live, they had to follow Zhang's demand. So they all began to ambush the others around them. Those who were slower to react became easy prey. In this moment, the familiarity in everyone's eyes disappeared. As if they had forgotten everything from before, they descended into madness and slaughtered each other. Watching this mountain valley become a killing field, Zhang smirked at the bald youth and said, "Not bad. You did well." The bald youth stopped. He knew that Zhang was mocking him, but his internal energy was sealed, and the other guy clearly had access to some strange power. No matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do. Still, he vowed in his heart, if he survived today, he would do whatever it took to personally kill that bastard. Time flew by. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled down, gradually illuminating the blood-stained valley in the darkness. A boy raised a stone high and slammed it down madly on another boy beneath him. At this moment, he had completely turned into a beast who knew only how to kill. Even though the other was long dead, he still didn't stop. It wasn't until Mak Yuchen rushed forward and stopped him that this brutal slaughter finally came to an end. And just then, a group of red-robed warriors appeared. The sight before them made their expressions freeze. As they moved forward to check the condition of the survivors, they couldn't help but question what the hell was going on. Not far away, a man wearing a demon mask and an old Taoist stood beside the broken corpse of the Hunter of the Weak, both of them equally filled with disbelief. The Hunter of the Weak's existence was meant to test the limits of these young participants. It was designed to force them to awaken their will to survive under extreme conditions. Yet now, it had been killed. What shocked them even more was that the Hunter of the Weak had evolved into its mature form. Its strength had already reached the level of a regional beast. Monsters of that level usually require several top experts working together to take down. The demon-masked man, without looking at the red-robed warrior, asked, "What about the forbidden pathlock? Did you check the internal energy of the boy who killed the beast?" The red-robed warrior was drenched in cold sweat. "The moment we found the beast's corpse, I checked his forbidden pathlock. His meridians are still completely sealed." Upon hearing that, the demon mask fell silent. After a moment, he turned and gave a command. "No need to investigate further. Tell everyone to return." He had fought beasts in his youth, so more than anyone, he understood that killing a fully matured Hunter of the Weak with strength alone was impossible. "That child must possess a power I don't know about," he thought silently. "Looks like I'll have to keep a close eye on him." At that moment, Zhang watched the figures of everyone leaving, and finally let out a small breath of relief. "Looks like they didn't catch us. My middle dantian was still open, too." Blue Spirit smiled faintly. "They'd never expect that even with your meridians sealed by the forbidden pathlock, you could still use your second dantian, right?" Then she added a reminder. "But do not let your guard down. That demon masked man over there is a very skilled martial artist. His strength is definitely no weaker than the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. With the way you're standing out now, you're very likely to draw unnecessary attention. From now on, you must be cautious with your actions. You'll create trouble for yourself otherwise." Zhang gently rubbed his neck and replied indifferently, "Well, I'll think about it." After that, it was announced that the trial was over, and they began choosing people. At this moment, 259 survivors gathered in an open square at the mountain peak. Among them, the 200 people appeared relatively relaxed, while the 59 people looked pale. They hadn't found a flag by dawn, and were thus completely eliminated from this round. The demon masked figure began to screen the remaining 200. Only 80 of them, who knew the incantation on the flags, became qualified candidates from the second round. The remaining 120 were assigned as lower-ranking warriors of the Heaven and Earth Association. Although they all survived, some of them didn't look happy. Most people who entered Corpse Blood Valley definitely didn't aim to become lower-ranking warriors. They risked their lives trying to pass the trials to gain opportunities for higher levels, but they had failed. "Foolish fellows, you underestimated the trial." The bald youth, being one of the 80, looked at those unqualified trial takers with disdain in his eyes. However, he didn't care what would happen to them next, because from now on, the real main event would begin. He would let Zhang know the true gap between them in this trial. "I will show you that I am superior." At this time, the demon mask figure gathered the 80 qualified candidates to one side. "Very well. Now, I will decide who is the top participant of this round." Saying this, he took out a silver plaque engraved with the character 2. The bald youth who recognized this plaque instantly felt determined. This was proof of being the top in this round. Possessing this silver plaque would be very advantageous in the subsequent trials. Just as everyone wondered to whom the demon mask figure would give the silver plaque, he walked slowly and muttered to himself, "How should I decide the top? Should I choose the one who can correctly recite the incantation on the flag, or the one with the most outstanding ability?" Hearing this, The bald youth shrugged. He unhesitatingly raised his hand. He had successfully memorized the martial techniques on 2 flags early on, so he was very confident he would secure the top position. Regarding the martial technique, I can answer correctly no matter how you ask. At these words, the surrounding youths all looked towards the bald youth. The demon masked figure said with great interest, "Since it's like this, then explain to me about the martial technique." The bald youth mouth curled up. It's a fast sword technique. It targets 3 vital points on the center line and 6 major acupoints. Depending on how it's used, it can be both offensive and defensive, with versatile and ever-changing moves. Hearing this explanation, the demon mask figure nodded slightly. To grasp it to this extent under such circumstances, you've done well. Hearing this, the bald youth's heart instantly bloomed with joy. He glanced smugly in John's direction. Although he had been humiliated by this guy using some unorthodox methods before, he believed that in terms of martial arts attainment, John was definitely no match for him. This was the so-called talent barrier. At this moment, the bald youth already envisioned John kneeling at his feet. However, just as he thought the top position of the second round was his for the taking, a voice suddenly shattered his fantasy. This incantation is not just an ordinary sword technique, but a sword formation, isn't it? The speaker was none other than John. With these words, the gazes of the surrounding youths instantly shifted from the bald youth to John. The bald youth was totally shocked and was frozen in place. Even the demon mask figure quickly turned his head. Why do you think it's a sword formation? Because the moves of this sword technique all follow basic principles. Each of their moves has been meticulously arranged, and none of the movements overlap. Hearing this, the bald youth was instantly aghast. He frowned, convinced this was impossible. Moreover, even if it were a sword formation, one would need to be a sword master at the Valley Master's level to discern this. Because a sword formation has specific rules and complex coordination, recognizing it solely from the incantation meant one must be able to perceive every move of dozens of swordsmen completely. Without reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it would be fundamentally difficult to achieve. The bald youth didn't believe a teenager like John could possess such attainment unless he was one of those peerless geniuses who could comprehend without learning, relying solely on intuition. Over here, the demon mask figure was also quite shocked by John's answer. He didn't know if the other party was guessing or truly possessed such understanding, so he decided to test him further. Then tell me, how many swordsmen would be necessary for maximum efficiency? John, unfazed, directly answered 8. A hint of surprise flashed in the demon mask figure's eyes. John had accurately stated the minimum number of people required to deploy the sword formation. However, John's next words shocked him even more. This sword formation can be deployed by a maximum of 16 or 32 people simultaneously, any more than that, and they would overlap, making it impossible to deploy. At this moment, the demon mask figure fell silent for a second, then burst into laughter, something he rarely did. The youths were flabbergasted. This kid had even accurately stated the number of configurations the sword formation could take, a martial arts genius coveted by all. It seems the top spot for the second round also belongs to you. Thus, he unhesitatingly threw the silver plaque to John. Hearing this, the other participants were shocked, with a hint of envy in their eyes. The bald youth is so mad, gritting his teeth. At this moment, as John caught the silver plaque thrown by the demon mask figure, he never expected that by simply repeating what Blue Spirit had said, he would easily claim the top spot in the second trial. The surrounding youths immediately started discussing amongst themselves. The bald youth was so angered by this scene that he gritted his teeth. He had originally thought the chief position of the second round was his for the taking, but in the end, he had become a joke. John's name was now deeply etched into his mind. No matter what, he had to avenge today's humiliation. Just then, the demon mask figure congratulated the AD who passed the second round. You are now qualified to become an intermediate martial artist of the Heaven and Earth Association. Hearing this, some youths immediately became excited. An intermediate martial artist enjoyed different treatment within the Heaven and Earth Association. Capable intermediate martial artists could even lead a team composed of low-rank warriors. At this moment, although they were exhausted, their eyes rekindled with vitality. The demon mask figure continued. Let me explain the third trial. Intermediate martial artists must possess the ability to lead a team. Therefore, you need to understand how to use sword formations. Heaven and Earth 8 Inscriptions Formation. That is the name of the sword formation written on the flags. It is a sword formation based on the changes of the 8 trigrams. This formation was created by the former leader of the Heaven and Earth Association. You need at least 8 and 32 at most. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out the second round wasn't just an extreme test. Forming groups of 8 from the beginning was for this very purpose. Alright, intelligent ones should now be able to guess what the third round is. Saying this, the demon mask figure's tone became serious. This third round requires each of you to form groups of 8 and perform the sword formation. Just as they thought they could relax, the demon mask figure's next words made their hearts leap into their throats again. First, you will have 1 day of rest. During this period, you need to reform an 8-person team and select a team leader. The person who becomes the team leader will automatically pass the 3rd round. Regardless of the outcome of the sword formation trial, these words made the youths frown. This meant that the 8 people who had protected a flag together didn't necessarily have to be in the same group. In fact, most in Zhang's team were distressed about being grouped with Zhang. This way, they could finally get rid of this demon. The demon mask figure spoke again. By the way, from now on, killing is prohibited. Instantly, the youths started discussing again. This was much more complicated than they had imagined. They had to choose a team leader without killing, and everyone wanted to be the leader. Just then, the demon mask figure added, "Also, I will release your forbidden path locks." They were finally able to use their internal energy, which excited many, including the bald youth, who was a bit shocked. At this moment, the bald youth's lips twitched. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He believed that because his internal energy was sealed before, he couldn't cope with Zhang's strange methods. But now that his internal energy was restored, the situation was different. Thus, he stared fiercely at Zhang's position. "Just you wait. I'll have you trampled under my feet sooner or later." At this moment, in the outer city of the Heaven and Earth Association, inside a brothel named Red Favor Pavilion, a hand slammed hard on a table laden with rouge and powder. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face reflected in the mirror, she sighed deeply. "I just wanted to find Zhang. How did I end up in such a state?" This person was currently possessed by Go Chang. As a familiar spirit, he actually really wanted to escape. But due to the familiar bond between him and Zhang, his life and death were entirely in the other's hands. So he had no choice but to follow him all the way to the Heaven and Earth Association. Yesterday, he had wanted to sneak into the Heaven and Earth Association, but the guards were too strict, so he had to think of another way. Later, he tried to bribe the guards to get in. "Since it's high time for you to get married, you want me to let you in so you can find a partner? I'm sorry, but if I do that, I'll die." The Heaven and Earth Association was not some third-rate minor sect. This path was also a dead end. However, through the guards, he learned of another way to enter the Heaven and Earth Association. "Have you heard of the Red Favor Pavilion?" Hearing this, Go Chang was confused and had no idea. At this moment, Go Chang looked around, looking at the sensual scenes around him, and he shyly lowered his head. As the most prosperous brothel in the Heaven and Earth Association's outer city, women from the Red Favor Pavilion were often noticed by high-ranking members of the society and taken home as concubines. Therefore, to infiltrate the society's inner circle, he had no choice but to disguise himself as a brothel courtesan and look for an opportunity. His successful infiltration of the Red Favor Pavilion this time was largely thanks to his ability to play the huqin, which quickly caught the eye of the brothel's madam. But Go Chang was, after all, originally a man. However, the familiar spirit strand that connects him to Zhang made him feel silent. Looking at the table piled high with rouge and powder, he couldn't help but swallow. After some hesitation, he finally picked up a brush and began to apply makeup to his face. There was no turning back now. No matter what, he had to enter the Heaven and Earth Association. Just then, the voice of the Red Favor Pavilion's madam came from the doorway. "Are you ready?" Seeing he was still not done with his makeup, the madam seemed a little impatient. "Why are you so slow with makeup? You're so beautiful. A little touch-up is enough. I believe with your looks, even without much makeup, you'll quickly be chosen as a favored concubine." Hearing this, Go Chang's skin crawled. The thought of being called darling by those greasy old men made him want to die. At this moment, he began to regret why he had done this in the first place. Perhaps he should have just risked his life climbing over the wall instead, in a building on the other side of the mountain. After a satisfying meal, the youths returned to their rooms to rest. At this moment, the bald youth stretched his body. Freed from its seals, he felt relief. His internal energy had now recovered. "Should I get going?" Once the forbidden path lock was undone, the chi felt from Zhang was about that of a first-rate. He believed that with Zhang's first-rate level, he was no match for him. After all, he himself had reached the true peak realm and thought, "I am overwhelmingly better than him." Even if Zhang was very talented in swordsmanship, he didn't think Zhang could defeat him by transcending levels, because his internal energy is way superior. Therefore, as long as he could incapacitate Zhang without killing him, he wouldn't have to worry about this trial. Thinking of this, he decisively walked towards the door. Although he would have liked to meditate and rest like the fellow sitting on the bed, he knew that now was the best time to deal with Zhang, so he had to act quickly. However, the moment he pushed open the door, the scene before him made him freeze. Zhang stood expressionlessly at the door. The previously confident bald youth instantly felt a chill before he could react. Zhang said with a wicked expression, "Looks like we had the same thought. How surprising." With that, he directly shot a palm strike towards the bald youth's head. Facing Zhang's fierce aura, The bald youth couldn't understand why he was suppressed by the other's presence. He gritted his teeth, wanting to resist, but the force of Zhang's hand was so great that it directly grabbed his entire body and slammed him into the room, pinning him firmly to the ground. The bald youth, his face contorted, rapidly circulated his internal energy, trying to resist the force of Zhang's hand. However, when he tried to forcefully break free from Zhang's grip, he found that whenever he came into contact with Zhang, his internal energy would inexplicably dissipate. The bald youth was greatly alarmed. He didn't understand why this was happening and could only shout angrily, "You bastard! Did you use dissipating energy poison on me?" Zhang didn't answer. He wouldn't wait for the other to figure things out. So he sneered, "You're weaker than I imagined." With that, he punched the bald youth in the face again and again. With the sound of breaking bones, the bald youth's screams were incessant. He had no chance to use his special skills, suffering this continuous assault. He almost lost consciousness. This scene scared the bald youth's roommate so much that he nearly wet his pants. However, Zhang paid no attention to this youth's reaction. He grabbed the bald youth's bloodied, battered face and let out a cold laugh. "Even though you're so weak, I'll still let you join my group. After all, we too are like-minded. We'll definitely become good teammates, right?" At this moment, as Zhang's voice slowly faded, the bald youth completely passed out. Seeing this, Zhang didn't hesitate. He dragged the bald youth's body towards his own room. This action attracted a lot of discussion from the other trial participants along the way. They never expected the bald youth from Scarlet Death Valley to be beaten like this. Moreover, they couldn't find any trace of injury on Zhang. Therefore, they all avoided him as if he were a plague god. Zhang, however, paid no attention to this, dragging the bald youth forward by himself. But one thing puzzled him. Since the internal energy restrictions were lifted, 7 out of the 80 youths had reached the peak realm, including the bald youth of Scarlet Death Valley. The reason Zhang targeted the bald youth first was partly to make him a member of his group, and partly to test his own strength. But he didn't expect this guy to be much weaker than he imagined. Hasn't he already reached the true peak realm? Why is he so weak? Hearing this, Blue Spirit couldn't help but click her tongue. You can't really say that. It's not that he's too weak, but that you, kid, have become stronger. The reason you haven't realized this is because your way of getting stronger is too unorthodox. It's simply treading a unique path. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Zhang shrugged. Her words did make some sense. Judging the strength of peak masters based on the bald youth alone was indeed a bit hasty. Just then, Blue Spirit introduced Zhang to the divisions of martial artist realms. The lowest rank among martial artists was the third-rate level, followed by the second-rate and the first-rate. Most martial artists remained at the first-rate stage for their entire lives. Only those with martial arts aptitude could break through the barrier and reach the peak master realm. This realm was also divided into early, true, and ultimate peak. If one could continue to comprehend, they could break through again to reach the transcendent realm. Mock Sword Manor's Manor Master was at this level. However, people in the same realm also had different strengths. There was a world of difference between the early Supreme Peak and the ultimate Supreme Peak. Among them, the King of Brilliance and the Corpse Blood Valley Master had reached the ultimate Supreme Peak, and those who could reach this realm were all peerless geniuses with extraordinary talent. Hearing Blue Spirit's explanation, Zhang also found it quite interesting. He was very curious if there were other realms above the Peak Master realm. Yes, Blue Spirit answered, which made Zhang pause. Then Blue Spirit continued, that would be the evolutionary realm. It's a state that surpasses human limits, capable of splitting oceans and mountains. Hearing this, Zhang finally understood. He looked down at the bald youth on the floor. That's right, although that fellow has reached the true peak realm, he's still far inferior to an ultimate peak master like you. That's why you feel he's weak. However, even if you've reached the peak of the peak, don't get complacent. After all, in a place like the Heaven and Earth Association, you can never let your guard down. Zhang pondered for a moment, then asked Blue Spirit again, then what realm have you reached? But as soon as these words were spoken, Blue Spirit's expression immediately dimmed. She merely said faintly, I will not say, you will learn about it someday. Seeing that the other party didn't want to bring up the past, Zhang didn't press further. He dragged the bald youth into the room and casually threw him into a corner. Generally, trial participants shared a room with one other person, but Zhang was an exception because no one was willing to share a room with him. This vacant room was used by him alone. At this moment, Zhang wasn't in a hurry, just quietly watching the unconscious bald youth. However, just then, the unconscious bald youth suddenly woke up with a groan. Wake up! Hearing that voice made him alert. The moment his eyes met Zhang's, he was instantly frightened into a cold sweat. After all, he had been beaten black and blue by Zhang and had almost died. Such a reaction was not surprising. Zhang smiled slightly. You're finally awake. The bald youth spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed at Zhang. You despicable bastard. You actually used dissipating energy poison on me. Upon hearing dissipating energy poison, Zhang remembered the bald youth mentioning it before. This made him feel a bit puzzled. Fortunately, Blue Spirit explained to him at this moment. Dissipating energy poison is a poison that can dispel internal energy. Your internal energy seems to have a similar effect, so he mistakenly thought you used dissipating energy poison on him. Hearing this, Zhang looked at the bald youth nonchalantly. So there's such an interesting poison. The bald youth knew the other was feigning ignorance, but just as he was about to rebuke him, Zhang interrupted. All right, think whatever you want, but have you considered my proposal? Hearing this, the bald youth couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered what Zhang had said to him before he lost consciousness. Although it was very damaging to his pride, at this moment he realized he had to admit that the other party was indeed stronger than him. So, no matter what, he could no longer have any contact with this guy. Thus, he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a sound. Get lost. Hearing this, Zhang was faintly shocked. The bald youth continued, I will never be on your team, even if it kills me. At this moment, Zhang, far from being angry, actually showed a look of appreciation. He clapped his hands gently. The determination, I didn't expect you to have such an unyielding will. What a pity. I was actually quite keen on teaming up with you. Hearing Zhang's words, the initially tense bald youth relaxed slightly. He had been worried that this madman would kill him regardless of the rules, but now it seemed that was not the case. This made him feel very fortunate, so he slowly got up. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, never to deal with this guy again, because he thoroughly understood that this fellow before him was, as he had initially sensed, an absolutely evil presence. He didn't even want to stay here for another second. However, just as he reached the door, Zhang's hand rested on his shoulder. Although the force was not great, the bald youth's body immediately froze. Zhang said coldly, where are you going? Do you think I'd let you leave so easily after you rejected me? Hearing this, the bald youth's body couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't believe what Zhang had said. Hadn't the other party clearly stated he was giving up on having him join the team? Then he had no need to stay here. But what was happening now? Before he could figure it out, Zhang muttered a few words to himself. Instantly, an indescribable sensation swept through his body as if a strange power was occupying it. He tried to circulate his internal energy to resist this force, but his meridians had been sealed at some unknown point. He only felt an unbearable coldness all over his body. Just then, Zhang punched the bald youth hard in the abdomen, the pain causing the bald youth to spit out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Zhang said with a playful yet icy tone, can't you see how badly you hurt me by turning down my offer? So, just give me your body. As he spoke, Demon Monk's figure slowly emerged, and countless tentacles began to invade the bald youth's body. The bald youth could only watch helplessly as he was slowly devoured, cursing weakly, you bastard. Seeing this, Zhang finally showed a satisfied expression. However, just then, footsteps sounded outside the door as if someone was walking towards his room. The footsteps were light, but sounded somewhat unnatural. Looks like her condition isn't very good. Zhang looked alertly towards the door. Demon Monk's speed couldn't help but quicken. With a few knocks on the door, Zhang asked softly, who is it? It's Mo Arung from the Mo house. Hearing this name, Zhang also felt quite puzzled. Why would she suddenly come here instead of returning to her room to recuperate? He fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at the bald youth. After the bald youth's body twisted for a moment, his eyes rolled back, and he returned to normal. Demon Monk, now possessing this young body, seemed particularly satisfied. He raised his hand and touched his face a few times. The nose that Zhang had broken was immediately restored to its original shape. For a spirit, appropriately adjusting a possessed body wasn't a difficult task. After everything was done, Zhang said, come in. She seemed a bit nervous, as if she had a request. Mo Arung pushed the door open and entered. However, the moment she saw the bald youth also in the room, her body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Zhang hummed lightly and explained, he wanted to be on my team. Demon Monk also pretended to nod. However, in response to their reactions, Mo Arung lowered her head. What did you do to him? These words also startled Zhang. Mo Arung continued, he's not Yongjie at all. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. However, Zhang nonchalantly asked what she meant. That extremely prideful fellow couldn't possibly submit to you so easily, and Yongjie would absolutely never become someone else's subordinate. Hearing this, Zhang pursed his lips. He remembered that during the flag-snatching battle, she was also able to quickly guess his intentions. And Gu Soha had also said that Mo Arung seemed to be able to see her. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence, so he didn't pay much attention. Now it seemed her eyes were indeed different. Looking at Zhang's strange expression, Mo Arung was momentarily confused. As someone from one of the 4 great assassin clans, she had undergone countless training sessions, including techniques to interpret psychology by observing people's expressions and eyes. But from Zhang's face, she couldn't discern his thoughts at all. Just then, Zhang gave a wicked smile. Mo Arung immediately adopted a defensive posture. However, Zhang merely took out a puppet from his clothes. I knew it. You really can see them. With that, he formed a hand seal, revealed a veiled truth deep-rooted and old. Release. As the incantation ended, Mo Arung instantly felt goosebumps. A translucent, blurry figure appeared behind Zhang with white hair and chains wrapped around its body. At this moment, Mo Arung finally realized that what she had seen before was real. But just as she was astonished, Gu Soha waved his hand and chains shot towards Mo Arung. She quickly drew her weapon to block the incoming attack. Seeing this, Zhang showed a wicked smile. Since you found out, I'll have to silence you. Hearing this, Mo Arung was greatly alarmed. She quickly threw her weapon, trying to counter Zhang's next move. However, such an attack was easily dodged by Zhang. Just then, Gu Soha greedily said, "Master, give me this body." He seemed very interested in Mo Arung's physical form. However, his request was quickly met with contempt from Blue Spirit. "Kid, didn't you always insist you were a man? Why are you now clamoring for this woman's body?" Hearing this, Gu Soha immediately shut his mouth in embarrassment. Zhang approached Mo Arung step by step. This action made Mo Arung's heart tighten again. She shouted, "Wait, I didn't come here to fight you." However, Zhang had no intention of stopping. "Why should I believe you?" Mo Arung looked directly into Zhang's eyes. "I originally just wanted to confirm if what I saw was real." Hearing this, Zhang finally stopped. "So that's your wish. But the price you have to pay for this is not small." Facing Zhang's threat, Mo Arung showed not fear, but another emotion, as if she had found something she had been searching for all along. So she said firmly, "I am willing to pay any price, even my life. I need that power. Help me." Hearing her words, Zhang's eyes instantly lost interest. Having seen countless deaths, he could clearly distinguish those who were truly prepared to die. Clearly, Mo Arung was that kind of person. So Zhang showed an impatient expression. "You want me to lend you my powers? As long as you can agree to my request, you can take this body as you please. In return, lend me the power of the unseeable being." Zhang looked puzzled. "Seems she can hear your voice." This sentence also piqued Blue Spirit's interest. Although Gu Soha had intentionally revealed himself, he hadn't made his voice audible. Yet she could hear Gu Soha's voice. This meant her spiritual eyes had opened. Although her spiritual eyes can't see through the essence of things like your ghost eyes, they can see spirits on the brink of life and death. However, she seems to only be able to hear Gu Soha's voice, but not mine. Hearing this explanation, Zhang quickly recalled what Cho Yugong had once said. But among all the innate talents of the Taoist master, there is one which is deemed the greatest. It's the eye. So that's what it meant to this. Zhang remained expressionless. "You said you wanted my help, right?" Mo Arung immediately answered yes. "Why should I give it to you?" Hearing Zhang's words, Mo Arung's eyes instantly sharpened. "Call it spoiling the fun, but I could easily take your flesh right now. Is there a reason for me to go through all that trouble?" At that time, sharp daggers appeared in Mo Arung's hand out of nowhere. She then looked at Zhang fiercely. "You underestimate me a bit too much." As her voice fell, Blue Spirit immediately warned Zhang, "Stand back, mortal." A cold gleam flashed, instantly leaving a bloody gash on Zhang's cheek. Fortunately, Zhang moved his body the moment Blue Spirit issued the warning. Otherwise, his chin or even a part of his body would have been sliced off. At the same time, countless crisscrossing threads appeared in every corner of the room. These threads were as fine as silk, yet incomparably sharp. Seeing this, Zhang immediately understood. It seemed this was set up when she threw her daggers. After instructing Demon Monk not to move recklessly, Zhang said coldly, "So you have a trick hidden up your sleeve." Saying this, he gently pinched a fine thread, and instantly, crimson blood flowed out. "It seems you are a descendant of the Death King." At this moment, when Mo Arung heard Zhang accurately state her origin, she was instantly stunned. She looked at Zhang, puzzled. "Who exactly are you? Just how do you know about the Death King?" Hearing this, Zhang directly repeated Blue Spirit's words. It would have been stranger to not think of the Death King after seeing the consecutive death and the art of keen shadow flying daggers. However, these words shocked Mo Arung even more, because the Death King, the founder of the War of God of Moa House, had a unique set of martial arts known only to the sect master and his descendants, the art of keen shadow flying daggers. Mo Arung couldn't understand how Zhang knew about this martial art, so she immediately threatened Zhang. "It seems the situation has changed. You must tell me how you know, or I can only torture you slowly." However, before she could finish her words, Zhang stomped his foot hard on the floor. Instantly, the ground collapsed, and wooden planks flew everywhere. Those crisscrossing fine threads instantly became slack and disorganized. Mo Arung sensed grave danger, and her body retreated repeatedly. However, Zhang's figure had already lunged fiercely towards her. Mo Arung dared not be careless. The weapons in her hand were quickly thrown, swiftly attacking Zhang's face. But obviously, such an attack could not pose a threat to Zhang. He dodged it with a swift movement. At the same time, he extended one hand, directly grabbing from Mo Arung's head. But Mo Arung, after all, was a prominent figure among the younger generation of assassin organizations. With no room to retreat, she kicked off the ground, using the door behind her to leap into the air, simultaneously thrusting her dagger straight at Zhang's head. Unfortunately, just as the weapon was about to touch him, Zhang turned his head and gave her a strange smile. "It seems you are much stronger than Yan Jie." With that, Zhang opened his mouth wide and actually bit down on the attacking weapon. This scene instantly astonished Mo Arung. In that moment of distraction, Zhang seized the opportunity and directly grabbed Mo Arung's neck. Thus, this battle also came to an end. Zhang spat out the weapon in his mouth, the force in his hand involuntarily increasing. Mo Arung frowned as if her neck was about to break. But despite such pain, she didn't utter a sound, because at this moment, a fine thread had appeared around Zhang's neck without him noticing. Zhang chuckled lightly. "When did you wrap this around my neck?" A fine thread slowly appeared in Mo Arung's hand. She managed to utter, "I told you, don't underestimate me." Hearing this, Zhang slowly loosened his arm. In fact, for Mo Arung, she only needed to exert a slight force to cut off Zhang's head. But she didn't do that because it would violate the rules of this trial. So she could only continue to threaten. "While I can still speak to you nicely, you'd better confess quickly." However, at the same time Zhang loosened his arm, he gently touched the fine thread with his finger. The originally taut thread instantly went slack. Mo Arung's eyes widened. She was clearly still channeling her true chi into the thread, but it was as if it had lost its strength and no longer obeyed her. She completely didn't understand what had happened. Just then, Zhang fiercely punched Mo Arung in the waist. The immense force instantly deprived Mo Arung of her ability to resist. She knelt on the ground in pain, completely at Zhang's mercy. Just then, Zhang immediately grabbed her face. "You'd be pretty useful." At this moment, facing Zhang's sudden change in attitude, Mo Arung was momentarily at a loss. "I was originally thinking of giving your body to Gu Soha, but now I've changed my mind." Saying this, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. Just as Mo Arung was feeling puzzled, Zhang directly inserted his fingers into Mo Arung's mouth. The blood on his fingers flowed directly into her body through her mouth. Instantly, her heart felt abnormally hot, and a pain like raging flames engulfing her body assailed her. The twisting pain from her internal organs made her certain she was poisoned. As an outstanding assassin, Mo Arung had some knowledge of various poisons, but those poisons were nothing compared to Zhang's blood. That toxicity was like a concentration of countless poisons. If she didn't circulate her chi quickly, she would surely die. However, just as she was about to sit cross-legged, Zhang kicked her hard in the abdomen. This made her already uncomfortable body even more painful. "All I want is a single thing for you to be my loyal dog." Then, Zhang looked at her and said coldly, "Perhaps then I will consider lending you my power." Mo Arung's face was pale. "You didn't need to go this far." During this, Zhang's eyes grew even colder. "I don't trust others easily. Besides, didn't I say you would pay whatever price for this?" At this moment, looking at Zhang's smile, which clearly had no killing intent yet exuded an overwhelming sense of evil, Mo Arung couldn't help but waver. A murderous disposition. Mo Arung remembers asking his father what a murderous disposition is, which answered, "Legend says that among every tens of thousands of people, one is born with a natural propensity for killing. Such people with this disposition enjoy deriving pleasure and a sense of existence from death and destruction. Therefore, they are born with the highest talent for becoming assassins, an evil incarnate. Because they are not swayed by emotions, they show no hesitation when killing. Instead, they revel in it. If you encounter such a person, absolutely do not hesitate. The only thing you should do is run." She felt she had made a huge mistake. The youth before her was more twisted than she had imagined. This couldn't be defined by cruelty. He was absolute evil. With Zhang successfully bringing Mo Arung and Yong Jia under his command, he attracted the attention of many youths along the way. They discussed amongst themselves, all guessing Zhang's identity. "No way, who the hell is he?" At this moment, when Ma Xiuquan saw this scene, he went back to his room and fell into deep thought. At the end of the second trial in Corpse Blood Valley, Zhang's words kept echoing in his mind. He was certain that guy was serious at the time. He didn't understand why Zhang, his half-brother, would want him and others to kill each other. Thinking of this, Ma Xiuquan couldn't help but clench his fists. Does he really not care if I live or die? Although Ma Xiuquan knew Zhang disliked him, he didn't think it was to this extent. This made him even more convinced that something must have happened to change Zhang so much. Ma Xiuquan sighed lightly. "Whatever, forget it. If he won't care what happens to me, then I won't care about him either." He sharpened his brows. "From now on, I'll focus on keeping myself and only myself alive." Saying this, he began to cultivate his techniques by himself. From now on, He only cared about whether he himself could survive. Before his seals were released, he had thought he was the only one among the trial participants to have reached the peak realm. But the reality was far more than he imagined. This world was much bigger than he had thought. So to survive, he had to become stronger. Thinking of this, his hand movements became more forceful. However, just as he was fully focused on practicing martial arts, a sound caught his attention. Originally, I wasn't sure, but now it seems you are indeed practicing the martial arts of Mocksword Manor. The speaker was Ma Zhang, who shared the same room with him. Ma Zhang asked curiously, "You are clearly from Mocksword Manor. What are you doing here in the Corpse Blood Valley, as someone from the Orthodox Miram?" Hearing this, Ma Xiuquan fell silent. Ma Zhang was the first person to extend a helping hand to him during the second trial. They had gone through life and death together to get to this point. This made him momentarily unsure how to answer, but he was equally curious. How could Ma Zhang, from the Heaven and Earth Association, recognize the martial arts of Mocksword Manor? So he retorted, "How do you know this?" Ma Zhang unhurriedly closed the door. "That's not important. What's important is why someone from an Orthodox Miram is here. Could it be that Mocksword Manor has betrayed the Orthodox Miram alliance?" Hearing this, Ma Xiuquan was greatly alarmed and repeatedly denied it. Seeing Ma Xiuquan's strong reaction, Ma Zhang continued to press. "Didn't you come here to become a high-ranking member of the Heaven and Earth Association?" This statement plunged Ma Xiuquan into confusion. "What are you talking about?" Ma Zhang stopped in his tracks. "Don't tell me you don't know." He paused, then looked at Ma Xiuquan with complete seriousness and continued that once you enter the final stage of the Corpse Blood Valley trial, you can become a disciple of the 5 kings or 3 sect masters of the Heaven and Earth Association. Ma Xiuquan was completely stunned. Realization came rushing in, and he sat down processing everything. He suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder everyone fought so desperately in the trials. For them, this was an excellent opportunity to improve themselves, because if they could become disciples of the higher-ups in the Heaven and Earth Association, they could become figures who could sway the martial world in the future. Having figured this out, Ma Xiuquan was filled with regret. He had struggled so hard to survive, only to end up aiming to become the leader of his enemies. Facing Ma Xiuquan's bewildered reaction, Ma Zhang's eyes sharpened. "It seems you really know nothing. And why did you end up here?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Ma Xiuquan confessed, "I was sent here as a hostage." Hearing this, even Ma Zhang was puzzled. Why would they send a hostage to Corpse Blood Valley? Ma Xiuquan wasn't too sure either. Just as he was about to ask why Ma Zhang was asking these questions, Ma Zhang made a hushing gesture and then carefully checked around the window. Only after confirming there was nothing unusual around did he slowly speak. "I'm sorry, I didn't believe what you said at first. Although Mocksword Manor is a renowned Orthodox sect, I had to consider the what-ifs." Ma Xiuquan was puzzled by these words until Ma Zhang's next statement instantly made his eyes widen. "I am a spy from the Orthodox Alliance. I'm with the Hidden Force." It turned out that the Orthodox Alliance was composed of 4 major groups, among which the organization responsible for undercover missions and assassinations was called Hidden Force. However, the Orthodox Alliance, which pursued the path of righteousness, vehemently denied its existence. So this organization only existed in martial world rumors. After hearing Ma Zhang's explanation, Ma Xiuquan seemed to think of something. "So Hidden Force did exist?" he asked curiously. "But is it really okay for you to tell me all this?" Ma Zhang directly brought a chair. "The situation is urgent." He then sat opposite Ma Xiuquan. "So I have no choice but to resort to this. Originally, including me, a total of 15 people successfully infiltrated Corpse Blood Valley, but the number of people eliminated was much higher than expected. Although all of us passed the first round, a full 11 died in the second round. So I hope to get your help." Ma Xiuquan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Is it because of that monster?" "That's only part of the reason. As for the other reasons, you should be well aware." Hearing this, Ma Xiuquan immediately thought of Zhang. Just then, Ma Zhang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "That's right. That bastard is the biggest reason. That crazy bastard killed 9 of our people." Looking at the furious Ma Zhang, Ma Xiuquan felt a headache coming on, momentarily unsure what to say. However, Ma Zhang continued, "Because you share the same surname, I initially thought you were with him. But when I saw him make you and the others fight each other, I changed my mind." Speaking here, Ma Zhang's expression changed slightly. "Since you're still half-brothers, I might as well tell you in advance." These words greatly shocked Ma Xiuquan. "We're in an urgent situation that we need your help. We don't have a choice anymore. We're going to eradicate all interference." However, when Ma Xiuquan thought of Zhang's cruel methods, cold sweat broke out again. He quickly spoke up, trying to stop him. But before he could finish, Ma Zhang told him not to worry. "Even if that guy is crazy, we have people crazier than him." At this moment, in the corridor, a pink-haired girl with a graceful figure was walking towards a certain room. Everywhere she passed, she stirred the hearts of the youths. This person was one of the spies planted by the Orthodox Alliance in the Heaven and Earth Association. However, Unlike other members, she belonged to the Ding Regiment of the Hidden Force. The members of the Ding Regiment were all people referred to as monsters. They were called this not only because of how strong they are, but there is also another reason. They were somewhat different from ordinary people, and this girl was just like that. Her body had undergone countless modifications, and she could no longer feel any pain. Therefore, her personality was also extremely twisted. At this moment, after Zhang had instructed Mo Herring and the other to gather people, he returned to his own room. But before he could rest for a moment, a seductive voice came from the door. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the pink-haired girl walked into the room on her own. "You're Ma Jiyuan, right?" Zhang was completely bewildered, but still asked politely, "What can I do for you? Are you perhaps thinking of joining our team?" The girl smiled enchantingly. "I just want to talk with you." Zhang was even more puzzled. But before he could ask why, the girl unhurriedly removed her clothes, presenting herself completely naked before Zhang. "I wanted to talk with you with our bodies." As an innocent youth, Zhang had never encountered such a situation. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Wow. At this moment, Zhang looked at the unconscious girl lying on the bed, his heart full of doubt. Just now, she had walked into his room completely naked, proclaiming she wanted to have a deep talk with him. This had stirred even the usually cold-blooded him a little. However, in the end, he still knocked her out without hesitation. Zhang, who had never experienced such a thing, was very curious. What was she here for? Blue Spirit stated bluntly, "What else? Didn't she come here to mate with you?" Zhang suddenly understood. That's a blunt way of putting it. Hearing this, Gu Soha at the side teases him. Zhang paid no mind to Gu Soha and continued, "Anyway, this is a bit troubling. Should I wake her up and ask for the real reason she came here?" Hearing this, Gu Soha instantly became excited, pointing at herself. "Why not hand her over to me?" Zhang immediately understood. "Well, do as you want." With this, Gu Soha looked at the girl on the bed with ill intent. Two figures were rapidly running towards Zhang's room. They were Ma Xiuchuan and Ma Sang. Damn it, I hope we're not too late. It turned out that just now, upon learning that the Hidden Force was going to make a move on Zhang, Ma Xiuchuan had unhesitatingly kneeled down. He repeatedly begged Ma Sang to spare Zhang this once. "Although I don't like him either, I can't just watch a brother from the same Moxord manor die in front of me. I promise you, I will try my best to persuade Zhang to stand on our side." Ma Sang also felt very troubled by this, but facing Ma Xiuchuan's sincere guarantee, Ma Sang could only reluctantly agree. "It can't be helped. Let's go stop her before it's too late. I don't like that brat, but I feel you still have righteousness in your heart, so I'll give you this one chance." Saying this, they quickly rushed towards Zhang's room. Ma Xiuchuan also firmly believed that no matter what Zhang had become now, as long as his roots belonged to the Orthodox Alliance, he would definitely be able to persuade him to turn back. However, everything seemed to exceed his expectations. When they reached the center of the first-floor corridor, they were blocked by a crowd. "What's going on? It looks like someone is being dragged out." The place was packed with trial participants, all wondering why these two people had been captured. Just as Ma Xiuchuan was also feeling strange, Ma Sang suddenly showed a panicked expression and uttered, "Damn it." Ma Xiuchuan curiously asked what had happened. Ma Sang said with a grim face, "Those captured are our people." Ma Xiuchuan was greatly shocked. He turned to look at the crowd and immediately spotted Zhang in the center. "Isn't that Ma Jiyuan?" A warrior was smiling and patting Zhang on the shoulder, praising loudly, "Well done. Thanks to you, we were able to find the spies." It turned out that 15 minutes ago, Yu Soha had possessed Neng Weiyang's body. By exploring her memories, he learned that she was a spy from Hidden Force. Besides her, 3 other spies had also passed the second trial. This couldn't help but arouse Zhang's interest. However, Blue Spirit can't help but comment, "They are truly foolish. Spies shouldn't know each other's identities." However, this also allowed Zhang to understand the relationship between the Orthodox Alliance and the Heaven and Earth Association. Although he wasn't interested in how this martial world operated, he felt somewhat annoyed by the reasons for their battles. Their way of dividing against each other due to different ideologies is still inefficient. Hearing this, Blue Spirit slowly spoke, "You're indeed right. But nothing is more terrifying than conviction. People from both factions believe they are right. Sometimes they are even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. This emotion is heavier than personal grudges and feuds." Zhang understood what Blue Spirit meant. He turned to look at the girl who was getting dressed. "Indeed, although I haven't met many people, I also find those self-righteous people the most annoying. These people mostly believe that everything except themselves is wrong. That's why I dislike such people." Speaking of which, Blue Spirit curiously asked Zhang about his next plan. "It looks like they are planning to eliminate you." Zhang sighed lightly. Their doing so is indeed a wise choice. At this moment, Yu Soha, having dressed, asked, "Master, do you need me to go and eliminate these people?" Zhang pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly. "No, there's no need for all that hassle. I just got a better idea." Then, he immediately headed out. And so, the Hidden Force spies were captured. Through this method, He didn't need to get his own hands dirty and could also receive commendation from the Heaven and Earth Association, eliminating threats and earning merit at the same time. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Ma Zhang exhausted all efforts and finally passed the second trial of Corpse Blood Valley. He had thought he could successfully infiltrate the higher echelons of the Heaven and Earth Association, but unexpectedly, the companion sent on the mission defected at the last moment. At this moment, watching his last two teammates fall before him, Ma Zhang instantly panicked. He quickly thought about how to deal with the situation next, but before he could react, the defecting girl directly pointed at him. "That guy over there is also one of them." This statement immediately caused an uproar. Ma Zhang was even more at a loss. Without thinking, he turned and started to flee. Seeing this, the red-robed warrior finally reacted and immediately ordered his men to capture him. The guards behind him directly bypassed Ma Xiuquan and rushed towards Ma Zhang. Ma Xiuquan looked at Zhang, unable to utter a word to this. Zhang just gave a cold smile. If Gu Soha's retrieved memories are accurate, then this person before me should be the last of the 4 spies. This guy actually delivered himself to my doorstep. How unlucky. At this moment, Ma Xiuquan was staring at him with murderous eyes. Recalling that Ma Xiuquan and Ma Zhang seemed to have arrived together, Zhang instantly understood. It seems he knows something. Just then, Ma Xiuquan directly pushed Zhang aside. "We need to talk." He began to question Zhang. "Do you know what you're doing? You've just betrayed the Orthodox." However, before he could finish his words, Zhang coldly said, "Still too naive. Your emotions are written all over your face. Do you want to be treated as a spy too?" Ma Xiuquan seemed even more annoyed by this. He still believed that if Zhang hadn't reported them, how could they have been caught? However, Zhang looked at him directly. "Do you really think the master of Corpse Blood Valley doesn't know the true identities of these guys?" Hearing this, Ma Xiuquan was utterly stunned. "As soon as I learned these people were spies, I remembered. After the second trial ended, during the selection process, the master of Corpse Blood Valley was closely monitoring them the whole time." Ma Xiuquan's eyes widened, sweat trailing down his temple. His breath caught. This wasn't just surprise. It was a sudden realization, sharp and unsettling. "If it weren't for us both being from Mocksword Manor, I wouldn't advise you. So stop fooling around, especially if you want to live. You'd better not have this kind of mentality anymore." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Ma Xiuquan gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. "Do you even know the purpose behind the trials of the Corpse Blood Valley?" Hearing this, Zhang stopped, his expression still cold. "Am I supposed to care?" Ma Xiuquan didn't expect Zhang to have this attitude. He could only stare blankly as the other person walked away step by step. Gu Soha asked doubtfully, "Wouldn't it have been best to eliminate him together with them?" Zhang initially thought so too, but he quickly gave up the idea. "There's no need for that right now. Although I'm pretending to be Ma Jiyuan in the Heaven and Earth Association, many people know we both come from Mocksword Manor. If I kill him, it might arouse others' suspicions, so it's better to leave him alone for the time being." Just then, a red-robed warrior walked up to Zhang. He pointed downstairs and said, "The Valley Master wants to see you." Zhang couldn't help but be startled. Could he have noticed something? A short while later, in a room in the middle of the first floor, a figure sat on a chair, gazing at a bronze mirror. Hearing a knock on the door, he moved the mirror aside. As he moved the mirror, a scarred face flashed by. That person slowly put on a demon mask, then uttered, "Let him in." The door was pushed open, and Zhang walked in. The demon mask figure waved his hand, pointed to the chair in front of him, and said softly, "Take a seat. We need to have a good talk now." Zhang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. The demon mask figure handed him a cup of tea and asked in a calm tone, "I heard that you and Ma Jian are both hostages from Mocksword Manor." Zhang didn't deny this, but suddenly, the demon mask figure directly drew his weapon and held it to his neck. The speed so fast there was no time to react. "Then it's strange. You were clearly brought here by force. So why did you proactively expose the Orthodox Alliance's spies?" As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent emanated from the demon mask figure, as if Zhang would be splattered with blood the next second if his answer was unsatisfactory. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Your life and death are in my hands." Feeling the terrifying flame power from the sword, Zhang finally understood why Blue Spirit always told him, "You are still far from enough." The speed, as well as this burning energy, he's ridiculously strong. Facing such a master, he had no power to resist at all. Just as he was quickly thinking about how to answer, Blue Spirit was also momentarily stunned. Then she spoke up. "That sword, mortal. Things might go smoother than expected. Just do as I say. Repeat after me." As Blue Spirit's voice fell, Zhang couldn't help but be stunned. Although he didn't understand why Blue Spirit said so, it seemed this was the only way now. At this moment, seeing Zhang remain silent for a long time, the demon mask figure also seemed a bit impatient. But just as he was about to question what the other was standing there dazed for, Zhang repeated Blue Spirit's words. As the Li household learned how to control the fiery Danqi, Instantly, the demon mask figure's body jolted violently. He couldn't believe what he had heard, so he asked with a trembling voice, "How do you?" But before he could finish asking, Zhang stood up on his own. "How do I know about the Scarlet Flame Sword Technique? Is that what you want to ask?" And after hearing the words Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, the killing intent from the demon mask figure became even stronger. One must know that those who could utter the name of this sword technique, including himself and the president of the Heaven and Earth Association, would not exceed 4 people. Yet now, a youth had spoken it. Could it be that hostage was just a pretext? Was he brought to Corpse Blood Valley to test me? The association head had once promised the Li household, "Show your loyalty for 4 consecutive generations, and I will allow the Li household to regain the title of king once again." The demon mask figure had thought that everything he had done was enough to prove his loyalty, but he didn't expect the association head still didn't trust him. Thinking of this, the demon mask figure clenched his fists tightly, just as the demon mask figure was lost in his own world. Zhong spoke again. "The Li household must have received the king title. So what are you doing here in the Corpse Blood Valley?" The demon mask figure didn't answer this. He questioned loudly, "Were you sent by the association head? Tell me, answer me, or today will be your death day." However, facing the demon mask figure's undisguised killing intent, Zhong remained unfazed. "That doesn't answer my question." Saying this, his figure moved, and then, using his fingers as a sword, he performed a set of sword incantations. Upon seeing the opening stance of the sword incantation, the demon mask figure's eyes widened instantly, and as Zhong's hand movements continued to flow, the demon mask figure's astonished gaze became even more shocked. The gestures of this sword technique were extremely similar to the gestures of the sword art of the fingers. Among the higher-ups of the Heaven and Earth Association, no one didn't recognize it. Just as the demon mask figure was convinced that the youth before him must have been sent by the president, the moves Zhong subsequently displayed once again plunged him into confusion. This was not the sword art of fingers at all. At this moment, although Zhong had no weapon in his hand, the demon mask figure could clearly feel that the trajectory of the sword's momentum precisely locked onto the 8 major vital points on his center line. Even though it was merely a mental simulation, it made him feel a pressure as if it were tangible. His body couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. These flawless moves, it really is that sword art, the martial art of that person whom grandfather mentioned countless times. Lunar Vein's sword art. Seeing that his demonstration had an effect, Zhong smiled slightly. "It seems you've recognized it. I thought you wouldn't be able to since you look young enough to be Li Waman's grandson." The moment he heard his grandfather's name, the demon mask figure was completely stunned. At the same time, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind again. "Don't resent that person too much. The Lord whom I served faithfully half of my life is not the cruel traitor you imagine." Time rewinds to when the demon mask figure was 15 years old. At that time, he had repeatedly asked his grandfather, "Grandfather, is our family really a household of traitors?" But his grandfather at the time didn't answer, instead asking him, "Are you asking me that question because of the injuries on your face?" It turned out that Li Jiayin, as a descendant of the Li household, had been called the grandson of a traitor since childhood and often suffered various humiliations and bullying. He had tried to ignore them and had also resisted them. But all this seemed meaningless because this was the price inherited from his grandfather who had sworn allegiance to the Lunar Vein. So he wondered, is this label something we can never get rid of? To this, his grandfather just gently comforted him to maintain faith in the liege one has sworn allegiance to as the duty of a subject. But these words, for Li Jiayin at that time, he could never accept. He did not like being harassed endlessly. Enduring this endless shackle is worse than swearing allegiance to the association head. He attributed all blame to the liege his grandfather spoke of. "It's because of her that the Li household became a family of traitors, and you, grandfather, were demoted to being a valley master despite being much stronger than that. But to maintain our loyalty despite that? I don't get it." So he couldn't understand why his grandfather still continued to show allegiance to that person. Nor could he accept that the entire family had to bear the blame for that person. "My grandfather always just said it was because we are her subjects. I don't get it." Thus, from that day on, he no longer talked to his grandfather, just desperately practiced martial arts. Because if he didn't immerse himself in practice, he would be tormented by endless anger and pain. Perhaps precisely because of this, he became the first in his family to cultivate the core cultivation technique of the Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, the Guiding Flame Art, to the 5th mastery level before reaching adulthood. Since no ancestor in the family had completed the Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, even his grandfather had only cultivated it to the 8th mastery, he firmly believed he could definitely surpass his grandfather, reaching the 9th or even 10th realm. However, he didn't expect a successive ambition to become his poison. Eager for success, he suffered a backlash from the technique during cultivation. Under the operation of the Guiding Flame Art, the fiery Dan Qi went out of control, instantly engulfing his arm and half of his face like a raging inferno. As cultivation of the guiding flame art deepened, the fiery Dan Qi would inherently become stronger. The slightest carelessness could burn the cultivator's body, and at this moment, this power had far exceeded what Li Jiayin could control. The flames engulfed him in an instant. Just as he thought his life was about to end, a figure flashed by like a ghost, absorbing the out-of-control fiery Dan Qi for him. It was his grandfather, Li Huaman. However, his grandfather's appearance made the barely conscious Li Jiayin even more pain. He knew well that neither his grandfather nor his father could completely control the fiery Dan Qi in their bodies. Forcibly absorbing the flames would not calm them, but would instead frantically burn the absorber's body. Sure enough, in an instant, his grandfather's entire body was enveloped in raging flames, the intensity of which far exceeded Li Jiayin's situation. Watching the flames consume his grandfather's body inch by inch, Li Jiayin's heart was like being pierced by a knife. He roared, trying to rush over to dispel the fiery Dan Qi for his grandfather, but was blocked by his grandfather's profound qi. At this moment, Li Jiayin's world collapsed. A reunion after 4 years ended in such a tragic separation. His cries were heart-wrenching, but his grandfather, until the very last moment, showed no trace of pain, only so as not to let his grandson blame himself. The flames burned out his grandfather's life, and the true qi maintaining the barrier also dissipated. Witnessing his grandfather die because of him, Li Jiayin was filled with self-blame and regret, hating his own foolishness and incompetence. If he could trade back his grandfather's life, he would willingly pay any price. In the subsequent treatment, he was overwhelmed by grief, wailing until exhausted and finally fainted. After waking up, Li Jiayin attended his grandfather's funeral. He proactively confessed his mistakes to his father and asked for punishment. But no one in the family blamed him, because they knew well that his grandfather would not have wanted to see this. Li Jiayin could only weep silently, his heart full of guilt and longing for his grandfather. After the funeral, his father gave him a poem his grandfather had left behind. He read it carefully. "I recall my steps, following those of the fluttering black cloth in front of mine. No matter how much time passes, those times will not leave my heart." Looking at his grandfather's posthumous poem, Li Jiayin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His grandfather had adhered to his principles until death, while he, as a direct descendant of the Li household, had insulted this loyalty due to a moment of recklessness. From that moment on, he made a solemn vow to carry on his grandfather's will and restore the family's honor. Thus, Li Jiayin put on the demon mask. This unworthy grandson would inherit that loyalty. Even if it was a shameful brand, even if it was an endless torment, he would carry this mission forward in the darkness, awaiting the day of reunion with his liege. Returning to the present, Li Jiayin looked at Zhang in disbelief. The sword technique his grandfather had described to him countless times was now being perfectly executed by Zhang. His eyes widened, his whole body exuding a murderous aura, and he sternly questioned, "Why do you know her martial arts?" With that, he unhesitatingly swung his weapon towards Zhang. "Who the hell are you?" Because he knew that the lunar vein sword technique had long been lost, its manual whereabouts unknown, and no one could decipher its contents. Yet this youth before him not only knew everything about the Li household's affairs, but could also perform this lost sword art. His identity must be extraordinary. However, just as the weapon was about to slash across Zhang's body, Zhang's words froze Li Jiayin in place. Better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. Zhang grasped the puppet with his right hand, his left hand forming a two-finger seal. Seeing his believing, "Let me show you her in person. Reveal the veiled truth, truth deep-rooted and old. Release." In an instant, a strong smell of blood surged forth, and the entire world was instantly enveloped in a sea of blood. At the same time, a peerless beauty holding a pipe, with eyes like blood, appeared out of thin air. He slowly removed his mask, and looking at her powerful and elegant figure, the image of the great one his grandfather had described vividly surfaced in Li Jiayin's mind. She was stronger and more beautiful than anyone in the association. Li Jiayin knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Li Jiayin, head of the Li household, pays respects to the master of the lunar vein, my liege." He knelt. The once arrogant master of Corpse Blood Valley now unhesitatingly knelt before them. Seeing Li Jiayin's respectful attitude, Blue Spirit's mouth curled up. "I believe that the bloodline of the Li household would have stayed loyal." She glared sharply at Zhang. "Did you see that, mortal?" But Zhang scoffed at Blue Spirit's words. After all, 100 years had passed. Could it be that she still believed in humans after becoming a vengeful spirit? If so, then she was truly foolish. However, he indeed hadn't expected that after more than 100 years, the Li household could still maintain this loyalty. Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue. He had originally wanted to see Blue Spirit's hopes shattered. What a pity. But thinking about it, this wasn't entirely a bad thing, because it meant he still had value to be exploited. At this point, Blue Spirit bid Li Jiayin to raise his head and speak. But just as she was about to continue, Zhang took out the puppet with a few pats. He formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. Life is fleeting. Form of existence is without a fixed self. Life is volatile like the flipping of a hand. Swift decree. With the word seal uttered, a powerful suction enveloped Blue Spirit. In an instant, Blue Spirit's spiritual body was once again sucked into the puppet. At this moment, Blue Spirit, sealed in the puppet, was furious. She cursed Zhang as a bastard. What on earth are you doing? She had finally come out once, and she didn't understand why Zhang had suddenly sealed her back into the puppet. The sea of blood vanished, and the room instantly returned to its original state. Noticing the change, Li Jiayin frowned. He raised his head and asked, "What just happened? Where did my Li go?" Just then, Zhang slowly spoke. "Didn't you see? She is with me." Hearing this, Li Jiayin stood up and put on his demon mask. The appearance of my Li just now was definitely not an illusion. So he requested of Zhang, "Let me see my Li again. I still have many questions to ask her." To Li Jiayin's request, Zhang pointed at himself and said, "Isn't she right here before you?" Instantly, even Blue Spirit showed a puzzled expression. "What?" Zhang smiled faintly. "Although it's hard to understand, she is now attached to my body. I am her vessel." For Zhang, his purpose was very clear. Blue Spirit might trust him, but I don't. Not yet, at least. It'd be better to have him under my control. The allegiance of generations. I'll be taking it. In hearing Zhang's words, Li Jiayin was also stunned. He knew very well what the word vessel meant. So now this kid is the liege of the lunar vein? Zhang saw through his concern. So, after a moment, he handed Li Jiayin a note. Upon seeing its contents, Li Jiayin's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is the guiding flame art. Could it be that my liege completed the remaining technique? Li Jiayin remembered what his grandfather had said when teaching him. The guiding flame art was originally an internal cultivation method created by me and my liege. It's just a pity that before it was completed, my liege met with such a tragedy. At this moment, Li Jiayin's hands trembled involuntarily. 3 generations of the Li household had been trying to complete the technique, but they had never been able to achieve it. Now, the hope of the entire family was in his hands. Li Jiayin was naturally too excited to speak, and just after he carefully read the incantation, he actually shouted in excitement. From the diaphragms, Shu point to the Yang Link vessel with the fiery Dan Qi. "You came up with it so easily. You're amazing." However, his words greatly angered Blue Spirit. "Easy my ass. I only realized it after I died and my spiritual eyes opened." Blue Spirit couldn't help but regret. When she explained the Li household's affairs to Jiang just now, she accidentally mentioned the promise and the techniques. She didn't expect this kid to remember everything. Now the master of Corpse Blood Valley trusted him even more. Just after Li Jiayin's excitement, he again showed a puzzled expression. However, it doesn't seem like this is all of it. Jiang didn't deny it. "That's right, I did it intentionally." Li Jiayin was puzzled. "Although I have perfected the technique, one must still be careful. You were in this position because you were in a rush to recover your household's social status, right? I was just worried that something like that might happen again." Hearing Zhang's words, Li Jiayin's eyes instantly shone with understanding, and he knelt down again as if enlightened. "So I misunderstood, my liege. I didn't expect that even after becoming a vengeful spirit, you still think of the Li household. So this kowtow is not for the technique, but to swear my loyalty to you again. Please take my bows." Saying this, he kowtowed heavily 3 times. Seeing Li Jiayin's actions, Zhang just nodded slightly. However, Blue Spirit snorted coldly, because only she knew that even if Li Jiayin swore allegiance repeatedly, Zhang would never completely trust him. At this moment, seeing Li Jiayin's loyal attitude, Blue Spirit began to advise Jiang. "Although I can understand why you only gave him half of the technique. You don't trust him, but I trust him. I understand, so I won't say anything about it." To this, Jiang still just smiled faintly. Blue Spirit's trust in her former loyal subjects was her freedom, but he wouldn't be like that before completely confirming the other party's loyalty. He intended to maintain a certain degree of vigilance. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Jiang, Blue Spirit had no choice but to resort to threats. "In that case, when you try your tricks on him again, I won't help you." Just then, Li Jiayin suddenly spoke to Jiang. "My liege, forgive your subordinate's impertinence. I have some questions I would like to ask you, if I may." Jiang gave him a signal to continue. "Could I ask you about the Great Battle of Huaining?" Upon hearing Li Jiayin's question, Jiang couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes instantly sharpened. This was the first time he had heard of the Great Battle of Huaining. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, Li Jiayin continued. "About 100 years ago, you were framed as a traitor because of this battle and killed because of it. I want to know the truth of that day." Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but glance at Blue Spirit. However, Blue Spirit looked displeased. "What are you looking at me for? You figure it out on your own." For Blue Spirit, That day was a memory she could never forget. But this was just as well. She hadn't planned on telling Jiang what happened that day so soon anyway. So she suggested to Jiang, "Perhaps you can confess to him now, and then let me handle it." However, Jiang's next move completely exceeded her expectations. Jiang nonchalantly retorted to Li Jiaying, "How much do you know about that matter? I'd like to hear how it's spoken of within the Heaven and Earth Association." Instantly, Blue Spirit couldn't sit still. She didn't expect Jiang to use a question to defuse a question. How could this guy always find a breakthrough? At this moment, Li Jiaying seemed somewhat flustered. He wasn't sure if he could directly say what he knew. Jiang saw his difficulty at a glance and told him not to worry. "Just say it directly," Blue Spirit exclaimed. "It's not all right." Hearing this, Jiang's lips curled up. He taunted Blue Spirit. "See, you should have told me proactively just now." Blue Spirit was so angry that she was about to explode. She didn't expect Jiang to use this method to probe her past. She anxiously cursed, "Mortal, stop immediately." However, how could Jiang listen to her? He gently pushed the puppet back. That's right, this is it. He could finally know her past. Blue Spirit, the leader of the lunar vein, her relationship with the Heaven and Earth Association, and the reason she became a vengeful spirit. Li Jiaying started speaking. What happened was, hearing Li Jiaying start, Blue Spirit had an urge to break the puppet seal and rush out. In an instant, just as she was about to exert force, Li Jiaying and Jiang simultaneously stopped their actions. They both turned to look out the window, because Blue Spirit was sealed in the puppet. She couldn't sense the outside aura, so she was very puzzled by their identical reactions. What's going on? At this time, Li Jiaying slowly walked to the window. He pushed open the paper-pasted window, and the square in front of the dormitory came into view. But everything looked calm. This made Li Jiaying frown slightly. Something had indeed stimulated his senses, but it disappeared in an instant. That aura made people feel very uneasy. Although he didn't want to let it go so easily, once the aura disappeared, it would be very difficult to find it again. At this time, Jiang asked him what happened. Li Jiaying pondered for a moment, and then did not reveal his perception. "My liege, it seems to be nothing serious." However, Jiang's face darkened. "Could I ask for a favor, Valley Master?" To which Li Jiaying answered unhesitantly, "Yes." Jiang slowly spoke. "I'm going out for a bit." Li Jiaying seemed somewhat reluctant about this, but he didn't stop him. However, this was a good thing for Blue Spirit and the puppet. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what was happening outside, at least now she didn't have to worry about Jiang knowing her affairs. About a half-kilometer away from the dormitory, on a hill in Corpse Blood Valley, a warrior lay beside the carriage transporting spies. Nearby, Yusoha had already separated from the pink-haired girl's body. However, he was now pinned to the ground by an invisible force. Beside him, an exorcist leaning on a staff muttered to himself, "I was right. So, this is where my curse poison was all along." This person was the underworld assassin Pavilion Master in Suk. It turned out that half an hour ago, the 4 spies undercover in the Heaven and Earth Association were being escorted to the inner part of the Heaven and Earth Association. Yusoha, because he was possessing the pink-haired girl's body, was escorted along with them into the city. But just as their carriage traveled to a hill about half a kilometer from Corpse Blood Valley, 2 figures suddenly blocked the carriage. The leading high-ranking warrior couldn't hide his confusion. He quickly got off the carriage and bowed. They were in Suk, underworld assassin Pavilion Master, and his disciple, Cho Yugong. Seeing the warrior, Suk immediately questioned, "Where are you headed to?" To which the high-ranking warrior answered, "I was transporting the spies." Hearing this, Suk slowly walked closer to the carriage. The high-ranking warrior asked what business they had in Corpse Blood. Suk didn't answer, but instead asked the high-ranking warrior, "Was there anything special during the trial? If anything suspicious or strange happened, please be sure to tell me. Otherwise, I can only report to the Association Master and stop this trial." Facing such a question, the high-ranking warrior frowned slightly. Although according to the Association Mat's orders, the Underworld Assassin Pavilion could assist in the trial, matters concerning the trials were ultimately the responsibility of the Master of Corpse Blood Valley, so he had no obligation to report to the Underworld Assassin Pavilion. However, he still mentioned one noteworthy thing. A trainee named Mok Jangwon subdued a monster that sounded like a pit with his bare hands. Instantly, Suk showed an expression of utter shock. He didn't expect the Hunter of the Week to die just like that. Cho Yugong was even more incredulous, so much so that he excitedly shouted, "Master, it's that child, the child I asked you to take out from the exam." Hearing this, Suk frowned. "You mean a child who has not even learned shaman arts for a month killed the Hunter of the Week? If this is true, then this child definitely possesses astonishing talent. It seems I must meet this disciple of yours." Speaking here, Suk's expression changed. However, let's find the lost item first. The next second, he tapped the ground lightly with his staff, and a magic array suddenly appeared at his feet. This scene frightened the leading high-ranking warrior, and Cho Yugong once again showed an expression of utter shock. because his master had actually deployed a curse energy barrier. This was a technique that could only be deployed by those whose curse energy had reached the moon realm level or above. Its effect was comparable to the ghost domain created by high-level vengeful spirits, but Cho Yugong was very puzzled. Why would his master deploy a curse energy barrier here? Until the next second, chains flew out from the carriage carrying the prisoners, heading straight for In-suk. Unfortunately, In-suk formed a hand seal with one hand and easily controlled the flying chains with a light lift of his hand. At the same time, Yu Soha's figure was pulled out of the carriage and slammed heavily onto the ground. Looking at the little girl lying on the ground in agony, In-suk's lips curled slightly. He said meaningfully, "I was right. So, this is where my curse poison was all along." Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master In-suk was a shaman who others considered strange for being interested in the strange shamanism art, such as the divine spirit insect and the poison art. When he reached the age of 60, he discovered the cave with the secret technique of the Mount Mazet, which is said to compose 60% of the currently existing shamanism arts. He had thought he could use these secret arts to become famous in the martial world, but he didn't expect that most of the secret arts were listed as forbidden techniques. Because most forbidden techniques required living beings as sacrifices, they were explicitly prohibited from cultivation by the 64 shaman pavilions. But the old man, to realize his ambition, resolutely betrayed the 64 shaman pavilions and joined the Heaven and Earth Association. Afterwards, relying on his research into these sinister arts, he became a powerful shaman. Cho Yugong finally understood. So, this is the curse poison you said you lost. Thanks to his master's curse energy barrier, he was able to see it. To this, In-suk smiled slightly. It's a pity. If it could mature a bit more, perhaps it could reach Blue Spirit's level. Looking at the two chatting and laughing, Yu Soha gritted his teeth in hatred, because this old man before him was the culprit who had locked him in that hell. At this moment, he wished he could tear the other party to shreds. But thinking that the other party could deploy a domain as a mortal, his strength must be terrifyingly monstrous. So he didn't hesitate at all, scrambled up, and immediately turned to flee. He had to return to his master's side now. But at this moment, a flame shot out from Cho Yugong's hand, instantly hitting Yu Soha's spiritual body. Accompanied by a scream, the spiritual power on Yu Soha began to gradually dissipate. Finally, he could only collapse helplessly on the ground. "You damned shaman, I'm going to kill you." In-suk, leaning on his staff, slowly approached Yu Soha. "I am like a parent to you, yet you dare to resist like this. It seems you need to be properly disciplined." Saying this, he took out a talisman from his clothes. "As you will become my familiar spirit." At this moment, In-suk's face was filled with anticipation. He shouted to Cho Yugong, "Disciple, watch carefully how your master turns a vengeful spirit into a familiar spirit." Saying this, several magic incantations escaped his lips. The talisman transformed into threads of spiritual power and shot straight towards Yu Soha. Vengeful spirits, as special existences in this world, are generally almost impossible to become a human familiar spirit. But this talisman could defy heaven's will. As long as it was successfully deployed, even an existence known as a calamity could be used by him. At this moment, watching the talisman merge into Yu Soha's body, In-suk showed an expression of extreme excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Now speak." He looked down hotly at the spirit before him. "From now on, I am your master." However, as soon as his voice fell, Yu Soha's answer directly made him freeze on the spot. "Shut up. Go to hell, you old geezer." In-suk simply couldn't believe it. "Did I fail? This is impossible. The talisman clearly hit your spiritual body." Just as he was feeling extremely puzzled, a voice sounded faintly behind him. "Old man, what are you doing to someone else's dog?" Hearing the voice, In-suk frowned and looked behind him. He saw a youth standing there at some unknown time. This person was Zhang, and upon seeing Zhang's figure, Yu Soha excitedly shouted, "Master!" Hearing this instantly made In-suk's eyes widen. Why had this youth before him become the master of this vengeful spirit? But before he could ask, Cho Yugong anxiously shouted, "Master, it's him. He's my newly accepted disciple, Mak Jaeun." Instantly, In-suk's gaze became incomparably sharp, and Zhang, after seeing Cho Yugong, was also slightly stunned. "Jaeun, this is my master." Learning that the old man before him was the pavilion master of the Underworld Assassin Pavilion, Zhang cupped his hands and repeatedly paid his respects. But before he could finish speaking, In-suk questioned in an undeniable tone, "Say what you just said again." Zhang looked up, looking puzzled. In-suk continued, "Did you just say you are this thing's master?" Hearing In-suk's questioning, Cho Yugong finally realized. To this, Zhang fell silent. Seeing that Zhang seemed unwilling to speak, a vast spiritual power erupted from In-suk. Feeling the other's overwhelming anger, Zhang lightly hummed an affirmation. "You're right." Instantly, Cho Yugong's eyes also widened. But contrary to him, In-suk slowly retracted his spiritual power. He seemed unconvinced by Zhang's words. Then prove it to me. I don't care what it is. Just tell the spirit to do something. Zhang's face was calm. He nonchalantly told Gyu Soha to come to his side. Gyu Soha, in the next second, stumbled towards Zhang. This scene instantly dumbfounded everyone present. Cho Yugong repeatedly questioned, "How exactly did you do it? Confess right now." To this, Zhang showed a disdainful expression. "I did nothing. Besides, I have no need to tell you these things." Facing Zhang's rudeness and provocation, Cho Yugong's face turned red with anger. He believed this kid Zhang was definitely hiding something. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. I have ways to make you talk." Saying this, he began to chant an incantation and form hand seals. At the same time, Zhang's bracelet emitted bursts of rosy light. He immediately sensed the prohibition spell on the bracelet. This old fox indeed placed other prohibitions on it. Is he trying to control me through the bracelet? But anyway, I used a fake name from the beginning. It shouldn't have any effect now, right? Thinking of this, Zhang showed a barely perceptible smile. "In that case, I'll grant your wish." The next second, Zhang fell into a daze. His eyes were vacant, and he swayed back and forth as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, In-suk immediately cast a satisfied smile at Cho Yugong. "So you put that on him?" Cho Yugong confidently answered, "Yes. As you can see, he's not obedient yet." This disciple of his was the most like him among all the disciples he had taught, and also the most intelligent. But despite this, he still hadn't let down his guard against Zhang. So he directly brandished his staff and knocked Zhang to the ground. "I must confirm if the technique has truly taken effect." Saying this, he stomped fiercely on Zhang's body 3 times. After a long while, seeing Zhang almost breathless from the beating, Cho Yugong stepped forward and repeatedly stopped him. "Master, I think that's enough. It definitely worked." He swore on his name. After confirming that Zhang's expression hadn't changed from beginning to end, In-suk finally affirmed that the other was indeed completely controlled. "Very good. Help him up. Ask him what happened." A moment later, Cho Yugong began to question Zhang. "Tell me, how did you make a vengeful spirit become your familiar spirit?" Zhang, with vacant eyes, directly blurted out, "The Association Master." However, these words made both of them show expressions of utter shock. In-suk questioned loudly, "The Association Master, is that what you just said? Why are you bringing up the Association Master?" But at this moment, Zhang began to mutter in a weak voice. The two couldn't hear what he was saying at all. In his anxiety, In-suk grabbed Zhang's hair. "What are you saying? Is the Association Master here? Speak louder." However, at this moment, Zhang revealed a strange smile. The next second, Zhang's hand directly pierced through In-suk's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. In-suk was gravely shocked and was screaming from the pain. Zhang smiled coldly. "The Association Master isn't here, obviously." Just after Zhang's arm pierced in In-suk's chest, In-suk spat out blood, his eyes wide with anger. He couldn't imagine being ambushed by a mere kid. Looking at Zhang's eerie smile, he felt the threat of death for the first time. So he endured the sharp pain from his chest and tried to move his fingers to form seals and cast a spell. Among the secret arts he knew, there was one that could consume vital energy to enhance recovery ability. However, before he could even begin to cast it, another scream escaped his lips. Zhang had directly broken all his fingers. Zhang revealed a cold smile. "It seems no matter how powerful your energy bursts are, your body is no different from an ordinary person's." Seeing this, Cho Yugong finally recovered from his shock. He quickly chanted an incantation, trying to rebind Zhang. However, no matter how he tried, the spell had no effect on Zhang whatsoever. Cho Yugong began to regret. It was all because he was temporarily blinded by the other's talent and so confidently believed he could control him. He shouldn't have accepted him as a disciple in the first place. At this moment, although Cho Yugong didn't understand what was happening, he could clearly feel the danger emanating from Zhang. So he quickly made a judgment, his body retreating repeatedly to create distance. At the same time, he took out 2 puppets with talismans attached from his waist and quickly threw them towards Zhang. Accompanied by an incantation, the puppets trembled frantically. The next second, they transformed into 2 enormous ethereal figures. One held a long saber, the other wielded swords in both hands, appearing like divine generals. Cho Yugong shouted, "Quickly, release my master." But seeing this, a strange glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What kind of spell is that?" "It seems I still have much to learn, master." Cho Yugong had no intention of telling him. "Shut up, you never considered me your master at all." Zhang smiled slightly. He said, "Once a master, always a master," but his mind was already calculating how to deal with the situation. The power of those puppets seemed much stronger than he had imagined, and now Blue Spirit was still angry about the Corpse Blood Valley Master incident. It was unlikely she would help, so, in his current situation, it would be difficult to cope. However, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. So he said faintly to Cho Yugong, "Master, if you don't believe me, How about I give you a gift? Cho Yu-gong showed a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to ask what he meant, Zhang unhesitatingly directly ripped out In-suk's heart. Blood splattered everywhere. In-suk collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. All signs of life extinguished. Cho Yu-gong was furious. You bastard, you actually did this. To this, Zhang just repeated what he had said before. Cho Yu-gong questioned, what exactly are you trying to say? Zhang slowly extended his arm. I helped you kill him. Now the position of Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master is vacant, isn't it? Hearing this, Cho Yu-gong showed an expression of utter shock. So, you mean as long as my master is dead, I can take that position? If that's the case, then you're too naive. Saying this, Cho Yu-gong approached Zhang step by step. Although I don't have much attachment to my master, as a disciple, failing to protect my master is another matter. After all, a pavilion master who can't even protect his own master not only won't gain everyone's recognition, but will also put me in a very precarious situation. At this moment, Cho Yu-gong knew clearly that although Zhang was trying to confuse him with words, he should be more determined. This kid had to die. Just then, Zhang grabbed In-suk's corpse. Master, you won't suffer any losses. And, with a crack, crushed the heart in his hand. Blood dripped from his arm slowly into the corpse's mouth. At the same time, an incantation escaped his lips. Cho Yu-gong immediately understood what the other was trying to do. This was the secret art he had once taught Zhang. The six-spirit summoning art, a forbidden technique used to create living corpses. By making a recently deceased person consume their own heart's blood, and then using a large amount of death chi to perform the spell, one could create controllable living corpses. But because these living corpses had too many weaknesses and required the sacrifice of countless lives, it was a very impractical secret art for the shaman. Cho Yu-gong believed Zhang couldn't succeed. But as Zhang's voice fell, In-suk actually stood up. Cho Yu-gong couldn't believe it. Zhang had actually done it. Just as he was feeling bewildered, Zhang turned his head and smiled faintly at him. This is my gift to you. You can control him step by step to take the position of Pavilion Master. The moment he heard these words, Cho Yu-gong's hair instantly stood on end. Do you still not want to take this chance? Zhang added. Soon, Cho Yu-gong bent over and laughed heartily. At this moment, his eyes became incomparably sharp. Very well, I can accept your gift, but on the condition that you must agree to 3 terms. To this, Zhang showed a faint smile on the surface, but secretly put his hand behind his back, quietly releasing a dense stream of death chi. Seeing this, Gyu Soha immediately understood and greedily absorbed it into his belly. Meanwhile, Cho Yu-gong began to explain to Zhang. First, you must tell me why the oath shackles didn't work. Second, you need to teach me the method of performing the 6-spirit summoning art without killing anyone. This method was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Cho Yu-gong, as it compensated for the flaw in this forbidden art. If used properly, it could surely dominate the entire martial world. Finally, and most importantly, you need to ensure my safety. Cho Yu-gong couldn't easily trust someone like Zhang. After hearing Cho Yu-gong's conditions, Zhang slowly withdrew his hand. He sneered, no problem, but as for the last issue, I've thought of a better way. Saying this, he took off his bracelet and threw it to Cho Yu-gong. The moment he caught the bracelet, Cho Yu-gong's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed what Zhang wanted to do. Don't tell me you intend to. But before he could finish his words, Zhang directly spoke. As long as you put on the bracelet and swear to become my loyal dog, then I will have no reason to harm you. Don't you agree? Instantly, Cho Yu-gong was consumed by rage. He glared fiercely at Zhang. He never expected the other to dare threaten him so blatantly. Cho Yu-gong roared. I could just subdue you and torture you. Don't forget that I can force you to wear it again. Saying this, he immediately gave an order. The 2 divine generals quickly attacked towards Zhang. However, Zhang seemed to have anticipated this. He moved his body, instantly dodging the incoming weapons. He knew that to make Cho Yu-gong obey, he had to subdue him first. So, while dodging, he taunted the first condition. Let me tell you why the oath shackles didn't work. That's because my real name isn't Mak Jaeun, but Zhang. So you must remember, don't get it wrong when you swear your oath later. Hearing this, Cho Yu-gong was even more shocked. He didn't expect to be deceived by such a small lie. However, he quickly refocused. He knew that with Zhang's strength, it was impossible to defeat his divine generals. Moreover, the other had just consumed a large amount of internal energy to perform the 6-spirit summoning art. So Cho Yu-gong believed he could quickly take down the other. But just in case, he once again took out a talisman from his clothes. At this moment, Zhang was being pushed back by the divine generals. And due to a moment of carelessness, the opponent seized an opening. A fierce kick sent him flying. Fortunately, he managed to adjust his posture in time and land steadily. When Zhang looked up, at the same time, Cho Yu-gong leaped into the air, a burst of thunderous power erupting from him. He deployed the Chikmuk Cha Thunder Roar Talisman, preparing to take down Zhang in one fell swoop. To this, Zhang, instead of being alarmed, actually laughed. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Now tie him up." Instantly, a chain appeared out of thin air. Cho Yugong's technique couldn't be fully deployed before his entire body was tightly bound. This is impossible. How did this spirit recover its spiritual power so quickly? Did someone channel death chi to him? To this, Hugh Soha laughed loudly. "Careless. Weren't you, stinky shaman?" Due to Cho Yugong losing his control and balance, the bodies of the divine generals quickly disintegrated. In an instant, the two puppets turned into countless fragments. With a loud blast, the battle between the two thus ended. Looking at the tightly bound Cho Yugong, Zhang once again sneered mockingly. "As for why I can easily perform the sixth spirit summoning art, it's because my internal energy is made from death chi. There's no need to kill people to obtain it." Instantly, Cho Yugong's face was filled with disbelief. That's impossible. This guy's name wasn't just fake. Even the form of his internal energy was extraordinary. What kind of monster was he? Watching Zhang slowly pick up the bracelet from the ground, Cho Yugong knew he had thoroughly lost. "Now then, will you make the oath?" Cho Yugong wanted to resist. "Don't be ridiculous." "Never." But when he stared into Zhang's evil eyes, he couldn't muster a shred of resistance. Facing such an out-and-out demon, he could only compromise. He tremblingly put on the bracelet. "I, Cho Yugong, swear from now on to become Zhang's servant, to obey my master's will until death." As a rosy light flashed, the cursed power from the bracelet entered Cho Yugong's body. Zhang smiled slightly and opened his arms. "Master, for helping your disciple like this, I am truly grateful to this." Cho Yugong could only sigh helplessly. "What have I done? It feels like I've actually taken a demon as my disciple." At this moment, with Zhang successfully bringing Cho Yugong under his command, Cho Yugong prepared to return to the inner sanctum of the Heaven and Earth Association within Suk. But looking at his master, who had completely turned into a puppet, Cho Yugong's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He didn't understand why things had ended up like this, nor could he believe that Zhang had actually transferred control of Insuk to him. However, this also forced him to follow Zhang's orders to contend for the position of Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master. But what worried him most now was not this, but that in the current situation, he knew he absolutely couldn't deceive one person's eyes. That person was his senior disciple, Cho Taechong. At a young age, he had already reached the same rank as his master and had two mythical beasts as his familiar spirits. He's a genius shaman. He was recognized by everyone as the next successor to the Pavilion Master position. Cho Yugong had also warned Zhang about this issue, but Zhang had thrown the problem back at him. "You can figure out such trivial matters yourself." To this, Cho Yugong could only feel secretly troubled, but thinking that if he could really become the Underworld Assassin Pavilion Master, he could surely become a renowned shaman in a martial world like his master. Thinking of this, Cho Yugong hardened his heart. It seemed this time he had to use all his means, but for some reason, Cho Yugong always had an uneasy feeling in his heart at this moment. He seemed to have forgotten something very important, something he couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Zhang was thoughtfully sipping tea. Recalling the scene just now also made him feel quite amused. He had only ordered Cho Yugong to forget his real name on a whim, but he didn't expect the prohibition to actually succeed. Afterwards, no matter how he asked, Cho Yugong only remembered his name was Ma Jiyuan. The power contained in this artifact made Zhang feel quite shocked, so he asked Cho Yugong if he could find other similar artifacts. Unfortunately, Cho Yugong only had this one. After all, this artifact was made by one of the 6 divine shamans, the Gold Supreme, Myong Ryo. There are 3 more. One must know that the 6 divine shamans were the title given to the 6 shamans who had reached the pinnacle of shamanship. Insuk received this bracelet as a gift when he attended the meeting of the 64 shaman pavilions. Insuk had spent over a decade researching it, but couldn't unlock its mysteries. Hearing this, Zhang also felt it was quite a pity. However, this also meant there were 3 more such artifacts. Perhaps one day he would have the chance to obtain them. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Jiyuan interrupted his train of thought. After Zhang left earlier, he had been waiting in the room. Hearing this, Zhang slowly put down his teacup. He smiled slightly and looked at Li Jiyuan. "It's time to get back to business. After all, this concerns Blue Spirit's past. So, tell me what you know about the Great Battle of Huaining." Li Jiyuan hesitated for a moment and began to organize his thoughts. Where should I begin? However, just then, Blue Spirit's voice sounded faintly. "Hey, mortal." She wanted to persuade Zhang not to continue this topic. "When the time is right, you will naturally know to this." Zhang pretended not to hear anything. The more Blue Spirit wanted to hide it, the more interested he became. "I'm busy." Later, seeing that she couldn't stop him, Blue Spirit seemed to have made a certain decision. She said sternly to Zhang, "If you promise not to investigate this matter further, I will teach you one of the thought-shattering 8 techniques." These words instantly made Zhang's eyes widen. This made him even more curious. After all, Blue Spirit had always let him comprehend on his own before, but now she was willing to offer to teach him. It seemed she really didn't want that past to be revealed. At this moment, seeing Zhang's excited expression, Blue Spirit immediately stated, "Send a signal with your finger if you will do as I say." Zhang smiled slightly. Since Blue Spirit had said so, then no matter what her difficulties were, it would end here. However, this condition is not enough. The next second, Zhang immediately extended 2 fingers, at least 2 moves. These words instantly infuriated Blue Spirit. She directly began to curse loudly. "You insatiable fellow, don't you have any morals? You really dare to ask for so much." To this, Zhang still put on a thick-skinned appearance. "Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you're not willing, then forget it. Now what will you do?" Looking at this cunning fellow before her, Blue Spirit could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang immediately showed a triumphant smile. This way, he would be able to master 2 of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Afterwards, he immediately got up and interrupted Li Jiam's thoughts. "Valley Master, I apologize. Regarding this matter, I'll listen to that story later." Hearing this, Blue Spirit finally felt relieved. However, she still felt very angry. Even if one only comprehended one of the thought-shattering 8 techniques, its power was not to be underestimated. But if it couldn't be deployed at the right time, it couldn't display its full potential. So Blue Spirit had originally planned to teach it to Zhang at an appropriate time. But she didn't expect this guy, Zhang, to be so cunning. However, compared to that, she still didn't want Zhang to know her past. Or perhaps it could be said that she herself didn't want this matter to be brought up. "Perhaps I just don't want to learn the version others were told." After hearing Zhang's words, Li Jiam was puzzled. He thought Zhang should know about this matter. Zhang, however, said, "Then let's talk after I've established a firm footing." Although Li Jiam was still puzzled, he didn't press further. Just then, Zhang asked Li Jiam, "From your perspective, where does it seem like my martial realm is at right now?" Li Jiam paused, as if unsure whether he should answer. Zhang directly told him to speak truthfully, so Li Jiam immediately began to think seriously. "To be honest, based on my perception alone, I feel your level should be at the realm of a first-rate master." Zhang was somewhat surprised by this, because Blue Spirit had once told him that his internal energy alone was at the ultimate peak realm. Thinking carefully, it seemed others didn't seem to be able to judge his martial realm correctly. "Can they not feel my chi?" Blue Spirit explained to him. "That's because your internal energy is composed of death chi. Generally, ordinary people cannot perceive or feel death chi." Zhang suddenly understood. "Does this mean that even strong individuals cannot determine how strong I am? If that's the case, then he can hide his true strength at any time." Just then, Li Jiam also looked puzzled and asked Zhang if he could hide his internal energy. To this, Zhang just smiled faintly. "No, you're right. My realm is just as you see it." Hearing this, Li Jiam's face instantly darkened. Zhang asked curiously, "You seem pretty disappointed." These words made Li Jiam's body tremble involuntarily. He quickly spoke up to apologize to Zhang. Zhang, however, said with a calm expression that he could understand. "After all, I am far from your expectations." But he added, "I obtained this body half a month ago. At that time, the owner of this body wasn't even a third-rate martial artist." Instantly, Li Jiam was greatly alarmed and immediately asked Zhang, "Is that true?" Zhang smiled faintly. "I know you don't believe me, and I understand your expectations, but I've only just started anew." He mistakenly thought Li Jiam was displeased with his slow cultivation. To this, Li Jiam's attitude was completely opposite. To reach the level of a first-rate master in just half a month, this cultivation speed was simply extraordinary. He felt deep admiration for Zhang, so he asked Zhang, "Then how long do you think it'll take for you to reach the realm you were at your past life?" However, this question made Zhang slightly stunned. He had never heard Blue Spirit mention this matter before. He only knew Blue Spirit was very strong, but he had no idea exactly how strong. Now, for Zhang, whether it was Blue Spirit's enemies or his own enemies, to defeat them, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Therefore, the time Li Jiam spoke of was also the time Zhang needed for his revenge. So Zhang thought of the proverb, "Revenge that takes 10 years to complete is not revenge taken late." There's that saying. It means that it's best to wait for the best timing. However, for him, 10 years was too long, so he decisively extended his fingers. But this completely shocked Li Jiam. "Are you really sure? Isn't such a short time too fast?" Zhang, however, confidently stated, "Of course not." And these words also scared Blue Spirit badly. She thought Zhang must be crazy, and this was all because the time Zhang answered was 2 years. To want to reach the evolutionary realm within 2 years was simply a pipe dream. The evolutionary realm was the supreme state that could only be achieved by breaking through barriers and reaching the 3 flowers on the summit and 5 chi returned to the origin. And in the current martial world, those who could reach this realm were only the 6 heavens and 8 stars, known as the strongest masters. At this moment, after hearing Zhang's affirmative answer, Li Jiam was actually moved to tears. This once again angered Blue Spirit greatly. Even if you die 100 times and start over, you absolutely cannot achieve it. By then, you will understand just how formidable I am for having reached that realm. Saying this, she made a bet with Zhang. If you can succeed, I am willing to call you master for life and serve you like a servant. Facing Blue Spirit's assertion, Zhang revealed a meaningful smile. I hope you can keep your word. At this moment, Mak Yuchen stared blankly at the bronze plaque in his hand. This was what Ma Sang had given him before fleeing. That time when Gyu Soha pointed Ma Sang, he was caught off guard. He immediately turned to flee. But before that, he called out to Mak Yuchen, giving him the bronze plaque. The other party hadn't told him what it was, only leaving a sentence. From now on, you will take my place. This sentence deeply pierced Mak Yuchen's heart. He knew the other party must have given him something very important. So Mak Yuchen felt extremely guilty. Thinking of this, Mak Yuchen punched the wall hard. It was precisely because he pleaded for Zhang that this result occurred. If he were Ma Sang, he would definitely be very angry. However, until the end, the Ma Sang showed no expression of resentment. He didn't understand how he had fallen into such a predicament. He had originally thought that only Zhang could be trusted here. After all, they were half-brothers. But now he realized that was not the case. This guy was no longer the person he used to know. Although he didn't know if the other party was hiding his true face, he was now close to a purely evil person. The thought of Zhang's phrase, "Should I care?" made Mak Yuchen's anger surge. But now he couldn't change anything, so he could only vent his anger on the wall, punch after punch. As he slowly felt the pain from his hand, Mak Yuchen gradually calmed down. He began to sort out his thoughts. Although Zhang's actions made him very angry, what he said was indeed correct. His own will was indeed too weak. He had originally thought that as long as he survived here, he could return to his former life. But now he finally realized he was completely wrong. Because whether in Mock Sword Manor or Corpse Blood Valley, only those with sufficient strength could decide everything. So now, what he needed to do was not just survive. He also needed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he do what he wanted without any scruples. So he immediately made up his mind, sat cross-legged, and the young Mock Fire Heart technique began to circulate within him. I will reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years. At this moment, although Zhang had already realized from Blue Spirit's reaction that his promise was indeed too absurd, Blue Spirit added, "You're being quite aggressive. Even me took 20 years to achieve that. You haven't even attained enlightenment. It's not something you can just speak of." But Zhang just smiled. He always remembered something his grandfather had said. How will you know if you don't try? Especially with your talent. However, when he thought of this, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. He stumbled and almost didn't stand firm. Seeing this, Li Jieyum showed a worried expression. To this, Zhang said it was nothing, but his heart was in turmoil. He was someone who never forgot anything once he remembered it, even remembering every word his grandfather had said since he was a child. But he couldn't recall what his grandfather had said after that sentence. Whenever he tried to recall that sentence, his head felt like it was about to explode, as if something was stopping him, like it was being blocked artificially. Thinking this, he immediately fell silent. No way, could it be my grandfather? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Jieyum once again voiced his concern. To dispel the other's doubts, Zhang could only pretend he was just too tired and said he would be fine after a little rest. Saying this, he asked Li Jieyum, "Do you know someone called Phantom Sword?" Instantly, Li Jieyum showed a shocked expression. How could he not know this person? Are you talking about one of the 8 stars among the 6 heavens and the 8 stars? Hearing this, Zhang fell into deep thought. Phantom Sword had killed his grandfather. This was the real reason he came to the Heaven and Earth Association. He then replied, "Yes, I don't know much about the current martial world." At this time, Li Jieyum continued, "That makes sense. I understand. First of all, Phantom Sword is infamous. He became famous for challenging masters from both orthodox and demonic factions to life and death duels. However, no one could survive his sword, which made him notorious. This made Zhang puzzled, and he thought to himself, since no one could walk away alive from his sword, how did Ma Kinnan survive? Just as he was feeling bewildered, Li Jieyum suddenly thought of something. If one had to say someone survived his sword, then there is one person. It's a well-known story. He is one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association, the Venom King, Bexa. It is said that before Phantom Sword disappeared, he fought dozens of rounds with him. Hearing this, Zhang feigned a calm expression, but his heart was extremely surprised. He had originally thought the person Li Jieyum spoke of was Ma Kinnan, but he didn't expect it to be someone else. Could it be that no one discovered Ma Kinnan also survived Phantom Sword's hand? So he asked Li Jieyum. He fought against Phantom Sword. To this, Li Jieyum affirms, "Yes, is there a problem?" Zhang immediately replied, "No. I just heard that Phantom Sword is a hidden master of the Heaven and Earth Association." Zhang thought for a moment. Ma Qiuchen said that Phantom Sword might be a master of the Heaven and Earth Association. Did I misjudge? To this, Li Jieyum explained, "I've heard these words too. Since the only survivor was someone from the Heaven and Earth Association, I've even heard that Phantom Sword has now become the Association Master's personal guard. Zhang couldn't help but frown. Personal guard? So, they're still maintaining that system. They are the ones who always protect the Lord. I see. Zhang appeared knowledgeable about the past, but in reality, was just repeating Blue Spirit's words. Anyway, Phantom Sword's identity hasn't been revealed, right? To this, Li JM confirms. Yes, that's right. Though the Venom King might know, it seemed there must be some connection between Phantom Sword and the Association Master of the Heaven and Earth Association. However, these secrets were probably only known to the Association's closest confidants. But for Zhang, he was one step closer to his revenge plan. But now is not the time to think about these things. Then, I have another question. Hearing this, Li JM quickly answered. Yes, what is it? He looked serious and asked Li JM again. Tell me, what is the ultimate purpose of Corpse Blood Valley trials? At this moment, Mok Yuchun is cultivating the Omok Fire Heart technique. Previously, due to side effects, he had stopped practicing this technique. But in the current situation, this was the only thing that could quickly improve his strength, and he is feeling the continuous surge of energy into his body. Mok Yuchun knew his idea was right. At this moment, he made up his mind. Whether it was Mok Jae-yum or anyone else, he would make them all kneel at his feet. However, he didn't know that as the technique circulated, his face gradually took on a dark brownish hue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Jae-yum said bluntly, to distinguish gems from stones, which made Jae-yum a bit puzzled. The purpose of the Corpse Blood Valley trial is to screen out raw talents for the Heaven and Earth Association. Those exceptionally talented youths, after passing the test, will be selected as disciples by the elders of the 5 kings and 3 sects, and will have the opportunity to become high-ranking members of the Heaven and Earth Association. Hearing this, Jae-yum was slightly stunned. Now he finally understood why those youths were willing to gamble their lives for the trial. After all, as long as they could be selected as disciples of those people, they could not only gain powerful authority within the Heaven and Earth Association, but also learn the top martial arts in the entire martial world. Thinking of this, he immediately came up with a brilliant plan. At this time, Li Jae-yum was still apologizing for not recognizing his liege earlier, saying he would immediately arrange for Zhang to leave the trial. However, Zhang told him not to mind and decisively refused Li Jae-yum's arrangement. Let's make use of this situation. Hearing this, Li Jae-yum was puzzled. What do you mean by make use of it? Zhang calmly replied. Didn't you say I could become a disciple of the executives if I reach the final stage? After all, if we want to take revenge on the Heaven and Earth Association, isn't it more interesting to start corrupting it from within? Hearing these words, a glint instantly flashed in Li Jae-yum's eyes. Zhang crossed his arms in deep thought. Since it comes to this, I'll become the Venom King's disciple and gather information about Phantom Sword. Then his lips curled up. To do that, I just need to pass the final trial, right? Unbeknownst to him, Mok Yuchun is preparing, thinking, the one who will rise from here isn't you, Mok Yuchun. At this moment, in Zhang's room, 9 youths looked at each other. They hadn't expected the originally planned 8-person team to have an extra person. This meant that to pass the 3rd round, they had to kick out one team member. Facing this situation, Imo Harang was the first to apologize. Perhaps it was because she and Yeomji recruited team members separately that they ended up with one extra person. Such a simple matter wasn't handled well. Yeomji, who is now possessed by the demon monk at the side, kept his head down and apologized. Helplessly, Zhang could only wave his hand. He looked at the remaining 6 youths and directly stated that his team only needed 5 people. One person needed to leave on their own. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a voice immediately expressed dissatisfaction. What do you think you are? By what right do you command us? Saying this, a burly youth pushed through the crowd and stood out. Seeing this, Zhang was stunned for a second. He hadn't expected someone to be so brave. Imo Harang, at the side, immediately turned her head away, unable to bear watching. She knew well that the other party was about to be unlucky. At this time, the burly youth was still recklessly provoking Zhang. I joined the team because of Yeomji. What right does a pretty boy like you have to act like a captain here? Damn it. Why should I follow you? You think you're tough? Hearing the burly youth's clamor, the room instantly fell silent. A youth beside him quickly explained, didn't you see? He's really strong. Even Yeomji got completely wrecked by him. The burly youth didn't believe this at all. Don't talk nonsense. Look at his face. Does that look like someone who got beaten to death? Look at his delicate and pretty appearance. How does he look like someone who can defeat Yeomji? Maybe he seduced Yeomji with that pretty face? They say the leader gets a free pass, so they must have schemed something to make that happen. These words made the other youths waver. Facing the burly youth's frantic clamor, Yeomji, he quickly stood up. He wanted to teach this reckless fellow a lesson. However, he was stopped by Zhang. Please don't do this. I can understand why you'd be suspicious. He knew that to prevent these people from causing trouble for him, he had to show his methods. So he asked, then how should I prove it to you? Should we have a match? The burly youth immediately became excited upon hearing this. But just as he was about to agree, a suction force swept through his entire body. Zhang raised one hand, and without any warning, his entire head was grabbed by Zhang. Before he could show a surprised expression, Zhang sneered, grabbed his head, and slammed it hard onto the ground. In just an instant, he subdued the other. All the youths in the room showed expressions of utter shock. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they knew well that even if everyone here attacked together, there would be no match for Zhang. At this moment, Zhang looked at the youth who had passed out like a dead dog. Is it over already? That was boring. He hadn't expected the other to be so weak, so he turned to the other youths. Does anyone else want to challenge me? The youths all turned their heads away. Facing such a monster, they didn't want to ask for trouble. Seeing that no one dared to object anymore, Zhang finally spoke. Then let's begin. This, however, left the youths puzzled. They were somewhat confused by Zhang's words. Begin? What? Just then, the burly youth regained consciousness, confused about what was happening. But before he could stand up, with a crack, Zhang unhesitatingly stepped on and broke his ankle. With a scream, the entire room once again fell into shock. A youth quickly questioned Zhang why he did this. He was clearly already defeated by you. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Zhang just smiled coldly. Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning. The youth was puzzled, but Zhang continued. We're about to get very busy. Before we face the trial, everyone except our team will have their arms and legs broken. This idea instantly left the youths dumbfounded. However, thinking carefully, this strategy seemed to have some merit. After all, the longer the trial, the more intense the competition. But if most competitors were eliminated in advance, their success rate would inevitably increase. And so, a nightmare targeting all trial participants thus began. At this moment, in a room, a team of youths occasionally heard noisy sounds from outside. While they were still wondering what was happening, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and then unhurriedly closed it. This person was Zhang. The youths immediately recognized him and all thought he wanted to seek a team. But they didn't want to let such a god of death join. So they quickly said their team was already full and asked Zhang to leave quickly. But Zhang paid no attention to this. He just counted the number of people by himself. At this moment, seeing Zhang had no intention of leaving, a youth once again advised him to leave immediately. We don't want to team up with you. However, as soon as his voice fell, Zhang unhesitatingly kicked the youth's shin. With a crisp crack, the sound of bone breaking echoed through the entire room. That youth immediately lay on the ground, wailing. The youth never imagined that he, who thought everything was under control, would one day be backstabbed. At this moment, after Zhang unhesitatingly broke one person's leg, a youth immediately asked in fright, "What are you doing? Is it because we didn't let you join the team that you're attacking us?" However, Zhang decisively interrupted him. "I've already found teammates. I came here just to break your hands and feet." Saying this, before the other could react from the shock, he punched him hard on the wrist. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of another youth and kicked again. Two screams rang out. Finally, only one youth was left, blankly standing there. That youth was so frightened by this scene that he was momentarily at a loss. But he knew well that if he didn't run immediately, he would soon end up like the others. So he endured his fear and was about to run out the door. However, it was all too late. Zhang's hand had, at some unknown point, already grabbed his wrist. He revealed a cold smile. "Don't move. You might lose your wrist." The next second, only endless wails remained in the room. A moment later, Zhang slowly walked out of the room. He gently wiped the blood from his cheek and began to calculate how many trial participants were left, excluding the few guys he dealt with himself and the captured spies. Out of the initial 80 trial participants, 64 remained. To deal with all of them, it seemed he would be busy today. Hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit couldn't help but click her tongue. "Are you really planning to break their hands and feet one by one? You bastard. You really?" At this moment, Mak Yuchun was focused on cultivating the Yomak Fire Heart technique. As his cultivation deepened, he also noticed the impact this technique had on his body. Although his strength improved rapidly, it also made him feel very uneasy. And just as he was pondering the reason, a slight sound suddenly came from outside the door. He turned his head and asked, "Who's there?" The next second, he saw a figure push open the door. Upon seeing the person's face, Mak Yuchun immediately recognized him. The youth also didn't expect Mak Yuchun to still remember his name, so he quickly waved in greeting. "Of course, I wouldn't forget my savior." After losing his companions in the second round, Mak Yuchun had been in a crisis. It was at that moment that this youth led a group of people to help him. His name was Majanjiak. Although Mak Yuchun was very happy to see him, he was also very puzzled about why the other was looking for him. Majanjiak scratched his head helplessly and said he came because he had encountered a small problem. A member of their team suddenly couldn't be contacted, so he went to the other's room to look for him, only to find that his leg had been broken by someone. Therefore, he believed someone must be intentionally eliminating competitors, and it was said that the person was the one who had won first place twice. Hearing this, Ma Qiuchun was stunned for a moment. He immediately guessed that person should be Zhang. Thinking about his previous behavior, it was most likely correct. At this time, Ma Jianjiak also stated his purpose for coming. So, I came to make an offer. Hearing this, Ma Qiuchun was puzzled. I want to invite you to join my team. I heard your friends were all captured as spies. Saying this, Ma Jianjiak explained to Ma Qiuchun that he didn't suspect him. Since you need to find a team, why don't we team up? This way we can also protect each other. Saying this, he extended his hand to Ma Qiuchun. Facing Ma Jianjiak's invitation, Ma Qiuchun was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected the other to take the initiative to invite him. So should I take that as a yes? Thinking that he indeed needed to find a team to pass the trial, he couldn't do it alone, and he had to stop Zhang. So he decisively chose to join. Ma Qiuchun raised his hand and shook Ma Jianjiak's hand. However, the moment their hands clasped, Ma Qiuchun was inwardly surprised. He didn't expect the aura coming from the other's hand to be even stronger than his own. It seemed this guy also wanted to gauge his own level, which was why he revealed his aura. You are indeed very strong. Hearing Ma Qiuchun's words, Ma Jianjiak nodded slightly. You too, welcome to join us. After briefly understanding each other's situation, Ma Jianjiak and Ma Qiuchun began to discuss how to stop those guys who were breaking other people's legs. Just then, Ma Qiuchun smiled knowingly. If that's the case, I have a plan. And so, 3 days later, the master of Corpse Blood Valley looked at the remaining trial participants in the square and began to announce the best team. He threw the first place badge into Ma Jianjiak's hand. That's right. Their team had won first place in the third round. We really did it. Looking at their excited appearance, Blue Spirit began to mock Zhang. Unexpected, right? You also have such a day? How does it feel to be stabbed in the back by someone? Zhang looked indifferent. He glanced askance at Ma Qiuchun and the other, and said coldly, not bad. Quite interesting indeed. Zhang, the absolute intellectual powerhouse. Almost everything is within his plans and control. However, he never expected that he too would have a day where he was outmaneuvered and had to bow his head. What he expected even less was that the person who outmaneuvered him was the simple-minded younger brother he looked down upon the most. Blue Spirit teases him. How does it feel to be stabbed in the back for the first time? Want me to comfort you? However, Zhang just revealed a smile. Well, this is fun. It all started 3 days ago, according to Zhang's plan, for the third trial originally involving 80 people after excluding the 4 captured spies. He only needed to break the legs or arms of the remaining 68. Then his team could directly advance to the 4th round. Zhang stretches his arms. With this, only 8 people are left. I hope the others are doing well too. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly and he only needed to deal with the last team, Emo Herring and Yongai found him, panting. There's a problem right now. A problem has come up. Seeing their anxious expressions, Zhang immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and sure enough, after following the two to a room, he immediately saw 5 members of their team tied up and kneeling on the ground. Standing behind them was Mu Jianjiak's team. Zhang instantly felt a bad premonition, but he still maintained a calm facade. He scratched his ear and slowly said, They seem to be my team members. Can anyone explain to me what's going on now? Actually, Zhang had warned his team members from the beginning because their strength was relatively weak. They had to be careful and act together. He just didn't expect them to be taken down together in the end. At this moment, after hearing Zhang's inquiry, a youth could only helplessly say, I'm sorry. They seem to have known our plan, so we carelessly fell into their ambush. Hearing this, Zhang was also taken aback, but thinking about it, it made sense. It was indeed unlikely to break everyone's legs quietly without attracting attention, but he didn't think this was the reason they were ambushed. Just then, Ma Qiuchun slowly spoke. Ma Jiyoung, have you fallen to this extent? This trial is different from the previous ones. You don't need to do this at all. However, facing Ma Qiuchun's questioning, Zhang's expression remained indifferent. He said coldly, So what's the problem? I'm just reducing competitors, just like you're doing now. Ma Qiuchun was instantly stumped by Zhang's words. In fact, although breaking everyone's legs was indeed hard to accept, it couldn't be said to be absolutely wrong. After all, this was a competition. However, Ma Qiuchun always believed he was different from Zhang. We only took them as hostages so we wouldn't waste more energy on this matter. To this, Zhang didn't care at all. The content of the trial is for an 8-person team to perform a sword formation and coordination. He immediately showed a sinister expression. Simply put, if your teammates and mine break the limbs of everyone except 8 people, we pass automatically. Hearing this, Ma Qiuchun immediately realized that he couldn't persuade Zhang with words at all. I know talking to you is a waste of effort, but do you really think we don't have a countermeasure? Hearing this, Zhang was puzzled. Ma Qiuchun nodded to Mu Jianjiak and then, in front of everyone, began to take off his clothes. Everyone present showed surprised expressions. However, just as they were feeling puzzled, Mu Jianjiak slowly took out a silver needle. This silver needle is called the cartilage needle. It's a family heirloom of our clan. Anyone inserted with this needle, if not removed with the correct technique within half a day, will lose their ability to move within 10 days. And I have already inserted it into everyone present, including my team members. That is to say, if you are unwilling to cooperate, then neither of our teams will be able to pass the third round. Hearing this, Mohirang was amazed by this clever strategy, thinking, even if Mak Jiyuan's plan works, 5 of them will end up limping. This time, even he can't do anything. They not only accurately predicted Zhang's next move, but also forced him to accept such a plan. Now do you get it? At this moment, looking at the silent Zhang, Mak Yuchen said coldly, in the end, you still lost. However, as soon as his voice fell, Zhang burst into maniacal laughter. His laughter was so chilling that everyone present couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end, especially Mak Yuchen, who felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his whole body trembling violently and involuntarily. At the same time, an immense killing intent erupted from Zhang. His eyes turned scarlet, and the entire space became incredibly heavy under his gaze. He's furious. He's furious. Zhang is finally furious. Due to Mak Yuchen's backstabbing, Zhang's lead-breaking plan was completely interrupted. Facing the current situation, Zhang had no choice. An inexplicable anger suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, he completely regarded Mak Yuchen as an enemy. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. He wanted to kill Mak Yuchen right now. Instantly, the overwhelming killing intent made the surrounding air incredibly heavy. However, he quickly recovered his rationality from his anger. Although he could kill the other party now, leaving only 8 people on the field, he still wasn't sure if Majanjiak would be willing to cooperate and remove the cartilage needles from the remaining people. So he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and reined in his killing intent. At this moment, Zhang's heart was still full of killing intent, but he put on a friendly face on the surface. Fine, let's end it here. He smiled and clapped his hands. I accept your suggestion, but in exchange, we also need 4 of your team members as hostages and exchange them in the morning. Mak Yuchen thought the other was bluffing and stalling for time. However, before he could finish speaking, Majanjiak interrupted him and decisively agreed to Zhang's request. Hearing this, Zhang's lips curled up, and so, the next day, both sides exchanged hostages. The following time was spent by each practicing the sword formation. On the day of the test, both teams displayed the power of the sword formation with outstanding performances. However, compared to Zhang's team, Majanjiak's team demonstrated a higher degree of completion. Therefore, Majanjiak, as the team leader, received the chief badge for the third round. And when it came to deciding the first-place candidate, the most difficult decision fell to the master of Corpse Blood Valley, Li Jieyum. Due to Zhang's actions, only 16 people ended up participating in the trial. Although Zhang had previously told him that he would reduce some competitors without violating the rules, he hadn't expected him to intend to eliminate all the trial takers. Fortunately, those who were originally predicted to pass all managed to stay. Therefore, this trial was not significantly affected. Li Jieyum secretly rejoiced. Finally, I can report to the higher-ups. After the end of the third round, the fourth round of the trial began immediately. This round required trial takers to avoid mechanisms and traps in a dark environment and successfully find the exit. Only those who passed before 1/3 of an incense stick had burned would be considered qualified. Anyone who passed this round would gain the qualification to become a preparatory regiment leader of the Heaven and Earth Association. Therefore, everyone gave their all in this round. However, even so, only 6 people successfully passed the fourth round. They were Yun Maiyong, Mak Yuchun, and Mu Janjiak, as well as Mo Warung, and Yun Jiezhong was also one of them, and he successfully won first place in the fourth round. During the trial, he passed in less than 1/6 of the allotted time, breaking the record for the fastest passage in the history of Corpse Blood Valley. Especially, the way he walked out of the cave as if strolling on flat ground made everyone present drop their jaws in amazement. One must know that the fourth trial was not as easy as it looked on the surface. Even a peak master would inevitably get injured somewhat in that environment. However, Zhang was not only unscathed, but even appeared so relaxed. Even Mu Janjiak, who prided himself on his absolute strength, felt a sense of danger. Actually, when he confronted Zhang that day, he had vaguely sensed a hint of unease. Although the confrontation with Zhang lasted only a moment, it was only after Zhang left that Mu Janjiak belatedly realized. When he looked at his hands, it had been soaked in cold sweat without him noticing, and now it was the same. He had always believed that among his peers, there was no one particularly noteworthy or special. However, this time was completely different, because his trembling body seemed to be warning him that the fellow before him was a terrifying opponent. If one day he became his enemy, he should eliminate him immediately now. The fourth trial of Corpse Blood Valley finally ended. Zhang once again won first place in this round by breaking the record. Now only the final trial remains. And before the final trial began, the remaining 6 who passed were once again summoned to the square. Li Jaeyum congratulated them. From now on, you will all gain the qualification to become preparatory regiment leaders of the Heaven and Earth Association, and next, I will announce the reward for the winner of the top badges. Instantly, everyone in the square showed surprised expressions. Before this, none of them had felt much about obtaining the top badge. They all just thought it was merely an extra title. They hadn't expected there would be an additional reward. Zhang looked at his medal and thought, a reward? Of course, it wasn't going to be given for free. At this time, Li Jaeyum continued. Anyone possessing 1 top badge will receive a secret elixir of the Heaven and Earth Association, the Chang'e pill. One must know that anyone who consumes this pill can immediately gain 10 to 15 years of internal energy cultivation. Mu Jianjiak's inner excitement was already overflowing. He and Zhang, as the only ones to receive the top badge in this trial, would each get a Chang'e pill. Li Jaeyum then began to announce the reward for possessing 2 top badges. That person will be allowed to enter the blood trial vault and can freely choose one technique he wishes to learn from there. Everyone showed great interest in this second reward, especially Mu Jianjiak, who immediately showed a regretful expression because he had heard rumors about the blood trial vault. It was said to store countless copies of superior martial arts in the top cultivation manuals of the current martial world. For those who practiced martial arts, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Even Ma Qiuchun, who was from an orthodox sect, was no exception. Someone like him, almost obsessed with martial arts, was even more envious, his eyes shining. However, in contrast, Zhang didn't seem to feel much about it. Although he needed to become stronger for revenge, he still doubted if learning too many techniques would really be helpful. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Blue Spirit seemed to read his thoughts. Although learning more techniques doesn't necessarily mean you become stronger, the more experience you have, the broader your perspective becomes. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just then, Li Jaeyum, standing on the platform, spoke again. It has been a long time since someone obtained 3 top badges. The last time was 8 years ago. The person possessing 3 top badges can also ask for guidance in martial arts from one of the higher-ups of our society. That is, one of the 5 kings, 3 sect masters, or any of the 4 valley masters. These words left the crowd speechless with shock, but Zhang didn't understand why they were so surprised. Is that a good thing? Mo Herring explained to him. Among the 5 kings, 3 belong to the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Each of them is a master who has reached the evolutionary realm. To be able to ask them for guidance is undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. After hearing Mo Herring's explanation, Zhang's face instantly darkened, because he knew that if the 8 stars were all masters who had reached the evolutionary realm, then Phantom Sword must also be at this level, and the difficulty of his revenge would also become greater. Blue Spirit also felt somewhat surprised by this. She hadn't expected that in just a short 100 years, the Heaven and Earth Association had actually produced 3 more evolutionary realm masters. And so, after announcing the rewards, Li Jaeyum instructed everyone to rest well before the final trial began. Those with top medals could go and collect their rewards first. However, just as he turned to leave, Zhang once again raised a question. Then what reward can a person who obtains 4 top badges get? Hearing this, Li Jaeyum paused. He didn't answer immediately. After all, he had to maintain a cold demeanor in front of outsiders. Zhang was silent, waiting intently for an answer. After a moment of stalemate, he said coldly, the person who obtains all the top badges can become a disciple of the head of the 6 heavens and 8 stars, that is, the association master of the Heaven and Earth Association, and receive his guidance. Instantly, the entire square fell silent. At this moment, shock could no longer describe everyone's expressions. To be taught by the association, the head of the 6 heavens was tantamount to directly stepping into the ranks of the top masters in the martial world. The allure of this reward was imaginable. Blue Spirit, however, seemed particularly annoyed by this. That kind of person actually became the head of the 6 heavens. Zhang knew that, whether in the past or now, the association master of the Heaven and Earth Association would inevitably become the endpoint of this hatred. Our mutual path to revenge just got a lot more complicated. Zhang, as the owner of 3 top badges, followed a high-ranking warrior deep into the mountain forest. After passing through an array formation barrier, he entered the blood trial vault of Corpse Blood Valley. At this time, a man covered in scars had long been waiting as the guardian of the blood trial vault. Yang Maiwan was also quite surprised when he saw Zhang. This was not only because it had been a full 8 years since someone last obtained 3 chief badges, but also because this kid before him was only at the first-rate level. Yang Maiwan sized up Zhang with great interest for a long time. He didn't say much. After instructing the warrior to wait at the entrance, Yang Maiwan led him to the treasury vault's entrance. After passing through a dark corridor, the entrance of the vault is visible to Zhang. Yang Maiwan pointed ahead and reminded Zhang. Ahead is the place where martial arts manuals are stored, but you can only choose one to take out, and you must finish copying it here before you can take it away. You'd better choose carefully. Hearing Yang Maiwan's words, Zhang asked doubtfully, "Can I flip through as many as I want?" "Of course, you'll need to pick one. I'll do it all," Yang Maiwan answered while passing him the torch. Hearing this, Zhang immediately showed a meaningful smile. That's a relief. With that, he walked towards the interior of the vault. Just as he was approaching the entrance, Yang Maiwan reminded Zhang once again, "I almost forgot to tell you one more thing. There's a room inside with a red line drawn at the entrance. Do not ever try to go in there. Otherwise, you'll see something that will make your hair stand on end. Something that's scary." Zhang questioned, but Yang Maiwan just waved his hand a while back. "Well, something like that happened. Just remember what I said." Although Zhang felt somewhat strange about this, he didn't take it to heart. Just then, he reached for the vault's door, and when he truly entered the interior of the treasury, the sight before him instantly broadened his horizons. This was a cave larger than the entrance, with shelves around it densely packed with manuals. Looking at so many martial arts techniques, Zhang momentarily didn't know where to start. "I didn't expect there to be this many manuals. It'll be hard to look through them all in just 2 hours." Just then, Blue Spirit's voice sounded in his ear. "These are all useless things around here." Zhang was puzzled. "Can you tell which martial arts are useful at a glance?" Blue Spirit didn't answer, but instead told Zhang to go directly upstairs and take a look. Yang Maiwan is looking at Zhang as he goes upstairs. He was curiously thinking, why did Zhang go straight up? Does he know something about this place? At this moment, Zhang carefully observed the surrounding bookshelves. They were about 2 to 3 stories high from bottom to top, with platforms for walking in between. He asked Blue Spirit curiously, "You seem to know this place well?" To this, Blue Spirit just chuckled. "The structure here is the same as the structure of the Heaven and Earth Associations fall back at the headquarters. These manuals must all be just copies, too." Zhang was puzzled. If that's the case, then why build another one in this deep mountain cliff? Probably to prepare for the main base being attacked or caught in a fire. Storing copies in a cliff like this makes for a solid backup. Preparing countermeasures in advance is indeed a good choice. "So where should I start?" Hearing this, she told Zhang to take out a manual from the right side. Zhang didn't hesitate, directly picking up the book and quickly flipping through it. However, Blue Spirit showed a surprised expression upon seeing this, because Zhang's speed of flipping through the book didn't look like he was reading at all, more like casually browsing. Can he really see the contents clearly like this? Just as she was feeling extremely puzzled, Zhang had already finished reading this manual. He didn't stop, continuing to pick up another one according to Blue Spirit's instructions. At this time, Blue Spirit asked out of curiosity, "Even if your memory is excellent, can you really remember it like this?" To this, Zhang just responded faintly, "Of course, as long as I don't deliberately try to understand. I can remember all these manuals just by scanning them with my eyes." These words left even Blue Spirit somewhat incredulous. Although she knew this guy's memory was astonishing, she hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. It could simply be said to completely transcend the human realm. It seemed that in these 2 hours' stay, Zhang's strength would inevitably advance by leaps and bounds again. Zhang closed another manual. What's next? At this moment, outside the blood trial vault, the high-ranking warrior couldn't help but sigh, because he had to wait here for 2 hours. But just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. When he turned around, his eyes instantly widened, because at some unknown time, 2 figures had already arrived behind him. They were a man and a woman, both wearing bamboo hats. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the blood trial vault?" Saying this, the warrior reached for the hilt of his sword at his waist, but before he could even draw his sword, the man's hand had already pressed down on the back of his hand. The speed was so fast he couldn't react at all. Seeing the warrior's surprised expression, the man slowly spoke, judging by the outfit. "You must be a warrior of Corpse Blood Valley, right? Please calm down. We are not enemies." Hearing the man's words, the warrior frowned. "Then who are you?" The man slowly took out a token from his clothes. On it were clearly written the 3 large characters, which translate as King of Brilliance. And he was Yi Bizian, a disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. Meanwhile, inside the vault, Blue Spirit hadn't expected Zhang's memory to be so astonishing. It had completely surpassed human limits. At this moment, watching Zhang finish reading the manual at high speed, Blue Spirit once again had him pick up another manual. She instructed him to pick from the bottom right of the 3rd row. This manual was called Sunhean Footwork. It was a martial art offered by a sect called the Sunhean School during the founding period of the Heaven and Earth Association. It was known for its diverse variations and extreme speed. If refined and improved, it could be classified as an ultra-advanced martial art. Hearing this explanation, Zhang's eyes couldn't help but light up. He had once heard Blue Spirit say that so-called advanced martial arts were techniques that surpassed the true peak realm, while those that could lead to comprehension of even higher realms were called ultra-advanced martial arts. However, he wondered why a technique of this caliber was placed here. Blue Spirit was also a bit puzzled by this point. Just as she was feeling bewildered, Zhang had already finished memorizing the entire manual. So he asked Blue Spirit if there were any similar techniques nearby. Blue Spirit scanned the area and quickly found a manual called Tai Guk Flow Palm. This was a palm technique belonging to the Wudong sect, arguably the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts, although it also belonged to the ultra-advanced martial arts. Blue Spirit advised Zhang against practicing it, because for Zhang, Taoist techniques would instead become a poison. Most of the qi in your body is death qi, and Taoist martial arts are based on nurturing life. So if you learn it incorrectly, it could very well conflict with your death qi. Hearing Blue Spirit's words, Zhang hummed in acknowledgement, but he still decided to memorize all of it. Blue Spirit was puzzled by this. You never know when it might come in handy. You once said that based on the injuries or marks left by a martial art, one can identify which sect it belongs to. If that's the case, then couldn't I use this knowledge to disguise my attacks as a technique from a certain sect? Hearing Zhang's explanation, Blue Spirit couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This guy's thinking was truly unexpected, always coming up with things ordinary people couldn't imagine. Just then, Zhang looked at the manual in his hand and called out to Blue Spirit, voiced a doubt. Didn't you say the books here are all copies? But the residual bloodstains on this manual are already dark red, looking like it's been around for a very long time. Hearing this, Blue Spirit was also incredibly shocked. After carefully examining the manual, she too became a bit uncertain. This seems to be the original. Zhang was curious. Could it be that the original was too worn out, so they deliberately made a copy that looked old? But Blue Spirit quickly denied this. No matter how clearly a copy is imitated, the marks on the original won't change easily. Because every original manual has unique traces, this is where the true martial intent lies. Hearing this, Zhang had a sudden realization. I see. The content personally written by the creator of a martial art contains their temperament and habits in its brushstrokes. The traces of their techniques are thus embedded within. However, these words left Blue Spirit astonished. Someone who had been learning martial arts for such a short time could naturally articulate concepts that could only be understood after surpassing the true peak realm. This kid not only had an extraordinary memory, but also an astonishing comprehension. Seeing Blue Spirit remain silent for a long time, Zhang thought he had said something wrong. That's why I can feel the intent even from just the copy, right? Only then was he sure his understanding was correct, until he heard Blue Spirit's voice, a mix of envy and surprise. Just as you said, the original manual condenses the deep comprehension of its creator. If you follow the brushwork and habits while reading to feel it, you might be able to perceive the martial intent within. So Zhang began to read this manual seriously, and just as he tried to imprint it in his mind, a magical scene occurred. As the brushstrokes flowed, the moves of the Tai Guk Flow Palm were clearly displayed before his eyes. Each stroke contained the essence of each move, as if he were witnessing the creator performing the art himself. This was a completely different feeling from learning through imitation. For a moment, it even made Zhang feel a sense of longing. Zhang finished flipping through the entire manual in deep confusion about what had just happened. For a moment, he saw a vision of the author performing the Tai Guk Flow Palm technique. Just then, Blue Spirit called out to him. Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Did my reading speed slow down?" However, Blue Spirit let out a sigh of admiration. As expected, you just entered the state of selfless trance. Zhang was somewhat puzzled by this. The so-called state of selfless trance refers to being completely immersed in something, entering a state where one forgets oneself. However, for Zhang, who had not yet achieved enlightenment, entering a state of selfless absorption while reading a manual was an extremely rare occurrence. Just then, Blue Spirit added, "Right, and I've realized something. This isn't a replica of the headquarters vault. The Heaven and Earth Association's main vault, moved here completely intact. Everything is an original." She excitedly told Zhang to go to the third floor. In the corner of the third bookshelf, there is a manual I personally stored there. Although Zhang was a bit surprised, he still followed Blue Spirit's instructions and went to that spot. There lay a manual titled Yang-beaked Sword Techniques. Zhang carefully opened the scroll, and a folded note immediately appeared before his eyes. Zhang felt a bit curious, but Blue Spirit seemed exceptionally excited. "I can't believe it's still here." Saying this, she urged Zhang to open it quickly. On the note were clearly written 2 lines of an incantation, Moonless Sword, Moon-facing Defeat Sword. At the same time, Blue Spirit's voice sounded again, "Consider it your lucky day. These 2 moves are the origin of the Lunar Vein Sword art." Hearing this, Zhang's body couldn't help but tremble. He held his breath and engraved every stroke of the incantation into his mind. Instantly, the The path of the technique's movements appeared clearly before his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he saw a woman holding a long sword performing the moves. This was a remnant of the sword manual for one of the 5 great sword arts of the old martial world, the Moonless Sword. It was also, to date, a sword technique of a completely different level than anything Zhang had ever seen. At this moment, watching the deeply engrossed Zhang, Blue Spirit knew that he had entered the state of selfless trance. But what she found hard to believe was that, unlike before, the death chi on Zhang's body began to materialize with his comprehension, slowly moving around him. That momentum was like a river flowing through, as if he had performed a complete set of sword techniques to materialize internal energy from just a few lines of an incantation. How did he do it? This is something only achievable by reaching a realm beyond the true peak. At the same time, a trace of worry couldn't help but rise in Blue Spirit's heart, because once one enters a true state of selfless trance, if disturbed at this time, it could very well lead to reverse chi and blood flow, resulting in chi deviation. Let's hope nothing interferes and enlightenment reaches him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the vault, Yang Maiwan was sitting on a chair, yawning. But just then, he sensed someone approaching. It didn't seem to be a warrior from Corpse Blood Valley. Soon, a woman in a robe and a young man wearing a bamboo hat appeared before his eyes. Seeing the visitors, Yang Maiwan immediately became alert. "Who are you people? Don't you know you can't enter here without permission?" Hearing the voice, the young man spoke. "Are you the one in charge of the vault? I am Yip Wixian, disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun." Instantly, a hint of surprise flashed in Yang Maiwan's eyes. Why would a disciple of King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, come here? And after sensing the powerful aura from the other party, Yang Maiwan was even more astonished. It is said that all disciples of the 5 kings are masters in their own right. To reach such a realm at such a young age truly lives up to the reputation. "We're just going in for a look. We'll be out soon." Yang Maiwan directly refused. According to the rules, even if you are a disciple of the 5 kings, you cannot enter here without permission. Hearing this, the woman beside him, who had been silent all along, also took out a token. And after seeing its contents, Yang Maiwan was stunned. He didn't hesitate at all, immediately kneeling down to pay respects. The woman told him not to be so formal. "We're just here to retrieve something. We won't touch anything else." At this moment, although Yang Maiwan tried his best not to show it, he was still extremely surprised inwardly. Could she be the legendary one? Even though she was right in front of him, Yang Maiwan still found it difficult to see through the woman's martial arts realm. It seemed the other party was a powerhouse far surpassing him, a peak master. But even so, Yang Maiwan still blocked them. "I'm sorry, it's not that I'm intentionally obstructing you, but there's still someone inside who hasn't come out yet. Please wait a moment." Hearing Yang Maiwan's words, Yi Buixian immediately felt dissatisfied. "We know that candidate inside obtained 3 top badges, but just because of him, you want our lady to wait?" Yang Maiwan felt very troubled by this, but he was powerless to stop them. "Don't worry, I know. We're not to interfere with the student. We'll leave quietly after we find what we're looking for." And so, Yang Maiwan could only watch helplessly as they forcibly enter the vault. At this moment, he only hoped that nothing bad would happen. A moment later, the two went inside the vault. Then the two looked at the blood trial vault, whose structure was completely identical to the Heaven and Earth Association's main vault, both showing surprised expressions. After looking around, they immediately spotted Zhang's figure. "That kid upstairs should be the one who got 3 top badges, right?" Hearing this, the mysterious woman looked at Zhang with surprise. To get 3 top badges in Corpse Blood Valley, that's really impressive. Upon hearing this, Yi Buixian's eyebrows twitched slightly. His tone was slightly contemptuous. "Not bad, but among the disciples of the 5 kings, anyone can do it." At this moment, although the mysterious woman noticed Yi Buixian's intention, she didn't show any reaction. Since he might become a disciple of the 5 kings, it wouldn't be bad to get to know such a talent. Yi Buixian, however, was very displeased by this. He finally had a chance to handle matters with the young lady, but he didn't expect her to pay so much interest to a mere candidate. He then looked up again and noticed something. With this, he silently grins. Just then, he said to the mysterious woman, "In that case, please wait a moment, young lady. I'll go bring him over shortly." With that, he leaped up to the 3rd floor. At this moment, seeing Zhang motionless, Yi Buixian immediately snorted. I was right, because he had long discovered that Zhang had entered a state of selfless trance. No wonder he didn't notice anyone downstairs. So a malicious thought immediately arose in him. Since the young lady is so interested in you, if I disturb you a little, whether you go into chi deviation or not is none of my business. So don't blame me for this. You are just unlucky. That's all. Thinking of this, he extended his arm and silently reached for Zhang. Just as his arm was about a foot away from Zhang, the previously motionless Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, catching Yi Buixian off guard. With a firm snap, Zhang closed the manual and turned to Yi Bui Xian, his gaze intense. What do you think you're doing? Zhang was in a state of selfless trance. Blue Spirit keeps in guard, thinking if Zhang is learning it properly. Just then, Blue Spirit noticed someone was coming. Seeing Yi Bui Xian approaching Zhang with ill intent, Blue Spirit instantly felt something was wrong. The other party was clearly up to no good, seemingly intending to interfere with Zhang's comprehension. Thus, Blue Spirit immediately prepared to break out of the puppet and intervene. Mortal, wake up, mortal. Fortunately, just as Yi Bui Xian's hand was about to touch Zhang, Blue Spirit noticed the death chi that had been overflowing from Zhang at some unknown point seemed to be drawn back into his body, as if by some attraction. At the same time, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze instantly becoming incredibly profound. He's out of his trance. He has been enlightened. Seeing this, Blue Spirit hurriedly shouted to Zhang, "Look to your side." Hearing the voice, Zhang instinctively turned his head and immediately saw Yi Bui Xian's hand reaching for him. What do you think you're doing? This sudden turn of events made the ill-intentioned Yi Bui Xian show a shocked expression. Before he could respond, Blue Spirit's voice sounded again. Can't you tell? He's trying to interrupt with you. Hearing this, Zhang was somewhat puzzled. Blue Spirit explains, when a person enters a state of selfless trance, if suddenly interrupted, it's very likely to cause qi and blood to flow in reverse, leading to qi blockage. That's probably what he was after. Hearing the explanation, Zhang coldly looked at Yi Bui Xian. He had never seen this person before, yet the other came with malice. I heard that interrupting someone in a trance causes qi blockage. Am I right? Hearing this, Yi Bui Xian just smiled awkwardly. He wanted to explain something, but Zhang immediately made his own judgment. So you knew. He instantly put away the sword manual, then fiercely punched towards the other's throat. No need for more words. Pay for your actions. In an instant, Yi Bui Xian's entire body was sent retreating. Because he was caught off guard in his panic, he was hit unprepared. Damn it, this guy attacks my throat. I can't breathe. One must know that once the throat is hit, breathing instantly becomes difficult, and the circulation of true qi will no longer be smooth. Yi Bui Xian can only cough while drawing his weapon. First, I need to put distance between us. Zhang didn't seem to intend to give him this chance. He used the momentum of his blade to fly up, then followed with several kicks. And seeing this, Blue Spirit was instantly shocked. Because the footwork Zhang was currently performing was precisely the fourth form of the fluid mysterious footwork, he had only glanced at once. Shadowless swift kick. Facing the incoming footwork, Yi Bui Xian hurriedly raised his saber to block. Although he temporarily blocked this terrifying blow, the immense force caused his body to crash through the railing and fall towards the floor below. At this moment, Yi Bui Xian couldn't hide his shock. Although his throat had been hit, he had already reached the peak realm. How could he be repelled by a single kick? What is this guy's background? Although Zhang's strength exceeded his expectations, the thought that the young lady downstairs was watching this scene instantly enraged Yi Bui Xian, so he quickly switched techniques with his left hand, performing the third form of the fleeting life blade technique, line blade stroke. Facing the sharp saber momentum, Zhang swiftly turned sideways to dodge the attack. Then the saber's edge instantly cut the 5 bookshelves behind him neatly in half. At this moment, looking at the manuals that were cut in half along with the bookshelves, Yi Bui Xian's face turned deathly pale. Damn it, if Master finds out, he will definitely kill me. Thinking of this, Yi Bui Xian became even more furious. It's all this bastard's fault. I absolutely can't let him go today. Immediately, he thrust his saber into the ground, then concentrated his internal energy in his right hand. A phantom image condensed from sharp saber chi appeared. Blue Spirit was greatly alarmed. This is Qing Qi materialization, which can only be performed by those who have reached the ultimate peak. This meant that, unlike Zhang, whose internal energy cultivation had merely reached the peak realm, the opponent was someone who had truly reached the ultimate peak. Yi Bui Xian removed his straw hat and sneered, then quickly moved his body. Things had come to this. He had to finish this kid in one move. However, the next scene left him utterly shocked again, because at this moment, Zhang formed a sword seal with his hand, and the surrounding air, like ripples, converged on his left hand, then similarly condensed into a sword shadow. This scene made Blue Spirit couldn't help but exclaim, this guy can not only perform fluid mysterious footwork, but can also materialize Qing Qi. I see. He reached enlightenment here. He was only ultimate peak in terms of the amount of internal energy he had. But now, he is truly in the ultimate peak realm. Yi Bui Xian, seeing the sword Qi attached to Zhang's hand, also realized that the other party had been hiding his strength all along. But even so, the result will be the same. So he performed his secret technique, the second form of the fleeting life blade technique, fatal harm of fall technique. In an instant, vast internal energy wrapped around the saber's edge, slashed towards Zhang. At the same time, Zhang's concentration was raised to the extreme. Perhaps it was because he had entered the state of selfless trance and experienced various techniques. At this moment, in Zhang's eyes, the trajectory of the saber incantation Yi Bui Xian performed was clearly displayed before him. Although it was only for an instant, he also perceived a subtle flaw in the opponent's move. So Zhang didn't hesitate, performing the Moonless Void Sword. His sword Qi directly pierced Yi Bui Xian's saber shadow, and after dispelling it, went straight for Yi Bui Xian's pupils. The speed was so fast that Yi Bui Xian couldn't dodge it at all. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked between the two. This person was the masked woman who had come with Yi Bui Xian. Seeing this, Zhang was puzzled, while Yi Bui Xian was utterly stunned. That's enough. It seems you're much stronger than you look. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but frown. He could clearly feel that the other party was very strong. You're pretty strong despite how dainty your hands look, too. Hearing Zhang dare to be so disrespectful to his young lady, Yi Bui Xian immediately wanted to rebuke him, but the next second, with a crack, Yi Bui Xian's wrist was easily broken by the masked woman. You idiot, you've made me lose face. If you dare say another word, you'll be executed on the spot. At this moment, the intense pain made Yi Bui Xian's face flush red, but he could only endure it, not daring to make a sound. Afterwards, the masked woman apologized to Zhang. I'm sorry about that. His loyalty is a bit too strong, so he makes mistakes like this sometimes. Zhang asked curiously for her esteemed name. The masked woman smiled faintly. I am Wai Soyan, the third disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association leader. Instantly, a strange glint flashed in Zhang's eyes. He never expected to meet someone so close to the association leader in such a place. No wonder she can enter the vault regardless of the rules. But this way, things have become troublesome. Just as he was pondering how to deal with the situation, the masked woman slowly removed her veil, and upon seeing her face clearly, Zhang was in utter disbelief, and even Blue Spirit gasped. No way, because Wai Soyan not only possessed a peerless face, but also looked exactly like Blue Spirit. They had completely identical faces. At this moment, after seeing Wai Soyan's true appearance clearly, even the usually unflappable Zhang showed a shocked expression. So he quickly asked Wai Soyan to wait a moment, then turned aside, to quickly hide behind one of the bookshelves to question Blue Spirit. Did you happen to have a descendant? Were you married? This greatly angered Blue Spirit. How could that be? Let alone descendants. I've never even been married. Zhang, however, became even more curious about this. But haven't you always avoided talking about your past? Isn't it to hide this matter? There's no way I'd know, right? Hearing this, Blue Spirit was instantly speechless. For a moment, she didn't know what was going on. I never even got married, let alone had children, so she's definitely not a descendant. Hearing this, Zhang thought, but how can someone look that identical? It's like they're twins. If I had to compare, maybe the vibe is different. Blue Spirit was proud and cold, full of an oppressive aura, while Wai Soyan was bright and radiant, looking much younger. But Zhang quickly figured it out and sighed slightly. Just like him and the real Mac Jae Young, they also had the same face, so he didn't think it was anything particularly strange. Seeing Zhang staring at her intently, Wai Soyan asked curiously, why are you staring at her? Are you perhaps captivated by my beauty? Facing Wai Soyan's joke, Zhang was completely unromantic. He shrugged. Of course not. Hearing such a response, Wai Soyan felt very displeased. What a blockhead. Just then, Zhang solemnly cupped his fists in a salute. I'm late with introductions. I am the newly appointed preparatory branch leader. He then smiled slightly. My name is Mac Jae Young. Hearing his introduction, Wai Soyan tilted her head slightly throughout the entire Central Plains martial world. People with the surname Mac were quite rare. She had never heard this name within the Heaven and Earth Association either. The only Mac she had heard of was from Moxord Manor, one of the Orthodox prestigious sections. But how could an Orthodox sect send its disciples to Corpse Blood Valley? However, very quickly, Wai Soyan was attracted by Zhang's handsome face. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome youth. Not only was he good-looking, but his martial arts cultivation was also so eye-catching. He looked to be only about 17, yet is already like this. If she could recruit him for her own use in advance, it wouldn't be bad. So she immediately got to the point. Your internal energy is solid. It looks like you'll be. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang interrupted again. Before that, could you allow me to say two things first? Facing Zhang's rudeness, Wai Soyan instantly frowned, knowing her identity and still acting like this. But thinking that it was her own people who were at fault first, she didn't dwell on it. Go ahead. As a disciple of the association leader, you must be well aware that my time here was originally only 2 hours. Hearing this, Wai Soyan immediately understood what Zhang wanted to say. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Hall Master about this matter. Hearing this, Zhang was relieved. So he continued, secondly, thanks to that gentleman sitting over there, I almost lost my life. Therefore, I want to receive reasonable compensation. Hearing Zhang's words, Wai Soyan frowned tightly. She had personally stepped forward to apologize earlier, and even broke Yip Wision's wrist in front of him, already expressing goodwill. Yet this guy still wanted compensation. However, she still continued to ask, "What do you mean by reasonable compensation?" Zhang smiled coldly. "Since I almost lost my life, he naturally has to pay with his life." Upon hearing this, Yip Wision's face turned red with anger, as if he wanted to devour Zhang alive. Even Wai Soyin couldn't believe it. Does this guy really want to take Yip Wision's life? Just then, Zhang continued, "Although that's the case, if I really did that, then you would lose a loyal subordinate. So I'd prefer a reward of equal value." Hearing these words, Wai Soyin became even more interested in the youth before her. She had met all sorts of people in the society, but this was the first time she had seen someone who dared to be so shameless right after entering Corpse Blood Valley. It seemed the other party was not only skilled in martial arts, but also quite clear-headed. Although it was just a brief conversation, she judged that Zhang valued benefits more than he appeared. So she immediately decided to test Zhang. "What you said also makes sense. In that case, let's do as you say." Hearing this, Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Wai Soyin added, "Didn't you say you want to pay with his life? Then you can kill him now." Yip Wision's expression also instantly became terrified. This answer exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving Zhang momentarily stunned. So Wai Soyin continued, "Since you feel I haven't done enough, then there's nothing I can do. However, after you kill him, I will not be responsible for the consequences." Zhang wondered what not responsible meant. "You don't seem to know who he is, do you? Then I'll tell you. He is Yip Wision, a disciple of the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun." Hearing her explanation, Zhang turned his gaze to Yip Wision. Only then did he completely understand Wai Soyin's intention. "If I haven't misunderstood, you're warning me not to ask for trouble, lest I regret it, right?" Wai Soyin didn't answer, just quietly looking at Zhang. She was testing him. She wanted to know what choice Zhang would make. If he backed down now, it would mean he was just a guy who only knew how to talk big. Soon, Zhang sighed helplessly. "I guess I have no choice. Considering the King of Brilliance, I have no choice but to give up to avoid future troubles." Hearing this, Yip Wision's expression finally relaxed a bit, and Wai Soyin seemed somewhat disappointed. Getting in so quickly, it seems this guy only has this much capability. However, just as she was about to say something, Zhang's figure flashed, and then he fiercely punched Yip Wision in the face. Although this punch didn't contain internal energy, being suddenly attacked made Yip Wision both shocked and angry. He roared at Zhang, "You bastard, what the hell?" However, as soon as his voice fell, he saw Zhang reveal a wicked expression. "You spoke." At this moment, Yip Wision was still in a daze, until Zhang's next sentence instantly made his expression incredibly stiff. "Didn't your master just say that if you speak again, you'll be executed on the spot?" Yip Wision couldn't believe it. This kid's punch just now was to force me to speak? Even Wai Soyin didn't expect this. Just then, Zhang slowly turned his head towards Wai Soyin. Although he was smiling, that smile was clearly full of malice. "I wonder if what your lord said just now still counts." Looking at this scene, Wai Soyin's expression was completely different from before. She gasped, "Killing with a borrowed knife. He wants to use my hand to kill Yip Wision to avoid the wrath of the King of Brilliance. How shameless." At the same time, Zhang's voice sounded again. "It's truly regrettable. I originally just wanted to hit you once and let you go, but now it seems you must die." Hearing Zhang's words instantly panicked Yip Wision. He hurriedly looked at Wai Soyin. "My lady, if you really kill me, master will definitely." Before he could finish his words, Zhang mocked. "How disgraceful." Hearing this, Yip Wision looked up fiercely at Zhang. But Zhang continued, "You actually want to use your master to force your own lord to go back on her word. You'd better not tarnish your lord's reputation and die peacefully." Yip Wision gritted his teeth, furiously looking at Zhang. At this moment, he wished he could tear this kid to pieces on the spot, but he knew that the more anger he showed now, the less Wai Soyin would pity him, so he could only shut his mouth. Just then, Wai Soyin's lips curled up and she burst out laughing, while the two remained silent on the side. She had initially thought Zhang was merely a profit-seeking person, but the other party had come up with such a bold plan in such a short time. It seemed his mind was also extraordinary, compared to talents outstanding in martial arts. Intelligent talents were even rarer, so she immediately made up her mind to definitely bring Zhang under her command. She smiled faintly at Zhang. "Then have you ever thought that if I kill you now, I can hide everything that happened here?" Zhang thought for a moment. He was not afraid at all. He revealed a daring smile. "Then try and do it." Zhang's actions made Wai Soyin even more satisfied. "You really are to my liking." She no longer made things difficult for him. She took out an item from her clothes and then threw it to Zhang. Yip Wision was also completely bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at the token in Zhang's hand. It was a token, engraved with the 6 large characters, Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang was full of doubt. "Why are you giving me this?" Wai Soyin explained to him. "Holding this token means that no matter what request you make, I will agree to it once. Consider it compensation for Yip Wision's life." Zhang instantly understood. She's quite clever. She hadn't fallen into the trap, he said. So he slowly put the token into his clothes. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Wai Soyin shook her head. You don't need to thank me. Just consider it an investment in you. Zhang was somewhat puzzled by this. Wai Soyin no longer hesitated and spoke frankly. Preparatory branch leader, join me. Perhaps you've already guessed. I intend to become the next association master of the Heaven and Earth Association. Then I must recruit talents widely. So join my command. For a talent like you, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. However, Zhang decisively refused the invitation. I'm sorry, but I must refuse the offer. I'm not fond of conflict. Wai Soyin raised her eyebrows lightly. She thought Zhang was looking down on her. It seems you're unwilling to ally with me, the weakest one. However, Wai Soyin was full of confidence in herself. Too bad. Your seniors already have more than enough talent. Even if you go elsewhere, no one will value you as much as I do. And eventually, the moment of decision will come. Do you think the choice you make then will be your opportunity? Zhang immediately answered, it will be, which made Wai Soyin speechless. I believe opportunities are never too late. It will be, if I'm still someone worth desiring by then. Hearing this, Wai Soyin couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Zhang's last sentence kept echoing in her mind. This youth before her was truly different. There wasn't a trace of falsehood in his eyes. Finally, Wai Soyin sighed. This is the first time I failed to recruit a subordinate. With that, she turned and walked towards the interior of the library pavilion without looking back. You're full of confidence. Then let's see if things go the way you say. Then she smiled softly. I'll be looking forward to it. Zhang cupped his hands slightly. I'll live up to your expectations. Moments later, after both of them left, Blue Spirit said that she was very dissatisfied with Zhang's decision. Why didn't you do as I instructed? Whether you meant it or not, you should have pretended to bow to that woman. You think opportunities like this come easily. Zhang didn't answer this, because he knew Blue Spirit was feeling regretful. Regretful of losing an opportunity to obtain a body identical to hers. That's the body of the Lord's disciple. Having it would make accelerating the plan much easier. Zhang continued looking at the manuals and softly apologized. There's no absolute certainty of success yet, so I can't take risks for this. Li Jieyum had previously told him that the most powerful successor within the Heaven and Earth Association today was the eldest disciple, Na Yiol Yang, who has support from 40% of the factions to become the next association master. And Zhang's main goal was revenge. So if he became wise and subordinate now, he would make enemies with other successors in the Heaven and Earth Association. Why should he look for trouble? Hearing Zhang's words, Blue Spirit could only snort coldly. In the following time, Zhang continued to browse through the manuals. However, after reading through most of the manuals in the vault, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. A strange aura was emanating from a corner on the first floor. It was a room with a red line drawn on it because his attention had been focused on the manuals before. Zhang hadn't paid too much attention to this room, but now, observing carefully, he found that this room was constantly emitting death chi. At the same time, Blue Spirit also noticed the unusual nature of this room. Combined with Yang Yuan's earlier reminder, Zhang immediately became curious about this room, so he decisively walked to the room's entrance. The room wasn't very large, but inside there was only one table on which a wooden box was placed, and that dense death chi was emanating from a crack on this box. This made Zhang even more curious, so he turned to look in Yang Yuan's direction. At this moment, he was distressed over those manuals that had been cut in half. It seems he wouldn't have time to pay attention to this side. Zhang, unhesitatingly, stepped over the red line and walked into the room. Just as he stepped into the room, a voice sounded in his mind. Zhang. Hearing this voice, Zhang's expression instantly froze. That was grandfather's voice. Help, grandfather. It's too suffocating here. Confirming that it was indeed grandfather's voice, Zhang began to wonder what on earth is going on. Why is grandfather's voice coming from that box? Just as he was feeling extremely puzzled, Blue Spirit's shout came from his ear. Mortal, wake up. What's wrong with you? He immediately asked Blue Spirit if she could see it. See what? Hearing Blue Spirit's answer, Zhang suddenly understood. It seemed he was hallucinating, but how could he be confused by mere hallucinations? It just made him very unhappy that the other party was using his grandfather's voice to confuse him. And seeing Zhang not being deluded, a terrifying death, she suddenly erupted from the wooden box. At the same time, a roar was heard. Damn cursed spirit like you, daring to interfere with me. These words directly made Blue Spirit jump in anger. She had been a vengeful spirit for so long, and this was the first time she had been insulted like this. So she was immediately about to rush out and teach the other party a lesson. However, just then, another voice came from the wooden box. Human, open the box. Hearing this, Zhang did not react. The voice continued. Then I, who command the forces of death, will grant you any wish you desire. Hearing this, Zhang just chuckled lightly. Now you're just blatantly peddling nonsense. Blue Spirit also let out a mocking laugh. You can't even save yourself, yet talking about granting wishes. At this moment, looking at the wooden box emitting dense death chi, Blue Spirit quickly understood what it was. It seems some kind of evil spirit must be sealed inside. Since the wooden box is old, cracks must have let the voice leak out. And indeed, as Blue Spirit said, however, there were no talismans or sealing items on the box. So what method was used to seal the other party in this box? Just as she was feeling puzzled, a roar came from the box. Damn it! This lord thought he was lucky to meet someone who could hear his voice, but didn't expect it to be a Taoist monk carrying a stray spirit. If you must call it something, think of me as a wandering spirit handler. Hearing Zhang's words, a puzzled voice came from the box. Wandering spirit handler, you must be the same type as that salmon guy who came last time, right? Zhang wondered who the person the other was talking about was. You don't know salmon? Literally means crab-eyed, a strange being born from the womb of humans. It is said that he symbolized misfortune from birth, so they are usually killed right after birth. Hearing this, Zhang sorted out his thoughts. It seemed that the three-eyed shaman had sealed the other party in the box. A sigh came from the wooden box again. Anyway, since that guy appeared, no one has been able to perceive my existence anymore, as if I never existed at all. Hearing this, Blue Spirit strongly denied it. How is that possible? Even if time passes and human magic becomes stronger, eliminating existence is a matter against heavenly principles. To this, a mocking sound came from the wooden box. Unexpectedly, a small stray ghost knows so much. This angered Blue Spirit so much that even the puppet sealing her showed cracks, seeming as if it would break free at any moment and destroy the wooden box. Fortunately, Zhang spoke up in time to dissuade her. Just bear with it for a moment, because I have a good idea. Hearing this, Blue Spirit immediately understood. I see. You, kid, really have a knack for refining familiar spirit, but it's better to weaken his death chi first. Zhang also had this intention, so he raised his hand, preparing to absorb it. Seeing Zhang's action, the voice from the wooden box sounded again. Human, don't think I'm easy to deal with just because I'm trapped here. I am the master of the forces of death. Don't you want to see your grandfather again? Hearing the other's voice, Zhang's eyes became even sharper than before. The other party was repeatedly using his grandfather to delude him. This made him very angry, so he didn't hesitate at all, raising his hand and reaching straight for the wooden box. Since you're so powerful, why not share some of your power with me? Saying this, he silently chanted the devouring ritual. Following this death chi began to flow from the crack into Zhang's palm. A vast death chi continuously poured out from that crack, and upon sensing this change, a terrified voice came from the wooden box. Human, stop. However, it was all too late, and what surprised Zhang was that this vast death chi was even more abundant than he had imagined. Just absorbing it for a moment was equivalent to the death chi of 50 people. For Zhang, this replenished a lot of death chi, and as the death chi inside the wooden box was continuously absorbed, that voice also became weaker and weaker, but it still kept shouting, stop. This made Zhang start to wonder who exactly was this entity to possess such profound death chi, and it vaguely gave him an uneasy feeling. Soon, the death chi inside the wooden box was almost completely absorbed. Just then, Blue Spirit told Zhang to stop absorbing. This amount is enough. You can now proceed to refine it into a familiar spirit. Zhang agreed, and immediately formed a sword seal with his hand. He then reached for the crack in the box. He tried to use sword chi to split this wooden box. The surrounding air rippled under the impetus of the sword chi. However, the moment the sword chi touched the wooden box, an unknown force repelled Zhang's body 5 steps away. Zhang was greatly alarmed. He had clearly absorbed all the death chi from the crack. What on earth was going on? But even Blue Spirit didn't understand what had happened. Just then, the wooden box made a crisp sound. That crack actually began to shatter on its own. Seeing this, both of them felt something was wrong, but it seemed too late. In an instant, the space fell silent. The room, originally enveloped by death chi, now faintly emanated wisps of white energy. This white energy gradually permeated the entire room, surrounding Zhang, who is currently at loss, and even Blue Spirit, who was puzzled. At the same time, an excited voice came from within the wooden box. You are a human who knows how to control death chi. To be able to destroy this box made from sacred spirit wood with death chi. I didn't think a human could possess such power. Truly, you're very lucky. At this moment, Zhang knew he had been deceived. It seemed the thing inside the wooden box had deliberately pretended to be subdued, then used his hand to break the seal. As the voice fell, the wooden box quickly disintegrated along the cracks. Finally, with a bang, turning into fragments scattered on the ground, and as the wooden box shattered, an old scroll shot out from within. It floated in midair and slowly unfurled. The scroll depicted a landscape painting. Majestic mountain peaks were shrouded in dense fog, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang's eyes. However, the only thing that made him feel displeased was that on the mountain peak in the center of the scroll sat a white-haired old man, eyes closed in meditation. In the moment he saw the figure clearly, a terrifying energy erupted from within the scroll, and the white-haired old man in the scroll opened his eyes, then actually stepped out of the painting, treading on the mist. Zhang felt a chill down his spine for the first time, because an astonishing death chi emanated from that white-haired old man, as if formed by the convergence of countless death auras. Impossible. How? How could this be? Blue Spirit muttered in a surprised tone. She had been a vengeful spirit for so long, and had never shown fear or wavered before any monster or ghost. However, at this moment, she had only one thought. Mortal, he is an opponent you cannot possibly defeat. Blue Spirit's tone was different from usual, exceptionally tense, even stiff. This is a spirit beast level monster. Hearing the words spirit beast, Zhang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because spirit beasts, in the otherworldly system, apart from mythical divine beasts, were existences known as legends. There is such a record in the classic of mountains and seas. There are many monsters in the world invisible to humans. Some of these monsters are not only untouchable by humans, but also unapproachable by other monsters. They have existed since ancient times, and these monsters are all called spirit beasts. At this moment, Zhang looked at the white-haired old man with a strange glint in his eyes. At the same time, the white-haired old man casually brushed his hair. Are you trembling? Actually, for Zhang, death didn't have any special meaning, so he wouldn't feel fear. But the tension brought by the obvious power gap was unavoidable. Standing before such an existence, Zhang felt as if his skin was being burned by raging flames, making it difficult to look up. It could be said that even Blue Spirit wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of such an existence. Truly a world beyond the world. It is a catastrophe beyond comprehension. At this moment, looking at the insignificant human before him, the white-haired old man snorted contemptuously. Then, with a light tap of his finger, a terrifying force swept through Zhang's entire body. At this moment, he clearly felt the gap in strength between them. The white-haired old man felt disappointed. I meant to crush you to death. Zhang looked up. I didn't expect you to still be so powerful after being sealed for so long. The white-haired old man looked disdainful. Although I have become extremely weak after being sealed for 1,000 years, it's not for a worm like you to comment. Zhang frowned slightly. Indeed, from the immeasurable death chi emanating from the other party, it could be seen that in the other's eyes, he was indeed just a worm. If this is his weakened state, then how strong would he be at full power? Just then, the white-haired old man raised a single finger again. Originally, I wanted to tear you to shreds, but you are indeed very special. Saying this, the two puppets in Zhang's clothes actually flew towards the old man on their own. One of the puppets let out a cry for help. Sealed inside was Gusoha, and the other puppet began to shatter inch by inch. Blue Spirit leaped out from it. At this critical moment, she quickly grabbed the puppet sealing Gusoha and flew forward. However, this action was not taken seriously by the white-haired old man. He chuckled lightly. A mere stray spirit, you really have some tricks. I was just hungry. This should at least satisfy my appetite. Saying this, he took a deep breath, and the surrounding death chi began to frantically pour into his belly. At the same time, Blue Spirit's entire body seemed to be bound, and red mist continuously floated out from her, finally all being absorbed into the white-haired old man's mouth. Although Blue Spirit couldn't feel physical pain, at this moment, for some reason, she let out a painful groan. And as the spiritual power from her body was continuously absorbed, the white-haired old man became increasingly excited. This lord is the master of death, of being born from gathered delusions and resentment. Offer your spiritual power to your master. Seeing this, Zhang felt a deep sense of foreboding. His figure moved, attempting to launch a surprise attack, thrusting a sword chi towards the white-haired old man's glabella. But the white-haired old man didn't even deign to look. He casually raised his hand, and instantly, Zhang felt a swooping force. His entire body crashed through the cave roof, nearly half a foot deep. Although he had protected his body with death chi, he was still severely injured. He spat out blood, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, a strange glint flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. What a strange human. I can't see a trace of fear in his eyes. So he raised his hand again, and Zhang's body was like a cannonball, being played by the white-haired old man, crashing back and forth inside the cave. But even so, Zhang didn't make any sound of pain. Just then, Yusoha roared, "Let go of my master," and rushed out of the puppet towards the white-haired old man. At the same time, chains formed by spiritual chi instantly wrapped around the white-haired old man's body. Unfortunately, in just an instant, the chains wrapped around the white-haired old man turned to ash with a crack. My chains were actually destroyed so easily. Yusoha's eyes darted around frantically, but the white-haired old man's mocking voice had already reached his ears. "You're quite the tricky little spirit, but daring to offend this lord, you must pay the price." Immediately, he flicked his finger, and instantly, Gyu-soha's arms, formed by spiritual chi, exploded and disappeared. The intense pain made him let out a painful wail. Blue Spirit, having had her spiritual chi absorbed, also lay weakly on the ground. She was terrified. Even as a spirit beast, the opponent's strength made her doubt if he had really just been unsealed. And at this moment, the severely injured John struggled to get up. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. Looks like I've really provoked the wrong person this time. As the other party said, no matter how much they struggled, they were merely worms. You're laughing in this situation? How amusing. Now I want to see you trembling in fear. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. What's going on here? At this moment, Yang Mawan stood outside the room with a shocked expression. He couldn't believe the strange scene happening in the room. Who was that white-haired old man? And hearing Yang Mawan's voice, the white-haired old man slowly turned his head. So it was you. I've always wanted to devour you alive. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Saying this, he raised one hand, trying to suck Yang Mawan towards him. However, nothing happened. Yang Mawan remained standing in place, motionless. This not only made the white-haired old man extremely puzzled. What's going on? So he looked at the red line drawn at the entrance. Is it because of that red line? Damn 3 eyes. What did he do? With that, he no longer paid attention to the people in the room and walked directly towards the red line. Yang Mawan, without thinking, turned and started to flee. But in just an instant, the white-haired old man had arrived at the entrance. But just as he tried to cross the red line, a powerful force caused the space to distort, and the white-haired old man's body was heavily repelled. Just as the white-haired old man was caught off guard, John knew this was the chance. So he shouted loudly, "Get out!" and Blue Spirit and Gyu-soha, as if waiting for a long time, flew out simultaneously the moment they heard the voice. As spiritual bodies, their speed was much faster than Zhang's. So they passed through the red line without any hindrance. And Zhang, even if he used lightness skill, was still a step too slow. Noticing the anomaly, the white-haired old man gently raised his hand, and Zhang's body was once again bound to the ground. Blue Spirit and Gyu-soha were greatly alarmed upon seeing this. They wanted to turn back to rescue him, but saw Zhang repeatedly shake his head. In this situation, if they re-entered the room, they would be bound just like him. Just then, the white-haired old man had a regretful expression on his face. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. To judge the situation in an instant, Zhang didn't respond, but said softly, "This is really troublesome now." But the one who truly felt it was troublesome was the white-haired old man. After all, he hadn't expected that three-eyed fellow, who clearly didn't have an immortal's realm, would possess such power. Just then, Zhang asked the white-haired old man, "Is the previous offer still valid?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "You said if I let you out, you'd grant me any wish?" The white-haired old man smirked. "Offer? Yes, because in the end, isn't it thanks to me that you were able to get out?" Hearing this, a terrifying spiritual cheat emanated from the white-haired old man. His lips twitched. "Why would that be thanks to you? Don't make me laugh. You merely satisfied your own greed. You've been trapped for thousands of years and finally managed to escape. Can't you be a little more tolerant?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man snorted. He didn't feel anything special about Zhang's words. After all, in his eyes, the other party was just a worm. However, the only thing that made him feel interested was, why do you have no fear? Or do you think that even in this situation, you are confident you won't die? Saying this, the white-haired old man squinted and took a step closer. At the same time, with a crack, Zhang's arm was forcibly broken. But Zhang just let out a muffled groan, his face still showing no expression of pain. Zhang's mouth curled up. "Well, I can at least say it's not the second one." The white-haired old man became even more curious. "In that case, what if I tear off your entire leg?" Zhang's expression didn't change. "Tearing it off doesn't matter. But if I die, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place either, right?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man finally showed a hint of a smile. "So if I spare you, you'll let me out? You say that, but are you scared to die after all? What's so scary about that? Everyone has to die eventually." The white-haired old man was curious. "Then why are you begging me for your life?" Zhang looked at him fiercely. "Because I still have things to do. There is someone I need to kill." Upon hearing this, a strange glint flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes. "Revenge? Interesting. So, all you want is your life spared?" Zhang immediately answered, "Well, it's not like I'm in a position to ask for more." The white-haired old man smirked. "At least you know your place." So he waved his hand, and Zhang fell heavily to the ground. "After thousands of years, this lord is in a good mood. I'll make an exception and agree to your request this time." Zhang, who had fallen to the ground, grabbed his reversely bent left elbow, then with a crack, forcibly snapped his arm back to its original position. Although his face flushed slightly, he still showed no pain. Seeing this, the white-haired old man snorted, "Look at this brat." However, Zhang paid no mind, thinking it would take a while to use this arm properly again. At this moment, Zhang looked at the red line drawn at the entrance. He knew he only had one chance, even if it was just for an instant. So he began to silently chant the thought-shattering 8 techniques in his heart. But a sudden change occurred. His body once again involuntarily floated up. The white-haired old man let out a chilling laugh. Do I need to make a deal with you? I could just directly control your body by myself like this. At this moment, Zhang knew this was truly bad. He didn't trust humans, and this spirit beast before him was even more so. Moreover, because the other party had lived for too long, he hadn't revealed even the slightest flaw. Zhang felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Grandpa, am I really going to die before I can get my revenge? However, watching the worried and nervous expressions on the faces of Blue Spirit and Gusoha, Zhang felt his will to survive, which he had already abandoned, revive once again. At the same time, he questioned his own heart. Why did I just feel that I couldn't take revenge? Blue Spirit and Gusoha, they haven't given up on revenge even after death. But what about me? Is it because my hatred isn't deep enough? In the next moment, Zhang clenched his teeth and made a fist. At the same time, a massive amount of death chi gathered on his fist as he sought to thoroughly unleash the resentment deep within his heart. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man was somewhat astonished. What is this kid trying to do? Blue Spirit, on the other hand, looked startled. His chi is even more condensed than I thought. That is enhanced chi, which can only be mastered upon reaching the supreme peak realm. But what is up with that color? Subsequently, under Blue Spirit's worried gaze, Zhang, with blood-red eyes, executed the sword of Moonless Night Blast. A pitch-black full moon transformed into a sword blade, which was then continuously waved in Zhang's hand, finally stabbing straight toward the white-haired old man's waist. The white-haired old man managed to dodge the attack. However, Zhang charged at him again. Seeing this, the white-haired old man's heart filled with confusion. It is the same just now. How can a living human possess so much death chi? Immediately after, without waiting for Zhang to give an answer, the white-haired old man cried out how strange it was while gathering power in his palm. A giant claw of a ferocious beast appeared behind his back. In the next second, with a wave of the white-haired old man's large hand, the phantom of that beast claw slapped straight toward Zhang, accompanied by the white-haired old man's maniacal laughter. I want to study you properly and find the answer. In this situation, Zhang had no reason to retreat. Although there was absolutely no way to close the gap, he had to settle things with the white-haired old man. However, at this critical moment, crimson blood swept out from behind Zhang, transforming into blood hands that grabbed at the white-haired old man. Facing this sudden attack, the white-haired old man could only stop his hand movements to hastily deal with these blood hands. That mere spirit. It was only at this moment that Zhang finally saw clearly the appearance of the person who had acted. Blue Spirit, dressed in red, had stepped back into this room marked with red lines. At this time, Blue Spirit thoroughly erupted with the strength of a Blue Spirit great. The sky-filling blood turned into deadly red ribbons, frantically attacking and wrapping around the white-haired old man. Blue Spirit was using her life to buy time for Zhang to survive. Mortal, run. Seeing this scene, Zhang was slightly stunned, then turned and ran toward the door. He could not let Blue Spirit's sacrifice be in vain. But after running a few steps forward, Zhang ultimately stopped. He looked back at Blue Spirit, who was slaughtering the white-haired old man in a way constantly murmured in his heart. Even if she is my familiar, there is no need to go to this extent. Is it because she believes I will avenge her? That couldn't be it. But why then? Due to the excessive gap in strength between the two sides. Even though the white-haired old man's power was damaged and Blue Spirit tried her best, she was ultimately no match for the opponent. Grabbing Blue Spirit's neck, the white-haired old man said, I thought you were just an ordinary trash spirit, but I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. You can actually alleviate my hunger. The white-haired old man opened his mouth wide, and Blue Spirit's spiritual power was frantically devoured by him. Zhang suddenly paused, harboring doubts. He exchanged a glance with Blue Spirit, who looked back. Judging from the shape of Blue Spirit's mouth, she was urging Zhang to get out quickly. This scene made Zhang tremble in his heart. He felt he needed to do something. So in the next second, Zhang thoroughly decided not to flee, and turned to look at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was somewhat confused by this. While Zhang condensed a sharp blade of death chi at his fingertips, seeing Zhang's behavior, the white-haired old man developed a bad premonition. Sure enough, under his gaze, Zhang stabbed the blade formed of death chi into his own chest. Immediately after, mouthfuls of fresh blood sprayed from Zhang's mouth. While coughing up blood, Zhang looked at the white-haired old man with a cold smile. Old man, you will be trapped here forever. In this moment, offense and defense are reversed. The person most afraid of Zhang dying turned out to be the white-haired old man. He released the large hand, choking Blue Spirit's neck, and rushed straight toward Zhang, who was about to fall. At this time, The white-haired old man regretted it extremely. He supported Zhang's body with his hand while grabbing his hair. This madman. If he dies, it's all over. I will never get out. Unexpectedly, taking advantage of the white-haired old man's moment of distraction, Zhang reached out and grabbed his wrist. Then, Zhang, his face covered in blood, suddenly raised his head. You really are a hard one to catch. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man frowned tightly. Did this guy do that on purpose? The moment Zhang grabbed the white-haired old man's wrist, demon energy far beyond imagination was sucked into his body through the attraction spell. At this time, Zhang was like a warrior surviving a desperate situation. His eyes, looking at the white-haired old man, were full of cold sneers. This spirit beast has indeed been avoiding letting me use the attraction spell because it will keep him from properly controlling his chi. Although this gamble risked my life, I won the bet, because without me, he can never leave here. Furious, the white-haired old man grabbed Zhang with his free hand and relentlessly slammed him into the ground. The white-haired old man intended to knock the opponent unconscious to stop him from continuing to absorb demon energy. Unexpectedly, even though his head was smashed severely, the floor shattered and blood flowed uncontrollably. Zhang never lost consciousness and was even laughing extremely maniacally. Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit restrained the white-haired old man with numerous blood hands. Do not underestimate me. In the white-haired old man's cognition, reaching this extent, Zhang's body, already tattered, should have fainted. Unexpectedly, when the white-haired old man looked at Zhang, the opponent's eyes had not dimmed in the slightest. On that blood-stained, dying face, he was staring fixedly at him. In that instant, the white-haired old man even felt a chill run down his spine. I, a spirit beast, afraid of this lowly human. To feel such an emotion towards an existence like a lowly insect was something the white-haired old man absolutely could not accept. So in the next second, the somewhat emotionally out-of-control white-haired old man grabbed Zhang's hair. I've lived for thousands of years, spreading fear far and wide. How could I feel fear towards a mere human? You brought this upon yourself. As soon as these words were finished, a blurry form suddenly poured out from the white-haired old man's body, looking like the form of a soul. That form did not appear like a human's appearance before death, but was like stars, with light bursting outward, sharp and prominent. Immediately after, that thing resembling a spirit body suddenly penetrated Zhang's forehead, then seeped inside. Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit cried out, "No, that is an astral projection. This guy wants to possess the mortal, a spirit body infinitely close to a god invading a young man who is merely immortal." In Blue Spirit's cognition, this should be an easily accomplished matter. However, in the next second, a star-shaped spirit light sphere suddenly flew out from Zhang's brow center, then drilled into the white-haired old man's skull. Immediately after, a shrill, strange scream erupted from his mouth, and nervousness and fear replaced his earlier arrogance. "What exactly are you, kid?" Hearing this, Zhang was somewhat confused. "What are you talking about?" Thinking of that red door engraved with the words demonic seal, the white-haired old man covered his head, trembling all over. How could that be inside you? Zhang was completely baffled by this, and at this moment, the white-haired old man, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, suddenly underwent a mutation. His bones rapidly enlarged, hair began to grow frantically all over his body, and even a tail grew out. Under the witness of Blue Spirit and Zhang, the white-haired old man gradually turned into a giant raccoon dog, broke free from the attraction spell, and let out a furious roar. "You actually made me take on my true form. I'm going to kill you." However, at this critical moment, the white-haired old man suddenly flinched because he was very puzzled by Zhang's current behavior. That is clearly a move to suck chi over, but where is he sucking chi from? Looking in the direction of Zhang's gaze, the white-haired old man finally figured everything out. Are those fragments of the sacred spirit wood? Don't tell me he's been drawing out its death chi all this time. Realizing the bad situation, the white-haired old man wanted to act to stop Zhang's move, but everything was too late. The scroll from which the white-haired old man had once broken free was hovering in midair. In the next second, thin white threads shot out from the scroll, binding its neck, arms, and legs. At the same time, its body began to be sucked into the scroll. Seeing this, the corner of Zhang's mouth curled into a smirk. Just as I thought. I was thinking just now, since it's a rare relic capable of sealing such a powerful being, perhaps as long as I absorb the death chi, it might restart. I guessed right. At this moment, the white-haired old man roared, resisting with all his strength. "This weak seal cannot hold me." However, before it could finish speaking, Zhang and Blue Spirit appeared in front of him, leaping through the air and striking him with powerful kicks, driving him into the scroll. Subsequently, Blue Spirit and Zhang silently bid it farewell. "May we never meet again." Just like that, accompanied by a scream filled with unwillingness. The white-haired old man was immediately sucked into the scroll. Afterward, a giant raccoon dog that originally didn't exist appeared at the bottom of a certain cliff. Its roaring posture was depicted vividly, as if lifelike. The landscape painting scroll, having completed its mission, closed with a crash, then fell into the recovering sacred spirit wood box. Afterward, the sacred spirit wood box covered in cracks was placed on the altar by some force. The cracks on its surface gradually disappeared, restoring it to its original state as if nothing had happened. Only at this moment did Zhang finally relax. He wiped the blood stains from his chin with his hand, revealing a light smile on his face covered in blood and filth. While uttering a sigh, I was starting to feel a little sick there. Moments later, lying on the ground, Blue Spirit, surviving the catastrophe, looked relieved. Thank goodness the seal reactivated. Luck was on our side. But just then, Blue Spirit noticed that Zhang's skin was starting to crack. Watching this scene, Blue Spirit could not suppress her excitement. Is that metamorphosis? After martial artists awaken at peak level and break through the wall, their two governing vessels over yin and yang will become unlocked. In this way, they can control immense chi that is completely incomparable to before. In order for this to take place, the body will rapidly rebuild, and this process is known as metamorphosis. Originally, this situation would only appear when reaching the evolutionary realm. Blue Spirit looked at Zhang and murmured in a low voice. It isn't that this mortal broke through the wall, but his body evolved automatically in order to absorb the spirit beast's demon energy. How strange. He's so different from the others. Perhaps I am witnessing the birth of a completely different type of martial master. As time passed little by little, when all the dead skin peeled off, Zhang remained kneeling, skin fragments falling one after another. His whole body felt lighter than ever before, and the aura within his body was not only full, but had exceeded the limit. At the same time, the pain from Zhang's wound disappeared, and even the broken bones seemed to have fully healed, moving without hindrance. Zhang had originally prepared himself for the possibility of dying this time, but fortunately, contrary to his resolve, a fortuitous encounter befell him, making him even stronger. At this moment, Zhang suddenly remembered the conversation with Cho Yugong earlier. Have you heard that no one has ever controlled a spirit beast as a familiar? Yes, that's what I was told. Although I don't know who you heard it from, it is not completely impossible. Moreover, as far as I know, 2 people have done it. Hearing this, Zhang's eyes widened in shock. I didn't believe it at first either, but they truly exist. Shamans who took spirit beasts as familiar and earned the title of gods. Don't bother about them though. They're beyond this world, and one of them was originally a spirit. Anyway, you just need to know such existences exist. Recalling these, Zhang looked at his own palm. I still have ways to go, but just then, Blue Spirit called out to him, mortal. Zhang hurriedly turned to look at Blue Spirit, only to find that her condition was dire. Her spirit body was becoming more and more transparent. Seeing Zhang walk to her side, Blue Spirit spoke with difficulty, whispering as if leaving her last words. Metamorphosis? How interesting. Although you don't look like you've changed much, maybe you really can reach the evolutionary realm in just 2 years. Zhang bent down. You've lost a lot of spiritual chi. The dissipating Blue Spirit retorted grumpily. Because I was trying to save you, but I don't need your sympathy. I didn't do it expecting anything in return. At this time, Zhang asked the doubt in the bottom of his heart. Why did you help me? Blue Spirit hesitated for a moment. If you died, it would all be over. What would I do? You aren't sad because I'm dying, are you? Hearing this, Zhang's expression froze. You're dying? That's right. There's no hope for me. No need to be sad. Although with your personality, even if a familiar dies, you probably won't be sad. So I only beg you to promise me one thing. You get revenge, no matter what. After finishing this sentence, Blue Spirit's eyes slowly closed. Perhaps due to regret, a glittering tear overflowed from her eye socket. But just then, Zhang grabbed Blue Spirit's hand, and a majestic aura rapidly entered her body. Let's talk about that after you recover. That was the demon energy Zhang had seized from the raccoon dog spirit beast. As the demon energy poured in, Blue Spirit's pupils trembled violently. He is sharing the remaining demon energy with me. And not only is the quantity large, the purity is also very high. I'm quickly recovering. This will rank me up into an indigo spirit. Sure enough, in the next second, the cold energy around Blue Spirit spread out like a tide. With the further improvement of her rank, the spiritual energy emitted from the spirit body even had a huge impact on the physical world. Blue Spirit couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. How is this happening? Zhang replied, it seems I wasn't the only lucky one today. Then thought to himself, it is recorded in the Indian school's books that an indigo spirit is powerful enough to manifest their powers into reality, transcending illusions. It is an existence close to a calamity, comparable to high-level spirits like demon beasts. I guess you could call this fate. Blue Spirit, having advanced in rank, felt her own power. But just then, while Blue Spirit was dazed, Zhang suddenly spoke, snapping her out of it. Alright, now tell me, what did you want me to promise you? Revenge? Facing Zhang's teasing, Blue Spirit subconsciously lowered her head to avoid looking at it. But the action of lightly biting her clothes showed that her heart was not calm. Seeing this, Zhang chuckled lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Blue Spirit, your rank seems to be higher. Should I call you Indigo Spirit now? Just keep me calling Blue Spirit. You like that name? Blue Spirit snorted disdainfully. Stop making fun of me. Unexpectedly, just then, a weak and helpless voice came over. Master. Hearing this voice, Blue Spirit and Zhang looked toward the door. Gyu Soha, whose arms had disappeared, was calling out there with tears in his eyes. Seeing Gyu Soha like this, Blue Spirit asked, Mortal, do you have any extra demon energy? Hearing this, Gyu Soha's face lit up. A moment later, at the entrance of the Corpse Blood Valley's secret vault, Zhang was about to pass through the array. The manager Yang Maiwan said repeatedly, I'll be waiting, make sure to come back for me. Blue Spirit, floating in midair, remarked, look how happy this guy is. Zhang nodded gently. Of course, Soha also improved his rank and incidentally obtained a physical body. It turned out that Gyu Soha had possessed Yang Maiwan. Gyu Soha was originally a green spirit, close to a blue spirit. After Zhang injected high-purity demon energy, his rank rose immediately. Afterward, he subdued Yang Maiwan, who tried to activate a trap in the vault. Gyu Soha took the opportunity to invade Yang Maiwan's body and successfully possessed him. Just like that, Gyu Soha not only obtained a physical body, but also advanced from green spirit to blue spirit. Watching his flamboyant and cheap appearance, Blue Spirit, with a speechless face, called out how disgusting. While Zhang chuckled lightly, if nothing else, Gyu Soha is perhaps so happy because he can read many secret manuals here. After all, he was also a martial artist in his lifetime. Subsequently, Zhang took Blue Spirit and left. Gyu Soha, holding a pile of secret manuals in his arms, passed by the room marked with red lines. Intense curiosity made him unable to resist poking his head inside, simultaneously exclaiming, amazing, the box really restored itself. Does it actually contain the power of immortals? Previously, regarding how to deal with this wooden box sealing the spirit beast raccoon dog, Zhang thought for a long time and finally decided to leave it here for now. Hearing this, Gyu Soha was somewhat puzzled. You're not going to consume it. Zhang touched his abdomen. Yes, I think I'd get a stomachache if I tried to do that now. Hearing this, Gyu Soha didn't know what to say. Zhang then instructed, anyway, it's probably best we leave it alone. If anyone comes here or looks for this thing, let me know. Regarding this decision, Gyu Soha couldn't understand it no matter what. Although the master said so, why must such a dangerous thing be left here? In that existence with 3 eyes mentioned by the spirit beast, will he appear again? After struggling for a while, Gyu Soha simply stopped caring. Whatever, I'm sure things will be fine. Meanwhile, outside the Corpse Blood Valley secret vault, the high-ranking warrior Kwok Mungi was waiting impatiently. His heart was full of distress. Why hasn't he come out yet? Although that person said he would come out later, this is actually too late. Did something happen? Unexpectedly, just as Kwok Mungi hesitated whether to go check, Zhang appeared behind him, startling him. Zhang smiled at him. Did I make you wait long? Kwok Mungi, with a shocked face, although saying no with his mouth, was actually full of shock in his heart. What exactly is going on? Before this guy entered the secret vault, the chi he emitted was clearly only that of a first-rate martial artist. But now I can't feel anything instead. Moreover, his presence and chi are both so faint despite going right past me. What enlightenment did this kid gain inside? Watching Zhang's back walking ahead, Kwok Mungi had a thought. There's no telling how this final trial will end. Late at night, in the courtyard of a huge manor in the southwest of the city, a middle-aged man arrived. This person's arm sleeves were empty, revealing 2 muscular arms wearing strangely shaped iron rings. This middle-aged man was one of the 5 kings, the Thunderfist King, Byung-hak I. Just as he was complaining about how ominous the place always felt, no matter how many times he came here, a cough suddenly sounded behind him. You're here. I believe it was at the competition 2 months ago that I last saw you. Byung-hak I turned around as if he had expected him. It has been a while. I see you're still wearing that mask made of human flesh. You should know that I always do. Yeah, I'm aware. Saying this, Byung-hak I thought to himself, the dark sect specializes in intelligence and record-keeping. Because of that, only the association master knows the dark sect leader's true face and gender. I know that, but it still feels uncomfortable. Just then, the dark sect leader asked, so, what brings you here? Byung-hak I placed the jar of wine in his hand on the table. Before that, this is Scholar's Red. Please accept it. You should know that's similar to Daughter's Red. Scholar's Red is a legendary type of Chinese rice wine. The dark sect leader glanced at the Scholar's Red. What is the meaning of this? It's a bribe. Regarding the Corpse Blood Valley trial, I have to ask you a presumptuous favor. Hearing this, The dark sect leader guessed Byung-hak-won's intention. Do you want me to let you have a disciple? Byung-hak-won never expected the dark sect leader to guess his purpose immediately. The dark sect leader covered his face and frowned. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I have my own reasons. Hearing this, Byung-hak-won's expression froze. However, the dark sect leader's subsequent words took a turn. He glanced at the scholar's red on the table. But since you gave me such a rare wine, I feel embarrassed to refuse you just like that. So as long as the person we have our eyes on isn't the same one, I'll help you out. Hearing this, Byung-hak-won frowned. Does this guy want me to speak first? Well, it can't be helped. After all, I'm the one asking for a favor. So in the next second, Byung-hak-won stated his target. I intend to choose the child from the big young sect. To learn Byung-hak-won's unique skill, one must possess a strong body, because his unique martial art has moves that are very difficult to master. Byung-hak-won's previous disciple accidentally became crippled while practicing it. Hearing Byung-hak-won's words, the dark sect leader clapped his hands like a woman. That is truly wonderful. I plan to choose a girl. Byung-hak-won looked thoughtful upon hearing this. A girl? Could it be the one from the Manhwa house? The dark sect leader covered his mouth and nodded. Yes, that's right. That's a relief. We don't want the same person. Thank you for agreeing to my presumptuous request. The dark sect leader said you are welcome with his neutral voice. And Byung-hak-won remembered the intelligence he received earlier. This guy indeed wants to choose the child from Manhwa house. That is truly a pity. The Sound Valley master, that woman, also said she had her eyes on the child from Manhwa house. Dark sect leader, I'm afraid you're gonna have to go through some trouble. Subsequently, the gloating Byung-hak-won bid farewell. Meanwhile, Imo Harang suddenly felt her right ear itch. Why do I get the sense that someone was talking about me? Seeing this, Zhang asked, did you sense something? Hearing this, Imo Harang was startled. No, it's nothing. By the way, why did you want to see me? Deep in the night, a solitary summons. This made it hard for Imo Harang, as a girl, not to think too much. At this moment, Zhang, sitting opposite her, replied, it's nothing serious. I just wanted you to see if you'd be my partner. As soon as this was said, Imo Harang immediately misunderstood. Startled, she covered her chest with both hands. A feeling of unease instantly flooded her mind. Calling me over secretly at night and asking me to be her partner. He indeed has bad intentions. Unexpectedly, Zhang chuckled lightly. Would you be my sparring partner? Hearing the word sparring, Imo Harang's body instantly stiffened. Zhang immediately stated his reason. To prepare for tomorrow's trial, I want to warm up first. At this moment, Imo Harang was extremely embarrassed. Massive amounts of white steam rose from her head. So that's what this is about. Well, there's no way this guy sees me as a woman. After feeling embarrassed for a while, Imo Harang quickly tidied up her mood. Then she looked straight at Zhang and thought to herself. However, although sparring is somewhat unexpected, I've been wanting to get even. Before, I was focused on trying to restrain him. But if I go for the kill, it's a different story. Imo Harang had already begun planning at this moment. If I can get him to let his guard down and look for an opening. But just then, Zhang spoke up, startling her. You look quite motivated. However, just as Imo Harang didn't know what to say, Zhang, who stood up, smiled faintly and said, try your best to kill me. If you manage to overpower me, I'll give you an antidote to the poison. As soon as this was said, Imo Harang's expression became completely different. Indeed, a tangible bet is more tempting. She stared fixedly at Zhang. Do you really mean that? Zhang held up a finger. Yes, I promise. If you overpower me. Unexpectedly, before Zhang could finish speaking, with a swish sound, a small dagger-like short knife ejected from one of the sleeves of Imo Harang's arms. She wanted to take the initiative and decide the outcome before Zhang noticed. The origin of Imo Harang's martial arts was assassination. So compared to engaging the opponent openly, disrupting the opponent's rhythm was the key. However, in the next second, Imo Harang's expression suddenly froze. Clearly, she attacked first, but unbeknownst when, Zhang's sword art finger was already pressed against her neck. Imo Harang, who thought she had the advantage in speed, looked blank. Not only did she not see the opponent's movement clearly, but even her consciousness hadn't caught it before the fingertip touched her. Immediately after, realizing the bad situation, Imo Harang hurriedly covered her neck and retreated. Seeing this, Zhang did not continue to attack. Instead, he licked his finger with his tongue and said, too slow. The reason Zhang sparred with Imo Harang was to verify his current strength. After all, although numerous fortuitous encounters overlapped to make him step into the Supreme Peak realm, he still couldn't fully judge exactly what level he had reached. However, seeing Imo Harang's current appearance, Zhang felt very satisfied in his heart. But just then, Blue Spirit's voice rang in Zhang's ear. Don't get arrogant, mortal. You may not be an amateur anymore, but there is a huge difference between someone at the early Supreme Peak and one at the true Supreme Peak. Of course, Zhang had no thought of relaxing at all. After all, the object of revenge might be a peerless master who has reached the peak of Supreme Peak realm, approaching the evolutionary realm. Therefore, the current level was still unsatisfactory. However, besides this, another emotion spontaneously arose in Zhang's heart. He once thought martial arts and swordsmanship were merely tools for revenge. But after reaching a higher realm, Zhang actually developed an interest in these martial arts. He wanted to continue to experience deeply to see how strong he could become. Unlike Zhang's excitement, Imo Harang fell into deep self-doubt. A few days ago, our strength was almost the same. But now he makes me feel that not only is he strong, but there is even a high wall lying between us. Looking at Zhang Head, Imo Harang couldn't help but thought to herself, he's a monster that almost makes me feel awe. At noon the next day, the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley opened. At this moment, the master of Corpse Blood Valley, Li Jieyum, narrowed his eyes. As an unexpected figure appeared. Is that the Dark Sect leader? Although it's different from the appearance I saw before, it is indeed the Dark Sect leader. But why would the Dark Sect leader come here? This guy has never attended the final trial ceremony before. Unexpectedly, just then, the sound of a zither string plucking the eardrum rang out. Several warriors wearing red leather belts around their waists couldn't help but cover their ears. As the zither's sound was painfully piercing, Bang Hakwon, sitting on the chair, couldn't help but say, "Here we go again." Beside him, the Dark Sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, the master of Corpse Blood Valley turned to look at the source of the zither sound. Sound Valley Master Hang Yeorang also came. Unlike the Dark Sect leader, Li Jieyum knew Hang Yeorang very well. There are some people in the martial world who possess unique martial arts. One of them is sound arts, and among the Central Plains martial world, people who can truly master sound arts are few and far between, and Sound Valley Master Hang Yeorang is exactly one of them. As Hang Yeorang continued to pluck the pipa strings with her fingers, the fluctuations spreading through sound waves became stronger. People with slightly weaker internal energy were already wailing in pain. Seeing this, Li Jieyum was speechless, so she still has that wicked hobby of hers. Hang Yeorang was always like this, suddenly blending sound chi into the pipa string sound, putting the people around in a dilemma. Even the good-tempered vice master of the association gave her a warning, but she never listened. Seeing that Hang Yeorang planned to play another tune to liven things up for everyone, the helpless Li Jieyum had to grasp the sword hilt with his hand. I guess I have no choice, since it has come to this. It seems even if having an unpleasant fallout with her, I can only respond forcefully. However, just as Li Jieyum was about to act, a rough voice suddenly rang out. "That's enough, Sound Valley Master Hang." Hearing this, Hang Yeorang turned to look. The person standing there was none other than the King of Brilliance. At this moment, King of Brilliance Sun Yun carried a large blade on his back, staring ferociously at Hang Yeorang. Seeing this, Sound Valley Master Hang Yeorang stopped plucking the pipa and said, "I see her here as well. King of Brilliance, am I not allowed to be here?" Hang Yeorang answered somewhat nervously, "Of course you are." Immediately after, King of Brilliance Sun Yun sat down on the VIP seat with a plop, simultaneously reprimanding Hang Yeorang. "Then stop messing around. Take a seat. Because of you, the Corpse Blood Valley Master can't proceed with the final trial." Hearing this, Hang Yeorang clicked her tongue but eventually sat down. Seeing this scene, Li Jieyum thought to himself, if asked who Sound Valley Master feared most in the Heaven and Earth Association, it would definitely be the King of Brilliance. Previously, Hang Yeorang and Sun Yun had an unpleasant incident. At that time, he almost cut off her head. Therefore, for Hang Yeorang, Sun Yun is like her great adversary. But at this moment, the one thing he found strange was that the King of Brilliance clearly already had many outstanding disciples. Li Jieyum remembered he wasn't interested in the Corpse Blood Valley trial. At this time, a young man below noticed the people in the VIP seats and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look over there." Not only did 2 of the 5 kings came, but even the Dark Sect leader and Sound Valley Master are here. Who do you think they're here for? Just then, Li Jieyum approached Sun Yun and greeted him. "It's an honor to have you here, King of Brilliance. Long time no see, Corpse Blood Valley Master." Li Jieyum chuckled lightly. "I didn't expect you would come to see the final trial. I have my reasons." Hearing the word reason, Li Jieyum felt very confused. And what would it be? Sun Yun didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the 6 people standing in the square. In the next second, Sun Yun's face was instantly ecstatic. "So it's true. I thought he would have died after entering Corpse Blood Valley. I didn't expect he actually survived." Not long ago, when hearing that his disciple was beaten up by someone, the furious Sun Yun slammed the table. Opposite him, Yi Puizian hurriedly explained, "If I hadn't been careless, I definitely could have won." Subsequently, Sun Yun looked straight at Yi Puizian. "I'm not talking about that. Tell me his name." Yi Puizian answered honestly, "It's Mak Jieyum." Hearing this name, Sun Yun recalled Zhang dancing with the sword under the moon. "I thought even if that kid learned the lunar vein sword art, it would be hard for him to survive in the Corpse Blood Valley." I even regretted that the lunar vein inheritance would end with his death, but it seems the heavens bestowed fortune upon him. Immediately after, Sun Yun asked Yi Puizian, "But how did you two end up fighting?" About that, I didn't know that guy was in meditative consciousness, and I tried to touch him. However, before Yi Puizian could finish speaking, Sun Yun knew his own disciple's intention. Known for his resolute decisiveness, he punched Yi Puizian on the head. Yi Puizian begged for mercy loudly, but how could Sun Yun stop? This beating was inevitable. Back to the present, Sun Yun thought to himself, the guy I thought was already dead not only survived, but even made it to the final trial. As I thought, something is different about him. If he shows potential far beyond my expectations, even if criticized by other cadres, I will take this orthodox kid as my disciple. Besides this, King of Brilliance Sun Yun also noticed Mak Yuchin's figure. That child actually survived too. He has natural martial talent, so I guessed he would survive. But I didn't expect he would reach the final trial. And perhaps having experienced many tribulations, his eyes have also become sharp. Thinking this, the corner of Sun Yun's mouth raised in an arc. I knew coming here would be good. I can't wait for the results of this final trial. A moment later, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiam spoke up. Since all observers have arrived, the final trial will now officially begin. Immediately, warriors wearing red belt carried over a huge wooden board. Seeing this, the students' gazes became sharp. Is that a match bracket? Just as everyone vaguely knew the assessment method of the final trial, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiam shouted loudly. As you all may have noticed, the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley is a martial arts tournament. You have all proven yourselves through various tests to reach this stage. And the purpose of this last trial is for you to show your potential to our esteemed spectators. Furthermore, if you end up victorious, you will be given the right to choose a cadre. As soon as this was said, the surrounding students began discussing among themselves. That is to say, the first place can become a disciple of the 5 kings or sect masters, or can become their subordinate. Yes, that sounds like right. That's incredible. Subsequently, Li Jiam ignored the noise below and looked at the remaining 6 people. Best of luck to you all. Hearing this, the strong man from Bikyung's sect muttered to himself. So that's how it is. Mujanjiak chuckled lightly. Interesting. Yongjia, possessed by the demon monk, and Mo Herring from Moa House, did not speak. Mak Yechin glanced at Zhang. I don't need any right to choose, as long as I can stop you. Meanwhile, Zhang looked at the VIP seats and thought to himself, he's not there. I thought I would be able to hear about Phantom Sword from the Venom King Bexa. Do I have to change my plans? Zhang originally intended to use the reward of obtaining first place 3 times to select one of the 2 5 kings among the 8 stars. But now there was no way. Next, looking at the bracket on the huge wooden board, Zhang muttered, so boring. At this moment, Mak Yechin noticed the anomaly because the numbers are off. If conducting duels, 8 people would be ideal. But with only 6 people, there inevitably would be 2 candidates winning by default and directly entering the championship. At this time, high-ranking warrior Kwok Mungi appeared holding a wooden box with a round hole on top. Li Jiayin shouted loudly, when your name is called, step forward and draw a number. First, Mak Yechin and Yun Maiyong. Sure enough, Mak Yechin drew number 6 and won by default. The envious Yun Maiyong watched Mak Yechin turn and leave. Continuing to choose a number, he drew a round token engraved with the number 4. In the following time, Mujanjiak drew number 2. Mohoring drew number 3 and Zhang drew number 1. As for the last one, Yom Jia, possessed by the demon monk without needing to choose, successfully and luckily drew number 5, winning by default. At this moment, the bracket was settled. Looking at his opponent, Mujanjiak was somewhat helpless. How did it turn out like this? Of all things, my first match is against the opponent I think is the most difficult. However, Mujanjiak was not an ordinary person. He quickly sorted out his emotions. It doesn't matter. No matter who I'm up against, I won't lose, since I have that as an ace up my sleeve. Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, transmitted her voice to Zhang. Mortal, you seem somewhat uninterested. Zhang deeply agreed with this. At this time, Mujanjiak suddenly walked in front of Zhang. He extended his palm, smiling. Looks like we're finally up against each other. No matter who wins, let's just do our best. Unexpectedly, Zhang shook his head slightly as if troubled. That might be a bit difficult. Mujanjiak was slightly stunned upon hearing this. What? Zhang spoke seriously. If I go all out, it'd be over immediately. As soon as this was said, Mujanjiak clenched his fist in anger. He's quite good at provoking others. Immediately after, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiayin asked Mujanjiak and Zhang to go onto the ring. Walking in front, Mujanjiak issued an invitation to Zhang. Mak Jiayin, since you are so confident, how about we make a bet? Zhang asked, what bet do you want to make? Mujanjiak looked back at Zhang provocatively. The loser acknowledges the winner as his big brother. This way, superiority and inferiority can be distinguished, right? Seeing Zhang didn't reply, Mujanjiak showed ridicule on his face. If you aren't confident, It's fine not to bet. Unexpectedly, Zhang chose to raise the stakes. That's too boring. Let's raise the stakes. Mujanjiak looked surprised upon hearing this. Zhang raised the corner of his mouth in an arc. How about this? The loser won't acknowledge the winner as big brother. Instead, he becomes a dog. After listening to these words from Zhang, Mujanjiak found it hard to laugh this time. This bastard, he's not just good at taunting. He's excessive with it. At this moment, Zhang looked at Mujanjiak playfully. What? Are you scared? Meanwhile, looking at the two in the ring, the dark sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled lightly, while Hang Irong beside him frowned slightly. King of Brilliance Sun Yin secretly said, "This is not good. I originally wanted to confirm the martial skills of Mak Jiangwan, but he's really unlucky." Suddenly, Thunderfist King Bianhak I exclaimed, "I've never heard of this kid. This Mujanjiak, which martial family is he from?" The Heaven and Earth Association warrior beside him answered honestly, "He seems to be from a small sect. I'm not too clear about the rest." Just as Bianhak I pondered whether he decided too early when choosing a disciple before, King of Brilliance Sun Yun's face turned serious. That Mujanjiak is at the peak level, and has even reached the point where he is about to reach the supreme peak realm. As Li Jiayin loudly announced the start of the competition, both sides on the ring were ready. Mujanjiak looked at Zhang with confidence. "The loser has to be a dog for the winner. That's what you said, but it's definitely you who will become the dog." In the next moment, Mujanjiak, who had long circulated his skill throughout his body to prepare, stomped fiercely. "As for why, it's because I'll win." Mak Yuchin and the others watching from the side couldn't help but exclaim in his speed, and Mujanjiak instantly rushed in front of Zhang, executing a palm technique move, Chaotic Stream. Seeing this, Zhang easily parried the attack with one hand. That's not good enough. However, in the next second, Mujanjiak's punch struck Zhang directly, sending him a short distance back. Subsequently, without giving Zhang any time to recover, Mujanjiak followed up, his right hand executing the dance of gathered fists, while his left unleashed Chaotic Stream. Zhang could only endure it head-on, blocking the relentless barrage with his arms. Under the continuous blows, Zhang was forced back several meters away. Seeing this, the surrounding audience immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Is that the right fist? Left palm?" At this moment, Mujanjiak still maintained the posture of right fist, left palm. "Are you surprised?" Zhang did not speak. Mujanjiak opened his arms, simultaneously introducing his power. "This is my secret technique, the right fist, left palm." In the VIP seat, King of Brilliance's gaze condensed. Right fist, left palm. Anyone who has practiced martial arts knows that it is almost impossible to do. That's because it requires dividing the mind into two while channeling qi, an act akin to performance that could potentially distort one's qi circulation. However, if one can do it, one can execute two people's worth of moves. Meanwhile, Mujanjiak demonstrated to Zhang, right hand executing fist technique, left hand executing palm technique. You'll feel like you're fighting two masters at the same time. Seeing this, Sun Yuan thought to himself, Mak Jiangwan's luck is too bad. Mujanjiak is the most talented among the prodigies I have seen so far. This match is already in Mujanjiak's favor. Unexpectedly, facing Mujanjiak's right fist, left palm, Zhang was not panicked at all. He even chuckled. Right fist, left palm. "Oh my, that move is really good." Seeing this, Mujanjiak developed a bad premonition. "Keep bluffing. That attitude won't last for long." With a whoosh, Mujanjiak's figure flew toward Zhang, executing drifting cloud stream and worldly chain fist simultaneously. However, just when Mujanjiak thought the situation was set, Zhang also executed different moves with both hands just like Mujanjiak. Right fist, left palm. Instantly, the situation of the battle underwent a significant change. Mujanjiak's secret technique was no longer a killing move. Zhang possessed the strength to fight against it. After all, being the same right fist, left palm, to win, it depended on who had stronger trump cards. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and stared in disbelief. Thunderfist King Bianhak I couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world?" King of Brilliance Sun Yun's eyes widened in shock. Did he just copy the right fist, left palm after seeing it only once? The dark sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled lightly like a woman. "Look at that. Now there's a real genius." Beside him, Sound Valley Master Hang Irong revealed greedy eyes on her face. She had only one thought at this time. "I must get him." In the next second, Mujanjiak, losing some reason, executed right fist, left palm, attacking Zhang simply because he thought the opponent was imitating awkwardly. Seeing this, Zhang also used right fist, left palm to counterattack. Powerful fist hammered on Mujanjiak's face. A sharp sword finger cut the side of his face. Subsequently, Zhang completed an innovation to the right fist, left palm, executing the pure black kick technique, kicking Mujanjiak in the face. Mouthfuls of fresh blood sprayed from Mujanjiak's mouth. At this moment, under Zhang's crazy offense, Mujanjiak could only passively defend. Simultaneously, he realized something. This is too much of a change to the technique. This is absolutely not a level of copying for a moment. More than imitation, his strength, technique, application, and strategy, everything about him has surpassed me. It's as if he's handling me like an insect, with absolute force. Seeing this scene, Mak Yuchen gritted his teeth. How can Mak Jangwon have this kind of talent? Mujanjiak already made me feel like I'm nothing special, but now Mak Jangwon's treating him like a kid. Meanwhile, Sun Yun's expression was serious. He's comfortably enacting performances that would even be difficult for peerless masters. Throughout the entire history of the Central Plains, he would be one of the greatest geniuses. Precisely speaking, perhaps a monster. At this moment, unwilling to admit defeat just like this, Mujanjiak decided to give it his all. He absolutely could not accept being defeated so easily. So in the next second, Mujanjiak shattered the stone slabs on the ring. Massive crushed stones flew into the air, clouding Zhang's vision. With his view blocked, Mujanjiak slipped behind him and raised his fist for a sneak attack. The one who'll become the dog is you. Little did he know, Zhang had anticipated this. Just the moment Mujanjiak's fist waved toward him, his body bent backward in an extremely difficult posture. Mujanjiak never expected the opponent to actually dodge his punch. From now on, you'd better bark well. Using his hand for support, Zhang kicked Mujanjiak squarely on the chin. Viscous and crimson blood splashed from Mujanjiak's mouth. At the same time, he was confused by how Zhang counterattacked from that posture. With a thump, Mujanjiak fainted on the ring. Seeing this, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiam announced the end of the match. The winner is Mak Jangwon. Immediately after, two Heaven and Earth Association warriors carried the loser Mujanjiak away for treatment. At this moment, Zhang became the most shining star in the whole venue. The cadres in the VIP seats began a small secret contest. Thunder Fist King Byung-hak once said to King of Brilliance, "Brother son, it seems I have to take that child as a disciple." "What are you talking about? Didn't you say you wanted to choose the child from the Bikyang sect before?" "At that time, I said I was considering choosing that child. Now I tell you honestly, if I miss Mak Jangwon today, I'm afraid I will regret it for a long time. Besides, you already have many excellent disciples. How can you be so greedy?" Hearing this, Sun Yun was so angry that he smashed his chair with a fist, then glared at Byung-hak One aggressively. "Did you just say I'm being greedy?" Byung-hak One didn't mean to back down at all. If this isn't greedy, what else can it be? Unknowingly, the atmosphere between them became extremely tense. Just then, the Dark Sect leader's voice suddenly rang out. "Sorry to interrupt, but may I ask, what is it that you two are fighting for?" As soon as this was said, the two Five Kings whose emotions were about to escalate turned their gazes to the Dark Sect leader simultaneously. At this time, the Dark Sect leader smiled brilliantly. "The choice is up to the one who wins, is it not?" As these words came out, everyone present made a noise, while Thunderfist King and King of Brilliance fell into silence. Sun Yun frowned. "Now that I think about it, that kid will obviously be the top performer, so there's no point in us bickering about it." Byung-hak One used a dry cough to cover his embarrassment. A thought arose in his heart. Was I blinded by an exceptionally charming talent? The Dark Sect leader smiled and gave King of Brilliance and the other an out. "Then let's continue watching the rest of the duels. Who knows, there may be still others among them with outstanding martial talent." Byung-hak One sat in his original seat calmly, and Heaven and Earth Association warriors very perceptively brought a new chair for Sun Yun. Meanwhile, Sun Valley Master Hang Yeorang, who hadn't spoken, kept looking in a certain direction. That was the position where Zhang was. Regarding this extremely talented young man, the coquettish Hang Yeorang's eyes were shining. Her red lips lightly bit her finger, revealing a greedy desire to claim him. Next was the competition between the third-ranked Mo Harang and the fourth-ranked Yun Myong. As the Corpse Blood Valley Master announced the start of the contest, the two quickly engaged in fierce battle. Mo Harang based her style on speed, while Yun Myong executed rigid fists with iron profound skill as external kung fu. The confrontation between the two was quite interesting. Meanwhile, just as Zhang was watching the match, a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Hello." Zhang knew immediately it wasn't Blue Spirit's voice, so he looked around. The woman chuckled. "Are you looking for me? It won't be easy to find me." Unexpectedly, in the next second, accompanied by the vibration of the voice heard, Zhang sensed the form of weak, true energy contained within. Then with a swish, he turned his head to look at Sound Valley Master Hang Yeorang. Seeing this, Hang Yeorang's expression was startled. Subsequently, her eyes instantly flashed. "He found me so quickly. Indeed, I have to have him." Immediately after, Hang Yeorang transmitted her voice again to Zhang. "Impressive. You found me instantly. Are you amazed that I can speak without opening my mouth?" Seeing Zhang nod, Hang Yeorang giggled. "You're honest. Very well. As a reward, I will teach it to you. There is a Lianchuan acupoint between the vocal cord and the root of your tongue. Create a vibration there, as if you're stroking it with a cotton. I bet you'll figure it out in no time. Sure enough, Zhang merely tried once, and then his voice rang in Hang Yorang's ear. Do you mean like this? Hearing the transmitted voice, the corner of Hang Yorang's mouth raised lightly, just as I expected. Subsequently, Zhang asked Hang Yorang, what do you call this? This is called communicative telepathy, or just telepathy for short. It's good for talking in secret like this, since others can't hear. Just while Mo Herring and Yin Ming were fighting desperately on the ring, Sound Valley Master Hang Yorang issued an invitation to Zhang. Then I will be straightforward with you. Become my disciple. If you are considering one of the two kings, then I can only say that is a very foolish choice. King of Brilliance already has a selected successor, and Thunderfist King's disciple became crippled while learning his secret unique skill. But if you choose me, you'll enjoy the feeling of being the founding emperor in a valley where there are only women. If you dare to refuse me, then I will take that brother of yours as my subordinate. Afterwards, I'll toy around with him. Then I'll kill him if he loses my interest. Unexpectedly, just when Hang Yorang thought the opponent would compromise, Zhang chuckled lightly. Go ahead. This answer startled Hang Yorang, who was originally determined to have him. Her tender tongue was almost bitten by her own teeth. Zhang smiled and transmitted his voice. Toy around with him all you want. Take it as the reward for teaching me telepathy. Hearing this, Hang Yorang was not furious, but rather somewhat dumbfounded. This kid is serious. Is he crazy? Meanwhile, the duel between Mo Horang and Yun Myung continued. The unconscious Majanjiak suddenly opened his eyes, then sat up in shock. Mak Yu Chun, who had been taking care of him, asked Majanjiak, are you okay? Majanjiak was silent for a long time, finally asking that question. Did I lose? Mak Yu Chun lowered his head regretfully. You fought well. Immediately after, Majanjiak struggled to stand up from the ground. Seeing this, Mak Yu Chun immediately spoke to stop him. Don't force yourself. Sit down. Hearing Mak Yu Chun's persuasion, Majanjiak smiled at him, indicating he was fine, then walked toward Zhang. In the next second, with a thump, Majanjiak knelt directly in front of Zhang. I lost as promised. From now on, I am your dog. I will serve you as my master. Seeing this scene, Mak Yu Chun's face was full of astonishment. Master, what are you saying? At this time, the match on the ring finally came to an end. Yun Myung of the Baekhyung sect lay motionless on the ground, while the victor, Mo Horang, panted heavily. It was clear that the battle had not been won easily. In the next moment, the third match was about to begin. Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiayin asked Mak Yu Chun and Yom Ji to go onto the ring. Mak Yu Chun stopped Mo Horang with a face full of indignation. Horang, I have no idea why you're hanging around with him, but be careful. That guy turned everyone around him into his servants. Mo Horang walked past Mak Yu Chun, leaving only a sentence. You're too late. Hearing this, Mak Yu Chun was slightly stunned, and Mo Horang walked in front of Zhang and cupped her fists in salute. I've returned. Seeing this scene, Mak Yu Chun ran in front of Zhang exasperatedly and full of doubts. What exactly did you do? Mak Yu Chun roared. Don't play dumb with me. Why are the people around you? Unexpectedly, before Mak Yu Chun could finish speaking, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Ji emerged loudly. Mak Yu Chun, hurry up onto the ring. Hearing this, the corner of Zhang's mouth raised in an arc. After some struggle, Mak Yu Chun finally walked toward the ring with heavy steps, thinking to himself, what is going on? What went wrong? He's totally different from when we were back home. I just wanted to turn that twisted guy back to the way he was, but I see no hope of it now. His talent is unmatched. Everyone wants him, and people gather around him. Compared to him, I am simply a clown. At this moment, purple-black patterns began to bulge across Mak Yu Chun's body, one after another, eventually creeping onto his face. His obsession echoed endlessly in his heart. Can I really stop him? Moments later, Yeomji knelt on both knees for some reason, then fell on the ground with a thump. Opposite him, Mak Yu Chun panted heavily. Li Jiayi announced loudly, the winner is Mak Yu Chun. In the VIP seats, the grand leader of the Yama group had eyes full of praise. Both of them are very formidable. Next to him, the grand leader of the Crimson Blood Squad nodded slightly. That's right. That kid named Yeomji used martial arts very well like a seasoned master. And although Mak Yu Chun seemed to lack experience, he was able to cover it with his superb senses. One would always consider experience to matter the most. So to think he'd surpass that and come out victorious is truly amazing. But just then, something about Mak Yu Chun seemed off. A faint red mist rose around him. Seeing this, the expressions of all the Heaven and Earth Association masters present darkened. King of Brilliance Sun Yun muttered to himself. His chi just doubled in an instant. Beside him, Thunderfist King Byung-hak one frowned, his tone carrying a bit of puzzlement. Could it be that kid practiced an evil art? King of Brilliance Sun Yun replied, just in case, be prepared to neutralize him. At that moment, Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, observed carefully. Looking at Mak Yu-chun's appearance, he seems about to go berserk. If unlucky, his blood vessels could rupture and kill him. Just then, Zhang said an ambiguous sentence. He's dead. Blue Spirit didn't understand the meaning of Zhang's words at first. After all, Mak Yu-chun was still alive. And Zhang re-emphasized, I'm not talking about Mak Yu-chun. As soon as this was said, Blue Spirit suddenly understood something. At the same time, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiayum announced Yongjie's death. Hearing this, both the Heaven and Earth Association masters and the students participating in the contest were shocked by the news. Zhang had a gloomy expression. Mak Yu-chun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He's dead? Immediately after, Li Jiayum stepped forward to check Yongjie's body. This is absolutely not an ordinary death. The veins where he was struck have all ruptured in bizarre ways. What could have caused this? Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, was somewhat surprised. Is this what you call catching a blind fish? Zhang frowned. What are you talking about? That happened because of the fake cultivation method you taught him. Hearing this, Zhang looked towards Mak Yu-chun's position. At this time, Mak Yu-chun's face was full of confusion. He had never intended to kill Yongjie. Yet now, Yongjie was dead, killed by his own hands. The weight of his conscience pushed his unstable state even further, and killing intent slowly began to swallow his reason, repeating over and over again. Kill him, kill him. At this moment, Mak Yu-chun finally realized the Yomak Fire Heart technique Mak Jiayum gave me really does have side effects. When I first used it, I felt a knot in my heart burst, dissolving into a sense of relief. That feeling, which transformed into joy, was actually killing intent. Thinking all this through, Mak Yu-chun laughed wantonly. Red blood mist rose continuously around him, and his weird state intensified again. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically. It wouldn't be strange for Mak Yu-chun to go berserk anytime now. King of Brilliance Sun Yun roared, Corpse Blood Valley Master. Neutralize him at once. However, just then, a token fell from Mak Yu-chun's bosom and landed on the ground. This was the relic left to him by Ma Sang before being captured. Seeing this token, Mak Yu-chun, who was falling into a rampage, recovered some sanity. He began to suppress the runaway killing intent in his body with all his might. Stop it right now. Seeing this, King of Brilliance Sun Yun's eyes widened. So he still has a shred of rationality in him. At this moment, that intense killing intent churned within Mak Yu-chun, threatening to go berserk and burst out at any moment. For some reason, he remembered the time he had spent with Mak Ji-young-won, how friendly and kind he had been back then. In the end, the obsession of wanting to restore Mak Ji-young-won to his original state became the core motivation for Mak Yu-chun to suppress the killing intent inside. Only hissing sounds remained as the mist around Mak Yu-chun slowly dissipated, and his skin gradually returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Byung-hak exclaimed. He recovered his reason from that state. How remarkable. One would normally fall to their inner demons. Mortal, it seems that he will be your final opponent. Hearing this, Zhang did not respond. He simply got up and began walking toward the ring. Li Ji-young was about to announce that the next match would be Zhang and Mo Harang. But before he could finish speaking, Mo Harang interrupted. I forfeit. As a result, the final duel came sooner than anyone anticipated. At this moment, King of Brilliance Sun Yun thought to himself, who would have thought it would turn out like this? A duel where brothers of the Orthodox sect would end up killing each other in this very Corpse Blood Valley. As Zhang walked onto the ring, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Ji-young announced loudly, then the final trial will begin. Mak Yu-chun and Mak Ji-young prepared a duel. Seeing this scene, the dark sect leader, who knew the identities of the Mak brothers, was full of anticipation. He wanted to see which of them was more skilled. Ji-young, you have already crossed the line as an orthodox martial artist, so I must stop you. I can't beat you in terms of skills, but the cultivation method you taught me seems to have unexpected side effects. Side effects that apply to me, as well as to my opponent. I could end up killing you. So please, stop now. Hearing this, Zhang murmured. The cultivation method. Subsequently, he silently activated the ghost eye. This was opened after seeing Master Shua's unique eyes before. The ghost eye allows one to peep at things unseen in the world, and to even see the flow of a person's qi. Zhang's ghost eye detected the hidden principle behind Mak Yu-chun's cultivation method. It instantly amplifies the user's qi by double, allowing them to overload their opponent's blood vessels with energy and rupture them. Such profoundness was brought on by the changes of just a few verses. Seeing all this, Zhang was extremely excited. Interesting to think this would be the result of just changing a few verses. Martial arts truly has quite the depth. What would happen if he goes even more berserk? However, since Mak Yu-chun is subconsciously trying not to kill me, how about I taunt him a bit more? In the next moment, Zhang opened his mouth slightly. Right, the cultivation method. That is quite interesting. I didn't think it would turn out like that. Of course, there would be a side effect. Hearing this, Mak Yu-chun frowned. For a moment, he couldn't understand what the opponent meant. because that technique is fake. These words hit Mak Yu-chun like a sudden shock. His body wavered as he looked at Zhang in disbelief. What did you just say? You taught me a fake cultivation method? Mak Yu-chun trembled all over, sweat pouring down his face in thick beads. It felt as if his soul had been violently shaken. Did he really not care at all whether I would die or not? However, just then, Corpse Blood Valley Master Li Jiam announced the star of the duel. The furious Mak Yu-chun raised his fist to smash at Zhang. Unexpectedly, Zhang punched Mak Yu-chun on the chin, then followed up with a kick. Mouthfuls of fresh blood instantly sprayed from Mak Yu-chun's mouth. Zhang sneered. You didn't realize that? Immediately after, Mak Yu-chun, kneeling on both knees, adjusted his internal breath. Zhang chuckled. Is that all you got? However, in the next second, Mak Yu-chun forced himself back to his feet and launched a fierce attack on Zhang again. Only the sounds of wushu rang continuously. That was the sound of fists colliding with air. Zhang dodged calmly while mocking Mak Yu-chun. What can you possibly do being this weak? How about you try using that accumulation technique? Hearing this, Mak Yu-chun felt the rage in his chest burn like a furnace. He clenched his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. Why can't I touch him? Has the gap between us really grown this big? This can't be. All that time, what was I training for? His anger surged, nearly breaking the restraints on his suppressed killing intent. But at the critical moment, Mak Yu-chun forcibly suppressed it once more. No, stop. Since there was no blessing from the evil art, Mak Yu-chun, not a match for Zhang, could only be passively beaten. This also led to that killing intent having the intention to emerge again. In the next second, the somewhat irrational Mak Yu-chun waved his fist, then blasted a punch at Zhang. Seeing this, Zhang made a blocking posture. With a bang, his whole body slid backwards several steps straight away. Subsequently, gray smoke rose from the wrist Mak Yu-chun had touched, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. Seeing this, Zhang curled his lips into a faint smile. He knew he needed to provoke Mak Yu-chun even further. Is that really all you've got? Indeed. Once a lowborn, always a lowborn. To drive a person crazy, one must find the weakness in their heart. Mak Yu-chun's origin happened to be the thing he cared about most. Zhang used this point and successfully enraged the opponent. Although Mak Yu-chun didn't know what exactly Zhang was doing this for, he was indeed controlled by the killing intent in his body now. But the surviving reason kept Mak Yu-chun from acting directly. Actually, at the beginning, I didn't believe it. Hearing this, Zhang was somewhat confused. However, through his ghost eye, he clearly perceived the changes in Mak Yu-chun. Mak Yu-chun's chi was beginning to condense. Wisps of ominous red steam rose from his body, giving off a dangerous and eerie aura. I never believed that you were going to teach me the real cultivation method. And Zhang didn't pay attention to what Mak Yu-chun said. His ghost eye was full of the surge in the opponent's aura. Mak Yu-chun's power increased by 2 times and was still growing. But even so, I still believed in this method. Precisely speaking, I had to believe it, because the first time I used it, I became overwhelmingly strong. Unexpectedly, seeing this, Zhang staring at Mak Yu-chun through the ghost, I became more and more excited. He's really using it. In just the blink of an eye, Mak Yu-chun thoroughly completed the transformation. Veins twisted across his body, muscles swelled, and his upper body, once clothed, was now fully revealed before everyone. Realizing something was wrong, Sun Yun roared. Valley Master Li Jiam stopped the match at once. Unexpectedly, before Li Jiam could announce the suspension of the match, a continuous rumble shook the ground. Debris flew into the air as the berserk Mak Yu-chun charged fiercely toward Zhang. Seeing this scene, Sun Yun and Byun-hak One hurriedly jumped down from the VIP seats. The master of Corpse Blood Valley, Li Jiam, simultaneously moved to launch a rescue. But Mak Yu-chun was already closing in on Zhang. Immediately after, Mak Yu-chun's thick and powerful right arm cut through the air, then punched Zhang in the face. With a bang, Mak Yu-chun's fist sent Zhang flying, crashing through stone structures before hitting the ground. Meanwhile, King of Brilliance and Thunderfist King had successfully suppressed Mak Yu-chun. Mak Yu-chun, completely losing his reason, was still struggling frantically, his mouth constantly cursing, "Die, die." Although the surging power made Mak Yu-chun tremble all over, no matter how much stronger he became, it was absolutely impossible to break free from the constraints of the 2 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association. Following everyone's vision, we saw Zhang lying on the ground, his fate unknown. Fresh crimson blood stained his neck. Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, asked Zhang at this time, "Mortal, are you still alive?" Zhang, while coughing blood and lamenting that the punch really hurt, replied to Blue Spirit, "Well, somewhat." Immediately after, Zhang raised his arm. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. The veins on his left hand bulged violently. Seeing this, Zhang smiled with satisfaction. "I got it." This was a situation that had never appeared in the Corpse Blood Valley final trial. Almost all the high-level officials present arrived beside the berserk Mak Yu-chun, while Mak Yu-chun, suppressed by the two kings, laughed wildly. Although he couldn't move at all now, this didn't hinder him from venting the hysterical madness in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Sun Yun raised his fist. If this continues, he'll die from losing control of his chi. Stay still. With a loud bang, Sun Yun brought his fist down heavily on Mak Yu-chun's head, intending to knock him unconscious. But unexpectedly, it had no effect at all. Thunder Fist King Byung-hak once saw this, and asked the Dark Sect leader for help. Dark Sect leader, his acupoints. Hearing this, the Dark Sect leader formed 2 fingers, ready to act. Yet after watching carefully, he found no chance to strike. Mak Yu-chun's veins were completely twisted, rendering his acupoints unreachable. If this continued, his death was inevitable. At this time, Han Yirang stepped forward. Let me do it. Subsequently, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Han Yirang put her hands close to the ears of Mak Yu-chun. In the next second, a strong fluctuation erupted. Mak Yu-chun, who was about to resist, rolled his eyes up, and immediately his movements calmed down. Byung-hak frowned and looked at Han Yirang. What did you do? You could say I made his head ring a bit. In the following time, Mak Yu-chun's swollen muscles gradually subsided. Seeing this, Sun Yun thought to himself, he's stable, but his veins are twisted, and some have burst open. His core is unstable too. He'll have to focus on recovering for a while. Hang on, what about the other kid? Looking toward the place where Zhang had been blown away, Sun Yun saw him standing, with Lee Jae-yum already in front of him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. He suffered such a tyrannical blow, and he's still alive? At this moment, Lee Jae-yum asked in a whisper to Zhang, "My liege, are you alright? Is there any abnormality in your body?" "I'm fine. At this level, it looks better when you can't dodge. It's a lot of work to get hit on purpose." As soon as this was said, Lee Jae-yum's heart shook instantly. Incredible. He even thought of how strong he should appear in this situation. However, "My liege, why did you provoke him? It would have been fine not to do so." Zhang paused slightly upon hearing this, then replied, "Because of this." Under the watchful eyes of Lee Jae-yum, the blood vessels in Zhang's right hand began to bulge. Seeing this, Lee Jae-yum's eyes widened. Zhang's situation was almost exactly the same as the abnormality when Mak Yu-chun went berserk. Zhang explained nonchalantly, "This is a method that can increase chi explosively, so it places a burden on the body. But if utilizing only a part without causing oneself to go berserk, it's actually quite good." Hearing this, Lee Jae-yum was speechless. Zhang looked up and asked him, "Do you think this is useless?" Lee Jae-yum said, "No, that's not it." But in his mind, he thought, "Goodness, I don't know how to say this." He was able to copy the technique just by looking at it. "It's not something I can comprehend." He said that he would reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years, but I feel like he might surpass even that. I can't wait to see what he becomes. At this moment, Blue Spirit, inhabiting the wooden puppet, said to Zhang, "Mortal, your mind is almost frightening now. I didn't expect you to be able to use it right away." Zhang softly asked, "What should I call this?" Blue Spirit rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while. "Since it is an evil art and can change the veins, let's call it Reversing Blood Evil Art." Hearing this name, Zhang glanced at his own palm. "That sounds good. Then let's call it Reversing Blood Evil Art. You always manage to surprise me, my liege." Zhang turned his head and smiled at Lee Jae-yum. "Is that so? But how is Mak Yu-chun now?" At this moment, Mak Yu-chun was undergoing examination by 2 Heaven and Earth Association warriors. Lee Jae-yum recounted to Zhang. Although Mak Yu-chun almost lost his life just now, fortunately, he was successfully subdued before he died. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help feeling regretful. Looks like he's fated to live longer, but it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I got the Reversing Blood Evil Art. Just like that, the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley came to an end. But there was still one most important issue that remained unresolved. That is, who won the duel between Mak Yu-chun and Mak Jae-yong-won. After careful consideration, Lee Jae-yum intended to announce that Mak Yu-chun had lost due to the severe internal injuries caused by forcibly executing the evil art. However, Thunder Fist King Byung-hak raised an objection, firmly asserting that Mak Yu-chun was the true victor. Hearing this, Sun Yun plunged his giant sword directly into the ground, roaring, "Nonsense. If the match continued, Mak Yu-chun would have died. We're trying to determine their skill levels, not survivability." Jae-yong-won collapsed. Doesn't that make him the loser? The winner of the final trial could choose a cadre to be his master. Precisely because of this rule, a dispute arose between the side wanting to stop Mak Jae-yong-won from becoming first place to get him, and the side showing favor to Mak Jae-yong-won, hoping he would choose them. Seeing the stalemate between the two sides, Han Yirang interjected, "Doesn't our association acknowledge evil arts as a valid form of martial arts? In that case, the winner should be Mak Yu-chun." Byung-hak immediately added, "I admit his skill is exceptional, but all we know for sure is how it ended. Hearing this, Sun Yun tightly gripped the hilt of the giant sword. You've been talking nonsense this whole time. At this time, the dark sect leader raised his arm. Excuse me, but do you mind if I say something? I think it's only right that we come to a precise conclusion. We don't know who would have won if we hadn't intervened. Don't we all agree with that? Sun Yun murmured. I guess so. The dark sect leader smiled and raised a finger. Neither of them could have won, so let's call it a tie. As soon as this was said, Byung-hak-won thought to himself, this is bad. That would mean, unexpectedly, just as Byung-hak-won prepared to speak against it, Lee Jae-yong spoke up. I see. Since we can't judge who won or lost, then first place will be awarded to both of them. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The two grand leaders of the Crimson Blood Squad and the Yaoma group secretly nodded. The authority of Corpse Blood Valley lay in the hands of the Valley Master. Since he had spoken, no one could refute the decision. Thunder Fist King Byung-hak-won was distressed in his heart. Damn it. In the end, my attempt to keep Mak Jae-yong-won from claiming first place was all for nothing. At the same time, Han Yirang was full of displeasure. Meanwhile, Sun Yun snorted lightly, and the dark sect leader covered his face and chuckled. Thus, for the first time in the history of the Corpse Blood Valley final trial, two people shared first place. Subsequently, Lee Jae-yong asked Zhang to stand on the ring. All the high-level officials of the Heaven and Earth Association were curious. In the end, the right of choice finally fell into that kid's hands. In the next moment, under the nervous and expectant gazes of the cadres, Zhang bowed respectfully to everyone with cupped fists. I am very sorry. You are all such amazing people. It's hard for me to decide who to choose. The high-level officials in the VIP seats were full of doubts for a moment. Unexpectedly, Zhang added, so I'll be straightforward with you all. I would like each person to tell me what they can offer me. As soon as these words came out, the entire drill ground instantly fell into a weird silence. However, in the next second, Sun Yun laughed so hard, while sweat rained down on Byung-hak-won's face. This bastard, he's negotiating. And Zhang below made a gesture of invitation. Please, go ahead. In the next moment, the grand leader of the Yama group spoke first. If you join me, I'll give you the position of vice group leader of the Yama group. Grand leader of the Crimson Blood Squad followed closely. If you go with me, I will not only give you the position of vice squad leader of the Crimson Blood Squad, I'll also pass on my unique martial art to you. The grand leader of the Yama group's mouth corner twitched slightly upon hearing this. He felt he was suppressed by the grand leader of the Crimson Blood Squad. At this time, Hang Yerong suddenly spoke. I saw that you have learned to wield the sword. I'm the only one here who can teach you swordsmanship. I have mastered the sound arts, but my swordsmanship does not fall behind. So join me. Hearing this, Byung-hak-won thought to himself, this is getting interesting. The cadres are completely being played by this kid. Well, it makes sense considering that he's very talented. However, there's no way he'll be able to turn down a king like me. Thinking this, Byung-hak-won raised a question. Learning swordsmanship, is that the path you want to take? As soon as the Thunder Fist King spoke, the cadres of the Heaven and Earth Association immediately cast their gazes on him. Byung-hak-won continued to press. With your talent, I'm sure you could learn whatever kind of martial arts you want. Is swordsmanship truly the path you have chosen? Zhang immediately replied, no, my goal is to become strong no matter which path I take. Hearing this, Hang Yerong's eyes suddenly became sharp. Zhang answering like this undoubtedly drew a clear line with her. Byung-hak-won laughed heroically, simultaneously standing up from his chair. I'm glad you and I get each other. All right, then become my disciple. You will become my successor, and I'll also pass down a lifetime of martial knowledge to you along with my Thunder Fist. Then no one will stand a chance against you in hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, Byung-hak-won was already certain, seeming convinced that Zhang would definitely return to his sect. Now come to me, become my disciple. Unexpectedly, the King of Brilliance, who had been silent, finally spoke. I'm surprised. Child of the Mok family. Byung-hak-won glanced at the King of Brilliance upon hearing this. But Sun Yun didn't care at all. Staring at Zhang with burning eyes, it seems like fate has connected us. Zhang replied, I came here thanks to you. I didn't expect to meet you again. Hearing this, Byung-hak-won immediately frowned. Did these two already know each other? Sun Yun continued, I knew back then that you were talented, but I didn't expect you to make it all the way here. Zhang chuckled lightly. I had a good experience thanks to you. Hearing this, Sun Yun smiled. He originally thought Zhang would resent him for suffering in Corpse Blood Valley, but from how calm his words were, it seemed he did not. Subsequently, Sun Yun asked the thing he wanted to confirm. If there is a chance, do you want to return? Zhang answered in a flat tone, no, I don't care about that place. That's why I chose to come here. This conversation between the King of Brilliance and Zhang completely confused the surrounding cadres. Good, then become my disciple. Even if your background becomes a problem later on, I'll protect you to the very end. The dark sect leader, knowing the inside story, covered his mouth and chuckled. While Hang Yeorang turned to ask the King of Brilliance, What background? Sun Yun casually replied. It's just as you heard. Hang Yeorang exclaimed. You mean there's something wrong with his background? Hearing the discussion of the surrounding crowd, Li Jaeum looked troubled. This is bad. Meanwhile, the dark sect leader, familiar with the inside story, thought to himself, I see. Only I, the master of Corpse Blood Valley, and the king of brilliance know that Mak Jaeum comes from an orthodox family. Since this is the territory of the Heaven and Earth Association, where orthodox martial artists are considered enemies to be eliminated, Mak Jaeum would be in a serious predicament if his true identity were revealed. You're more cunning than you look, Sun Yun. At this time, King of Brilliance Sun Yun was already certain after all, to overcome the weakness of his origin. Sun Yun was Zhang's best choice. Unexpectedly, just then, Zhang smiled faintly. Oh right, I almost forgot. Hearing this, Sun Yun was somewhat stunned. Zhang looked at everyone. If that's going to slow me down, it'd be better if I make things clear at this point. Hearing this, King of Brilliance Sun Yun's pupils shrank slightly. What does this child want to do now? Don't tell me. Subsequently, just as Sun Yun wanted to try to dissuade him, Zhang bowed to everyone and announced loudly, Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am the third son of the orthodox Mok Sword Manor, Mok Jaeongwon. As soon as these words fell, including the cadres, all the unknowing Corpse Blood Valley warriors and students became agitated. This was something no one expected. Mok Yu-chun, who had just woken up, was completely stunned. He really didn't expect Mok Jaeongwon to actually expose his identity in front of the Heaven and Earth Association crowd. At this time, Zhang smiled slightly. I was captured and brought here as a hostage by the King of Brilliance. Hearing this, King of Brilliance Sun Yun instantly felt incredibly absurd. What is he thinking? Why would he reveal his own weakness? But this is also a problem for us. After hearing that Mok Jaeongwon was actually an orthodox person, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became heated. At the same time, Mo Harang and Majanjiak were struck by humiliation. A single thought echoed in both their minds. Did I swear allegiance to an orthodox martial artist? Seeing this, the dark sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled. What a troublemaker. For the warriors of the Heaven and Earth Association, orthodox martial artists are enemies that must be eliminated. Yet one of them took first place in the Corpse Blood Valley trial. This will cause an outroar. Sure enough, the grand leader of the Yama group stood up abruptly. The Mok Sword Manor, is that what he said? That detestable orthodox family killed my father. Subsequently, the grand leader of the Crimson Blood Squad pulled out his weapon with a clang. What is an orthodox bastard doing here? Kneel down immediately. Seeing that the two grand leaders of Yama and Crimson Blood were about to attack Mok Jaeongwon, the King of Brilliance stopped them. He was sent here by command from above. Hearing this, Hang Yerong snorted unhappily. I found this hard to accept. Although it was a command from above, we, who didn't know just now, almost took an orthodox child as our disciple. Byung-hak One also took the opportunity to raise dissatisfaction. She's right. Her sister died at the hands of an orthodox martial artist. Why didn't you at least tip us off? Hang Yerong sneered. I think I know. You sent him to the Corpse Blood Valley to die, but he did much better than you anticipated. King of Brilliance Sun Yun scolded loudly. Don't cross the line. Sound Valley Master. Yes, of course. I could never disobey orders, but I have no desire to take an orthodox child as my disciple or subordinate. Same goes for me. And with that, including Byung-hak One, many discontented cadres turned their backs on Zhang. They were demonstrating to the superiors their will to firmly reject orthodox people. Seeing this scene, Mok Yuchin's eyes widened. These people are the same. They hate us orthodox people just as we hate them. Despite that, you revealed that you're orthodox. Jaeongwon, you haven't thrown away your identity as an orthodox martial artist. Then I will risk my life to protect you. However, before Mok Yu-chun could finish, Zhang shouted with a loud voice. I might have been born into an orthodox family, but I despise the black and white logic that determined all that was not orthodox as evil. In an instant, Mok Yu-chun was dumbfounded. What did he just say? Zhang continued. I am revealing my identity to separate myself from my past. Mok Yu-chun was sweating profusely, a thought forming in his mind that he did not dare believe. I swear to the gods of heaven and earth that I, Mok Jaeongwon, will cut off all connections to my family and become a member of the Heaven and Earth Association to fight those despicable orthodox. Hearing this, Byung-hak One looked stunned, and Sun Yun's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Mok Yu-chun lowered his head in disappointment and murmured, I knew it. Immediately after, Sun Yun laughed loudly. You actually abandoned your origin? Simultaneously marveling in his heart. I didn't expect he would solve the problem like this. Truly an outrageous guy. At this moment, Zhang spread his hands and said, Now, there's no problem, right? The scene shifts to one night far in the past. A white-haired man bound by iron chains all over was choking a jailer's neck and pressing him under his body. The breathless jailer struggled desperately. His eyes, about to split, were full of fear of death. At this time, a black-robed man appeared and said, "The villain who beheaded 1,000 people and built a tower with their heads. I heard you will be executed tomorrow. I guess you're still killing someone even on your last day." Seeing the white-haired man didn't react, the black-robed man asked, "Young man, why do you do such things?" The white-haired man turned his gaze toward him. "You smell of fire and iron. Are you a blacksmith? Why did you sneak in here? You can tell from my smell." "I'll answer your question after you answer mine. I don't understand what emotions are. Since childhood, I haven't known what joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are. I want to understand what kind of feeling that is. That's why I keep killing people, because people's emotions are strongest when they are about to die. However, I still don't get it. Will I even feel anything when I die? Why was I born?" Hearing this, the black-robed man replied, "I don't think I understand. But with such twisted desires and dedication, you're more than qualified." The white-haired man was slightly stunned. "Qualified? Listen, young man, since you are going to die anyway, why don't you donate your body? Let me create a famous sword with a will, absolutely unique in this world." The white-haired man's pupils shrank upon hearing this. He seemed to understand the black-robed man's intention. After a period of time, the boiling furnace water bubbled with hot bubbles, but the white-haired man who jumped into it was laughing loudly. Although his body was constantly being melted, the ecstasy on his face was the revelation of his heart. So this is emotion. Subsequently, continuous clang-clang sounds rang out. The white-haired man lost his physical body and was forged into a long sword, while his soul became the will of the blade. I want to understand more emotions. I want to understand the desires hidden deep in the heart. The scene shifts to the present at the Corpse Blood Valley. After hearing Zhang voluntarily give up his orthodox identity, King of Brilliance Sun Yun laughed loudly. "I suppose we won't be able to judge you by your origin anymore." Hearing this, the cadres who originally turned away were speechless. They had already taken a stance based on origin. If they changed their stance now because of this declaration, it would be unbearably shameful. Seeing Thunderfist King and Sound Valley Master like this, Sun Yun thought to himself, "Now that this is settled, I'm the only one who can take him. He's mine." But just then, a neutral voice suddenly rang out. "I guess I'm last to make an offer, right?" Hearing this, Sun Yun frowned. "Dark Sect Leader, I forgot you were still in this." At this moment, the Dark Sect Leader stood up. "I'm sure an offer to teach you my fighting techniques will mean nothing to you, and my status is not as great as the King of Brilliance. So this is the only thing you might find tempting about me." Just as the Dark Sect Leader snapped his fingers, two of his subordinates walked over carefully, carrying a wooden box sealed with yellow talismans. "If you choose me, I can give you this rare and mysterious sword." Seeing this scene, the high-level officials of the Heaven and Earth Association present all changed their faces. They seemed to see something terrible. Immediately after, the wooden box holding the blade of pure evil was placed in front of Zhang. At this moment, Sun Yun pulled out his huge sword and roared, "Dark Sect Leader, you're out of your mind. Why would you bring something so dangerous here?" And looking at the sword box emitting weird black gas in front, Zhang murmured in a low voice, "The blade of pure evil, facing the furious King of Brilliance." The Dark Sect Leader didn't panic at all. This is one of the 3 demon swords made by the famous swordsmith, Gajaja. It was found in a destroyed royal tomb, and was once a source of bloodshed in the martial world, which was due to the fact that the sword has the power to bring out the worst of your greed. But that's not the most interesting part of the story. There was a rumor that forging a sword by sacrificing a living person could create a very powerful sword. That is to say, Gajaja threw a living person into molten iron and used their blood and flesh to make a sword, and the sword he made with this method at that time was this blade of pure evil. Meanwhile, just by looking at it from afar, Sun Yun felt a sudden impulse. The sword had not yet been unsealed, yet a powerful desire to possess it surged in his heart. "Dark Sect Leader, are you sure about this?" Earlier, the furious King of Brilliance smashed the Dark Sect Leader's chair with his massive sword. Then, through gritted teeth, he demanded, "Tell me why you brought something so dangerous here." However, the Dark Sect Leader looked calm. "I can't tell you. You must have a death wish." Seeing the 2 high-level officials about to fight, Byun Hak-One intervened. "Please, calm down." At this moment, the Dark Sect Leader knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to reveal some of his thoughts. "Although I can't tell you the whole reason, I can tell you this. The blade of pure evil can make people reveal the desires hidden in their hearts." Hearing this, Sun Yun was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" The Dark Sect Leader explained, "It's just as I said. As long as one holds the blade of pure evil, one will start swinging that sword frantically, venting the desires and entanglements hidden in the heart without reservation. Aren't you curious? If that kid really meant it when he said he'll give up his roots." And at this moment, looking at Zhang in front of the sword box, the Dark Sect Leader was curious. "Now, what will you do if this kid reveals desires for the orthodox martial arts?" Then he was lying, and if not, then he meant it. Lies won't get you anywhere here. What is your truth? Mac J1. Meanwhile, Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, looked at the sword box. Mortal, this sword. Zhang continued what Blue Spirit left unsaid. Yes, this sword contains demon energy. However, it feels a bit artificial, as if this sword is tempting me to pull it out. How interesting. Blue Spirit asked, but you won't choose the dark sect leader because of a mirror sword, right? Zhang thought for a while, then replied, I guess it's kind of coincidental. Hearing this word coincidental, Blue Spirit was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang explained, if the dark sect is responsible for intelligence, maybe they know about the man who killed my grandfather. Plus, if it's demon energy, I can use the attraction spell to absorb it. At the same time, the moment the blade of pure evil was taken out, a surge of demonic energy burst from the sword. Just as Zhang was about to activate the attraction spell to absorb the demon energy in the sword, suddenly, a cloud of purple mist emerged from the blade of pure evil. Immediately after, the entire blade of pure evil seemed to come alive. What a very interesting human. Now, show me your hidden desires. In the next second, it pulled Zhang's consciousness into the abyss. When his vision cleared, he was back on that familiar mountaintop. The thatched wooden house was engulfed in raging flames. His grandfather, who should have been tending herds in the vegetable garden, now had only his upper body left. Just then, a monster covered with eyes appeared behind Zhang. Is this what you truly desire? Anger and killing intent toward the person who killed your grandfather? A thirst for bloody revenge? If that's the case, then what are these walls? The walls of your heart stand like some kind of lament. I see, they're keeping your eyes fixed on revenge. Although murderous intent driven by revenge is a real emotion, this is not your deep-rooted desire. But what kind of being could have set up this wall? And what were they trying to keep from your sight? As the giant-eyed monster stepped out past the high wall, a boundless grassland unfolded before him, and at its center stood a tightly shut red door. This discovery made it laugh loudly. This is interesting. I can feel it. The deed-rooted desires beyond that door. I want to open it. Now, show me your true desire. Seeing it is the sole reason for my existence. Unexpectedly, just as the giant-eyed monster prepared to pull the door ring on the red door, a fair palm suddenly grabbed its wrist. The giant-eyed monster turned to look. The person stopping it was none other than Zhang. In the next second, the giant-eyed monster shook off Zhang's restraint with a shocked face. You woke up? Impossible. You're supposed to be within the wall. However, when the giant-eyed monster looked at the world inside the high wall, Zhang's figure still stood there motionless. Realizing the bad situation, the giant-eyed monster looked back at Zhang. Its golden vertical pupils were full of panic. This is bad. Just what did I awaken? Meanwhile, at the Corpse Blood Valley, the blue sky became dark. The weird aura emitted by the blade of pure evil spread constantly to the surroundings. The high-level officials of the Heaven and Earth Association and the VIP seats were all dumbfounded. Sweating heavily, Sun Yun asked, Dark SEC leader, is that how it normally is? Looking at Zhang's weird state, the Dark SEC leader replied, No, I've never seen it do something like that before. As time passed, the weird energy of the blade of pure evil spread wildly across the ring. Mak Ji-yeon's eyes suddenly turned black. What exactly is going on? Unexpectedly, the moment the King of Brilliance met Zhang's eyes, the surrounding ground seemed to be soaked in viscous blood. At the same time, the sky turned crimson and everyone was slaughtered, leaving behind nothing but bones. Sun Yun looked around, utterly confused. Everyone's dead? Is this some kind of illusion? No, but it's not reality either. What the hell is happening? Just then, Zhang walked towards Sun Yun. At that moment, his body had already turned into a humanoid black flame, burning fiercely. Seeing this, a chilling fear crept into Sun Yun's heart. Even though he had never feared death, just as he thought of retreating, he suddenly realized he could not move. In the next second, with a whoosh, his body was instantly consumed by the black flames. Immediately after, everything suddenly returned to its original state. Sun Yun realized he could move again. I'm back. Meanwhile, Byung-hak-won was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The dark sect leader's eyes widened in shock, as if he also saw something. Seeing this, Sun Yun thought to himself, did they also see the same thing? Sun Yun then put his gaze back on Zhang. What happened just now? The moment I looked into that kid's eyes, I fell into a strange illusion. I thought the blade of pure evil was supposed to reveal your true desire. Does that mean what I just saw was a manifestation of his desire? No, it's different from that. It feels like something that should have been locked away has been freed. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Sun Yun traced it and realized it was coming from the blade of pure evil. The sword trembled violently, as if it were in agony. At the same time, the giant-eyed monster within Zhang panicked, instinctively retreating to put distance between itself and Zhang. The greedy expression it once wore had long been replaced by fear and dread. This is a mistake. I shouldn't have done anything to him. How can a being like this exist within a human? I have no emotions, and yet I'm seized with unbearable fear. It's as if the embodiment of chaos itself is standing before me. Just then, the giant-eyed monster fell nervously on the grass. Its fear grew as it watched Zhang approach, and it panted heavily. I'm going to be eaten. I'm sure of it. It's all over. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Zhang, with black eyes, walked past the giant-eyed monster. Seeing this scene, the giant-eyed monster was full of astonishment, stopping in front of the closed high wall. Zhang looked back and said, "There have been a lot of guests recently. However, it is not time yet." In the next moment, with just a flick of Zhang's finger, the giant-eyed monster dissipated instantly, leaving only the rustling wind echoing across the grassland. A moment later, Zhang's black eyes returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. Regaining his senses, Zhang frowned and scratched his head. Did I just pass out for a moment? Just then, when Zhang looked down at the blade of pure evil, he saw it trembling violently. The sword is shaking. Does that mean it surrendered? However, just as Zhang was about to ponder why this had happened, he was stunned by the scene around him. Everyone was staring at him. The atmosphere was strange to the extreme. The entire square had fallen into a frightening silence. Why is everyone looking at me? Just then, Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, spoke in a flustered tone. "Mortal, are you okay?" Zhang softly replied, "Yes." "Did something happen?" "Just now. Things went into chaos around you, and you lost consciousness while still standing." "What happened to you?" Zhang recalled, "I lost consciousness the moment I executed the attraction spell. Then a segment of memory was transmitted to my mind through the sword." Zhang was sure those were not his own memories, but this sword's. The most intense among them should be the memory of the human sacrifice to make this sword. Even though his body was melted by molten iron, the other party was still smiling happily. It was the first time he had ever felt emotion, perhaps precisely because of that. He wanted to possess more emotions. Thinking of this, Zhang stared dead at the blade of pure evil. On top of that, among the memories transmitted to my mind through the sword, there are also memories of those people who have touched this sword in the past. And among them, there was also a memory belonging to the dark sect leader. Though I only caught a brief glimpse, it was quite interesting. Meanwhile, the high-level officials of the Heaven and Earth Association and the VIP seats were all in low spirits. The dark sect leader's eyes were filled with horror. What was that illusion just now? It seems the others saw it too. I didn't know the blade of pure evil could be that powerful. No, that's not it. The sword only affects the one holding it. But then what the hell was all that? At this moment, Zhang waved the sword gently, completely unaffected by the demon's sword. "Well, this isn't bad." Just then, Sun Yun asked, "Are you alright?" Zhang immediately replied that he was fine. Hearing this, Sun Yun couldn't help frowning. Then what was that just now? After pondering for a while, he stood up abruptly. "Can I have a look at that sword?" Without hesitation, Zhang offered the blade of pure evil. Of course. And so, Sun Yun jumped down from the VIP seat. Seeing this, the dark sect leader hurriedly spoke, trying to stop him. However, Sun Yun assured the dark sect leader that it was fine and that he only wanted to check something. Hearing this, the dark sect leader cast a worried gaze. He naturally understood the purpose of the King of Brilliance wanting to hold the sword. But even he, who had reached the Supreme Peak realm, was once deprived of reason by this sword in an instant and even accidentally stabbed his adjutant to death. He still couldn't forget the way the adjutant looked at him when dying. Although King of Brilliance Sun Yun was a strong man about to break through and reach the peak of the Supreme Peak realm, the danger he faced was equally undiminished. Unexpectedly, just as Sun Yun grasped the hilt and lifted the sword, nothing happened. The dark sect leader was dumbfounded. He's fine. Just moments ago, it was letting off an ominous energy. But now, it's not doing anything. King of Brilliance. It seems the blade of pure evil has found its owner. And just like that, the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley came to an end. Mak Jiang received the blade of pure evil and became the dark sect leader's disciple. Those who were present at the scene saw a strange illusion, but they all kept silent about it, as if it was an unspoken agreement. They did not want to admit that they had seen an illusion or that they were caught by some ominous energy. However, everyone had the same thought. In the future, if they ever had to face Mak Jiang, they would have to take that sword from him at all costs. Seeing Mak Jiang taken by the dark sect leader, the King of Brilliance felt deep regret. He had never expected a single sword to change the situation. With no choice, Sun Yun could only settle for the second best and chose to take Mak Yuchen as a disciple. And this was Mak Yuchen's choice, because he wanted to become stronger than Mak Jiang. When hearing these words from Mak Yuchen, most cadres of the Heaven and Earth Association chose to avoid him. They believed Mak Yuchen had learned an evil art and was a bomb that could detonate at any time. King of Brilliance Sun Yun was the only one who didn't avoid him, instead giving a promise. "Follow me, and I can make that happen." At that, Mak Yuchen chose the King of Brilliance without hesitation. Everyone else also chose for themselves a disciple or subordinate. Thunderfist King Bayon Hak-1 took Majanjiak as a disciple. He believed Majanjiak's talent was actually not much worse than Mak Jiangwan's, and he also had a lot of potential. Sound Valley Master Hang Yerong took Imo Herring from Moa House as a disciple, according to her original plan. Yun Myung from Bikyang sect was taken by the Crimson Blood Squad due to Yonga's unfortunate death. Others who couldn't choose a disciple could only return empty-handed, and thus, the trials of the Corpse Blood Valley ended. A moment later, with a creak, the giant gate of the Heaven and Earth Association slowly opened. Zhang followed the Dark Sect leader and officially stepped inside. It had to be said that the Heaven and Earth Association occupied a very vast area. Buildings with various functions rose one after another, and passers-by on the main road were bustling, all doing their own things. At this moment, the Dark Sect leader asked, "Is it your first time here?" Zhang affirmed this. "The Dark Sect is just nearby. We'll be there soon." But what a strange fate. I didn't expect to actually take in a disciple who isn't walking the path of the blade. Zhang replied that he wasn't particularly picky in that. As long as the Dark Sect leader is willing to teach him, he would learn. "Do you really mean it?" Zhang immediately replied yes. Hearing this, the Dark Sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. "That's good. However, it will come at a small price. Is that all right?" Zhang murmured in his heart. "A small price? My martial arts require a very strong energy." The Dark Sect leader glanced at Zhang's lower body, then made a cutting gesture. For a man to learn it, he needs to be castrated. As soon as this was said, Zhang's eyes widened. He could already picture himself castrated, lying in bed with no will to live. Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, almost cried from laughing. Meanwhile, in a spacious room, candle flames flickered one by one, and various weapons were arranged on both sides. A bowl of medicinal juice and a silk handkerchief were placed on a round stool. A white-haired, beardless man in his early 40s sat in front of the bed. He was exactly the number 2 figure of the Heaven and Earth Association, Vice Association Master Mong Syakian. Hearing the person on the couch coughing constantly, Mong Syakian asked, "Association Master, how do you feel now? Are you all right?" The person inside the bamboo curtain stopped coughing. He scanned Mong Syakian with sharp eyes. No one expected the Association Master of the Heaven and Earth Association would actually be in such a condition now. Seeing that the Association Master didn't reply, Mong Syakian asked, "Why don't we call the famous Dr. Huida to come and take a look?" Famous Dr. Huida is a person equally famous as the enlightened healer who disappeared long ago. Known as the most powerful famous doctor of the current age, Mong Syakian murmured in a low voice, "Famous Dr. Huida might be able to cure your illness." However, a resolute voice came from inside the gauze curtain. "No, I'm fine. More importantly, I heard the trial at the Corpse Blood Valley is over." As soon as this was said, Mong Syakian's body trembled. "Do you have anything of interest to report?" Mong Syakian replied, "I wonder if you remember the manner of you sending the hostages of Mock Sword Manor to the Corpse Blood Valley." The Heaven and Earth Association Master touched his chin with his hand. "Mock Sword Manor? Yes, I remember." Mong Syakian, seeing this scene, sighed in his heart. Did he really send them there just for entertainment? It had much bigger consequences than expected. The Heaven and Earth Association Master gave a dry cough. "So are they dead?" Mong Syakian answered honestly, "No. Not only did they survive, but they finished the trials tied for the top position." Hearing this answer, the Heaven and Earth Association Master froze instantly, seeming to be surprised by this unexpected result. But just then, in the next second, the Heaven and Earth Association Master's loud laughter came straight over. "Those captives actually passed the final trial and were first place? Interesting." Mong Syakian said seriously, "This is not something that can be laughed off. Orthodox people becoming first place is tantamount to a humiliating shame for inside our Heaven and Earth Association. Association Master, since things have developed to this step, we should announce that he learned the Lunar Vein Sword Art." Unexpectedly, before Mong Syakian could finish speaking, the Heaven and Earth Association Master interrupted directly. "No, certainly not." Almost in an instant, an unbearable aura overflowed from inside the gauze curtain. At the same time, the entire room seemed to drop several degrees, meeting the sharp gaze of the Heaven and Earth Association Master. Mong Syakian's expression froze, cold sweat sliding down his face unconsciously. The Association Master is still so powerful. The title of one of the 6 heavens, the peak of the martial world, is definitely not an empty reputation. Even if the Association Master is terminally ill, there is still no one here who can confront him, even me. Thinking of this, Mong Syakian clenched his fists. He tried his best to calm his breathing to compose himself. The aura filling the room suddenly disappeared, and the Heaven and Earth Association Master immediately spoke. "Don't bother with those 2 hostages." Mong Syakian in the lower position expressed that he understood. Even if he had objections, he could only remain silent, because in the Heaven and Earth Association, the Association Master's order was absolute. "By the way, have you found it?" Hearing this, Mong Syakian replied, "Not yet." However, in the following time, both of their voices were very low. After listening to Mong Syakian's narration, the Heaven and Earth Association Master's expression darkened. "I see." A moment later, Mong Syakian walked out of the residence exclusive to the Heaven and Earth Association Master. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave the main hall, someone suddenly stopped him. Vice Association Master. Just from the voice, Mong Syakian recognized who it was. The troubling part was that until the man spoke, he had not sensed even the slightest trace of his presence. It seemed that his martial arts had improved again, enough to leave even Mong Syakian surprised. Subsequently, Mong Syakian turned his head. He saw a young man in his 20s walking toward him with a teasing smile. He was the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association Master, Jang Nung AK. Among the Association Master's 3 disciples, he was considered the one with slightly inferior martial arts talent. However, that comparison was only between the 3 of them, compared to others his age. His talent was overwhelming, and no one could match even a fraction of it. At this moment, Jang Nung AK asked with his characteristic teasing smile, "Is the Association Master still searching for that thing? I really don't understand why the Association Master is so obsessed with something religious like that. I feel like it'd be better to look for the famous Dr. Huida instead." Although Mong Syakian agreed with Jang Nung AK's words, he could only defend the Association Master, saying he must have his own intentions. At the same time, he turned away from Jang Nung AK, clearly unwilling to continue talking about this topic. Seeing this, Jang Nung AK had to change the subject. "Anyway, I got a very interesting piece of news. Do you want to hear it?" Mong Syakian murmured in a low voice. "Interesting news? Yes. I heard the hostages from the Orthodox faction became the first place of the Corpse Blood Valley trials. Is that true?" Hearing this, Mong Syakian thought to himself, the news has already spread? Since Jang Nung AK knew so much, there was no need to hide it anymore. Mong Syakian then replied, "Yes." Just then, Jang Nung AK suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, a trace of worry emerged in Mong Syakian's eyes. Is Jang Nung AK interested in the hostages? This is not good. Subsequently, Mong Syakian felt he needed to warn him, just in case. "I remind you." Jang Nung AK interrupted. "Are you worried I will do something to them? I was just thinking that it was impressive for Orthodox bastards." Unexpectedly, hearing these words, Mong Syakian became even more uneasy. "I watched the Association Master's disciples grow up, so I understand their temperaments very well. Jang Nung AK likes to recruit talented individuals, but he divides people into 2 types, those who are useful to him and those who are not. For useful people, he will win them over, and for the useless ones, he would thoroughly destroy them." Mong Syakian looked straight at Jang Nung AK. From now on, it will become the force of the association. Hearing this, Jang Nung AK's eyes were full of greed as he touched his chin. "That's good. I hope they'll be of use to me as well." Meanwhile, Jang followed the Dark Sect leader to a corner on the southeast outer edge of the Heaven and Earth Association inner city. This was exactly where the Dark Sect headquarters was located. And after stepping into the Dark Sect gate, Jang was somewhat surprised. People in the courtyard walked back and forth wearing masks. Some were feeding pigeons, some sent messages with carrier pigeons, and others untied the paper strips tied to the pigeons' legs. Afterwards, condensing that intelligence, all of this was proceeding in an extremely orderly manner. Blue Spirit, possessed in the wooden puppet, appeared at this time. It's nice to be out after being cooped up for such a long time. Blue Spirit subsequently looked at the situation inside the courtyard. They are more orderly than expected. Jang asked in a whisper. Jang then asked, "What are they doing?" As you can see, they are managing carrier pigeons, burning the intelligence written in codes, thereby ensuring secrets are not leaked. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Blue Spirit's ear. "Would it be more convenient to converse like this?" Startled, "How did you do that?" Jang followed behind the Dark Sect leader with an unchanging expression. "This is called communicative telepathy. I learned it from the Sound Valley Master." Hearing this, the figure of Hang Yirang emerged in Blue Spirit's mind. "You learned that from her. I seem to have heard of it." The stinky monks of Shaolin seemed to also use similar methods. Immediately after, the Dark Sect leader led Jang to a room. This was not a place for carrier pigeons and confidential documents, but where weapons and the drill ground were located. "We're here. This is my personal training hall." Jang walked to the weapon rack, then pulled out a sword from the scabbard. The Dark Sect leader asked that question again. "So, are you willing to learn my unique martial arts?" Hearing this, Jang frowned. "I'm sorry, but I don't think so." Next to him, Blue Spirit giggled. "Why not?" And hearing Jang's answer, the Dark Sect leader was somewhat regretful. "Is that so? Then you can only be my subordinate, not my disciple. Is that all right with you?" Jang looked straight at the Dark Sect leader. "Why is that?" The Dark Sect leader covered his mouth and asked back, "How can I call you my disciple when you won't learn my martial arts?" Hearing this, Jang thought to himself, "This is bad. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have chosen one of the 5 kings instead. In the next moment, the unwilling Zhang asked whether he truly had to be castrated. The dark sect leader smiled and replied, "Yes, it's because my martial art is the ghost in art based on powerful in energy. If you do not learn it, you cannot execute the flying illusion ghost blade technique or the ghost shadow claw technique. Yin energy and yang energy are mutually opposite energies. Men are born with powerful yang energy, so you need to be castrated to decrease your yang energy. If you get castrated, you can use an energy like this." Seeing this, Zhang was stunned at first, but in the next second, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc, a concept opposite to yang energy. In that case, is something even more in okay? The dark sect leader's expression froze. Even more in? What are you referring to? At this moment, a creepy aura suddenly burst out from Zhang. This aura had surpassed ordinary gloomy coldness. It was the death chi. The dark sect leader opened his mouth wide in shock. "This aura, how did you cultivate it?" Zhang replied, "To be honest, I don't know. Every time I cultivate my chi, this kind of energy accumulates in my body. Perhaps it has to do with my constitution." Hearing this, the dark sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh my, you really are full of surprises." Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit beside him couldn't help teasing. "It seems you really don't want to be castrated." Afterward, the dark sect leader put his finger on Zhang's wrist. "I was worried when you said you were born with an energy, but it seems like your internal organs are all healthy." Besides shock, the dark sect leader had uncontrollable excitement at this time. "If I can unlock the secret of this kid's body, maybe I can find the secret to stabilizing in energy physically without needing castration." At this moment, Zhang asked, "Ben, can I become your disciple now?" The dark sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled. "Of course. Actually, even if you didn't castrate yourself, I already plan to accept you as a probationary disciple." Hearing this, Zhang was somewhat confused. "Probationary disciple?" "Yes. I have 3 disciples who haven't been castrated. Eldest disciple Huan Yun Myung, second disciple Myung Tak, and third disciple Yang Su. All 3 have reached the peak realm. All very capable youths. I will introduce you to know them right away." Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the room. Then the door of the drill room was pushed open with a creak, and a middle-aged man walked in. "My lord, there's an urgent message for you. You must go to the sect hall to take a look quickly." The dark sect leader asked, "Manager Yun, what matter is so urgent?" Manager Yun reported loudly, "The 19th of the bird call has delivered an urgent message." Hearing this, the originally smiling dark sect leader frowned and thought to himself, "The secret code, the 19th of the bird call, the Imperial Palace." Manager Yun walked in front of the dark sect leader. "It seems it has been discovered, the cultivated flower in the underground prison." But before he could finish, the dark sect leader raised a hand, signaling him to be quiet. And Zhang, who was standing to the side, was confused when he heard the words, "the cultivated flower." The dark sect leader then took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Zhang. "Zhang, I'll be right back. In the meantime, read this and memorize it." Immediately after, the dark sect leader hurriedly left with Manager Yun, simultaneously whispered, "Now speak." Manager Yun reported respectfully, "My lord, this time we are certain. The described appearance is the same as the legend. Doesn't the Imperial Palace also want to thoroughly eradicate them?" The dark sect leader walked quickly. "Then there should be no mistake. It is the one the association master is looking for." Meanwhile, after the dark sect leader left, Zhang opened the scroll, and it was the secret manual of one of the dark sect leader's unique martial arts, Ghost Shadow Claw Technique. In just a short while, Zhang memorized the manual, simultaneously praising, "This claw technique is very interesting." Seeing this, Blue Spirit couldn't help but speak up. "You already memorized all of it. I can't say much for the rest of you, but that brain of yours alone is worth envying." But just then, with a bang, the door of the drill room was roughly pushed open, and 3 men in purple clothes subsequently walked in. The dark sect leader's second disciple, Myung Tak, sized up Zhang. "Is that guy the hostage from those orthodox bastards?" The third disciple, Yang Su, spat on the ground. "He looks pathetic." As for eldest disciple, Huan Yun Myung, he did not speak. His eyes were full of disdain for Zhang. Zhang looked at the 3 young men and wondered who they were. Blue Spirit took a puff from her tobacco pipe and said, "They must be the probationary disciples mentioned by that eunuch. Doesn't it look like they hold some resentment towards you?" At this moment, Yang Su noticed the blade of pure evil beside Zhang. Then his face was full of an expression of utter absurdity. "So it was you who took the blade of pure evil. On what basis does a mere orthodox hostage deserve it?" The blade of pure evil is the sword eldest senior brother brought back risking his life. It is not something a guy like you can covet. Subsequently, Huan Yun Myong continued to maintain a cold posture. In the next second, Myong Tak and Yang Su attacked Zhang directly. "I will cripple you right now and take that back." Facing the 2 young men suddenly attacking, Zhang slowly stood up. Immediately after, He reached out and deftly grabbed Myong Tak's face. Then with a bang, Myong Tak was pressed onto the ground. Yang Su's fist followed close behind. However, he was also no match for Zhang. Soon following in Myong Tak's footsteps, seeing this scene, Huan Yun Myong looked startled. This kid actually subdued 2 peak realm martial artists in an instant. Zhang stepped on Yang Su's back very casually and said, "You sure risked your lives when we've only just met. Do you really want this that bad? In that case, why don't you take it?" Feeling his dignity insulted, Huan Yun Myong looked ferocious. As the eldest senior brother among probationary disciples, he felt he should do something. This young man was called Huan Yun Myong. He was the eldest senior brother among the probationary disciples of the dark sect leader. Abandoned by his parents since childhood, he was taken in by the dark sect leader. But Huan Yun Myong really didn't have the courage to undergo castration, therefore failed to become a formal disciple. Unwilling, he often sighed, "Damn it, if I hadn't opened my eyes to sexual lust, it would have been fine." Afterward, Huan Yun Myong was worried that his position would be taken. So he took the junior brothers who joined later to the brothels and opened their eyes to their sexual desires, making them refuse to castrate themselves. Huan Yun Myong's goal was simple. As long as the dark sect leader never had a formal disciple, then he could become the successor even without castration. However, things didn't go as Huan Yun Myong wished. Yeo Su brought him a quite terrible piece of news. Eldest senior brother, there's a big problem. Master has accepted that orthodox captive as a formal disciple. Hearing this, Huan Yun Myong was startled. What? Did he say he'll castrate himself? No, his body was apparently born within energy. Not only that, Master even bestowed the blade of pure evil to him, which you risked your life to retrieve. At this moment, Huan Yun Myong's face was filled with anger. I brought back the blade of pure evil, yet Master gave both the position of formal disciple and the blade of pure evil to him. This is unforgivable. That is mine. It's all mine. In the next second, unbeknownst to anyone, the blade of pure evil appeared in Huan Yun Myong's hand. He was frantically venting his anger. The position of successor and the blade of pure evil are both mine. I'm going to eliminate that guy and take back what belongs to me. After acting crazily for a while, Huan Yun Myong suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is this blade of pure evil in my hand? Zhang clapped his hands and chuckled lightly. What an interesting theory. Can eliminating me really allow you to take all that back? Hearing this, Huan Yun Myong's body froze. Youngsu looked up at him. Eldest senior brother, what are you saying? At this moment, Huan Yun Myong recalled how the blade of pure evil ended up in his hand. Do you really want this that bad? In that case, why don't you take it? Then he suddenly realized something. The dark set leader had warned before not to touch the blade of pure evil. That thing will force you to reveal the desires within your heart and lose your reason. Did I say all of that out loud? Just then, Huan Yun Myong looked at his right hand due to a sudden, intense pain on the back of his right hand holding the blade of pure evil. Veins bulged violently and burst open. Blood was slowly flowing out. Panic. Huan Yun Myong hurriedly tried to let go of the blade of pure evil. However, the hilt of the blade of pure evil seemed to have merged with his palm. He could not break free at all. Instead, it became even more painful. At this moment, Zhang asked, "Do you need me to help you remove the sword?" Huan Yun Myong nodded desperately. "Hurry." But just then, Zhang said something baffling. "All right, you said it yourself that you wanted me to help you remove it." In the next second, a sharp stream of energy swept past Huan Yun Myong's right wrist that was holding the sword. Immediately after, fresh blood splattered, and a scream resounded inside the drill room. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Sect's secret special facility, Manager Yun asked, "My lord, what do you plan to do?" The Dark Sect leader was also unsure of what to do. Why did it have to be in the Forbidden Prison? Manager Yun offered a suggestion. How about arranging an insider into the Imperial Guard? However, before Manager Yun could finish speaking, a knocking sound came from outside the tightly closed door. "My lord, there's a big problem." The Dark Sect leader opened the door. "What happened?" The red-clothed subordinate, who came to report, spoke respectfully. "I am very sorry to disturb your meeting, but you must go to the drill room immediately to take a look." So, the moment the Dark Sect leader returned to the drill room, he witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Myong Tak and Yun Su were kneeling on the ground wailing. Huan Yun Myong's severed right hand lay quietly in the ground, and Zhang, the perpetrator, stood in the center of the venue. After seeing the Dark Sect leader appear, he sheathed the blade of pure evil and said in a low voice, "You guys are truly lucky." Seeing this scene, the Dark Sect leader's expression was grave. Although he had anticipated they would have a conflict, he did not expect that 3 peak realm martial artists would be beaten so effortlessly. Just as the Dark Sect leader's thoughts were racing, Huan Yun Myong, whose right hand had been severed, crawled towards him. "Master, I want to be castrated." Hearing this request, the Dark Sect leader was somewhat surprised. Then Myong Tak and Yun Su also joined in. "Master, please castrate us." Hearing this, The dark sect leader turned to look at Zhang. Oh my, Zhang simply shrugged. Meanwhile, a faint grin appeared on Huan Yun Maiyang's lips as he looked at Zhang. Let's see just how long you can keep up that attitude. Moments ago, while removing Huan Yun Maiyang's hand from the blade of pure evil, Zhang said, "Wow, it's so fresh. Do you think you'll get away with this?" Zhang casually threw Huan Yun Maiyang's severed hand and replied, "Yes, I don't see why I wouldn't. In fact, I think I might just get praised for punishing my mutinous subordinates." Hearing this, Huan Yun Maiyang thought to himself, he's not wrong. We're probationary disciples by rank, while he's an official disciple. But what he doesn't know is that since we were here first, if we get castrated to become official disciples, this whole situation will turn on its head. Thinking this, Huan Yun Maiyang shouted, "Master, please take us in as your disciples. Are you certain you won't regret it?" The probationary disciples immediately replied, "We won't regret it. Not a chance." "Very well. Since that is your wish, I will accept you as my disciples." Hearing this, the probationary disciples thanked the dark sect leader in unison. Immediately after, Huan Yun Maiyang revealed a smug, malicious grin at Zhang. "It's all over now, bastard." But just then, the dark sect leader suddenly looked at Zhang. "Jae-young, do you mind if I drop the formal tone with you?" Zhang smiled and replied, "Not at all." The dark sect leader chuckled, "You are truly lucky. You just joined the dark sect and already have 3 junior brothers." Hearing these words from the dark sect leader, the faces of the 3 people on the ground instantly twisted. Huan Yun Maiyang couldn't help asking, "Master, what is the meaning of this? How can the person who joined the sect most recently become the eldest senior brother?" The dark sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you talking about? Jae-young became a formal disciple first. Naturally, he should be your eldest senior brother." Huan Yun Maiyang frowned upon hearing this, his expression as if he had just chewed on dog shit. He had originally thought that after becoming a formal disciple, he would at least rank above Zhang. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Unexpectedly, something even more shocking happened. At this moment, Maiyang Tak actually bowed with cupped fists to Zhang. Junior brother Maiyang Tak greets eldest senior brother Zhang. Watching this scene, Huan Yun Maiyang and Yong Su were dumbfounded. However, Maiyang Tak simply didn't care about their gazes. His heart was filled with contempt. "Do you 2 fools still not get it?" Master didn't even ask what happened here and chose in his favor. The scales were tipped to his side from the very start. He will be the next dark sect leader. In the following time, Manager Yun sent the injured Huan Yun Maiyang and the other 2 to the medicine hall in the inner city. The dark sect leader, remaining in the drill room, looked at Zhang. "You've been quiet. Aren't you curious why I didn't ask about what happened here? Or why I let you, who joined last, be the eldest senior disciple?" Zhang looked straight at the dark sect leader. "Why should I be so irreverently doubtful of your choices?" What a delightful answer. However, I know you're not being sincere. If there's something you want to say it. With this, Zhang asked, "Did you let them off out of fondness for them?" Recalling the words Huan Yun Maiyang said when he picked up the blade of pure evil, it was impossible for the dark sect leader not to know that the other party had played tricks to avoid castration. "It seems a lot more was said than I thought. If it bothers you, you don't need to tell me. It's okay. If I must answer, then perhaps it is because of fondness. However, there are times when you must feign ignorance despite knowing." Hearing this, Zhang was full of confusion. "What do you mean?" The dark sect leader covered his mouth and smiled. "That notion might not make sense to you right now, but when you stand in a position where you need to lead an organization, you will understand what I mean. Anyway, today's incident occurred because I didn't inform them in advance. I should apologize to you. You probably haven't even been able to fully memorize the claw technique." Unexpectedly, Zhang said something shocking. "I have already memorized it. If you are referring to the mantra of the ghost shadow claw technique, I have already memorized it all." Seeing the dark sect leader's doubtful look, Zhang chanted the words, "Origin of claw descends. Reverse channel the crane force. Absolute compliance leads to reverence. 5 great martial merits." I memorized them all. In such a short time, you memorized the claw technique? I can barely contain my delight with you. I hate to spoil you with compliments, but I just can't help it. Zhang bowed with cupped fists. "Thank you for your appreciation, master. I really want to teach you more straight away, but I'm a bit busy right now, so I'm afraid it won't work today. I have already instructed the internal manager, so go to your lodging and rest well." After saying this, the dark sect leader took out a long robe and gave it to Zhang. "Take this. It is the robe of the dark sect." Zhang took the robe. "Thank you, master." But just then, a familiar aura suddenly made Zhang's expression change. Subsequently, he asked the dark sect leader, "My apologies. May I take a walk?" The dark sect leader was slightly taken aback. "A walk?" Zhang replied, "Yes. I have been staying in the mountains for a while, so I want to explore the city." Hearing this, a gleam flashed in the depths of the dark sect leader's eyes. Then he casually agreed, "Of course you can. Go ahead." Zhang thanked the dark sect leader and prepared to leave. However, the dark sect leader added, "Since you might lose your way, I'll assign someone to guide you." Hearing this, Zhang thought to himself, So you're keeping me under surveillance? Zhang, who was good at hiding his thoughts, thanked the dark sect leader respectfully. Thank you for being so considerate. Simultaneously, a cold light flashed the moment he lowered his head. It looks like he doesn't trust me completely yet. Moments later, Zhang looked around the outside of the manor. The inner city of the Heaven and Earth Association was extremely vast. Various buildings and streets intertwined with each other. Seeing this, he thought to himself, this place is really big. It would probably take a lot of time to visit everything. Moreover, with the guard warrior closely watching his every move from behind, it would be very difficult for Zhang to cause any trouble even if he wanted to. Seeming to perceive Zhang's gaze, the guard, Suk Zhang, spoke respectfully. Please don't mind me. Zhang responded with a smile. Thank you for your consideration. At this time, Blue Spirit flew out from a wooden puppet. Why did you insist on coming out for a walk? I think it would be better to listen to that eunuch and go back to rest. Hearing this, Zhang said something strange. I sensed it. Blue Spirit asked. Sensed what? Zhang looked ahead. I sensed Go Chan's spiritual energy not far from here. Blue Spirit was somewhat surprised. Are you talking about that guy possessing the assassin girl's body? Yes, he seems to still be possessing that body. So you're saying he came here with that body intact? I didn't think he'd have the skills to enter the inner castles of the Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang whispered. He was originally an assassin, so he must have used his memories. Blue Spirit crossed her arms. No matter what, the more trump cards we can use, the better. The likelihood of him betraying you is also low since he's your familiar. Zhang agreed. I think so too. However, just then, Zhang noticed that beside Go Chan's aura, there were other people's auras. Is it down these stairs? At this time, several people walked up from below. Seeing this, Zhang was startled in his heart. Who are these people? Most of them are people who have reached the Supreme Peak realm, especially the one walking in front. His energy rivals that of the King of Brilliance. Suk-young reminded Zhang, Young Master, we must give our greetings. Zhang asked, Who is he? Suk-young introduced in a whisper. He is the Association Master's second disciple, Young Master Jang Nung-ak. Hearing this, Zhang thought to himself, so that man is the second Young Master, Jang Nung-ak. I didn't expect to meet him like this. However, Zhang did not pay too much attention to Jang Nung-ak at this time, because he sensed a familiar aura on the woman hanging on the shoulder of a drinking burly man. At this moment, Go Chan happened to wake. When he looked up, he found Zhang staring at him. Seeing this, the demon monk in Blue Spirit laughed loudly. Could it be that he used his looks to get in here? Look at his outfit. He really became a woman. Go Chan, seen by acquaintances, covered his face with his hand and wailed in his heart. I want to die? Why did things turn out like this? 3 days ago, at the Cherry Passion Courtesan House, famed for its luxurious parlors, there was a room here called the Admiration Room, used only to receive distinguished guests. And that was where Go Chan was. At that moment, Go Chan, possessing Hot Sharon's body, was utterly speechless. How did I end up in this kind of place? Go Chan originally voluntarily walked into the Cherry Passion Courtesan House to find Zhang, who knew he would run into the chaotic situation of preparing to welcome the distinguished guest, the disciple of the Five Kings. Because of his outstanding appearance, Go Chan was temporarily drafted to serve the guest. There was a special segment in the Admiration Room. The singing girls would take turns showcasing their talents before the distinguished guest, whether singing, dancing, playing instruments, or other performances. Seeing that it was almost his turn, Go Chan had an impulse to just run away. However, at that moment, the distinguished guest in the Admiration Room seemed dissatisfied with the singing girl dancing inside. So boring. Next, call the next one in. Hearing this, the madam of the Cherry Passion Courtesan House immediately walked out of the room and called Go Chan to her, looking at his lazy appearance. She couldn't help scolding sternly, Straighten your back. Don't lose your manners after going in. If you feel the guest doesn't like you, come out immediately. Go Chan said yes. Subsequently, he glanced at the girls lining up behind him and thought to himself, everyone's overly eager to get in his favor and become his concubine somehow. For me, it would be like a disaster. So I'm not particularly interested, but I can't just quit now either. With an apprehensive heart, Go Chan walked into the Admiration Room holding the Hyukin. On the main seat inside was a man drinking heavily. Unexpectedly, the moment he saw Go Chan, the drinking man's gaze condensed and said, not bad. Go Chan, stared at by the man, trembled all over. He always felt a nervousness of being seen through, but the man on the main seat grinned. Hey girl, looks like you've learned martial arts. Hearing this, Go Chan was taken aback. I got caught, and the man opposite him continued to question. How did you learn martial arts? Go Chan encouraged himself in his heart. I must stay calm. I just need to say the line I have prepared just in case I got caught. So in the next second, Go Chan used his prepared first move, a woman's tears. My deceased father was the lowest level warrior in the society during his lifetime. I learned a little self-defense from him. but those are just insignificant skills. Hearing this, the man said, I see. To think a warrior's daughter would be living as a courtesan. What a twisted fate. Go-chan wept in a low voice, pretending. Seeing this, the man immediately said, do you think I will say some words to comfort you? There are plenty of people in the world having a harder time than you. Isn't this all the result brought by your own choices? Hearing this, Go-chan's expression froze. It seems there is no need to waste effort acting. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly shrugged. If you thought I'd listen to that obvious story and shed tears, you're greatly mistaken. But that doesn't mean I'd take you in as my concubine. It's been dull having only men for escorts. So if I had a female escort, at least I'd have something nice to look at. Go-chan revealed a joyful face upon hearing this. Does he want to accept me as his escort? Being an escort is much better than being a concubine. Seeing hope, Go-chan decided to take the initiative. My lord, what is your name? The man opposite murmured in a low voice. You want to know my name? Go-chan smiled and nodded. If I'm going to be your escort, shouldn't I at least know your name? Hearing this, the man thrust a giant axe into the ground, and in heroic laughter resounded through the whole room. My name? Seeing this axe, the image of someone among the 5 kings emerged in Go-chan's mind. The Heaven and Earth Association's supreme peak master, who killed many orthodox masters with just an axe. He is one of the 5 kings, and the 8 stars, destructive axe king, Hote Gang. Could he be his disciple? At this moment, the man struck a handsome pose. I am the grand leader of the Axe Annihilation Division, and the right-hand man of the second young master Jang Namek. My name is Ho Jong-hyuk. And so, Go-chan successfully became Ho Jong-hyuk's escort. But although he was an escort, the other party treated him just like a concubine. Not only did he have to wear revealing clothes, he also had to serve him liquor the whole day. Thinking of the experience during this period, Go-chan's heart was full of bitterness, and now it made him encounter such a shameful situation even more. Just as Blue's spirit and the demon monk laughed heartily, Jong focused his gaze on the man in the center of the group ahead. That is the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association Master, Jang Namek. Jong had heard the master of Corpse Blood Valley, Lee James, mention him before. The rumors about the second young master are not very good, so I advise you to try to avoid meeting him. The Corpse Blood Valley master warned me about him. His personality is tyrannical. He is the type of person who must get what he wants. If he is interested in me, then things will become very troublesome. In that case, I have no need to provoke him. Thinking of this, Jong followed Suk-young to bow with cupped fists. The Dark Sect leader's disciple pays respect to young Master Jang Namek. However, Jang Namek did not respond at all. Instead, he walked straight past Jong as if he didn't care. Seeing this scene, Blue's spirit's gaze condensed. He didn't even glance at you. Go-chan also pretended not to know you. Jong expressed that this was better instead. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Jang Namek, who had just passed by, suddenly stopped, then turned back to look at Jong, the Dark Sect leader's disciple. Jang Namek recalled the conversation with Mong Syakian before. Subsequently, he appeared in front of Jong. You must be that hostage from the Orthodox, aren't you? Seeing this, Blue's spirit spoke to remind Jong. Mortal, lower your head as much as possible. He's not someone you can challenge. At this moment, Jong thought to himself, the moment he catches me, I'll either end up as his plaything or get torn to pieces. Just then, Jang Namek placed his hand on Jong's head. Well, aren't you quite interesting? You seem to have only the strength of entering the peak realm. How did you take first place in the Corpse Blood Valley? I was just lucky. However, just at that instant, Jang Namek's index finger and middle finger suddenly stabbed towards Jong's eyes. And in that split second, Jong realized Jang Namek was testing his strength. And so, Jong pretended to close his eyes in fear. His whole body shrank back in fright. Seeing this, Jang Namek stopped his hand movement. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Jang Namek suddenly punched Jong, knocking him to the ground. Jang Namek then pulled out the folding fan from his waist and sneered. Exactly as I saw. The woman in the entourage chuckled. Young master, he doesn't seem as strong as the rumors say. Jang Namek replied indifferently. Looks like that's the case. Let's go? Blue Spirit felt Jong performed well this time. Mortal, you did very well. Jong patted the dust off his body. However, someone suddenly said, for someone who flinched out of surprise, his heartbeat was calm. Hearing this, Jong's expression changed. At the same time, Jang Namek asked the person who spoke, what did you say? Actually, Jong overlooked one point. That is sound. As a candidate for the next association master, Jang Namek obtained the support of 30% of the forces. Among them, the most important were the 5 people regarded as the new generation of strongmen. Jang Namek called these 5 people the 5 Great Mountains, and indeed they stood strong as mountains. He ranked them from 1st mountain to 5th mountain, and one of them happened to be a blind man who climbed to the 2nd mountain, surpassing Ho Jang-hyuk, the destructive axe king. This person was the 2nd mountain, Wu Yimin-kyan. Facing Jang Namek's inquiry, Wu Yimin-kyan pointed to his own ear. As you know, my ears are quite special. If my ears are not mistaken, that man wasn't surprised at all. Hearing this, Jang Nam-ik looked at Zhang with sharp eyes. Were you really not surprised at all? Seeing this scene, Zhang thought to himself, things have become troublesome. Jang Nam-ik was the second disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association Master, one of the candidates for the next Association Master. He is known for being the cruelest out of all the disciples of the Association Master. But there is something he is better known for, his crazed obsession with people who are talented. Now, because of the words of this blind man, Wu Yim and Kayan, Jang Nam-ik's gaze fell on Zhang. At this moment, Jang Nam-ik pressed the top of the paper fan against Zhang's chest. He is right. Your heartbeat is not beating fast at all. Although Jang Nam-ik did not possess super senses like Wu Yim and Kayan, he could still judge a person's heartbeat through a medium without direct contact. At this time, Blue Spirit's voice rang in Zhang's ear. Mortal, keep calm. He hasn't discovered your true strength yet. Zhang bowed with cupped fists. A master once taught me that, even when facing a great tiger, one must remain calm. Hearing these words, the corner of Jang Nam-ik's mouth raised slightly. A great tiger? What a nice saying. But isn't that saying only valid if you have the skills to back it up? As Jang Nam-ik snapped his fingers, the rough, burly man suddenly appeared behind Zhang. With a bang, a thick and powerful fist smashed down straight at Zhang. He raised his arm to block, but the force drove him back several steps. Jang Nam-ik chuckled lightly. Geo Mopal, I want to see his skills. Geo Mopal replied, yes, young master. At this moment, Zhang looked fierce. Blue Spirit hurriedly spoke to persuade. Mortal, you must endure it. Moments later, crimson fresh blood was splashed onto the plants nearby. Geo Mopal first punched Zhang on the nose, then spun into a sweeping kick that struck him square in the face. Zhang bent backward to dodge, pretending to look like he couldn't win at all. Thudding sounds rang out continuously, and with every punch Geo Mopal threw, fresh blood splattered. Looking at Zhang's miserable state, the thick-lipped woman in the team clicked her tongue. If this goes on, he'll be killed. Jang Nam-ik did not speak. A disappointment was revealed in his eyes. Is that all he has? Well, I guess even the top trainee of the Corpse Blood Valley would struggle to defeat someone in the ultimate peak realm. Unexpectedly, just when Jang Nam-ik prepared to tell Geo Mopal to stop, Wu Yim and Kayan suddenly rushed forward and said, that guy's heartbeat is still calm. Hearing this, Jang Nam-ik was somewhat surprised. What? Immediately after, Wu Yim and Kayan pulled a long sword from his bamboo cane. Please leave it to me. Let's see if you'll continue hiding your skills when you are on the brink of death. Instantly, Wu Yim and Kayan thrust the sword toward Zhang's neck. Sure enough, at that moment, Geo Mopal's eyes suddenly widened. Zhang actually gently held the fist he threw with his left hand. At the same time, the blade of pure evil blocked Wu Yim and Kayan's sword. This scene stunned everyone present. A strange silence fell over the area. Geo Mopal looked astonished. However, before he could utter ruthless words, his left fist was crushed by Zhang. The severe pain of fracture made him wail uncontrollably. After dealing with one opponent, Zhang subsequently put his gaze on Wu Yim and Kayan. I was enduring it all, but you've ruined it for me. Just then, Jang Nunjik's clapping sound broke the tense atmosphere. Truly amazing. Yes, this is what I wanted to see. The martial prowess of the trainee who passed the Corpse Blood Valley's trials in first place as a captive from Orthodox Myram. The martial prowess of having reached the supreme peak before the age of 20. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. Supreme peak? Is that true? Jang Nunjik affirmed this. Yes, although it is only the entry stage of the supreme peak realm. Hearing this, Geo-chan, possessing Hachion's body, was shocked. He was the person who knew Zhang's origin best. He could hardly believe it. Supreme peak realm? Impossible. That guy just months ago, he didn't know a thing about martial arts. A monster has infiltrated the Heaven and Earth Association, and no one knows about it. Wu Yim and Kayan lowered his head and fell into silence. Blue Spirit clicked her tongue in annoyance. That blind man ruined it all. I didn't think he'd be listening to your heartbeat. Jang Nunjik walked in front of Zhang, full of anticipation. Then I will be straightforward. Swear your loyalty to me. Hearing these words from Jang Nunjik, Blue Spirit said to Zhang, you have no choice. Mortal, you better take that offer now. At this moment, Geo-chan finally understood Zhang's previous behavior. After all, receiving more attention at this time would only make things more dangerous. If they discovered Zhang's extraordinary strength, they would become even more vigilant. Unexpectedly, Zhang cupped his fists. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can take that offer. As soon as this was said, the whole venue fell silent. Beside the demon monk, Blue Spirit clicked her tongue in annoyance. You just never do as I say, do you? Sure enough, hearing Zhang's refusal, Jang Nunjik's expression changed instantly. As he took a step forward, terrifying strength shattered the ground directly. Then he stared at Zhang with a face full of anger. Did you just not hear my offer? Seeing this scene, Geo-chan was almost scared to death. Is he crazy? Wu Yiming Xiong frowned slightly. His heart was equally filled with puzzlement. What is he thinking? However, facing Jang Nunjik's pressure, Zhang remained calm. If you want the dark sect, don't you think it's better not to do anything right now? Hearing this, a light flashed in the minds of Jang Nunjik and Wu Yiming-cheong. Subsequently, Jang Nunjik opened the folding fan with great interest. Tell me about it. Zhang covered his chest with his hand. Although I can swear loyalty to you right now, but if I, who come from the orthodox path, join the power struggle so quickly, will the dark sect leader trust me? No, he'll think that you're a spy. Zhang then added, so I hope you can wait. Jang Nunjik looked straight at Zhang. What do I get out of waiting? Zhang immediately replied, a promise. I heard you were the closest to the successor position. If you will wait for me, I will earn the dark sect leader's trust and take over the dark sect and offer you the sect. Hearing this, Jang Nunjik patted Zhang's shoulder and said, yes, I'm sure the dark sect leader would be suspicious if you started following me soon. I should wait a while if I want things to go smoothly. Subsequently, Jang Nunjik turned to leave. Alright, I'll be waiting. I hope you will have earned the dark sect leader's trust by the next time we meet. After saying this, Jang Nunjik beckoned his subordinates to leave. Let's go back and have some drinks. The thick-lipped woman didn't expect second young master Jang Nunjik would just leave like this. This was completely different from usual. Meanwhile, looking at Zhang's back, Wu Yiming-cheong thought to himself, it's not just his martial prowess. He's way too smart. He knew exactly what it was that the young master wanted and liked, and used that to his advantage. He resolved the situation with just his words. And at that time, I had a feeling that he was hiding a lot more. Thinking of this, Wu Yiming-cheong trembled all over. He felt Jang Nunjik's decision to let Zhang go might not be wise. At this moment, Zhang was also sizing up Wu Yiming-cheong out of the corner of his eye. Then he called out to Blue Spirit beside him. Subsequently, the distant Wu Yiming-cheong finally made a decision. That guy must be eliminated. At the same time, a cold light flashed in Zhang's eyes. Blue Spirit, that blind man must die. Moments later, floating in the air, Blue Spirit asked, Mortal, now that I think about it, what are you going to do about him? Zhang was puzzled. Who do you mean? The guy possessing that girl's body. Zhang suddenly realized. Are you talking about Go Cheng? I used telepathy to order him to monitor the second young master in his group. That's good. It didn't even seem like he minded being in a girl's body. Zhang tilted his head. Is that so? By the way, you dealt with it a lot more peacefully than I expected. Zhang chuckled lightly. Well, there were people watching. Blue Spirit glanced at Suk Young out of the corner of her eye. Are you referring to the escort arranged by the eunuch? Unexpectedly, Zhang replied, no, I'm not talking about him. Hearing this, Blue Spirit was somewhat startled. Zhang looked up at a certain spot. Then the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Immediately after, he led Suk Young and strode away. Meanwhile, behind that wall, two people were hiding. One was a short man with a beard, and the other was Wai Soyan, who had appeared in the Corpse Blood Valley treasury before. At this moment, her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed. She looked unsure of what to do. The short man asked, Miss, weren't you looking for that person? Why did you just let him leave? Wai Soyan sighed. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. She thought to herself, I recently heard that he's from the orthodox path. I gave him my identity plaque without even knowing that. It'll be really annoying for me if people find out. But he's the dark sect leader's disciple. At this moment, Wai Soyan didn't know what to do. Her thoughts had become a tangled mess. But just then, the short man interrupted Wai Soyan's wild thoughts. Anyway, do you think that was true? Wai Soyan turned around. What do you mean? The short man touched his chin with his hand. The remark by young master Jang Nung AK, saying that the orthodox kid had reached the supreme peak realm. Hearing this, Wai Soyan thought to herself, now that I think about it, he was only at the peak realm a few days ago. It didn't seem like he was hiding his strength. But Jang Nung, AK wouldn't just lie like that. Suspicious, Wai Soyan decided to confirm it personally. Although I don't know if Jae Hyung wanted his strength before, but if he is really at the supreme peak realm, I need to bring him onto my side regardless of his origins. I'll check for myself. However, just as Wai Soyan prepared to move, she suddenly paused. But how should I confirm it? Soon after, night fell. When following Siekjin to the residence in the dark sect, Zhang, the demon monk, and Blue Spirit were stunned by the scene before them. The treatment of a formal disciple of the dark sect was indeed generous. Zhang was allowed to use an entire manor. However, seeing the guards and servants inside, Blue Spirit and Zhang knew they were there to keep an eye on Zhang. Zhang thought to himself, although there are guards, they are here to monitor me. Even the servants are people who have practiced martial arts. It seems the dark sect leader really doesn't trust me at all. Blue Spirit looked these people up and down. Although they're all second or a third rate, there are too many of them. If you want to move freely, it's not an easy task. A cold light flashed in Zhang's eyes. Since that's the case, I'll make it so that they're not watching me. Hearing this, Blue Spirit was confused. What do you mean? Zhang pushed open the door and walked in. I promised the second young master that I'll take over the dark sect. I have to keep that promise. Seeing Zhang walk into the room, Siekjin proposed to leave. That's it for my duties. I'll excuse myself. Unexpectedly, Zhang suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, did you say your name was Siekjin? There's something I wanted to ask you in private. Do you have time to talk? Hearing this, Siekjin could not conceal his surprise. He looked back at Zhang. I wonder what he could possibly have to ask me. Well, there are plenty of people around. I'm sure he won't try anything stupid. Having decided, Siekjin followed Zhang into the room. Closing the door, he took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to ask me?" Zhang sat very calmly on the soft couch. "You're going to report to the dark sect leader about me, right?" This question made Siekjin's expression freeze. Zhang looked up straight at him. "I advise you better not to do that. I don't care about you watching me, but only report what I allow you to report." Siekjin didn't expect Zhang to say it so directly. His heart was full of doubts. He knows he is being monitored. Shouldn't it be normal for him to be cautious with his words and actions? Harboring this question, Siekjin cupped his fists towards Zhang. "I will pretend I didn't hear what you just said." Zhang immediately said, "You will regret it." Hearing this, Siekjin thought to himself, he's arrogant. How dare he threaten someone who's supposed to be keeping an eye on him? Subsequently, Siekjin seemed unable to endure it anymore. "You must be feeling really confident after having subdued the 3 probationary disciples. But I only follow the sect leader's orders." At the same time, he thought to himself, he's just a disposable object the sect leader can throw out anytime. Immediately after, Siekjin turned to leave. "I can't listen to any more of this. I'll be excusing myself." Unexpectedly, just as Siekjin prepared to report this matter to the dark sect leader as well, Zhang suddenly extended his palm towards Siekjin, and the attraction spell activated instantly. A huge suction force pulled Siekjin backwards. Immediately after, Zhang choked Siekjin's neck, then pressed him ruthlessly onto the ground. Siekjin turned his head wanting to question why Zhang did this, but Zhang then sheathed the blade of pure evil. Just when Siekjin thought this madman was going to kill him, Zhang placed the blade of pure evil in his hand. In the next second, Siekjin's consciousness fell into a haze. When he woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. At this moment, Zhang sheathed the blade of pure evil with a light smile. "I see. You want to get married to a woman who's also a guard. Build a manor in the outer city and spend the rest of your life with her. Your desire is so simple." Hearing this, Siekjin's eyes widened abruptly. "How did you know?" Zhang shook the blade of pure evil in his hand. The blade of pure evil has an interesting function that allows people to reveal the deepest desires in their hearts. However, if your lover dies, that simple wish of yours won't be realized, right? Hearing these words, Siekjin's heart skipped a beat. Having engaged in espionage work for a long time, he forced himself to calm down. "No, I have to hold it in. I'll just pretend to be loyal to him for now. I'll tell the dark sect leader that he's not someone he should take in as a disciple, no matter what." However, in the next second, an object pierced the window paper and was thrown into the room. It was a butterfly-shaped ornament. Seeing this, Siekjin froze in fear, because this was the gift he once gave to his lover. Subsequently, under Siekjin's nervous gaze, Zhang picked up the butterfly ornament, then flicked off a corner of it, and said, "Next time, it won't be a hairpin. It will be her decapitated head." Hearing this, Siekjin felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang helped him up and patted his back gently, saying, "Don't report the matter of my fight with them to the master. Only tell him that I met the association master's second disciple, and left after solemnly refusing his proposal. Understood?" Siekjin nodded muddily. At this moment, Zhang's tone turned cold. "Why do you look like you're about to cry? I'm not going to kill you." Looking at the remains of the butterfly ornament broken in two in Zhang's palm, Siekjin had only one thought at this moment. This guy is a devil. After a round of extremely friendly negotiation, Siekjin, deeply subdued by Zhang, walked out of the room. Seeing this, the guards waiting outside immediately stepped forward. "Are you okay? Your face doesn't look good." Siekjin didn't care, just asked, "Did the young master come out of the room?" The guard on the right replied, "No, weren't you two discussing matters all the time?" As soon as this was said, Siekjin looked down at the remains of the butterfly ornament in his hand. Then who brought this hairpin? Little did he know, in a perspective invisible to Siekjin, the demon monk was staring at him. In the next moment, Siekjin left with heavy steps, leaving the two red-clothed guards standing in place with puzzled faces. At this time, Zhang, inside the room, suddenly issued an invitation. "You sure are working hard. Since we're going to be seeing each other much more often, do you want to have some tea together?" Hearing this, the two red-clothed guards looked at each other, then readily agreed. In the next moment, the door was closed again. No one knew what exactly happened inside. Meanwhile, in a high building about 6 or 7 stories tall, lit candles flickered gently. The dark sect leader looked at the intelligence in his hand. The second young master met Jiayong-1, but left after saying only a few words. Suk-young, standing with hands behind his back, replied, "Yes, that is right." Hearing this, the dark sect leader snorted lightly. It seems Jang Nung AK wanted to use that kid as a stepping stone to take over the dark sect. I have already rejected him several times, but for him to just leave like that, That's unexpected. Did he really just leave without creating conflict? Sweat appeared on Suk-young's nervous face, and he said, yes. Actually, in his heart, Suk-young wanted to deny it immediately. He wanted to tell the sect master he absolutely must not accept that kid as a disciple, and that he's an evil guy hiding his real strength. But Suk-young always felt something was watching him, making him unable to open his mouth. He could only act according to Jang's order. Nothing happened. Little did he know, Suk-young's feeling was correct. The demon monk had been following behind him. If Suk-young had an impulse to leak the secret, the demon monk would absolutely not give him a chance to speak. Hearing Suk-young's answer, the dark sect leader pondered slightly. Then he covered his mouth and laughed with joy on his face. That is truly great. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. Go back and rest. Suk-young bowed slightly, then turned to leave. Watching Suk-young leave, the dark sect leader narrowed his eyes. Just then, a voice suddenly came from somewhere in the room. Sect leader, Suk-young seems to have hidden something and not reported it. The dark sect leader thought the same. Suk-young's face was anxious and pale. The report seemed like it had missing parts, too. Moreover, the dark sect leader absolutely didn't believe Jang Nong-aek would leave so easily. Perhaps something happened to Suk-young. In the next moment, the dark sect leader placed his hand on the table. Send someone to follow Suk-young. Also, keep an eye on everyone in Jang Woon's residence, too, and report to me. Hearing this, a yes came from the direction of the ceiling. Then the aura disappeared. The dark sect leader calmed his mood, then reached out to open a drawer. Inside was an old scroll. Subsequently, the dark sect leader opened it. The writing on the scroll was completely different from Chinese characters, but the dark sect leader was deeply attracted by the contents of the scroll. Soon after, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the dark sect leader fell into many worries. The first was the worry about Ma Jiyuan's talent. The dark sect leader initially just asked Jiyuan to demonstrate the ghost shadow claw technique, but his movements were so perfect, it was like he had practiced for a long time. Every move was accurate without error. This made the dark sect leader suspect for a time whether Jang had previewed the ghost shadow claw technique overnight. However, when he asked the servant about it, the servant's answer left the dark sect leader dumbfounded. Young Master Ma Jiyuan just stayed in his room reading books. Facing the fact that Jang did nothing but master the moves perfectly in one day, the dark sect leader couldn't help but marvel. Afterward, in order to verify, the dark sect leader let Jang try other secret manuals. Unexpectedly, the result was still the same. Although the dark sect leader knew Jang had innate martial talent, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Even without needing any guidance, Jang's martial talent had surpassed astonishment and was enough to make one feel fear. Therefore, the dark sect leader had to change the teaching method to answering Jang's doubts. However, Jang's questions were beyond his expectations. I heard that you're wearing a mask. How was it made? Jang did not ask any questions about martial arts. Instead, he showed strong interest in the secret techniques of the dark sect. Hearing this, the dark sect leader frowned tightly. Is Ma Jiyuan only interested in things other than martial arts? And this became his second worry. Because if he wanted to teach the secret techniques of the dark sect, trust is necessary. Since the dark sect leader didn't trust Jang yet, he didn't teach him the final 3 secret moves of the flying illusion ghost blade technique and the method of making human skin masks. Therefore, 3 days ago, the dark sect leader had his subordinates look into the mock sword manner and mock Jiyuan. The dark sect leader thought that with such talent as Jiyuan, mock sword manner should have spent a lot of effort cultivating him. But that was not the case at all. His martial skills were only at the level of third rate. The dark sect leader could not help but be shocked at the report. The one thing he could assume was that Ma Jiyuan probably had complaints about his status in the household. But just this point was not enough. Ultimately, more conclusive information was needed. The dark sect leader could only helplessly give orders to the red-clothed warriors. Find out more. And the third and final worry was the greatest of them all. The dark sect leader clearly sent people to monitor Jang. But the strange thing was nothing was amiss. Jang's daily life seemed preset, just practicing martial arts, eating, cultivating qi, and reading before bed, nothing more. For 7 consecutive days, it never deviated from this cycle. This matter raised the dark sect leader's suspicion to the highest point. It's way too regular. Is he threatening the people watching him? However, even when the dark sect leader switched out the people watching Ma Jiyuan, the result was exactly the same. This could mean that the reports were truthful, but the dark sect leader felt that this was more suspicious. Because of this feeling, he was able to come to an answer. He has been through 18 people already. It's not possible to threaten or persuade all those people. Moreover, that kid is not just excellent in martial arts. He should have long noticed that he was being monitored. I assume he was acting like this to reassure me. I might have just made him even more careful. Having no choice, the dark sect leader could only call that man named Jade. This was his guard and confidant, a special grade assassin whose martial prowess is at the ultimate peak realm and was from one of the 4 greatest assassin sects. the soundless murder sect. He is the hands and feet of the dark sect leader and the best when it comes to stealth. Hearing the dark sect leader's summons, Jade slowly appeared. Did you call me? The dark sect leader's gaze condensed. Jade, replace all servants with ordinary people and take out all but 2 of the guards. Also, please keep an eye on him yourself for a while. Jade, kneeling on one knee, said, understood. Then he disappeared from the spot. After Jade left, the dark sect leader picked up the hot tea on the table and thought to himself, if the special grade assassin Jade hides, even a supreme peak martial master won't notice his presence. I'll assume I'll find out the truth soon. A person being watched hides the truth when they realize they are being watched. If he believes that he is no longer being watched, I'm sure he'll reveal the truth soon. A moment later, Jade arrived at Zhang's residence. He peeked carefully through the ceiling tiles. At this moment, Zhang sat in the room, holding a man's hand as he read aloud. Uproot and transform. Seize, apply, and connect. Like the elixir of the immortal realm, a single grain turns into 100,000. Just then, Jade jumped down from the ceiling. Immediately after, he pulled something out of his bosom and jumped behind the defenseless Zhang. However, Zhang casually said, "You're early, demon monk." It turns out Jade at this time had long been possessed by the demon monk. Blue Spirit took a puff from the tobacco pipe, then exhaled turbid air. 3 days ago, Moral had the monk and I investigate the forces of the dark sect. At that time, we found this Jade guy. He seemed very adept at hiding his presence, but it's no use against spirits. So we took him down and persuaded or threatened the others without making it obvious. As a result, a week after Moral joined the dark sect, he had taken over most of the dark sect. At this moment, Zhang asked, "So demon monk, how's your new body?" The demon monk possessing Jade's body gave a double thumbs up to show satisfaction. "That's good. Is this the scroll the dark sect leader reads every day? I wonder what is written here." Just then, the demon monk glanced at the man whose head was held by Zhang's hand. Zhang saw the inquiry in the demon monk's eyes, so he answered actively, "This person, I'm sure you noticed, but he's not a martial artist of the dark sect. I guess you could say that he's an assassin sent after me." Hearing this, the demon monk was shocked. Blue Spirit gave her a guess. He was probably sent by that blind swordsman we saw before. At this time, the figure of Wu Yimingqian emerged in Zhang's mind. The Association Master's second disciple, Jiang Neng, a case confidant. Wu Yimingqian, that is truly an annoying guy. I thought he'd try something soon, and I was right. Do you know what this guy said at first? He said he was from the Orthodox Alliance's hidden force. The puzzled demon monk scratched the back of his head. Blue Spirit exhaled a long puff of smoke. Did you not get it? It's because the mortal is from the Orthodox path, so they want to take the opportunity to make him let down his guard. Use your brain. The demon monk was embarrassed by Blue Spirit's scolding. Zhang's gaze condensed. Well, he confessed after some simple torture. He was sent by Wu Yimingqian. It had to be said. This simple torture was really cruel. That man's fingers were all broken backwards. Even needles were stuck under the nails. At this time, Blue Spirit was puzzled. But where did that blind guy get the audacity to send an assassin here? He could have been caught. Hearing this, Zhang fell into deep thought. It is indeed strange. Wu Yimingqian should have known long ago that a guy of this level couldn't kill me. Plus, this place deals with intel. It is one of the most heavily guarded places in the association. So how did this guy break in without being discovered? Just then, the corner of Zhang's mouth raised in a light smile. Goodness, they got us. Hearing this, Blue Spirit frowned slightly. What do you mean? However, the soaring firelight and footsteps outside quickly interrupted her. Zhang then said calmly, "It's not that he wasn't caught. Do you remember what he said at first?" Blue Spirit replied that the man said he was from the Orthodox Alliance. As soon as she said this, Blue Spirit finally understood what Zhang meant. Zhang continued, "Yes, you're right. There's no way security was this loose. They let him in on purpose. This guy was probably a trap set for the infiltrators to figure out why they infiltrated. And that blind man wanted to use the trap to make it look like a spy was trying to contact me." At this moment, the Dark Sect Internal Affairs Overseer, Cho Yamhan, led the guard team to surround the manor where Zhang was located. Zhang smiled faintly. That blind man's purpose wasn't to kill me, but to frame me as a spy of the Orthodox Alliance. Sure enough, Wu Yimingqian stood on a high vantage point with his men, looking down at the location of the Dark Sect. "What is the situation now?" The masked man beside Wu Yimingqian replied. The martial artists of the Dark Sect escorted him to a separate building. Hearing this, Wu Yimingqian chuckled heartily. Everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. He could almost see Ma Jiyuan's flustered appearance right now. Just a day ago, the man who broke into Ma Jiyuan's separate courtyard was conversing with Wu Yimingqian. His tone was somewhat surprised. "What? You want me to first say I'm from the Orthodox Alliance, then after being tortured by him, say that I was sent by you?" Opposite him, Wu Yimingqian nodded. "Yes, that guy will definitely torture you." The man who broke into Ma Jiyuan's separate courtyard was puzzled. "It doesn't necessarily have to be you. Couldn't I pretend to be sent by someone else?" "No, he's smart. He'll know if you're lying. If you say you were sent by me, He won't kill you immediately. That's how you will stall for time. The man pondered slightly. I see. After stalling for time, the dark sect warriors will be mobilized. That's right. Afterwards, at that moment, Wu Yiming-Kian hesitated to speak. The man finished what he could not bring himself to say. Yes, I will die as a spy of the Orthodox Alliance. Please take care of my family. Wu Yiming-Kian bowed slightly and replied, I won't forget your loyalty. Back to the present, Wu Yiming-Kian discarded the hat on his head and thought to himself. This plan was built around the death of Ji Hong from the start. Whether the kid tortures Ji Hong or not, the plan will have framed him as a spy. For that, Ji Hong took a plaque of the hidden force with him, and we bribed the internal affairs overseer of the dark sect. This is a move made after dozens of schemes. No matter how smart he is, he won't be able to escape this situation. Ji Hong will reveal Ma Jiyuan as a spy of the Orthodox Alliance soon. Once that happens, he will lose his position or die being tortured. After confirming that the dark sect warriors were swarming toward Ma Jiyuan's separate courtyard, Wu Yiming-Kian returned to his own residence and sat on his bed with a somewhat relaxed mood. I trust my senses, especially when it comes to sound. There is nothing more accurate than the sound of a heartbeat, and that guy's heartbeat is extremely bizarre. No matter what situation he was in, his heart rate was consistent. There's always something fundamentally wrong with beings like that. I told the young master that Ma Jiyuan should be killed, but he silenced me, so I have no choice but to do it myself. With the trouble eliminated, Wu Yiming-Kian felt much more at ease, and his mood also lightened. However, just as he took off his shoes and prepared to rest, his expression suddenly changed. For some reason, the vegetation outside swayed in the wind, producing a faint rustling sound. Sensing this, Wu Yiming-Kian had a premonition that something was wrong. What is going on? It's too quiet outside. Little did he know that at this moment, the guards outside had already collapsed one after another. In the next second, Wu Yiming-Kian reached out and picked up his bamboo cane, then pulled open the door of the room, muttering to himself, there should be martial artists guarding the area, but I don't feel their presence. Are they all sleeping? Full of tension, with a clang, he drew the long sword hidden within the bamboo cane. At this time, he was already certain that the warriors responsible for guarding had fainted. Just then, a figure slowly approached from the darkness. Hearing the footsteps, Wu Yiming-Kian frowned tightly. Although I've only heard it once, I can recognize it. But how? I should be getting tortured in dark sex prison right now. Unable to accept this reality, Wu Yiming-Kian questioned loudly, Ma Jian, how did you get in? However, Zhang, his face stained with blood, didn't reply. He merely tossed the object in his hand over. Wu Yiming-Kian subconsciously caught the flying object through the touch of his fingertips. He had already identified it as Jihan's head. While Wu Yiming-Kian was stunned, Zhang took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In an instant, he arrived in front of Wu Yiming-Kian at an astonishing speed. Sensing the danger, Wu Yiming-Kian threw away Jihan's head and blocked Ma Jiyuan's attack with his sword. Zhang, who launched the sneak attack, had a cold gleam in his eyes and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everything you gave me, I will return it all to you. At this moment, Wu Yiming-Kian was confused. Everything was perfect. He should have been accused of being a spy of the Orthodox Alliance by the internal affairs overseer. There was no room for failure. Despite that, he's here. Just what could have happened? It turns out that 2 hours ago, the Darkset internal affairs overseer, Cho Yamhan, led the guard team to surround the courtyard where Zhang was located. I heard there was an intruder. Please come out. Although Cho Yamhan's tone sounded very respectful, his expression was clearly calculating. I was doubtful, but it seems there really is an intruder. Not long ago, Second Mountain Wu Yiming-Kian sent someone to inform me, saying Ma Jiyuan was a spy of the Orthodox Alliance, and that he would get into contact with someone from the Alliance. I already had my doubts because Ma Jiyuan is an Orthodox hostage, but the invader really headed straight toward his room. This is good. This is my chance to get rid of him. Thinking this, Cho Yamhan issued an order. If he doesn't come out, send someone in to drag him out. The red-clothed warriors immediately answered yes. Just then, Zhang walked out carrying Jihan covered in blood and filth, so it is the internal affairs overseer gracing us with his presence. I thought that you were unaware of what was going on because you didn't capture the invader. We noticed long ago. We just wanted to see what his goal was. Zhang threw Jihan on the ground upon hearing this and said, is that so? Well, I'll believe you. Looking at Zhang's arrogant appearance, Cho Yamhan frowned tightly. I thought the intruder was going for confidential documents, but I didn't expect him to go straight to your room. Zhang calmly replied, indeed. He wouldn't confess even when I tortured him. Let's wake him up and interrogate him. You tortured him? That makes things worse. Zhang was slightly stunned. How is that an issue? Cho Yamhan's eyes were gloomy. You might have done it just to avoid suspicion. Cho Yamhan then reached out and grabbed Zhang's shoulder. Maybe this person is a spy who tried to get in touch with you. At this moment, Cho Yamhan sneered and thought to himself, you are the most suspicious right now. You will be tortured to death soon. Unexpectedly, the corner of Zhang's mouth suddenly raised in an arc. Seeing this, Cho Yamhan's expression froze. Did he just smile? Just then, the dark sect leader's voice suddenly rang out. A guest so late at night? What brings you here? Just as Cho Yamhan was about to answer, Jihan, escorted by warriors, suddenly woke up. He wanted to struggle free, but was pressed onto the ground by two red-clothed warriors. Seeing this scene, Cho Yamhan looked astonished. Why is he suddenly acting strange? Unexpectedly, in the next second, Jihan looked up at Cho Yamhan. I'm sorry, Overseer. I have already confessed everything to that Orthodox hostage. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone focused their eyes on Cho Yamhan. Jihan's words continued. Overseer, please spare my family. Little did anyone know. In a perspective invisible to everyone, as Blue Spirit's lips moved slightly, Jihan pleaded to Cho Yamhan with a sorrowful expression. I beg you, I don't care if I die. Facing Jihan's plea, Cho Yamhan hurriedly explained to the dark sect leader. Sect leader? He's framing me. There's no way I know him. Jihan, possessed by Blue Spirit, shouted, Overseer, why are you playing dumb? At this moment, Cho Yamhan pulled out the long sword at his waist. You bastard, I'm going to trip open that mouth of yours. Seeing Cho Yamhan was about to commit violence, Jade appeared and stopped him. Overseer, calm down. Why are you overreacting like this? It's like you actually secretly hired him. Hearing this, Cho Yamhan could no longer control his anger. What are you talking about? That intruder is clearly framing me. Just then, the noisy discussion of the surrounding warriors rang out. Is that true? Young Master Mok is a good person. Was he framed? It really was the Overseer. So he captured the intruder's family and forced him to frame young Master Mok. Hearing these skeptical voices, Cho Yamhan was too stunned to speak. Jihan, possessed by Blue Spirit, incited the emotions of the people around again. He turned to look at the dark sect leader and said, Sect leader, I just acted according to the Overseer's instructions. Hearing this, Cho Yamhan raised the long sword in his hand. He wished he could kill this guy, framing him immediately. At this moment, Jade said to the dark sect leader, I will arrest the Overseer. Hearing this, Cho Yamhan defended loudly. Guard Jade, it wasn't me. At this moment, the atmosphere of the whole venue was murderous. Red-clothed warriors had already put their hands on the weapons at their waists. Cho Yamhan was still crying out for justice, while Jihan, possessed by Blue Spirit, had gloomy eyes. Unexpectedly, just then, the dark sect leader cut off the intruder's head. Instantly, the surroundings fell into deathly silence, and everyone showed shocked expressions. Subsequently, the dark sect leader said to everyone, the intruder attempting to create internal strife in this sect is dead. From now on, everyone is forbidden to mention this matter. Under the dark sect leader's powerful pressure, everyone could only obey orders. This matter came to an end here, quickly quelling the chaos. The dark sect leader's gaze was grave, although he forcibly suppressed the situation with authority. Everything in front of him made him feel strongly uneasy. The intruder's deliberate frame-up, the incitement of some warriors, even Guard Jade, who always only obeyed him, suddenly came out to protect the intruder and force the Overseer. Everything was full of incongruity. Just then, Zhang, whose mouth almost grinned to his ears, came into view. Sensing this, the dark sect leader instantly turned around. Looking at Zhang, the dark sect leader thought to himself, I felt this before, this feeling that something is off. Back to the present, looking at Zhang attacking head-on, Wu Yimengqian was full of doubts, the feeling that something is off. Yes, that is what I felt from him. At this moment, Zhang, having the upper hand, kicked Wu Yimengqian, flying with one kick. Wu Yimengqian, flying backwards, smashed several doors. Only after pressing his fingers to the ground and bracing his sword did he regain his balance. And Zhang did not give the enemy a chance to take a breath. He walked slowly toward Wu Yimengqian. All right, now it's time to return it to you. Everything that you were trying to give me. At this moment, Wu Yimengqian thought to himself, yes, that was what I felt. I would have welcomed him had he been just a talented guy. But there was just something so off about him. Schemes won't work on him. I need to kill him. Here and now, Blue Spirit, taking a puff from the tobacco pipe, reminded Zhang, Mortal, be careful. Zhang murmured, what are you talking about? Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang's voice fell, Wu Yimengqian's sword cut through the air. At the critical moment, Zhang quickly retreated half a step. The sword failed to cut his neck, leaving only a bloody mark on his face. Blue Spirit saw this and looked at Wu Yimengqian. That blind man's strength is above yours. Zhang did not reply. Crimson fresh blood spilled from the wound on his face. Wu Yimengqian pointed his bloodstained sword at Zhang and said, I have to admit, you are indeed very strong and very smart too. However, you should not have come here, because you are going to die to me. Zhang calmly wiped the blood off his face. The moment he looked up, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Interesting, looking at Zhang holding the blade of pure evil, Wu Yimengqian made a defensive posture. You are indeed very strong. You are on the same martial level as me at that age. It's definitely impressive. However, there is one critical flaw that accompanies such fast growth. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Wu Yimenkian shot forward and slashed at Zhang with his sword. Seeing this, Zhang raised the blade of pure evil to block. However, the force of the strike sent him flying into the next room. Wu Yimenkian did not give him a moment to breathe. He immediately followed and launched a relentless series of attacks. Seeing this, Zhang defended with his own sword techniques, countering Wu Yimenkian's fierce offensive. Sparks burst in the darkness each time their blades collided. Just because two people are in the same martial realm does not mean that their skill levels are also equal. One reason for that is internal energy. It is hard to harbor a lot of good internal energy when you have grown so fast. That is why you are losing right now. Subsequently, in the almost evenly matched confrontation between the two, Wu Yimenkian's sword suddenly deviated from its path. Seeing this, Zhang quickly adjusted his blade to block the attack. Unexpectedly, Wu Yimenkian slashed across Zhang's abdomen from an unexpected angle. Wu Yimenkian, sensing this through hearing, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. The second is a lack of experience. You didn't react in time as I thought. Your moves are very precise and flawless. However, you do not have enough experience to be able to react to unpredictable moves, and your internal energy is inferior. At this moment, Wu Yimenkian intended to suppress thoroughly. His sword created countless sword lights, dazzling star power sword. Fourth technique, brave eternal flash. In the next second, countless sword lights instantly flew toward Zhang. Those two shortcomings are the reason you will lose to me. However, seeing this sword technique, Zhang couldn't help but admire it. Such a complete and beautiful sword technique. I'm mesmerized. I want to try deflecting it at full strength. And so, in the next second, clangs rang continuously as Zhang deflected the sword lights. However, there were too many and countless strikes left wounds across his body. Even so, Zhang laughed loudly. This is fun. So this is what it's like to fight a martial master. It's much more fun than any other fight I have been in. You're laughing. You're definitely not normal. But I do admit that had it been 2 years, I might have lost. However, you were foolish. You overestimated yourself, and that is what will kill you. At this moment, Wu Yimenkian was sure he held the victory, thrusting his sword fiercely toward Zhang's neck. In his current stance, Zhang simply couldn't dodge or block. Seeing this, Blue Spirit's face changed drastically. However, seeing that Wu Yimenkian's sword was about to pierce Zhang's throat, a strange scene happened. The moment the tip of Wu Yimenkian's sword touched Zhang's neck, the sword edge seemed to slide away, barely grazing him before sliding past. Seeing this, Wu Yimenkian was dumbfounded. His strike, meant to pierce Zhang's throat, had inexplicably slid aside, as if something had blocked it, taking advantage of Wu Yimenkian's daze. Zhang executed the flowing, profound kick technique, kicking the opponent's chest with one foot. Wu Yimenkian heard the sound and blocked with the sword. At this moment, Wu Yimenkian was still in shock, with brows tightly furrowed. He couldn't understand, no matter what. The move just now was absolutely not a profound technique that Zhang's level could execute. At the same time, seeing Zhang escape the life and death crisis, Blue Spirit gasped in surprise. This is unbelievable. Mortal learned the ritual of expulsion. The ritual of expulsion is the opposite of the attraction spell. If the attraction spell pulls in, the ritual of expulsions pushes things away from you. Thinking of this, Blue Spirit looked at Zhang. However, seeing as the blade slipped instead of being pushed away, he's not that proficient in it yet. At this moment, Zhang looked at the blood on his hand. That was more difficult than I thought, especially against someone as skilled as him. It's hard to get the timing right. Well, I would love to play more, but I'm running out of time. Let's end this. Wu Yimenkian's forehead wrinkles furrowed. I guess you had a hidden technique, some way to make my blade slip. However, it won't work twice. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yimenkian's sword was shrouded in a layer of golden light. This was the enhanced sword chi. Wu Yimenkian thought to himself, he does have strange techniques, and his sword is good too. It put a crack in my renowned sword. Nothing good will come from dragging out this fight. I need to end this. In the next second, Wu Yimenkian launched a fierce attack on Zhang, executing the 7th technique of the dazzling star power sword, resistance destroying martial stone. Unexpectedly, Zhang smiled coldly. I guess you're out of attacks. Hearing this, Wu Yimenkian's expression froze. At this moment, facing Wu Yimenkian's attack, Zhang actually executed the same sword move, dazzling star power sword 7th technique, resistance destroying martial stone. Instantly, the blade of pure evil in Wu Yimenkian's sword collided again. Wu Yimenkian was in disbelief. What exactly is going on? The dazzling star power sword is a sword technique passed down to one person at a time. It's a secret technique not known to others. Does that mean amidst this duel of life and death, he managed to learn his opponent's sword techniques? Subsequently, Zhang used death chi to execute dazzling star power sword 4th technique, brave, eternal flash. Countless purple-black sword lights instantly swarmed in. Wu Yimengqian defended desperately with his sword. No way. This is impossible. Even the variations I added to the sword style, he can imitate it, even stronger than mine. At this moment, Wu Yimengqian's heartbeat accelerated. The ability to copy his opponent's martial arts, perform them even better, and improve while fighting. He's a monster. I was right. He's dangerous. This guy's sword will definitely point to the second young master. I'ma stop him. At this time, the blade of pure evil slid past Wu Yimengqian's shoulder. Wu Yimengqian seized the opportunity to grab Zhang's wrist. Subsequently, Wu Yimengqian's sword was shrouded in a layer of gold and light again, stabbing straight at Zhang. I admit that you are a genius. However, I am better when it comes to chi. At this moment, Wu Yimengqian would not hesitate even if it meant risking his life. He had to kill this monster. In the next second, the figures of the two crossed each other, and time seemed to stop. Darkness filled the room again. Subsequently, Wu Yimengqian covered his neck painfully. A red line suddenly entangled his neck, and crimson fresh blood was oozing out little by little. At the same time, Wu Yimengqian's broken sword fell to the ground. What just happened? His chi suddenly increased threefold. Was he not giving it his all from the start? In the next moment, Zhang walked in front of Wu Yimengqian, then extended his finger towards the opponent's forehead. That's why you shouldn't have intervened. You would have lived much longer. As Zhang pushed Wu Yimengqian's head with his fingertip, Wu Yimengqian shouted desperately in his heart, "Wait, I beg you, stop." Subsequently, Zhang sheathed the blade of pure evil, and a head dying with grievance fell to the ground. At the same time, massive blood sprayed upward like a fountain from the break in Wu Yimengqian's neck. Zhang left very calmly, simultaneously saying, "Good night." That was harder than I thought. He was stronger than I expected. Hearing this, Blue Spirit clicked her tongue. You have a long way to go. Although saying so with her mouth, Blue Spirit was astonished by Zhang's growth speed in her heart. After all, strictly speaking, Wu Yimengqian's strength was above Zhang's, whether in internal power or experience, far superior to him. However, Zhang could learn and improve constantly in battle. This monster-like talent was truly shocking. Unexpectedly, just then, gloomy wind suddenly blew in the room. Seeing this, Blue Spirit said, "This is interesting." Meanwhile, Zhang looked puzzled. Death chi started to condense. "What is going on?" Blue Spirit replied, "I guess this would be your first time seeing it. When a person dies with strong regrets, the death chi comes together in the form of a human." Hearing this, Zhang guessed faintly. Did he become a resentful spirit? Blue Spirit affirmed this. Yes, he must have been really upset about his death. Subsequently, Wu Yimengqian's soul body gradually formed completely. I really wanted to achieve greatness and open my eyes. How maddening. I became a resentful spirit. Ma Jiyuan, I am dead, and the first thing I see is your face. I will curse you. I will follow you to the ends of the earth to curse you. However, Wu Yimengqian suddenly sensed something was wrong. Even as a spirit, he felt Ma Jiyuan was looking at him. To confirm this, Wu Yimengqian moved left and right. Seeing that Ma Jiyuan's gaze was still fixed on him, he asked, "Can you see me?" Zhang casually replied, "Yes." Immediately after, Zhang suddenly choked Wu Yimengqian by the neck. Wu Yimengqian was dumbfounded. How can a living human touch a resentful spirit? Just then, Blue Spirit's voice rang out. "Hey, kid, be quiet. You're acting up too much when your corpse is still warm." Resentful spirits can distinguish levels instinctively. The huge spiritual pressure emitted from Blue Spirit made Wu Yimengqian realize that she was not an ordinary resentful spirit, but a disaster-level existence. Has this being been with him all this time? At this moment, Zhang asked Blue Spirit for advice. What should I do? Blue Spirit looked annoyed. What else can be done? Absorb his death chi. Hearing this, Zhang increased the force in his hand. What a shame. Mind your own business next time. Moments later, Zhang, having finished his business, returned to the dark sect. However, he felt something was wrong. The guards guarding this place disappeared. Even the maids were nowhere to be seen. Despite this, Zhang continued walking toward his room. Unexpectedly, when he pushed the door, the dark sect leader's voice came from the room. You came back late. Where did you go this late at night? Looking at the dark sect leader sitting upright on the chair, Zhang thought to himself, why did the dark sect leader wait for me here alone? I didn't sense him at all. Thinking this, Zhang replied with cupped fists. I was training. But before he could finish, the dark sect leader interrupted. Don't lie to me and tell me that you were training. Facing the dark sect leader's suspicion, Zhang pretended to answer casually. I'm not lying. Ask the guards. They will tell you that I was training. The dark sect leader said in a low voice. Yes, the guards. There is a feeling you get when something is off. Hearing this, Zhang was confused. The dark sect leader continued. You don't notice it when it is subtle, but when things keep happening, you feel it more strongly. I realized that you were at the center of this feeling. Zhang shrugged. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unexpectedly, before Zhang could finish speaking, the dark sect leader put the blade on his neck. You have crossed the line. What have you done to the guards? Looking at the blade on his neck, Zhang thought to himself, he's faster than Wu Yimingqiang. I wouldn't be able to defeat him even if I fought him with everything I had. He knew what was going on without any proof. He is definitely fit to be in this position. I can't escape this by fighting. I don't have any excuses either. I guess I'll have to use that. At this moment, the candle flame in the room flickered gently. Killing intent appeared in the dark sect leader's eyes. Just as he prepared to choose how to deal with Zhang based on his answer, Zhang suddenly said, 100 years ago, there was a religion that was oppressed for spreading beliefs that brought chaos into the world. The religion that people still get excommunicated for believing into this day. The religion that is said to worship fire. Are you not a fire-worshipping believer? Hearing this, the dark sect leader's pupils shrank. How did he know? 1 hour and 45 minutes ago, Zhang looked at the window paper illuminated by torches. He'll be in here soon. I better read this now. Blue Spirit glanced at the object in Zhang's hand. Do you mean the dark sect leader's scroll? This was stolen by the demon monk who possessed the guard warrior Jade. The dark sect leader read it repeatedly at the same time every day. With a swish, Zhang unfolded the old scroll. What was written on the scroll was not Chinese, but unrecognizable characters. Zhang pondered slightly. This is the language of Persia. Hearing this, Blue Spirit was shocked. She didn't expect Zhang to know Persian characters. Persia is not a land of the Central Plains, but a country located on the north coast outside the western regions. But mortal, how do you know that? Zhang replied that it was his grandfather who taught him while teaching him medicine from other nations. Blue Spirit was curious, just for some herbs. So what does it say? Zhang translated the content of the scroll carefully. It seems like a poem. I burn my body with the sacred flames. I have no regret in life or death. There is a path I must take, and the light shall brighten the path. After listening to these sentences, Blue Spirit realized something. I think I know what that is. That is neither a poem nor a martial technique. Zhang asked, then what is it? Blue Spirit replied, that is a prayer. There is no time, so I'll make it short. It's a heretical cult that worships fire. 100 years ago, the government in the martial world sought to eradicate them. At that time, countless people died. I'm sure it's still the same now. If it is revealed that the dark sect leader is part of this cult, he will be executed. Hearing this, Zhang smiled coldly. This will become his weakness. Back to the present, Blue Spirit frowned slightly. Just as Moral said, this could be the dark sect leader's weakness. But Moral doesn't know that the reason this cult was so hated was because if it was for the sake of their faith, they were willing to do anything. At this moment, when he heard Zhang mention the fire-worshipping sect, the dark sect leader suddenly grabbed his neck. At the same time, he aimed the blade at Zhang's head. I didn't want to kill you, but it seems like it'd be best to kill you right now. Seeing this, Blue Spirit couldn't help complaining. I told you, you shouldn't mess with those believers. It was a mistake to bring it up. The dark sect leader gripped his sword in his hand. I don't know if anyone other than you knows, but it would be good to decrease the number of people who now die. Seeing the dark sect leader's blade about to stab, Zhang suddenly recited the prayer in the scroll. I burn my body with the sacred flames. I have no regret in life or death. There is a path I must take, and the light shall brighten the path. Joy and despair will both become dust. I pity you, worrisome mortals. As soon as this was said, the dark sect leader's movement stopped instantly. Both he and Blue Spirit's eyes were full of shock. He said the prayer. In the next moment, the dark sect leader released a hand choking Zhang's neck, then staggered back a few steps. How do you know the prayer? The dark sect leader thought to himself. Did he see my prayer scroll? No, there's no way. It's written in the language of Persia, so there are very few people who can read it, unless he's a generational member. At this moment, Blue Spirit seemed to have guessed Zhang's plan. Zhang tidied his clothes and said to Blue Spirit through telepathy, I told you that it would be his weakness. Subsequently, the dark sect leader stared at Zhang with disbelief. Are you one of us? Blue Spirit's words rang in Zhang's ears simultaneously. So your plan was to pretend to be a believer too. Zhang rubbed his somewhat uncomfortable neck and answered Blue Spirit through telepathy. I will be his weakness. Moments later, the sun rose, and the dark sect leader covered his mouth as he laughed joyfully. Today is truly a good day to think you are actually also a believer. I'm so happy. We are in one boat now. Zhang cupped his fists with both hands. I will keep that in mind. I will do my best to do everything for the sake of the sect. Hearing this, the dark sect leader nodded with satisfaction. Then he reached out to hold Zhang's arm, praying with a pious tone, Blessed be the flames. Zhang also repeated, Blessed be the flames. The dark sect leader instructed Zhang to rest well, then pushed the door and left the room. Seeing this, Blue Spirit pressed her arm on Zhang's head and said, You sure are good at getting out of difficult situations. Zhang chuckled lightly. The more people I have on my side, the better. At this moment, Blue Spirit thought to herself, I have to admit, the way he utilizes the information he has is something else. He didn't simply bring the dark sect leader over to his side. A couple of hours earlier, the dark sect leader asked Zhang, Are you a member of the sect? Blue Spirit reminded Zhang, Mortal, I assume you're trying to deceive him by pretending to be also a believer, but you should give it up. Your opponent is a leader of an organization that deals with intelligence, secrets, and espionage. You'll only get caught. Unexpectedly, Zhang's expression remained unchanged. Well, that might be true if that's all I was trying to do. Just as Blue Spirit pondered what Zhang wanted to do, Zhang spread his hands towards the dark sect leader. A member? I don't know. I did receive teachings, but I cannot say that that's enough. The dark sect leader continued to press with full doubts. Who taught you? Zhang replied, an old man with dark spots on his face. However, he didn't tell me his name, saying it would put him in a difficult position. Hearing this, the dark sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Although that makes sense, nothing you say is really clear. Did you expect me to believe you just like that? Zhang looked straight at the dark sect leader and said, of course not. At this moment, the dark sect leader's gaze was burning. Then how am I supposed to believe you? However, Zhang said a sentence next that shocked the dark sect leader. From that old man, I learned the prayers in the original text. Hearing this, Blue Spirit's eyes lit up. I see. Mortal can memorize everything after seeing it once. The dark sect leader definitely won't think he memorized it after seeing it personally. The dark sect leader murmured in a low voice. If you're talking about the original text, that could have only been the doing of a higher-up. After saying this, the dark sect leader glanced at the pen on the table, then looked back at Zhang and said, in that case, write down something specific you were taught. Zhang walked to the desk. He dipped the pen in ink and lifted it. Then he thought to himself, thinking about it. That sentence, it had a different vibe to it compared to the rest. This should do. Watching Zhang write methodically on the paper, Blue Spirit couldn't help but feel impressed. What a great idea. It's a coincidence that his grandfather taught him the language of Persia. This clever plan skillfully stacks layers of lies, then uses the weapons he possesses and packages them as facts. When the opponent is a fanatical believer, it's impossible for him not to fall for it. In the next moment, Zhang handed over the written paper, and the dark sect leader took it with trembling hands. This is the prayer of the sacred flames. Sure enough, just as Blue Spirit expected, the dark sect leader completely believed Zhang. He burst into tears with excitement. The only old man I've heard this phrase from was him. You must have been taught by him. Seeing this scene, Blue Spirit couldn't help but sigh. This is why faith is scary. Subsequently, the dark sect leader grabbed Zhang's shoulder and said, if you were taught by him, you are definitely a part of the sect. Do you know where he is? Zhang shook his head gently. Sorry, I don't know. He simply disappeared one day without saying anything. Hearing this, the dark sect leader could not conceal his regret. I see. Nevertheless, I'm glad to know he's alive. Blue Spirit complained from the side. Moral doesn't even know who that is. I can't believe he fell for the trick. I'm glad we survived this crisis. Unexpectedly, Zhang added. However, he did leave something behind. At this moment, both Blue Spirit and the dark sect leader were in shock. Blue Spirit was puzzled by Zhang's move. What is he talking about? Isn't the person he's talking about just something he made up? There's no way he has anything. Moral, what are you thinking? While writing on the paper, Zhang said he wrote something in the Persian language, but I don't know what it means. Please take a look. Seeing this line of words, the dark sect leader frowned. Subsequently, he murmured in a low voice. Soul sword? That's what it would be if translated directly from Persian. But what exactly does this mean? Pondering for a moment, the dark sect leader seemed to understand something. The phantom sword. Hearing the dark sect leader's guess, Blue Spirit couldn't help praising in her heart. Moral is truly a clever guy. The phantom sword is the one who killed Mortal's grandfather. If he links the phantom sword to someone the dark sect leader is looking for, he will definitely try to look for him. Not only did he fool the dark sect leader, but he's also using him to look for the target of his revenge. How ridiculous. Back to the present, Blue Spirit reminded Zhang. Still, Mortal, you should be careful. Zhang froze. Why? You saw how insanely obsessed they are in their faith. They'll do anything and everything for their religion. Personally, I didn't want you to get involved with them. Zhang put away the old clothes then said, that's odd. Blue Spirit was confused. What? Zhang took out a set of new clothes and put them on. You said before that the black and white ideals of the Orthodox were too inefficient, but you have a prejudice against a religion that came from the West. Hearing this, Blue Spirit found it hard to refute. Afterward, she bit the tobacco pipe, hemming and hawing for a long time. Finally, she said, yeah, I'm sure I'm prejudiced. Zhang smiled. I like this about you. You always acknowledge what should be acknowledged. Blue Spirit changed the subject. Anyway, you still have to do things on your own. Zhang's eyes were gloomy. That is true. I thought he'd at least say something about the phantom sword. Zhang originally thought the dark sect leader would tell him some information about the phantom sword. Unexpectedly, he knew nothing. The phantom sword is the clue? That's not good. I don't have any information on the phantom sword. Zhang probed tentatively. I heard the phantom sword is the association master's personal guard. The dark sect leader was somewhat surprised. I see you heard all kinds of things despite being here for such a short amount of time. Yes, there was a rumor like that, but it's not certain. Only the association master knows his guards. Even the vice association master doesn't know. Hearing this, Zhang felt frustrated, so I won't find anything about him here either. But just then, he thought of something. I also heard that Venom King Bexaha fought the Phantom Sword once. Why don't you try talking to him? This is not a good time. Venom King Bexaha is in isolation to mourn his mother, unless it's a really urgent matter. He's not meeting anybody at the moment. Having no other way, Zhang placed 3 round tokens on the desk. Then how about this? This is the award for the 3 first places in Corpse Blood Valley. I can use this to ask a higher up to teach me. The Dark Set leader was shocked. Are you really going to use such important things? You could receive teachings from one of the 5 kings, who are 8 stars from martial arts instead. Zhang's eyes were firm. While that stands true, I want to do what I can for the sect. Please allow me to help. Hearing this, the Dark Set leader could not conceal the emotion in his heart. After all, having a believer willing to be loyal and serve the fire-worshipping sect, which believer wouldn't be happy? Blue Spirit, watching this scene, subconsciously gripped the tobacco pipe in her hand. The Dark Set leader made a decision immediately. In that case, let's go tomorrow. Zhang was confused. Tomorrow? Yes. I heard Bex's grandson is having his first birthday. I was planning to send a gift either way. So you bring it to him and then show him the tokens. That way, you'll be able to meet him. Hearing this, Zhang's gaze was deep. Finally, early the next morning, the morning sun rose slightly. Guard Suk-young put the already packed gift on his back, then asked Zhang, shall we get going? At this moment, all clues emerged in Zhang's mind. Although I'm having to do things myself, at least there's the possibility of me learning something about the man who has supposedly fought the man who killed my grandfather. Let's see what he has to say. Soon after, Zhang and Suk-young arrived at the place where Venom King Bexaha and his family were located, and a magnificent manor came into view. Although the scale was not comparable to the dark sect responsible for secrets and intelligence, as the residence of a high-level cadre, one of the 5 kings, this residence was already quite magnificent. And looking at this manor, Zhang's heart was full of thoughts. So the Venom King who once fought the Phantom Sword is here. Just as Zhang prepared to walk towards the manor gate, Zhang noticed someone. Is that Wei Zhuoyan? Seeing Mac Jiyuan, Wei Zhuoyan's eyes lit up. She clearly hadn't forgotten this newcomer with potential. She wondered why Mac Jiyuan had come here. Unexpectedly, in the next second, another group of people also appeared. It was Association Master's second disciple Zhang Nangaik in his Great Mountains. At this moment, both teams finally stopped on both sides of Zhang. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Wei Zhuoyan and Zhang Nangaik were looking at each other. Neither had the thought of retreating a step. Seeing this, Zhang was full of helplessness in his heart. This is not a good situation. Wei Zhuoyan thought to herself, of course, he's here as well. After all, having the support of the Venom King Bexaha would get you a huge advantage in the struggle for succession. But why does it look like he wants to kill me? At this moment, Zhang Nangaik looked ferocious. Aura surged around his body, as if he might explode with killing intent at any moment. 2 hours earlier, Zhang Nangaik, who received an urgent message, rushed to Wu Yiming Qiong's residence. The tragic scene before him made his anger unbearable when he saw the head of Wu Yiming Qiong. Zhang Nangaik, desperate to know what happened, grabbed the neck of Wu Yiming Qiong's confidant. Just what the hell have you been doing while all of this happened? Zhang Nangaik was speechless and could only apologize constantly. Zhang Nangaik threw Zhang Nangaik heavily on the ground, then angrily said, kill all the guards. They failed to protect their master. Hearing this, Ho Zhang-hyuk raised his giant axe. In a moment, the heads of the guards bid farewell to their bodies one after another. However, this still failed to quell Zhang Nangaik's anger. He was even considering killing Zhang Nangaik, known as Wu Yiming Qiong's right arm. Fortunately, Ho Zhang-hyuk and the other confidant stopped Zhang Nangaik in time. My liege, please calm down. Zhang Nangaik must not be killed. If even he dies, no one will be left to command the 50 elite martial artists that were under Wu Yiming Qiong. Knowing the impossibility, Zhang Nangaik barely gritted his teeth and endured. At this time, someone touched the cut surface of Wu Yiming Qiong's severed neck and said, this wasn't the doing of a regular guy. Hearing this, Zhang Nangaik's attention was instantly attracted. The last technique sliced through Wu Yiming Qiong's sword and throat. This person was one of the 4 mountains, known as the first evil undefeatable demon fist. Goyen's father, Goyen Bayak, was one of the 3 sect masters responsible for all defenses of the Heaven and Earth Association. He was good at deducing through evidence. Goyenhe looked at Wu Yiming Qiong's corpse. The cut is clean, and a mess has been made to make tracking difficult. He should at least be at the true supreme peak, possibly even higher. Zhang Nangaik gnashed his teeth in hatred. There are only a few people who are my enemies, but on my level of martial arts, senior disciple Nai Yolriang and Wai Suyin, it couldn't have been either of them directly. This person must be a subordinate of theirs. In the next moment, Zhang Nangaik shouted sternly, find the culprit at all costs. I'll get revenge in the same way, no matter what. At this moment, Zhang Nangaik's gaze was fierce. One of the suspects was right in front of him, the grand leader of the Great Palace Squad, Wu Yirong. Following Zhang Nangaik's gaze, Wei Suoyin subconsciously glanced at Wu Yirong. At the same time, Wu Yirong was shocked in his heart. He didn't know when he had provoked the second young master. Zhang Nangaik fixed his gaze on Wu Yirong and thought to himself, Great Palace Squad leader Wu Yirong, the disciple of the king of brilliance Sun Yun, one of the 5 tigers and Wei Suoyan's confidant. If he is the one who killed Wu Yimingqian, I will definitely cut off his head. Sensing the strong killing intent and hostility, Wu Yirong raised his vigilance. He immediately reached for the handle of his blade. Just then, the thick-lipped woman in luxurious clothes advised Zhang Nangaik, Young master, please calm down. We are not certain if he's the culprit, and nothing good will come out of causing a ruckus here. Hearing this, Zhang Nangaik bit his lower lip tightly. Knowing the severity of the matter, he snorted angrily. Then he turned and stepped up the stairs, walking toward the manor gate, looking at Zhang Nangaik's back. Zhang smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Wei Suoyin was confused. What's wrong with him? In the next moment, Wei Suoyin looked at Zhang. Anyway, Ma Jiyuan, you didn't side with him, did you? I think you said that you don't like conflict. Zhang nodded slightly. That's right, I don't like conflict, and I didn't side with him. Hearing this answer, Wei Suoyin stepped onto the stairs. There's a lot more I'd like to talk with you about, but I can't let him take my opportunity away. We'll talk later. At this moment, Wei Suoyan's eyes were firm. Yes, I can't let him take this opportunity away from me. This is also the only opportunity one will have since I have the least people on my side. Meanwhile, Zhang Nangaik harbored the same thought. Meng Qiong, I'll avenge you by becoming the association master, so I absolutely can't lose this opportunity. As the disciples of the association master, the gate guards of the manor naturally recognized them, and their loud welcome echoed through the courtyard. Young lady Wei Suoyin and young master Zhang Nangaik have arrived. Seeing this scene, Zhang planned to enter with Su Zhong. However, he was blocked by the gate guard. Please stop. Identify yourself. Zhang's voice was calm. I am the disciple of the dark sect leader. I'm here to hand over a gift from him. So you're dark sect leader's disciple. I apologize for that. In that case, please write your name here, and you may leave. Hearing this, Zhang was confused. The gate guard explained, although today is a day of festivities, the Venom King is still grieving. We were ordered to send back anyone who was not an important guest, which is why you need to leave. Hearing this, Su Zhong didn't know what to do for a moment. Zhang's gaze was deep. He seemed to be considering whether to take out that thing. Meanwhile, inside the Beck Manor, Beck's second son, Beck Sogang, informed Madame Zhang that Wei Suoyin and Zhang Nangaik had arrived. Walking in the corridor, Madame Zhang said it was about time. Beck Sogang added, today's their only chance. Madame Zhang thought to herself, after rumors of the association master being sick spread, the successors have gotten busy. My husband still hasn't officially decided to support anyone. I assume that's why they're here. Beck Sogang asked, why don't we just ask father to pick someone? Madame Zhang replied, once he's made a decision, he never changes his mind. We have no choice but to ask the two to understand and leave. In a short while, Madame Zhang and Beck Sogang arrived at the reception room. The moment they saw Madame Zhang, Wei Suoyin, Zhang Nangaik, and their confidants stood up and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings to the great lady. Immediately after, Wei Suoyin spoke first. What a joyous day. Hearing this, Zhang Nangaik hurriedly smiled and interjected, congratulations on your grandson's first birthday. Seeing the two competing in front of her, Madame Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Although she understood, the situation still gave her a headache. Madame Zhang rubbed her forehead and said, thank you for coming. I'm sorry, but unexpectedly, before Madame Zhang could finish speaking, a warrior ran hurriedly to report, great lady, there's a problem. The dark sect leader's disciple is here. Hearing this, Madame Zhang glared at the warrior. I believe I told you to send everyone else back. But just then, the warrior opened his tightly clenched palm, revealing 3 tokens. Madame Zhang, knowing what this meant, changed her face greatly. It turned out that moments ago, when the gate guard told Zhang he couldn't enter, Zhang replied, then you leave me with no choice. I'll be visiting under another circumstance then. The gate guard was confused. Another circumstance? Zhang then took out 3 tokens from his bosom. I request teachings from the Venom King Bexa. I heard that a request for teachings using the authority of these tokens carries the same weight as an order from the association master. It cannot be denied. At this moment, Madame Zhang looked at Wei Suoyin and Zhang Nangaik and said, may I please ask for your understanding? The dark sect leader's disciple will be joining us. Hearing this, Wei Suoyin and Zhang Nangaik were shocked. He got in here. How? Meanwhile, footsteps came from the corridor, and soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Zhang bowed to Madame Zhang unhurriedly with cupped fists. I, Mak Xiaoyun, the dark sect leader's disciple, offer my greetings to the great lady of the Beck family. At this moment, the sun shone brightly as guard Zhijing waited alone on the steps outside. On the other side, Zhang had already stepped into the reception room where Zhang Nangaik and Wei Suiyuan were, taking advantage of the interval when the servant went to invite Madame Zhang. Wei Suiyuan immediately asked Zhang, "How did you get in? Even for us, it wasn't easy to enter this manner." Unexpectedly, before Zhang could give an answer, Zhang Nangaik beside them suddenly laughed loudly. "I wouldn't expect any less of my subordinate." Hearing this, Wei Suiyuan was stunned. "You two seemed close." Zhang Nangaik took the opportunity to put his arm around Zhang's shoulder and said, "Yeah, we're besties." The corner of Wei Suiyuan's mouth twitched imperceptibly. "Is that so?" But when she looked up, she was already wearing a brilliant smile. "Speaking of which, Zhaoyan, do you still have the plaque I gave you?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Zhang Nangaik's face disappeared. He never expected that the prodigy he had his eyes on had actually already obtained Wei Suiyuan's plaque. Seeing this scene, the thick-lipped woman advised Zhang Nangaik, "My lord, please do not cause a ruckus." Meanwhile, two figures were silently observing all this through the slightly open door. Baek Sogang asked Madame Zhang, "What should we do, mother?" Madame Zhang did not reply immediately. Her gaze was firmly locked on Zhang. She thought to herself, "That kid is the problem. We cannot turn down a request made with the top trainee plaque, but we also cannot allow only him to enter. If we do that, the other two will be mad." With a long sigh, Madame Zhang seemed to have made a decision. "It seems there is no other way." In the next second, she pushed the door open. "All right, I'll let you meet my husband." Baek Sogang was stunned. He didn't understand why his mother suddenly changed her mind. Just as he wanted to speak up to object, Madame Zhang had already turned and taken a step. "At this rate, it'll be faster for them to just meet him and see that your father is one of the best when it comes to poison arts." Hearing this, Baek Sogang immediately understood his mother's intention. Afterward, Zhang and the other two waited at the entrance of a small separate courtyard building. Moments later, Baek Sogang walked out and said, "Sorry for the wait. Father said that he would meet all three of you, but on one condition. You must go to him yourself." Hearing this, Wei Suang was confused about why meeting him was a condition. Just then, the moment Baek Sogang opened the door, a strong and pungent aura suddenly surged out. Zhang Ningek and Wei Suang immediately covered their noses. Baek Sogang bathed in the poison mist, turned back slowly, and said, "The building is full of poison. You have to get past this to get to my father." Hearing this, Zhang Ningek and Wei Suang's faces changed drastically. Only Zhang looked calm, standing in place. Zhang Ningek thought to himself, "The condition is to get past all this poison? Is this some kind of test?" Wei Suang gently tucked the beautiful hair in front of her forehead. Her eyes were full of hesitation. It had to be poison of all things. The Baek family's poison is known as one of the 3 most lethal poisons. I don't know if there's even an antidote for it. At this moment, the venue fell into a weird silence. Zhang Ningek and Wei Suang were in a dilemma. Madame Zhang let out a quiet sigh, thinking to herself, "No one's stepping up. Well, if they're not used to poison like us, they'd need at least a supreme peak master's internal energy to endure it." Just as she was about to speak, letting the 3 leave, Zhang suddenly walked straight to the door. Seeing this, Madame Zhang was startled. "This is bad. I forgot about him. He might throw up blood and die, or become crippled." She hurriedly shouted, "Mak Jiangan, you shouldn't enter." Baek Sogang also broke out in a cold sweat and immediately shouted for a physician. But in the next second, Zhang inhaled the poison gently and said, "It smells good." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhang then spoke slowly. "This poison is prepared using arsenic, oleander, boiled poison ivy, blue turtle's internal organ poison, water hemlock, 10,000 deaths poison, thorn apple, pokeweed, scorpion venom, red fire ant venom, poison dart frog venom, hornet venom, and the yellow seeds of monkhood flowers. Can I go now?" Hearing this, everyone could hardly believe it. Baek Sogang couldn't help but ask aloud, "Did you practice poison arts?" Zhang replied indifferently, "Of course not. I just studied poison and medicinal herbs a bit." At this moment, Madame Zhang's pupils shrank. He's a genius. Knowing the poisons and being able to differentiate them from just their scents alone are 2 very different things. One must be born with talent for that. Talent like this is hard to come by even in our family. Thinking this, Madame Zhang couldn't help but say, "I want this child." Baek Sogang also agreed. "Yes, I think I see why you wanted teachings from father. At first, I thought it was a waste of time, but I think it will be a good connection to form." Baek Sogang turned his gaze to the hesitating Zhang Nangaik and Wei Zhuoyan and calmly asked, "What will you two do?" Zhang Nangaik took the lead to step forward. "My subordinate is going. How can I retreat?" Wei Zhuoyan frowned, following closely behind. "Who's your subordinate?" Seeing this, Baek Sogang said, "All right, please release the poison through qi circulation. I'll guide the way." As soon as the half-closed door was pushed open completely, thick poison mist instantly surged out. Everywhere in the winding corridor was shrouded in poison mist. Immediately after, everyone slowly stepped inside. As time passed, Zhang Nangaik and Wei Zhuoyan who were fully circulating their chi to resist the poison gas, were already soaked in sweat. Seeing this, Blue Spirit asked Zhang, "The poison is really strong. Are you sure you're alright?" Unexpectedly, Zhang seemed to be tasting some delicious food. "Well, it's not bad." Blue Spirit was instantly speechless, complaining helplessly. "I wasn't asking for your opinion on the poison." Soon after, Beck Sogang stopped. "We're here. Father is in that room. The poison will be stronger the closer you get, so please be careful." Zhang Nangai frowned tightly. "Stronger than this. Our household's ultimate art, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, creates enough poison chi to melt the surroundings. Because of this, we use a special kind of stone when building training rooms." Hearing this, Zhang Nangai gritted his teeth. He finally understood why his master said that among the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Association, Venom King Beksaha was the most dangerous one. Wei Zhuoyan also had lingering fears. She had long heard of the prestige of this Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. It is rumored that those who achieve great success in this art can slaughter 100 martial artists in an instant. At this moment, Beck Sogang walked to the seemingly seamless stone door. "Father, all 3 are here." A deep and heavy voice came from behind the stone door. "All 3 of them? That's unexpected." Hearing this, Zhang Nangai thought to himself, "That voice is filled with heavy true chi. He really is the strongest of the 5 kings." In the next second, Zhang Nangai endured the discomfort. He cupped his fists and said, "Venom King, I am the 2nd disciple. Zhang Nangai, I am here to gain your support." The voice behind the stone wall remained calm. "I like that you're honest. And you, the one next to him, I assume you're here for the same reason." Wei Suang immediately replied that she will not deny it. Subsequently, the two spoke almost simultaneously, their voices firm and clear. "Venom King, I will become the association leader and achieve great things. Please support me." In the next second, Beck Sogang's loud laughter rang out abruptly, and the heavy stone door slowly opened a crack. Instantly, poison gas, several times stronger than before, surged out. Caught off guard, Zhang Nangai and Wei Suang smelled a foul, fishy stench rushing straight into their lungs. Their expressions changed drastically. Just then, 2 sharp green lights suddenly flashed inside the stone door. "Words are useless. If you want my support, prove yourselves through your actions. I will grant any request to the one who raises me off the floor." Beck Sogang hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, frowning tightly. Father is clearly making things difficult on purpose. Such a test is simply impossible to complete. Unaware of the crisis, Zhang Nangai laughed. "That's easy." However, in the next second, he and Wei Suang suddenly coughed up blood. "This poison chi is so strong. I need to circulate my chi right now." Looking at the two desperately circulating chi to resist the poison, Beck Sogang thought to himself, "Father is using the spreading poison of cloud mist, the 7th level of Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. This is too powerful for even someone at the ultimate supreme peak to endure. Father really does not intend to support anyone." At this moment, Beck Saha let out a cold snort. "What's wrong? Isn't this what you wanted?" But just then, Beck Saha noticed that one person was still standing upright in the poison mist. It was Zhang. He ignored the bone-eroding poison gas and walked steadily toward the center of the stone room. Beck Sogang was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Beck Saha was also full of shock, shouting sternly, "What the hell are you? How are you able to endure this?" However, Zhang ignored them completely. His gaze was firmly locked on a scar on Beck Saha's chest. The shape of that scar, the familiar pattern. It was exactly the unique mark left by the man who killed his grandfather. Monstrous hatred burned like a raging fire in his chest. He steadily approached the Venom King. Seeing this, Beck Saha couldn't figure it out. This young man in front of him, who looked barely 20 years old, could actually ignore the poison technique he had cultivated for decades. And Zhang, who had already arrived in front of him, forcibly suppressed the surging obsession for revenge in his heart, cupped his fists, and said, "I am requesting teachings from the Venom King." Unexpectedly, in the next second, an unknown force suddenly seized Zhang's body, lifting him into the air. The initiator was none other than Beck Saha. "Let me ask you again. The spreading poison of cloud mist is not something you should be able to resist at your level. So how is it that you are able to endure it?" So this is void capture. He's handling his true chi like it's as easy as breathing. I see why he's one of the 5 kings. But this poison is nothing impressive. Thinking this, Zhang said coldly, "Is this what you consider strong?" Hearing this, cold sweat streamed down Beck Saha Gang's face. He didn't expect this dark SEC leader's disciple to be so bold. Beck Saha laughed angrily. "How intriguing. You don't think this is lethal?" In the next second, Zhang's body flew straight toward Beck Saha, and the door instantly closed. "Then try enduring this too. Palm technique of demon destruction. The poison should have hit your internal organs by now. Do you still dare to underestimate my poison art?" Unexpectedly, Zhang asked indifferently, "For how long am I supposed to withstand it?" Hearing this, Beck Saha was speechless. Zhang tidied up his outer garment. It's just who I am. Don't mind me. I would have died if you had used true qi. The problem is that poison doesn't work on you. What kind of body is just resistant to poison? Hearing this, Zhang gently cut his own palm. What are you doing? I'm just showing you the poison I have. Nonsense. There is a realm that those who learn poison arts wish to reach. The realm at which your flesh and blood both become poison itself. The realm I have dedicated my entire life to reaching. To become a human of poison. The realm that I have not been able to reach with my entire life. Driven by intense curiosity, Baek Saha reached out, dipped his finger into the fresh blood in Zhang's palm, and tasted it. The moment he tasted the blood, he instinctively realized that it was indeed poison. Seeing this scene, Zhang showed a light smile. I told you, you are really a man of poison. Zhang was confused. What is that? What? Are you kidding me? It's what I have wanted for so long. Looking at Zhang's understated attitude, Baek Saha felt both absurd and helpless. A kid who had never practiced poison arts, who could not even use poison properly, had actually reached the realm of a man of poison. This made him feel his years of effort became meaningless. But just then, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The Venom King, a master of poison, couldn't even neutralize the toxin in Zhang's blood. This reminded him of Zhang's earlier words, saying his poison arts were not that strong. Immediately after, purple-black steam rose from Baek Saha's body. Zhang held Baek Saha's back and helped him lie down. Zhang noticed Baek Saha's crossed legs and thought to himself, his legs are like they have been stiff for a long time. The poison filled his legs and paralyzed him. Zhang then recalled Baek Sogang's earlier words. You must go to him yourself. I see. He couldn't move in the first place. Plus, the poison is moving to his upper body, into his brain. At this rate, he's going to go into a coma or die. If that happens, I won't be able to hear about the phantom sword from him. Just as Zhang was distressed about what to do, Blue Spirit said, the elixir. You have it, right? Zhang didn't understand at first, but when he realized Blue Spirit meant the heaven and earth pill he had received as a reward for taking first place in Corpse Blood Valley, he immediately took it out of his pocket. Blue Spirit then commanded Zhang, feed it to him. It should help him push out the poison. As Zhang stuffed the heaven and earth pill into Baek Saha's mouth, Baek Saha immediately recognized it as a top-level miracle medicine. Normally, he would have used its power for himself, but now, he had to use it to drive out all the poison from his body. Unexpectedly, just as Baek Saha was struggling to support himself with the power of the medicine, Zhang interjected. Strange. Why are you fighting the poison? Just accept it. Hearing this, Baek Saha remembered what his father always used to say. Just adjust to it. Baek Saha had always been chasing after his father, Baekyu, the martial artist who created the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction and rose to the 8th realm, the Man of Poison. He overturned the belief that no one could surpass the Sichuan Tang clan and the Ouyang clan, killed the head of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Yongzhang, and became the Grandmaster of Poison Arts. However, the process to learn the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction is not easy, so none of his children were able to reach the 8th realm. The eldest, who was named a genius, died, and the third son was paralyzed in his lower body. At that time, 25-year-old Baek Saha had doubts about the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, so he found his father. Please answer me, Father, is it really not possible for us to reach the 8th realm? Am I going to end up dead too, or become paralyzed like my brother? The Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction is the path to the Man of Poison. Adjust to it. Hearing this, Baek Saha stood up abruptly from the ground. You're always telling me to adjust to it. I can't even sleep well after learning poison arts. The moment I cannot resist the poison, I will become crippled or die. Please tell me instead of just saying that I need to adjust. What am I supposed to do? Unexpectedly, Baekyu's answer was still ambiguous. You will know when it is time. Just when? When is that supposed to be? I waited and waited, just for my legs to become paralyzed. I reached a realm where controlling true qi was as natural as breathing, but I still could not reach the 8th realm. Just what am I supposed to do? Just then, Baekyu suddenly appeared. Then a voice rang out. Why are you fighting the poison? It was Mak Jiyuan's voice. At that moment, Baekyu stood in front of Baek Saha, while Mak Jiyuan stood behind him. Just accept it, Saha. It was already time long ago. Hearing this, a golden light flashed in Baek Saha's mind. Meanwhile, his originally paralyzed body lay flat on the floor. I see. I get it now. I had just been ignoring my father whenever he told me to adjust, but this kid has said it to me once again. My body was actually ready long ago. The one who had been stopping it was me. Immediately after, endless brilliance emerged from Baek Saha's body. Zhang realized the Venom King had begun to accept the poison. Seeing this, Blue Spirit said that Baek Saha's luck was really good. Hearing this, Zhang was confused. Blue Spirit then explained, his body is changing to adapt to new enlightenment. He had been stopping it himself. His body was already ready long ago. He's going through metamorphosis, heading to the evolutionary realm to become a man of poison. Soon after, in the blink of an eye, The process of metamorphosis came to an end. Baek Saha rose to his feet and had now completely become a man of poison. Just then, Zhang cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations." Hearing this, Baek Saha turned to look at Zhang, looking at Zhang's sincere gaze. He didn't know what to say for a moment. While Zhang took off his own outer robe, "I was actually worried you would pass away directly after drinking my blood. I didn't expect you to go through metamorphosis." Baek Saha took the clothes from Zhang's hand, then covered his lower body. "It's more touching to hear it from you." Zhang continued, "Moreover, you've gotten younger." Hearing this, Baek Saha was startled. He subconsciously touched his own face. "You're right. Now that I think about it, all the martial masters who obtained the title of 8 stars looked young. This is unexpected. I originally only wanted to be able to walk again." Just as Baek Saha couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, Zhang interrupted him. "Anyway, your offer is known now that you got what you wanted. You got up on your own." Baek Saha replied, "You're making me out to be someone who's ungrateful. I almost lived the rest of my life as a cripple. How could I forget what you have done for me?" "Thank you. I mean it." Zhang bowed and said, "I'm grateful that you say that." Baek Saha was stunned at first upon hearing this, then chuckled and said, "You were just saying things you didn't mean so that I would say it myself. You are quite the arrogant little bastard." "All right, I'll say it. You're my savior." Hearing this, Zhang looked up and smiled. "Then, can you do me a favor?" Baek Saha replied, "Yes, tell me anything that you want. Martial arts, poisonous plants, or money perhaps. Tell me." Unexpectedly, Zhang said, "It's a question. Please tell me about the Phantom Sword. I don't need anything else. I heard that you fought the Phantom Sword. Please tell me about him." Hearing this, cold sweat emerged on Baek Saha's forehead. After hesitating for a while, Baek Saha said, "All right, I'll tell you about him as well as how I fought him." Zhang clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Finally, I'm going to learn about him." However, Baek Saha's next words immediately disappointed Zhang. "To tell you one thing beforehand, I actually don't know the identity of the Phantom Sword either. It's true that I fought the Phantom Sword, but he was wearing a mask. I don't know his age nor what he looks like. Moreover, the fight against him wasn't a fight." Saying this, Baek Saha recalled what had happened back then. How could I have been defeated like this? Since Baek Saha became a poison art master, that was the first time he felt so powerless. Even when sparring with Hote Gang, one of the 8 stars, he had never been so powerless. All the poison Baek Saha poured out frontally was neutralized by the Phantom Sword. How could he be so skilled? The Phantom Sword's strength was more than what people said. However, just when Baek Saha was obviously defeated, the Phantom Sword stopped the battle first. "Venom King, let's stop here." Hearing this, Baek Saha felt insulted. "What are you doing? Are you pitying me?" Unexpectedly, the Phantom Sword said, "Do you want to fight an injured man?" Baek Saha, being asked back, widened his eyes. "You're injured." The Phantom Sword tore open his upper garment, revealing his chest. Shockingly, a palm-shaped mark was clearly imprinted on his chest. Seeing this, Baek Saha was filled with disbelief. "It can't be possible for me not to recognize that as someone who has learned poison arts. That is a wound caused by a poison palm technique. He fought me while in that condition. So from the very beginning, I was never a match for him." Thinking this, Baek Saha stood up slowly from the ground. "Who did that to you? The Ouyang clan or the Sichuan Tang clan?" Unexpectedly, the Phantom Sword replied, "The Enlightened Healer." Hearing this, Baek Saha's pupils shrank. Isn't the Enlightened Healer the best person in medicine alongside the renowned physician of Huaida? He is clearly not a martial artist. So how could he have severely wounded the Phantom Sword? However, just as Baek Saha was feeling deeply confused, the Phantom Sword tossed a plaque toward him. "Take it." Baek Saha caught it, but when he saw the plaque clearly, he was immediately startled. "You see now that we have no reason to fight, right? Give it back to its owner. Tell him about my injury, and tell him this too." I was interrupted. After saying these words, the Phantom Sword departed. Returning from his memories to reality, Baek Saha stroked his chin with his hand. "What I learned that day is that the Phantom Sword is stronger than the rumors made him out to be, and that the Enlightened Healer is a master of poison arts stronger than me." Zhang asked, "What was the item the Phantom Sword gave you?" Baek Saha hesitated for a moment before saying, "Don't tell anyone this." It was the Association Master's plaque. Hearing this, Zhang frowned. "The Association Master's plaque? You mean the Phantom Sword is the Association Leader's guard?" Baek Saha replied, "We don't know that. When I brought it to the Association Master and relayed the Phantom Sword's words, the Association Master warned that this matter must not be spread. In that case, the person who knows the Phantom Sword is." Before Zhang could finish speaking, Baek Saha said, "It should be the Association Master." Hearing this, Zhang thought to himself, "So this is how it is. The Association Master is among the 6 heavens and 8 stars, one of the 6 supreme sovereigns whose martial arts have reached the heavens. I need to meet him." Thinking this, Zhang bid farewell to Baek Saha. "Thank you. I will excuse myself then." Baek Saha was somewhat surprised. "What? You're leaving? What about getting teachings from me?" Zhang then remembered the reason he had fabricated when seeking out the Venom King. Seeing this, Baek Saha realized the truth. Subsequently, he laughed heartily. I see. You never meant to learn from me in the first place. How interesting. Having been found out, Zhang apologized. Baek Saha hooked his arm around Zhang's neck and then said it was fine, but I can't just not pay my debts. I will teach you something good. Zhang was confused. What is it? Baek Saha just said, look forward to it. Meanwhile, outside the room, poisonous mist still filled the air. Except for Baekso Gang. The other two were doing their best to suppress the toxins that had invaded their bodies. At this moment, cold sweat covered Zhang Ningyi's face, and his distorted, ferocious features could not hide his rage. Simply because Wei Soyan's detoxification speed was actually faster than his. The more time passes, the smaller the gap between us grows. I must act before she becomes too strong. Unexpectedly, right at the very next second, the tightly closed stone door was opened from the inside once again. Seeing this, the eyes of both Zhang Ningyi and Wei Soyan lit up. Someone was coming out, and they could talk again. However, a familiar figure surprised the three people outside. The person was none other than Mak Jiyuan. Just as the three were about to pull Mak Jiyuan aside for questioning, another figure stepped out of the room, chuckling, so noisy. When the appearance of that person was seen clearly, Baekso Gang initially thought the person was his own eldest brother. Then he suddenly awakened to the truth. Father, could it be that you have undergone metamorphosis? Hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Ningyi and Wei Soyan changed drastically. This means that a new martial master has been born into the association. I must get his support. In the next moment, Zhang Ningyi and Wei Soyan simultaneously cut their fists. Congratulations on your achievement. Immediately after, Zhang Ningyi used his shoulder to knock Wei Soyan aside, and then approached Baek Saha. We should go out and celebrate. However, Baek Saha waved his hand. There is no need. Zhang Ningyi wanted to say more, but Baek Saha directly interrupted him. Thank you for your congratulations, but our business is not yet over. The condition was to get me up on my 2 feet, but neither of you managed to do it. Hearing these words, Zhang Ningyi and Wei Soyan were momentarily speechless. Baek Saha then turned his head to look at Baekso Gang. And so Gang, from now on, this kid is my official disciple and our new family member. Treat him like a brother. As soon as this was said, everyone present could not hide their shocked expressions. But Zhang said it was a bit too much for a reward. Baek Saha gave his own reason. In order for you to properly utilize your poison, I have to teach you the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. But it's not allowed for outsiders. You must become one of us. Hearing this, Baekso Gang was full of astonishment. But father, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction is our family secret. Baek Saha's tone was full of an indisputable resolve. That is why I said that I am taking him in. But I already have a master. Baek Saha patted Mak Jiangwen's shoulder and said, is there a rule stating one cannot have 2 masters? I will talk to the dark sect leader. Hearing these words, Zhang was powerless to refute. It seemed that no matter what he said, Baek Saha was determined to take him as a disciple. However, when he noticed the gazes of Zhang Ningyi and Wei Soyan turning toward him, those subtle looks made Zhang click his tongue inwardly. I see. So that's why he announced to them that he's going to take me in as a disciple. With this, I will become a disciple of both the Dark Sect leader and the Venom King. I'm sure that will make me a very powerful rival to them. As a result, the attention that would have been on them originally would be on me instead. Rather than repaying his debt, he is giving me a burden. He got me. Meanwhile, at the Underworld Assassin Pavilion, Cho Yugong's heart was heavy, simply because the matter he worried about had finally come. That was, senior disciple Zhou Taichung was upstairs right now. Zhou Taichung had previously gone out under a secret order from the association master, but had now returned without any notice. Cho Yugong guessed that he must have heard the news of him becoming the pavilion master and rushed back in a hurry. According to the plan he had formulated with Mak Jiangwan, Cho Yugong used his appointment as pavilion master as a condition to cover up Mak Jiangwan's murder of Ncok. The biggest obstacle to this scheme was senior disciple Zhou Taichung, who had already reached the Sun Realm. Now, he had finally returned. With an anxious heart, Cho Yugong subconsciously tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. He constantly comforted himself that there was no need to worry. After all, everything had already been prepared. After using Ncok to ascend to the position of pavilion master, Cho Yugong had sunk his corpse into the bottom of a lake 20 miles away. At this moment, Cho Yugong asked the warriors guarding in front of the pavilion master's room, "Is he inside?" A warrior replied, "Yes, he is waiting for you." Hearing this, Cho Yugong dismissed everyone. He then grasped the copper ring on the door alone. Right now, both title and evidence are in my favor. Bring it on. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door and was about to greet Cho Taichung, the words on Cho Yugong's lips came to an abrupt halt, simply because Cho Taichung was brazenly occupying the pavilion master's seat. He had his feet propped up on the desk, dressed in a gray martial uniform bearing a yin-yang pattern. His body slumped back in the chair as he slept with his head tilted back. At this moment, the room fell into silence. Cho Yugong immediately understood Cho Taechung's intention. There were clearly seats prepared for guests, yet he deliberately chose to sleep in the pavilion master's exclusive chair. It was an obvious provocation. Cho Yugong forced himself to remain calm. "Senior disciple, you have returned." Hearing this, Cho Taechung woke up and replied, "You're here." Cho Yugong then said that he had heard Cho Taechung was carrying out a secret mission. "You know about it. It seems like things are running well here." Hearing this, Cho Yugong thought to himself, he's weirdly on edge. Well, it makes sense. I became the pavilion master, even though it technically should have gone to him. Thinking this, Cho Yugong said, "I'm still lacking in many ways, but I'm trying to get used to things." Cho Taechung murmured in a low voice, "Trying to get used to things." Cho Yugong replied, "I understand that you may be upset, but I am merely obeying the order of our master." Cho Taechung lifted his head slightly and asked, "Our master's order?" Cho Yugong stepped forward. "I turned him down too, since you should have been the one to take the position. But he gave me the position, saying that you have to support the association master. Do you intend on denying the orders of our master?" Cho Taechung did not reply. Then, as if pondering the authenticity of the words, he asked, "Is that what he really said?" Occupying the moral high ground, Cho Yugong nodded. "Yes, I'm sure of it. If you don't believe it, you are welcome to ask the others." Hearing these words, Cho Taechung seemed to be persuaded, and the room fell into silence once again. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Cho Taechung gritted his teeth and questioned sharply, "Do you really want that position so much?" At the same time, with a loud bang, Cho Taechung slammed his staff onto the ground. Immediately after, the coffin-like wooden box beside him was flipped open. Inside was shockingly the corpse of the former underworld assassin, pavilion master, and cook. Seeing this, Cho Yugong's heart was filled with confusion. Master, however, now is not the time to be tangled up in it. So he hurriedly formed a simple hand seal with his left hand. This was to activate the 3-pressure barrier based on the 3-character true mantra of total, forward, and split. No matter how Cho Taechung found in Cook's corpse, Cho Yugong knew very clearly in his heart that he had to suppress him right now. However, before the barrier was activated, Cho Taechung likewise pinched his fingers and formed a seal. Immediately after, the wind blew fiercely on one side of the underworld assassin pavilion, and from the opposite side came a piercing shriek. In the next second, a ferocious bird of prey with a hideous form crashed through the pavilion window, shattering it. At the same time, a crimson-red monster attacked from the opposite side, surrounding Cho Yugong from both directions. Amidst the splattering of wood splinters, the tables, chairs, and furnishings in the room were entirely overturned by the shockwave, shattering into pieces and leaving a terrible mess. Afterward, the bird of prey monster flapped its wings and dashed forward. Its razor-sharp talons, carrying the sound of breaking air, slammed fiercely into Cho Yugong's chest, knocking his entire body flying into the air. And before he could land, the crimson-red monster behind him had already leaped and pounced on him. Under unbearable agony, Cho Yugong turned his head. Seeing the two monsters, Cho Yugong instinctively felt his heart sink, simply because he recognized them. One was the mythical beast known as Toru, and the other an equally formidable Hyungwon. Both were Cho Taeyung's most prized familiar spirits. In the next moment, Cho Taeyung slowly approached Cho Yugong. Then he coldly asked, "Who was it?" Cho Yugong was confused. "What do you mean? You are not capable of the 6-person spirit summoning technique. Someone must have helped you." "So who exactly helped you? I never expected you would actually be led by the nose by such a thing." "Hyungwon, press him harder." Hearing this, Hyungwon pressed down harder with its foot. Cho Yugong felt his entire upper body about to be crushed and shouted, "Please stop. Tell me who it was if you want me to stop. Then I'll let you die painlessly." A tide-like sense of powerlessness swept over Cho Yugong. "I can't defeat him." At this moment, Ma Jiyoung's figure surfaced in Cho Yugong's mind. In the next second, he raised his head and called out, "Senior disciple." Cho Taeyung thought the other party was about to confess honestly. Unexpectedly, Cho Yugong said, "To be honest, when I became a disciple, I gave up on becoming the successor. It was obvious that I wasn't good enough compared to you, but I still dream." At this moment, Cho Yugong recalled the process of meeting Ma Jiyang. "Although I was defeated by that kid, after taking him as a disciple, I felt it. Even if I cannot do it, that kid will reach a realm that I could never hope to attain." Thinking this, Cho Yugong took out a wooden puppet from his chest. Then he pinched his fingers and formed the seal. "As a master, I would not betray my disciple." Following that, a dazzling golden light shone on the wooden puppet. "Willow Spirit, Divine Generals." Instantly, 3 wooden puppets suddenly grew huge. Seeing this, Cho Taeyung's expression changed. He did not expect Cho Yugong to actually make such a choice. How disappointing. Knowing clearly he was no match, Cho Yugong still decisively took action. At the same time, he called silently in his heart, "Jiyoungwon, run." Meanwhile, Despite the banquet in full swing, filled with cheerful voices and laughter, Zhang stood in the courtyard, his gaze suddenly frozen. Seeing Ma Jiyoung-woon stopping for an unknown reason, Baek Saha called out loudly, "Jiyoung-woon, what are you doing? Come say hi." Just then, a gust of clear breeze swept through the courtyard, lifting the fallen leaves and brushing gently past Zhang. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed in the distance. "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of someone." Meanwhile, the escort, Suk-young, who had been left outside, was utterly bored. He had been waiting here for almost half a day. Just then, Zhang's voice rang out from behind. "You must have been waiting for a long time." Startled, Suk-young stood up immediately and then said repeatedly that he had not. Zhang then walked past Suk-young's side. "Then let's go back." In the blink of an eye, the time came to night. When returning to the dark sect, Zhang suddenly stopped his footsteps. Seeing this, Suk-young felt puzzled. "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhang looked at a certain direction. "There is a guest waiting." At that moment, a burly man walked out from the corner on the right. Suk-young recognized him instantly. Grand Leader Wu Hurang? Wu Hurang stared at Ma Jiyoung-woon with indifferent eyes. "Your chi detection is surely amazing." Zhang recognized the other party as Wei So-yin's trusted aide and immediately gave a faint smile because you didn't really hide it. Hearing these words, Wu Hurang gave a light snort. Just as Zhang said, he had not hidden his chi from the very beginning. He believed that unless it was a special situation, hiding one's presence was something only spies and cowards would do. Following that, Wu Hurang looked Zhang up and down. "So this is the arrogant bastard who received a plaque from the young lady. How could she give a useless-looking that like him her plaque? So annoying." After a moment of silence, Wu Hurang changed the subject. "The young lady ordered me to bring you to her, but I don't like you. Do you still remember Ipuision?" Hearing this, the young man he had met earlier in the Corpse Blood Valley treasury surfaced in Zhang's mind. "You mean that person who hindered me before?" Wu Hurang nodded. "He is my junior disciple. I was partially at fault too, but technically, that happened to him because of you. I can't just do nothing as a senior disciple. I heard you received a plaque from the young lady, so I'll make this offer. I, too, have received a plaque from her. Given the situation at hand, I will be the one to resolve this situation. Let's have the loser give up his plaque and let go of all negative emotions tied to this incident." Hearing this, Zhang laughed heartily. "It's so obvious what you're thinking. You're jealous. I knew it. I noticed how your facial expression faltered a bit when you heard that I received a plaque from her. It's obvious that you don't think of her as your liege, but as your woman. You even use your own junior disciple as an excuse." Having his thoughts exposed, Wu Hurang flew into a furious rage. He swung his blade, chopping toward Zhang's neck. "How dare you insult me?" Seeing this, Zhang pushed Suk-young aside with one hand and then dodged sideways. Wu Hurang's blade hacked straight into the ground. Following that, Zhang appeared in front of Wu Hurang like a phantom. "Well, I get it. You love her. It'd be nice if things worked out, but it won't if she becomes the association master. I'm sure you're doing your best to ensure she doesn't become the successor." Wu Hurang stepped back, but Zhang grabbed his large blade with one hand. "Trying to take the plaque away from me is part of this plan of yours, but do you really think you can do it?" At that moment, poison gas began to seep out. Seeing this, Wu Hurang realized that it was poison arts. In just a short while, the poison mist of the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction enveloped the two layer by layer. Little did they know that there was also a woman standing in a hidden spot watching the battle. She was none other than Jiang Nung Ake's confidant, Fourth Mountain Xiao Haiyan. At this moment, Xiao Haiyan was in disbelief. "I can't believe it. I came to persuade Mak Jiyuan to join our force as my liege ordered me to, but to think I'd witness such a scene." Wu Hurang is one of the 5 Tigers, the Heaven and Earth's Association's best youths, and the King of Brilliance's official successor. However, he was defeated so easily. At that moment, Wu Hurang was already being affected by the poison. He could only clutch his neck and circulate his chi to resist the poison mist while coughing repeatedly. "This is a big deal. We thought Mak Jiyuan wasn't as good as Wu Yiming Qiong, but we might have misjudged him. I have to report this right away." Unexpectedly, just as Xiao Haiyan was preparing to sneak away quietly, a hoarse male voice suddenly came from behind. "Goodness, you've witnessed something quite interesting." Startled, Xiao Haiyan quickly turned her head to look back. However, there was absolutely no one there. Unexpectedly, right at this time, that voice came from behind Xiao Haiyan once again. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Belu. What a truly interesting person. At this moment, Xiao Haiyan's entire body trembled, thinking to herself, "I didn't feel any presence. I can't feel him even though he's right behind me." Seeing this, the man laughed. "Why are you trembling like that? We've been watching together for a while." Hearing these words, Xiao Haiyan's pupils shrank abruptly. This voice, could it be? Just then, the man interrupted her thoughts. "It seems like you need to rest." Meanwhile, Jiang slowly walked toward Wu Hurang. Seeing this, Wu Hurang coughed incessantly as he tried to get up. Unexpectedly, just when Wu Hurang thought he was absolutely doomed to die, Jiang did not actually make a move to kill him. Instead, he reached out and slipped his hand into his chest. Following that, the plaque representing Wei Soyan's identity was taken out by Jiang. Actually, I don't care who you like, so don't worry about me snitching. However, you made a bet you didn't need to because of your jealousy. It must be quite disappointing. Saying this, Jiang crushed the plaque in his hand. Looking at the shattered plaque, Wu Hurang could not conceal the daze and loss in his heart. He had originally wanted to use this plaque as proof to express his feelings at the moment. He became Wei Soyan's most important person, but now, everything had fallen apart. Seeing this scene, Jiang was very satisfied. Just when he planned to have Wu Hurang take him to find Wei Soyan, he felt something was wrong. The chi of the woman who had been monitoring him disappeared. Then, with a thump, Suk-young fainted on the ground for some unknown reason. Just as Jiang turned around, Wu Hurang also collapsed in the same way. At this moment, a deathly silence surrounded all directions. I didn't notice it. He knocked out Suk-young and Wu Hurang in a flash, but I sensed neither his presence nor his movements. Just then, a man had already arrived behind him. Jiang asked, "Who are you? Why don't you guess?" Hearing these words, Jiang turned his head abruptly. However, the place where the sound came from was completely empty, as if he had been hallucinating just now. The man's voice rang out behind Jiang once again. "Where are you looking? How are you going to guess like this?" Blue Spirit, possessing the wooden puppet, appeared at this time. She began observing the man's appearance for Jiang. Blue Spirit's description reminded Jiang of the previous conversation with the Dark Sect leader. That was the description of the Association Master's first disciple. The pupil of one of his eyes was a normal black, while the pupil of the other eye was a grayish-white. At this moment, Jiang had already confirmed that this man was exactly the senior disciple of both Wei Suiyuan and Jiang Ningaik, which meant the first disciple of the Heaven and Earth Association Master. Therefore, in the next second, Jiang cupped his fists. The Dark Sect leader's disciple and the Venom King's disciple, Mok Jieyun, greets the first disciple, Na Yuliang. Hearing these words, Na Yuliang suddenly poked his head out from Jiang's right side. "Interesting. How did you know?" Seeing Na Yuliang for the first time, Jiang remembered Li Jiayan once saying that as long as one obtains 4 first-place medals, they can request teachings from the Heaven and Earth Association Master. And the Dark Sect Master had also said similar things. Since Corpse Blood Valley opened, the only person to obtain 4 first-place medals and possess overwhelming skill, the figure closest to the Association Master, was precisely the first young master, Na Yuliang. At that time, Jiang asked, "So why is there still a dispute over the succession?" The Dark Sect leader replied, "Yes, he is definitely the best candidate there is. He's both talented and skilled. The other disciples are great too, but they are nothing compared to him. Despite that, he only has about 40% of the support, because there is something severely wrong with him." Hearing these words, Jiang frowned. "What is it?" The Dark Sect Master replied in a meaningful tone. "He is different from a normal person." Until now, even while truly facing Na Yuliang face to face, Jiang still could not understand what the Dark Sect Master meant by the phrase, different from a normal person. Yet for the first time, he felt a strange emotion. It was a sense of belonging, and Jiang was not the only one feeling it. The moment their eyes met, Na Yuliang was likewise enveloped by the same strange feeling. "Interesting, you're like me. I was wondering why an Orthodox fellow captured as a hostage would surrender and join the Heaven and Earth Association. Now I seem to understand the reason. You feel the same murderous desires. I'm sure the Orthodox sect was boring for you." Jiang turned a glance at Na Yuliang. "I do not know what you were talking about. You're going to play dumb? Well, that's not what's important right now. Anyway, how did you know who I was?" Jiang answered nonchalantly. Hearing this, Na Yuliang stroked his chin with his hand. "You guessed? Without any evidence?" Jiang replied, "I did have evidence. You managed to knock out young Lady Wei Soyan's close aide in an instant, and even took down young Master Jiang Nong, a case confidant." Hearing these words, Na Yuliang was slightly stunned. He obviously did not expect Jiang's perception to be so sharp. Jiang continued, "There are only a few people who can do that. Among them, the distinguished guests who could attend the one-year birthday banquet of the Venom King's grandson are only the successors. Those two have no reason to act against their own subordinates." Na Yuliang took over the conversation. "So that only leaves me." Jiang affirmed this. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Na Yuliang opened his arms. "You are very smart. You managed to figure out who the woman was just by her chi too. Amazing. I thought it would be fun if I left the other two to deal with you, but I don't think I can do that now that I've seen you." Blue Spirit, possessing the wooden puppet, appeared at this time. Then she leaned close to Jiang's ear. "It seems this guy wants you on his side too. This is good. You wanted to get closer to the association leader, so this is your chance." Unexpectedly, an astral sword shot toward Jiang. Realizing something was wrong, Jiang drew the blade of pure evil. However, with a bang, his entire body was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Blue Spirit's expression changed drastically. and Na Yuliang leaped onto the eaves. Have you ever felt it? That strange feeling when you meet someone of your own kind. A sense of belonging, a feeling that something is off, or even a kind of hatred. At this moment, Zhang's head was covered in blood, his gaze turning serious. Blue Spirit reminded loudly, I don't know what is going on, but be careful. That bastard is at the evolutionary realm, a realm that transcends human limits and splits the mountains and oceans. Chi that is silent and still, but about to burst at any moment. That is the evolutionary realm. Just then, Na Yuliang stomped hard, and true Chi spread in all directions. Jiang could feel that Na Yuliang was using true Chi to cover the surroundings. No one will interrupt us now. Saying this, Na Yuliang immediately attacked Jiang with an astral sword. Fortunately, Jiang dodged sideways. Na Yuliang's strike split the tall building behind him cleanly in two. Had he reacted a moment slower, Jiang would have been split apart as well. Following that, Na Yuliang unleashed an astral sword straight at Jiang's head. Unable to react in time, Jiang spat out blood as his body was thrown backward. Immediately after, Na Yuliang stomped the ground and chased after him at high speed. I meant to explode your head, but you managed to deflect it, so you're talented. Jiang calmly raised the blade of pure evil to block. His and Na Yuliang's figures continuously clashed in the spacious square. Only the clanging sound of metal was heard ringing out continuously. At this moment, Na Yuliang's eyes lit up with interest. You're the first one to hold on for so long after that person from the Five Tigers. Amazing. The wounds on Jiang's body were increasing madly. I understand why you want to kill me, but the others won't. Na Yuliang chuckled mockingly, resorting to words because your strength is no match for mine. Jiang replied indifferently. After all, I want to survive. Na Yuliang extended 2 fingers to stab straight at Jiang's eyes. Your eyes are better than your mouth. Jiang subconsciously dodged sideways, simultaneously using the ritual of expulsion to push Na Yuliang away. He then swung his sword, aiming to stab straight at his opponent's neck. Unexpectedly, Na Yuliang made no move to dodge. Jiang was thrown back with an unknown force, and the blade of pure evil slipped from his hand. Before Jiang could comprehend what had happened, Na Yuliang was already above him. Just as Na Yuliang swung the astral sword straight down at Jiang, he hurriedly performed the ritual of expulsion, intending to deflect it like before. However, this time, things did not go as Jiang had hoped. I knew it. You can't respond to changing moves like this. You're like me. I don't assume you would be afraid of death, but I wonder if you'll have the same face after I cut off your limbs. People often reveal their flaws at their most triumphant moment. This was exactly the moment Jiang had been waiting for. In an instant, Jiang executed the palm technique of the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. Unexpectedly, Jiang suddenly felt a burst of severe pain. The flesh at his waist was forcefully gouged into a bloody hole by Na Yuliang's astral sword. Na Yuliang calmly patted his chest, completely unharmed. The poison palm Jiang had unleashed had no effect at all. You sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Jiang staggered while clutching the wound at his waist. He even countered the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction. Blue Spirit once explained the martial realms to me. She said it was not an absolute measure of who would win the battle, but I see why she said it was different from the evolutionary realm onwards. Even if I attack, I'm the one who takes an internal injury. Poison doesn't get through him either. In the next moment, Jiang sat weakly on the ground, sliding backward and leaving a trail of blood behind him. You know that I could use these tricks for you, right? Na Yuliang replied. For me? That's ridiculous. You would stab me in the back. Jiang countered. You're too distrustful. Na Yuliang slowly closed the distance. Distrustful? No, I'm just certain. Among the desires you feel, the desire to murder is the only genuine emotion you have. That is the reason you live. Am I wrong? Hearing these words, Jiang momentarily did not know what to say. At this moment, the astral sword at Na Yuliang's fingertips flashed with cold light. Do you want me to let you live? Fine, but from now on, you will need to live without limbs, and will only be able to eat with help. I wonder what face you will have then. Let's start with your arms. But just then, countless drops of blood suddenly surged in from all directions. The ground, walls, and everything around were dyed blood red. In the sea of scarlet blood, Na Yuliang looked around. He could not understand why such an anomaly occurred. At the same time, a voice rang out. I didn't expect there would be another one like you in the world, to actually attempt to kill the disciple of the Dark Sect Master and the Venom King. Before even identifying whose voice it was, Na Yuliang decided to kill Jiang first. Instantly, his astral sword slashed toward Jiang's neck. However, right in that instant, Blue Spirit appeared and blocked Na Yuliang's astral sword. Mortal, run quickly to that old man who uses poison. This guy is mine. Fuck off. Hearing this, Jiang staggered to his feet from the ground, then hesitated as if wanting to speak. Blue Spirit reminded in a low voice, I can only hold out for a short while. I can feel the aura of a monstrous shaman from afar. I'm sure you felt it too. It'll be dangerous if he notices my presence. I can only use so much spirit power before he notices. So run while you still have the time. Jiang said, "All right, I leave it to you," and then staggered away, turning his back. Seeing this, Nai Yuliang swung out an astral sword. Blue Spirit then took action to change its trajectory. The wall on one side was instantly sliced in two. "What is the meaning of this, youngest disciple? I haven't seen you in a while because Master has been sick lately." Hearing this address, Blue Spirit vaguely formed a guess. Could it be this kid mistook me for that girl who looks similar to me? Nai Yuliang questioned aloud. "Why aren't you answering me? Are you mad that I put my hands on something you claimed is yours?" Hearing these words, Blue Spirit was completely certain. "Looks like he thinks I'm her. Well, she does look like me. I guess it's not necessary to correct him. It's unpleasant. But in order to make sure he doesn't notice, I'll use her martial arts, the sword style of heaven." Thinking of this, Blue Spirit swung her tobacco pipe, and red light mixed with black energy sizzled. Immediately after, Blue Spirit executed the falling star technique of the sword style of heaven. Countless sword lights composed of blood energy surged toward Nai Yuliang. Even though Blue Spirit deeply hated that girl, she had to admit that the sword style of heaven is good. Facing these overwhelmingly surging sword moves, she estimated that Nai Yuliang would find it hard to dodge. At this moment, explosions rang out continuously. Sword energy swept across the courtyard, forcing Nai Yuliang to retreat for the moment and wait for an opening to counterattack. Just then, Nai Yuliang leaped up. While executing the exact same moves as Blue Spirit, he laughed heartily. "You've improved quite a bit. I thought you were lacking in everything but internal energy. You have gotten much better. I am proud of you as your senior disciple." Both sides unleashed tremendous power the moment their attacks collided. Violent energy spread in all directions. The ground in the separate courtyard was torn apart, leaving craters everywhere. Even the high roof eaves were shredded to pieces. In the next moment, the tobacco pipe and Blue Spirit's hand shot toward Nai Yuliang's face like a snake. Nai Yuliang neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he swung his astral sword to meet the attack. A sharp clash rang out, and this time Blue Spirit was the one sent flying backward. She had to admit that the opponent before her was extremely formidable. Nai Yuliang pressed step by step with a loud laugh. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you really that mad?" The light triggered by the clash of both sides' sword energies almost completely masked the night. The originally magnificent pavilions and terraces were destroyed beyond recognition. Blue Spirit subconsciously gripped the tobacco pipe in her hand tightly and thought to herself, "This isn't my usual sword style, and I'm not using much spirit power, but he's catching up to my movements. This isn't someone mortal can defeat in a short amount of time. I should just risk the danger and just finish him off." However, just then, Nai Yuliang gave a cold sneer. "You're not stopping. Well, if you're going to cross the line, then you leave me with no choice. I didn't expect to use this." At that moment, Nai Yuliang's originally grayish-white right eye was instantly dyed silver. Seeing this, Blue Spirit was slightly stunned. His chi is gathering in his eye. Just as Nai Yuliang used his penetrating eye on Blue Spirit, he froze in shock. He abruptly retreated a few steps and fixed his gaze on Blue Spirit. "You are not Wei Zhuoyan." Hearing these words, Blue Spirit's heart tightened. "I have been discovered, unexpectedly, before either of them could make their next move." An overwhelming sense of danger came from nearby. Sensing this, both Blue Spirit and Nai Yuliang's expressions changed drastically. They successively turned their heads to look toward the source. Shockingly, someone was sitting there cross-legged. It was Zhang, who had supposedly left long ago. "Mortal, how can you have such an ominous energy? It's different from death chi. It's much darker and thicker." A few minutes ago, taking advantage of the gap while Blue Spirit was confronting Nai Yuliang, Zhang clutched his wound and staggered around a corner. Looking back at the battle situation behind him, Zhang thought to himself, "Nai Yuliang will probably chase me down and kill me. I can't run. He'll come after me no matter what." Zhang knew that he had no other choice now. The only way was to obtain even greater power. That is, to achieve the evolutionary realm. At this moment, Zhang recalled the scene of Bexo's breakthrough. He couldn't help but ask himself, "Can I do it? Can I undergo metamorphosis?" When the Venom King transcended the wall, I memorized the route of the chi circulation during the process. The way the chi pierced through 3 spots and the 3 yangs formed the essence, vitality, and spirit. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know I can copy it. However, forcibly condensing the 3 yangs before gaining enlightenment made Zhang vaguely somewhat worried. Perhaps he would experience chi deviation and his life would be in imminent danger. However, seeing the fierce clash between Nai Yuliang and Blue Spirit, Zhang made that life-risking gamble the most dangerous gamble of his entire life. All or nothing. If I'm gonna die anyway, I'll just go for it. At this moment, Zhang slumped onto the ground. He began to circulate his chi slowly, perfectly replicating the internal trajectory of Bexo's breakthrough. Since my true energy is death chi, I have to circulate it in reverse, starting from the lower dantian, then passing through the middle dantian, and then to the upper dantian. Unexpectedly, Zhang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Following that, Zhang reached out and wiped the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. That was close. I almost died because my breathing wasn't stable. I have to do it again. This time I must do it slowly. Zhang began circulating his qi again. First the yin within yang, then the yin within yin, and finally the yin from yin and yang. Since Zhang circulates it in reverse, the usual convergence of the three yang essences became the convergence of the three yin essences, and thus, Zhang achieved a breakthrough. Blue Spirit, while keeping up her guard against Na Yul Yang, carefully observed the changes in Zhang. I can't believe it. He's going through metamorphosis here. Different from the golden light during Baexua's breakthrough, Zhang's entire body was surrounded by black and purple gas at this moment. His long hair drifted and scattered like snakes. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red, eerie light. However, taking advantage of the gap, when Blue Spirit's attention was drawn by Zhang, a figure suddenly dashed past her side. Na Yul Yang, with his penetrating eye open, strode swiftly toward Zhang. He attempted to stop his breakthrough. After all, midway through metamorphosis, as long as it was even slightly interrupted, the other party would definitely fall into qi deviation. Na Yul Yang could already imagine that scene at this time. His face was filled with madness. If I cut off his limbs now, what a wonderful scene that would be. Seeing this, cold sweat broke out on Blue Spirit's face. She absolutely could not let Na Yul Yang interrupt Zhang's metamorphosis. It's dangerous. His condition as a mortal was already unstable. If someone like that is in the middle of a metamorphosis, even the touch of a feather would cause a qi deviation. The guy throws a slashing attack in the air to cut off his arm, when another one approaches from the side, impacting before reaching Giant Gun and deflecting the attack. Blue Spirit will not let him interrupt. Urian is enjoying this. Sky Sword style, Meteor of the Celestial Sword. She cannot allow any more energy to leak out. Blue Spirit matches his power to keep him at bay. During the exchanges, the boy laughed heartily. He is thrilled to see them approaching Giant Gun. He's almost caught up. He wonders what will happen. If he will die? She sees no other alternative. Giant Gun perceives power more clearly now. She was the source. Now, she commands her family members to advance towards her. Blue Spirit realizes that she has been discovered. He decides that if the time comes, he will release every last drop of spiritual energy. Moon Sword style. Urian instinctively knows that this is dangerous. Sky Sword style. The sword style of heaven is so perfect that she cannot nullify it. For 100 years, he analyzed it over and over again. The only weakness of the heaven's sword style. She did not expect this result. He corrected the mistake. Blue Spirit barely recognizes the mortal. How can that energy be so sinister? He wonders if this is really going well. Urian deduces that this is becoming too dangerous. It's time to put an end to this, although she won't allow him to go anywhere. Blood Barrier. Blue Spirit is pushed to the limit to stop him. He manages to capture both arms and the left leg. However, the right leg escapes its pull. She screams for failing to protect him. The release of a dark energy can be heard. Blue Spirit smiles in relief at the mortal. He has achieved it. The evolutionary kingdom. With his special eye, Urian observes that energy. I'd never seen anything like it. It's so sinister. Darkness and chaos. He feels as if he is about to be swallowed by the abyss. Evil. Atrocity. How can such energy exist? It's like he's a demon. Is he really human? Giant Gun looks at himself after being called a demon. Urian does it too, only to realize that his hands are sweating. Giant Gun doesn't mind that way of calling him. Demonic energy. It really seems that way. So he supposes he could call this energy demonic energy. Urian decides that she has to kill him right here. Furthermore, Giant Gun speaks as if he has just created something new, although he's misinterpreting something. The evolutionary realm has barely been touched. Just one mistake, and his head will fly off. Blue Spirit proposes to the mortal that they fight together. However, he wants her to hide in the wooden doll. They both felt it. There is a very powerful shaman approaching. It will be worse when it arrives. He wants her to disperse her energy and hide. Blue Spirit listens. He warns that if things go wrong, he'll run to the old man who uses poison. A beam of light is launched above Urian, diverting their attention to follow him. When he looks back, she has left. He asks Giant Gun where he went. The younger disciple. No, the woman who looked like her. The young teacher thinks he must be hallucinating. It seems that his single eye isn't working properly. Do you want me to pull it off? Urian watches how she is reacting to all of his attacks. Sky Sword style. Sword of the Absent Moon. Urian accepts that they are truly in the same martial realm. Giant Gun finds an opening. That evasive maneuver surprises even Blue Spirit. Urian states that even if he managed to overcome the wall, although it possesses that strange energy, both above and below the heavens, he is the only honorable one. Giant Gun means nothing to him. Blue Spirit cares for mortals. Fortunately, Baexuja is coming for his disciple. He questions Urian. What do you think you're doing with your disciple right now? The senior disciple recognizes the Toad Venom King. Even if he interrupts, He can't leave it like that. Jian-gun sentenced that he let himself be caught. He is grateful. Urian is unable to pull his hand out. She realizes it's witchcraft, so he decides to put an end to this. However, Vexija intervenes. Urian demands that the Poison King release him, but he replies that he is trying to kill his disciple in front of him. The guy assumes that Vexija wants to turn him against him just to protect Jian-gun. Then let him do it. Now they are enemies. This puts the elderly woman in a difficult situation. Jian-gun holds Urian tightly. He asks his teacher to hold him too. Urian responds with a header, and then another one. It's okay that he doesn't let go. You'll see. His work deals with the poison of destruction. Poison physicist. Even if it's in the evolutionary realm, he can't do anything if you inject him with poison. Urian curses the bastard. Seeing that they have underestimated him, he threatens Jian-gun. Jian-gun points his chi sword at him, but he is arrested by Vexija. Unable to do anything, the senior disciple wonders if he is going to die like this. Finally, the guy falls unconscious. Vexija wants Jian-gun to stop. Let him go already. But he seeks to kill him. When the Poison King reminds him that the association's leader will kill them if he dies. That's what he wants. Jian-gun decides that it's annoying, but it's better to have him as an enemy than the leader of the association. Vexija is relieved that it's over. Although, if he has to take this, since they're going to be enemies anyway, he thinks this will be quite annoying. Jian-gun asks what he is giving him. It is the Orb of Poison Escape. It eliminates most poisons, although it is very rare since it takes a decade to manufacture it. But Jian-gun's poison is too strong. There is no time to lose. The boy apologizes for putting him in this situation. Vexija accepts his sincerity. In the end, everything turned out well. You shouldn't worry about what's already happened. He will never abandon his own people. That was unexpected. The worst possible enemy has been created, and yet he's going to protect me just because he accepted me as family. There really isn't time. They will clean this place. But first, he's going to ask a couple of questions. If she trusts him, she expects him to answer her truthfully. Jian-gun nods. First, how did she end up fighting with him? The boy replies that he attacked him first. Vexija doesn't know why he would do that. The same goes for Jian-gun. He has an idea, but it seemed that he was wary of her. Then the second question, when did it advance to the evolutionary realm? His answer is that he was able to do it while fighting against him. A statement that takes the Poison King by surprise. Then he learned the Demonic Destruction Poison Sutra. If he only showed her part of it, Jian-gun says that just seeing it once is enough. He was able to deduce the rest with just that part. Demonic Destruction Poison Sutra. I could imagine the movements in his head. Vexija finds it incredible that someone could have so much talent. He only managed to do that after reaching the Supreme Summit as well. This boy is a monster. Now you can see why I was wary of him. He's almost scared. No, it makes him shudder. Perhaps you are witnessing the birth of a monster that only appears once in a lifetime. And he took this child as his disciple. He is a treasure, the greatest treasure that exists. Jian-gun carries Wu Horn. She says she will go with Miss Wei Sojin then. Vexija thinks he is his disciple, but he can't know what she's thinking. She never imagined she would make that decision. Give Jian-gun two options. They have fallen out with the young teacher, so they will be in danger if they become leaders of the association. So what should they do? They need one of the other two successor candidates to become the leader of the association. This is how they can overcome this. But as you can see, the young teacher is very talented. Basically, it's as if the other candidates don't stand a chance. But the situation has changed. Everything will be different depending on Jian-gun's choice. There are two important groups in the Association of Heaven and Earth. One is the shadowy sect that handles classified information, and the other is Clan B, which handles the poison. And two people who have become unpredictable variables. Now it's between the two of them. Both have reached the evolutionary realm. The power of the evolutionary kingdom is comparable to that of an entire sect. The two of them alone can change the situation. This is what it feels like to be in the evolutionary realm. The young teacher understands. In other words, the person you choose to side with will have the best chance. Blue Spirit comments that this is the burden of being in the evolutionary realm. Anyway, he's already talked too much. Who will he choose then? Vexija will leave it to the boy. The Poison King assumes he will choose Sojin, based on skill and personality. Hyungun believes he will choose Jan Nungak. The old man doesn't understand why him. He is the least skilled and the most unstable. The boy made this decision because his subordinates are all very loyal regardless of their character. On the other hand, the subordinates of the young Miss Wei Sojong did not see her as their mistress, but as the woman they love. Hearing that is very disappointing for Vexija. That would mean she is not suitable as a leader. It must be her appearance that caused this. The teacher agrees. Then she'll let him tell her. He's going to clean up here and talk to the leader of the dark sect about an alliance. Something Kyunggun appreciates. The Poison King mentions that his disciple's business is his business. But what is he doing? What are you going to do with him? Are you going to give it to Jan Nungak as a gift? The boy replies no. He will go to see the young Miss Wei Sojong first. Vexija doesn't understand why he would do that. And well, hearing the idea makes him nervous. Well, it could end up provoking her. Kyunggun decides to check it out. The old man hopes it will turn out well. The boy speaks to Blue Spirit. He just remembered what he said earlier. He said that if he reached the evolutionary kingdom in 2 years, he would call him master. She makes noise pretending not to have heard her. Kyung-gun asks that he at least say it once, but it makes that annoying noise again. In the end, he gives up and Blue Spirit is freed. Vexija analyzes the situation for a moment. Look at how destroyed this place is. His hands are broken and he lost his eye. Don't think that an extra broken ankle will cause a problem. He had better be prepared for the consequences of having laid his hands on his disciple. From now on, this is going to get interesting.